This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. It was raining heavily outside the window, and the old neighborhood had lost power again. System activated. What was that sound? Jiang Qi, who had just fallen asleep, subconsciously looked out the window at the tree shadows illuminated by lightning. The entire area was pitch black. What kind of advanced system could still be operating? Before Jiang Qi could think further, everything suddenly went black. To be precise, the room suddenly plunged into extreme darkness, causing her to have an illusion. A strong sense of weightlessness suddenly appeared. Jiang Qi felt herself falling vertically into the void of darkness. She couldn't see anything, and her body couldn't move, until she heard that cold voice again. Player information entry complete. Jiang Qi suddenly opened her eyes. In front of her was a sea shimmering with light. The feeling of the sea breeze on her cheeks, and the sunlight overhead were almost too real. She looked at the semi-transparent interface directly in front of her, level with her eye level. Game instance, lost path. Number of players, 6. Basic information. You are a member of an expedition team, assigned by the company to board this ocean-going fishing vessel in Hughes Harbor. Mission. Complete the game storyline within 10 days to uncover the truth of the journey. Jiang Qi. What kind of fancy game is this? No money, no game. Money is hard to earn these days. Don't try to fool her. The game is free, and in the infinite game, you can have everything you want. But here, it's a game only for the winners. The losers are meaningless. You only have one chance to enter the game. Confirm exit? Free? Have everything you want? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Free things are often the most expensive. Jiang Qi. Excuse me, what are the activation conditions for your game? Rain, thunder, or a power outage? Well, not really. Even a life without meaning wants to see more possibilities, doesn't it? Jiang Qi composed herself and looked up at the prompt box. Player, please confirm whether to enter the game. She reached out and tapped it, calmly uttering 2 words, confirm. The system's answer was good, and the price of joining this game was just what she could afford. Jiang Qi quickly reviewed the game rules on the page twice. As the page scrolled, player information was displayed. Player, Jiang Qi. Health points, 100. Health points cannot regenerate on their own once below half. Simultaneously, physical strength, attack, defense, and reaction speed decrease significantly, and mental strength recovery speed slows down. Sanity, 100. Cannot use any items to recover. Physical strength, 10. Physical strength is related to strength and speed. The system detects your overall physical strength level is low. Attack, 15. Defense, 10. Extraordinary abilities, none. Mental strength, unlocked. You do not yet possess extraordinary abilities, but compared to other attributes, your mental strength is surprisingly promising. Overall combat power, 250. Your overall combat power has miraculously reached the high level of F rank. Identity, none. You have not yet unlocked your in-game identity. Score, 0. Jiang Qi stared blankly at the explanation after mental strength for 2 seconds. It was indeed promising. The 3 attributes combined only amounted to 35. Could it be lower than this kind of explosive start? An overall combat power of 250. This number seemed to be mocking her. This is a game of life and death. Death in the game means death in reality. There's no chance to reload and start over, and her only stakes are her life and these initial stats. The final 30-second countdown ended, and the game officially began. The interface in midair disappeared, and Jiang Qi clearly felt everything around her start moving. The stagnant world began to rotate, and the wind carried the damp, salty smell of the sea. Chapter 2. Jiang Qi felt her bulging inside jacket pocket, pulled out her wallet, ID, expedition team badge, and 2,000 yuan in cash. That was all she had. Miss Jiang? A male voice suddenly appeared behind her. The captain sent me to inform you to prepare. The ship will depart in 5 minutes. Okay, I understand. Jiang Qi put away her wallet and turned to look at the handsome young man who had spoken. A message popped up above his head, NPC Zhou Yunzhou, a young crew member who had just joined the crew 2 months ago. He believed that this ocean-going job was full of challenges and dangers, but the pay was very high. This belief helped him overcome seasickness and thalassophobia. A familiar working-class belief. Jiang Qi looked around with a sigh. It was a dock, and she was standing on the deck of a fishing boat about to depart. In front of her was the boundless sea, and behind her were busy people coming and going, mostly foreign faces. The billboards in the distance were also in foreign languages. Jiangqi opened the game panel and reviewed the instance information again, combining it with the NPC information. She knew the ship had been sailing for nearly 2 months, stopping at Houston port to resupply and pick up the expedition team. The expedition team had gone to sea with a deep-sea fishing vessel. Were they a legitimate expedition team? They didn't seem quite right. And why choose this ship? Just because it was on the way? Jiangqi considered another possibility. The fishing boat had come here specifically to pick up the expedition team. Resupplying was just a side trip. Quest hint: you have activated the side quest. The expedition team's hidden secret. Completing the quest will reward you with 20 points. There's a progress bar below the quest, currently at 10%. The trigger for this quest is her discovery of the expedition team's suspicious boarding of this fishing boat. Side quests usually fill in gaps in the main storyline, or provide clues that help with progression, or extra rewards. What kind of secret does the expedition team hold? Jiangqi, one hand on the railing, turned to look at the somewhat dilapidated fishing boat. At this moment, on the right side of the cabin, a tall, slender boy stared blankly at his palm. Having played so many games, he had never heard of a game that allowed players to truly enter a dungeon. He slapped his face hard. It was real. A wave of panic and oppression, born from something beyond his comprehension, washed over him. He stood there for a long time, summoning the calmest emotions he had ever displayed, forcing himself to accept the bizarre scene before him. Not far away, an ordinary-looking young man jumped around as if searching for a non-existent exit button. A few seabirds swept across the sky, and the sound of a fishing boat starting up filled the air. The damp deck was littered with fishing gear, the harpoons looked old, and a faint fishy smell filled the air. Jiangqi frowned, intending to examine the fishing boat first. She had barely left the deck when she heard a commotion. She paused briefly, then abandoned the idea of going back to grab a harpoon for self-defense. Moving anything on the boat might trigger something, and besides, given her physical strength and attack power, a harpoon wouldn't be enough for self-defense. Jiangqi entered the cabin, and saw 2 people wearing the same style of shirt as her standing by the corridor. The one being surrounded was a man in his 40s with dark skin. He glared, struggling desperately, screaming hysterically, "I can't go. I can't go. Go back. I want to get off the boat. I'm not going." Chapter 3. It took 3 crew members working together to barely restrain the out-of-control man. "Let me go!" "Don't start the ship." The man struggled, shouting in terror, "You regret this. You regret this." NPC Li Bin. A long-time employee on the ship, he had a good relationship with the captain. Jiangqi looked at the information above the man's head. The situation seemed complicated. He had been frightened into becoming a prophet by something. No matter how others tried to persuade him, the prophet was completely unresponsive. And to make matters worse, he was being held down by several people, unable to move, his forehead veins bulging. Judging from the situation, there was no doubt he would rather jump into the sea and swim back than stay on this ship. "Captain, what's wrong with Brotherly?" Zhou Yunzhou cautiously looked at the captain. "He was fine when he was on watch last night. Who knows what he's up to?" "What bad luck this early in the morning," the captain said impatiently. "He can't go out to sea looking like this. Go contact a rescue service and get him out of there." Jiangqi looked at the captain again. NPC Dong Fei. The captain of the fishing boat, the person liaising with the expedition team, has over 10 years of experience in deep-sea fishing, and is familiar with fishing boat navigation. Because your price was high enough, he agreed to dock at Hughes Port to pick you up. The legendary saying "money makes the world go round" applies here. Isn't this expedition team acting like outlaws? The crew quickly led Li Bin out. 3 members of the expedition team who rushed over paused for 2 seconds at the crowded and chaotic scene, then stepped against the wall to make way for the displeased captain. Jiangqi surveyed the people present. With the map closed, players and NPCs were easily distinguishable. There were only this many people on the ship. There were no nameless NPCs just there to make up the numbers. The only ones who couldn't see the information were the players, and the expedition team, dressed in identical shirts, numbered exactly 6. What's he saying? What could he regret? The short-haired male player looked at the captain and crew with suspicion. He's probably lost his mind. "Don't worry, it won't delay the journey," the captain said unhappily, then left the cabin. Upon learning the fishing boat was heading back, Li Bin's emotions calmed down somewhat, but he still couldn't get anything out of them. After sending the people off the boat, it didn't take long before it set sail again. "Wait, even in this condition, are we still going out to sea?" The speaker was a young man in his early 20s. He stood in the wind, his hair a mess, and shrank back, looking at the peeling paint on the railing and the endless sea. Seeing no response, the young man doubted his suspicions. These so-called team members on deck weren't players from the real world. The unease of being alone made him increasingly agitated. What if that person was warning us? Don't you know death is coming? This damn game, it's a dream, right? I have to go back. When the young man uttered the word game, the NPC crew members packing their fishing gear 5 steps away, and the sea breeze fell silent for a moment. Soon, everything returned to normal. Player Tian Junyang violated game rules, receiving a yellow card warning. Player data will be cleared after 2 yellow card warnings. Don't give me that, Tian Junyang was interrupted halfway through his sentence by the short-haired man. Clearing data means death. Hearing this, Tian Junyang's face paled, and he dared not speak further. Isn't there any way to exit? The short-haired man glanced at him, and said in a voice only a few players could hear, yes, clearing the game is the only way to leave. Chapter 4. Jiangqi listened quietly while observing these people. The young man probably hadn't carefully read the rules when he entered the game. He just wandered in without understanding. Now it was too late for regrets. The contract was already formed the moment the player confirmed. Having received a yellow card warning right from the start, Tian Junyang was smarter this time. He waited until the NPC finished packing his fishing gear and went into the cabin before asking the short-haired man, "Have you completed the game before?" "Yes, twice. This is the 3rd dungeon." The short-haired man took in everyone's expressions and continued, "This time, my role is the expedition team leader Jing Tung. I'm warning you, don't try anything clever, especially those with low stats. You won't even know how you died." The tall boy wearing a white t-shirt underneath his open jacket pursed his lips. "What should we do now?" "Collect clues on the ship. Generally speaking, the beginning of a beginner's game is relatively safe, but later on." Jing Tung paused slightly. "We might encounter something." The fishing boat, carried by the wind, slowly sailed into the unknown distance. The dock gradually shrank in front of them. Tian Junyang swallowed hard. "What we encounter?" Jing Tung said in a deep voice. "Nobody knows until they see it." Jiangqi, adhering to the principle of listening more and speaking less, remained silent throughout. Experienced players and beginners obviously had an information asymmetry. It was best to just listen. The higher the panel stats, the greater the advantage. Jing Tung looked at everyone. It's already pretty good if your initial stats are over 60. In a beginner-level game, that can increase your survival rate. Upon hearing this, the players' expressions varied. Tian Junyang seemed particularly uneasy, as his 3 stats combined were less than 60. Regardless of the accuracy of the players' reported base stats, Jiangqi realized that everyone present had higher stats than hers by the end. Among the 5 newbies, Fang Yuan, the boy in the white t-shirt, had a stamina stat of 55, the highest besides Jing Tung. Next was Sun Tian, the female player with shoulder-length hair. When it was Jiangqi's turn, she stated directly, stamina 10, attack 15, defense 10. She immediately received either sympathetic or dismissive looks from everyone. Tian Junyang, whose stamina was 10 points higher, relaxed considerably upon hearing that someone was at the bottom. He hadn't expected someone to be worse than him, and someone so clueless, standing there like nothing was wrong, seemingly resigned to their fate, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, showing no fear or concern. As the player with the lowest stats in this dungeon, Jiangqi didn't care much. Her own stats were insignificant. The strength of the veteran players was what mattered. It's always good to test someone's abilities. "Captain, your stats must be very high, right?" Zhao Qian asked with a smile. "I only gained 30 or 40 points in each stat, and my stamina is 20 points behind Fang Yuan's," Jing Tung replied casually, but his expression and eyes betrayed no truthfulness. Jiangqi's eyes flickered slightly. She added half to Jing Tung's estimate, conservatively calculating his score. Afterwards, the players went to the temporary office the captain had prepared for the expedition team's research work. Several old tables and chairs were placed in front of the window, offering a clear view of the entire room. The expedition team hadn't brought much, some information on marine life and a few books. Jiangqi casually flipped through a couple of pages, frowning at the first glance. It was original text, written in a language she'd never seen before. There were highlighted points, but she couldn't understand them. Jiangqi pulled a folded map from the book, and the other players immediately gathered around. Chapter 5. This is a hand-drawn map on yellowed paper, looking very old but with a fine texture. Item, parchment map. Important records were written on parchment, which is easier to preserve than papyrus. This item information is visible to all players, but the notification following it is only received by players who have initiated the side quest. Side quest. The expedition's unspeakable secret. Quest progress 20%. Jiang Qi carefully examined the map in her hand. Due to its age, the hastily written characters were barely legible. The port marked on the map is Houston Harbor, and the circled area in the sea is the expedition team's destination? Who can understand this scribbled mess? Zhao Qian threw the book on the table and looked at everyone. Does anyone recognize it? The players fell silent until a slightly hesitant voice spoke up. Barely understandable, I can understand a little. Seeing everyone looking at him, Fang Yuan pointed to the circled section and said, something about the ancient city of Im, and this, the lost city of 1,000 cities, the underground city of Lar. I'm not sure either. These characters look like Latin, but not quite. Wow, bro, you can even understand this. Zhao Qian gave him a "you're awesome" look. An expedition team studying marine life brought unrelated books? Jing Teng pondered for a moment, then turned to Fang Yuan. Can you glean any other information? Fang Yuan shook his head. The content, I can understand, is roughly about how prosperous the ancient cities were, but neither of the two mentioned ancient cities is at sea. They went through the expedition team's belongings twice, but found no more valuable information. Jing Teng wanted to take the only item with a name label. The map is easy to lose if left here. I take it with me. That's what he said, but his gaze towards Jiang Qi left no room for negotiation. Whether she wanted it or not, she had to hand over the map. Even if Jiang Qi found it, she couldn't keep it. The difference in strength was too great. Who could reason with her? Jiang Qi folded the map neatly and placed it in Jing Teng's hand, her lowered eyelids concealing a meaningful glint in her eyes. The captain will keep it safe. Everyone is at ease. But please, keep it safe. As per Jing Teng's instructions, the group left the office to gather clues elsewhere. Jiang Qi didn't intend to change the plan. When she asked Zhou Yunzhou to help guide her, she chatted briefly with this helpful NPC, learning from him that there were 23 people on the fishing boat, including the captain, first mate, second mate, and chief engineer. Miss Jiang, what are you researching? What were you researching again? Zhou Yunzhou scratched his head. Right, marine life. The conditions on board are rather basic, you need some time to adjust. It's alright, Jiang Qi said. Ordinary crew members share a room, but because the expedition team has provided so much, each person gets a small single room of about 15 square meters. You just said this is your first time at sea? Jiang Qi said casually. You adapted quite quickly. I had to adapt. The first few days on board were nerve-wracking, and I even got seasick. Then we encountered strong winds, and I couldn't sleep at night. It took me almost half a month to get used to it. Zhou Yunzhou smiled brightly. Mentioning the other crew members, Jiang Qi's gaze swept over a few crew members casually sitting on the ground, smoking and holding playing cards. Unless the wages for deep-sea fishing are high enough, no one wants to come. Ordinary crew members earn their money through hard work. Chapter 6. They usually work at night, then process the fish they catch, getting only a few hours of rest a day. Now, the fishing boats haven't reached the fishing grounds yet, so the crew has some free time and relaxation. We also want a decent job like yours, Zhou Yunzhou said, a hint of envy in his clear eyes. Fishing boats are at sea for months, sometimes a year or two. If there were better options, we wouldn't be going this far. We're all carrying the burden of making a living, me too. There's no such thing as decent or undecent, Jiang Qi sighed softly. When she quit that low-paying, high workload, internally exhausting job that caused her to lose clumps of hair and whose boss constantly made empty promises, she thought, don't talk to me about ideals. My ideal is to work less and get more, and not have to work. Later, she worked a month as a temporary caretaker at a cemetery. The pay wasn't high, but the work was light and quiet, with a regular schedule. Unfortunately, they only needed someone temporarily for a month. They couldn't stay long-term. Tip: when NPCs sense a player's genuine recognition and respect, their friendliness towards the player increases, and they might offer some helpful advice. Walking through a somewhat dimly lit area, Zhou Yunzhou pointed to the ceiling. This is the rest area. The light bulbs aren't working very well. Jiang Qi nodded in response, wondering which NPCs she could raise her friendliness with. Zhou Yunzhou led her to the room and left. The crew had already helped carry the expedition team's personal luggage to their rooms when they boarded the ship. Jiang Qi opened the old-fashioned brown leather suitcase. Inside were a change of clothes, simple toiletries, a leather-covered notebook, a fountain pen, and a small bottle of ink. Everything was neatly organized, meticulously arranged, a typical obsessive-compulsive persona. Jiang Qi casually flipped open the notebook. This time, the handwriting was familiar, but the content was too messy, interspersed with simple drawings. The contrast between the writing style and the obsessive-compulsive persona was too great. Was it a uniform arrangement in the game, or was there another reason? Earlier in the office, Jiangqi had felt something was wrong. Normally, the solution to a game should be a procedure that players could find and complete. Anything that few players could understand was worthless. The book itself was more valuable than its contents. Unless Fan Yuan was an NPC created by the game, which he clearly wasn't. Jiangqi found a name in the notebook, the ancient city of Yagim, which matched what Fan Yuan had described. This is a mysterious ancient city lost to history. It has a complete writing system, and some precious books have survived. But we still haven't found the location of the ancient city. Was he studying marine life or history? Such a huge leap in expertise. What connection could there be between a vanished ancient city on land and the vast sea? Time ticked by, the only sound in the cramped room, the soft rustling of turning pages. Jiangqi rubbed her dry eyes with her right hand, patiently continuing to read. She had initially planned to abandon this line of inquiry once she found no further information related to the original text, but the notebook made information gathering and filtering much more difficult. The further she read, the more disorganized the records became, the more haphazard the handwriting, and in some places, the characters were even unrecognizable. Examining these chaotic records in such dim lighting was incredibly challenging, especially for someone with poor eyesight like her. What was the expedition team searching for through these forgotten histories? Chapter 7. Jiangqi's gaze fell on a place name. Laker Sea. A distant, deep sea, a hidden land untouched by human feet, we pursue. Unsurprisingly, the crucial information ended abruptly. Continuing to flip through, only irregular lines remained, creating a strange unease, as if her mind was filled with a jumble of black lines, impossible to unravel. The sky outside the window had darkened, and the sound of the waves gradually became clearer. After reviewing it several times, Jiangqi finally confirmed one thing. These lines concealed strange symbols. The strokes were uneven, each landing in an unexpected place, ultimately piecing together a crooked, illegible script. Hard to believe it came from the same person as the previous records. The records grew increasingly chaotic, as did the person reviewing them. Side quest. The expedition's unspeakable secret, quest progress 50%. Jiangqi suddenly realized something and quickly picked up a pen to rewrite these symbols in the blank spaces beside her, for easier review and identification, and also to verify her guess. There seemed to be similar symbols on the parchment map, but they were too blurry to see clearly at the time, and memory alone couldn't confirm it. Jiangqi practiced calligraphy regularly, and had some knowledge of script evolution. These symbols resembled some ancient script, intentionally broken up and spaced out, a very crude method of encryption. Useless to those who could read it, and unnecessary for those who couldn't, so it wasn't encryption, but rather a security mechanism. Suddenly, the scratching sound of the pen stopped, and the ink smeared an irregular blot on the paper. Every line on the notebook seemed to writhe with life. Jiangqi stared at them involuntarily, and when she realized something was wrong and tried to look away, she couldn't control her body. Immediately afterward, a strange, sticky feeling filled the room, followed by chaotic whispers, as if a bullet had pierced the stagnant air and exploded in her head. Jiangqi's vision was stained with a dark red, like mottled rust. The strange tone and pronunciation were unlike any language she had ever heard before. Player attacked by unknown means, HP reduced by 10. Clang! The pen rolled to the ground. The whispers still echoed in her ears, like a steel needle piercing her ear canal, violently churning the shattered organs in her brain. Player attacked by unknown means, HP reduced by 10. Jiangqi clutched her head, her back hunched, her fingers gripping the edge of the bed trembling and tense. Staying conscious had exhausted all her strength. After an unknown amount of time, the chaotic whispers finally disappeared, and the sound of waves crashing sounded incredibly pleasant. The pain subsided, and with a little strength returned, Jiangqi picked up the notebook and the unbroken pen from the floor. She now knew what the symbols on the notebook meant. It was indeed a form of writing. Amidst the whispers, she suddenly sensed several words. Stars, abyss, time, fragmented and unrelated words. Jiangqi didn't know what they represented, but this thing, through just one medium, had cost her 20 health points. Health points would slowly regenerate. Jiangqi knew this action was risky. The map had been taken. To uncover the expedition team's secrets, she could only start with the notebook. Since it was the expedition team's record, this attempt wouldn't immediately deplete her health points. At most, it would affect her mental state. This proved to be correct. Jiangqi found that looking at these symbols again wouldn't affect her for a short time, so she rewrote them in the correct order. Chapter 8. There's only fragmented information here. Whether the rest is with other players depends on the movements of the veteran players. Jing Tung, having obtained the map, will likely discover the symbols on it. Jiang Qi stuffed the notebook into the inner pocket of her coat and zipped it up. This thing might be a decent weapon. At the other end of the cabin. Player attacked by unknown means, HP reduced by 10. Player attacked by unknown means, HP reduced by 20. The notification sounded like a death knell. Jing Tang's features contorted in pain, a muffled groan escaping his throat. He tore the unfinished paper to shreds and threw it away. Your guess was right. There's something wrong with the thing. I heard a lot of strange sounds, and then my HP started dropping. If he were alone, he would never risk trying it. Jing Tung looked at Sun Tian and continued. Those with poor mental resilience might be able to maintain their rationality, but escaping is difficult. This is a mistake. Whoever gets involved will die. Sun Tian's expression was grave. Getting tainted by hatred will be very troublesome. Although the expedition team is related to these symbols, we don't necessarily need to delve into it. As long as we know the objective, the mission is complete. This instance is strange too. All the clues point to the expedition team, but the biggest problem is actually us players, Jing Tung said, puzzled. I never heard of such a situation before. Something's not right. We should all be cautious and pay close attention to the NPCs on the ship these next few days. Sun Tian glanced at the leather cover of the notebook, and the map spread out on the table. Jing Tung's lips twitched slightly, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Entering this instance is quite unlucky for these newbies. As night fell, the sea breeze carried the sound of water, and the unpleasant smell of second-hand smoke filled the air. Tonight's main dish was seafood caught by the crew. The simplest cooking brought out its delicious flavor. The crew sat around a table, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere much more harmonious than the expedition team. The crew's purpose is simple: to work hard, earn money, and go home. If they're not pretending, they shouldn't pose any danger to us, Fan Yuan said, standing on the other side of the deck. Currently, the expedition team, with their ulterior motives, seem like the dangerous ones. Jiang Qi looked up at the captain's cabin on the top deck. After a day, she had a fairly good understanding of the ship's basic situation. The fishing boat had 3 decks. The first was the deck, the second the crew quarters, and the third the captain's cabin, with storage below. The management team, led by the captain, and several of his fellow villagers had extensive ocean-going experience. Most of the remaining crew members were on their first voyage, hoping to work hard for a while, and earn a substantial reward to improve their lives back home. But some of them, I don't think, are good people, Fan Yuan added. Jiang Qi glanced sideways. What aspect are you referring to? Lu Yong is meticulous, and knows how to win people over. He carries a lot of weight among the lower-ranking crew members, Fan Yuan replied. He also has a good relationship with the expedition team. He was the one who showed me around the fishing boat today. Such a capable person is also quite shrewd. Jiang Qi looked towards the crew members. The lamplight reflected their shadows as they raised their glasses. 2 people in the middle were particularly noteworthy. One had impulsively assaulted a customer while working, incurring debt, and having to pay compensation. As for the other, he had come to work on the fishing boat through a friend's introduction to avoid trouble. These 2 were Wang Daong and Duan Ji. Wang Daong was also very close to Lu Yong. These crew members came from different backgrounds and had different personalities, but they all had one thing in common: they were short of money. Chapter 9. Apart from the crew on duty, everyone else returned to their cabins that night, and the ship was quiet. Jiang Qi checked her health on the game panel. In over 8 hours, she had only recovered 5 health points, and that was while resting. Less than 1 point per hour, too slow. Health recovery stops during heavy stamina consumption in combat, and stops below 50. No points to buy items, poor stats, the game's margin for error is very low. The wind was strong in the middle of the night, the fishing boat rocked gently, and Jiang Qi, being a light sleeper, hadn't slept much. Tian Junyang, staying next door, was seasick and vomited several times throughout the night. His cries sounded quite distressed. Around 5 a.m. the next morning, Jiang Qi got up to watch a free sunrise at sea and sort out her thoughts. This ship was too normal, unsettlingly normal. The game content points to the expedition team the player is playing. The reasonable mechanism is that once the game starts, no one can stop the plot, including the expedition team itself. What had she overlooked? In the single-player horror games she played before, reaching specific locations to unlock certain game segments was a common trope. The notebook also mentioned the pursuit of the Rakel Sea. So the expedition team needed to find something in the Rakel Sea. The past day was merely the initial exploration. Any game novice always has a safe period to adjust. Jiangqi had already tried raising the NPC's friendliness, but it was unsuccessful. It must only work with specific NPCs. Jiangqi straightened up, closed her eyes briefly. Now, she could only wait for the ship to reach the expedition team's destination before she could possibly find the problem. All she could do now was make the most of this time to increase her chances of winning. After a day and a night at sea, the water had turned a dark, almost black hue, making one's heart pound with fear as they stood by the railing and looked down. Tian Junyang ate his bowl of plain porridge absent-mindedly, barely listening to the conversation around him, before asking the second mate, "Is this ship safe?" The second mate paused, then smiled. "Safe? Of course it's safe. Is this your first time at sea?" Tian Junyang nodded slowly. The second mate understood. "Not to brag, but although I don't do serious research like you, I've been at sea for 7 or 8 years. My understanding of the ocean is no less than yours." That's right. Books are static, experience is dynamic. We still have a lot to learn from you, Zhao Qian said with a smile. "Oh, I wouldn't call it asking." The second mate was quite pleased with the expedition team's flattery. "Just ask if you don't know anything." Jing Tung exchanged a few polite words before asking, "How much longer until we arrive?" "Soon, around 3 or 4 in the morning," the second mate replied. "There's a trench over there that's 10,000 meters deep. I heard they discovered ancient creatures there. You're here for that, right?" "That's right." Jiangqi looked up, curious. "You've been sailing for so many years. Have you ever caught anything special?" The second mate waved his hand. "Those strange fish are all in the deep sea. Even if you manage to catch them, they'd be dead. By the way, there are storms these next few days. Be careful to keep your belongings safe and avoid dropping them. Don't go on deck when the waves are high." "That's all." Tian Junyang looked pale. Seasickness was more deadly than being on the deck. He regretted coming in. Seeing his expression, the second mate patted him on the shoulder before leaving and said confidently, "Don't worry, it's perfectly safe. We've seen plenty of storms and waves at sea, and we never encountered pirates." Jiangqi thought to himself, thank goodness they didn't say the ship was famously safe. Chapter 10. The day passed quickly. The only notable incident was around noon, when 2 crew members argued over a trivial matter during their shift change. Otherwise, the sea was calm. The setting sun sank below the horizon, the last rays disappearing into the distance. The fishing boat, only a few dozen meters long, appeared minuscule against the undulating waves. Starlight, some bright, some dim, twinkled in the sky, like eyes watching them from the dark universe. Perhaps in this game world, the twinkling stars were indeed eyes. Jiangqi, head tilted back in thought, was suddenly startled by a reprimanding voice. She quietly approached the sound. The fishing boat felt eerie and dark at night, especially the sound of her footsteps on the damp, blackened metal floor. She felt as if something was watching her from behind, but when she turned around, she saw nothing. The captain's cabin door was ajar. A dark figure was cast on the floor. Jiangqi stood in a corner out of the light, unable to hear what was being said. "What's this about written agreements? If you don't want to work, there are plenty of others who will pay the penalty for breach of contract." The captain's voice was stern. The other man lowered his head, his hands clenched into fists at his sides, and didn't say a word. The scene has been collected. The sound of reprimands coming from the captain's cabin. It's probably about wages. The crew members privately tried to negotiate with the captain, but the negotiation resulted in no agreement. Jiangqi recalled the argument between 2 crew members at noon. One of them, Cui Peng, was from the captain's hometown. He was known for his fiery temper and arrogance. In front of everyone, he punched another crew member without saying a word, hurling particularly offensive insults. When the captain arrived, he sided with Cui Peng, giving him a thorough scolding and threats. The other crew member then meekly admitted his mistake and pleaded his case until the matter was resolved. Jiangqi saw the shadows on the ground outside the captain's cabin begin to move. She turned and left first, unfortunately running into other players on the way. They stood in the shadows, exchanged glances, and tacitly walked to the right-hand railing of the cabin. "You got there before us. Did you find anything?" Sun Tian asked bluntly. "Someone went to negotiate wages with the captain, but he didn't get the result he wanted," Jiangqi said calmly. "As for who that person was, like you, we didn't see clearly. With so many crew members on the ship, just a silhouette was enough. The other players wouldn't recognize him, and she certainly wouldn't." Could this be related to our mission? Fan Yuan muttered to himself. It's a conflict between NPCs. One crew member acted impulsively, deciding to go all in, thinking, we're all going to die anyway. Might as well sink the ship. Jiangqi stared at his grimacing expression, as he said, we're all going to die, and remained silent for a moment. You're right. A vivid imagination. They wanted money. Survival is human instinct. For them, going all in was more cost-effective than going all in. There were ruthless people like that on the ship. To tamper with such a large ship, you need to be familiar with its operation. Ordinary crew members can't do it, Fan Yuan continued. Should we keep an eye on the life rafts just in case? That's a good idea, Jing Tung nodded first, then added, but the fishing boat is the main battleground. The wind is picking up. Everyone should head back early. As the storm rose at night, a rattling sound, like metal joints clanging and shaking, echoed from the fishing boat, sounding rather unpleasant. Jiangqi and Fan Yuan walked ahead to their respective rooms, while Jing Tung and Sun Tian deliberately lagged behind. These newbies are too weak. I think only Fan Yuan has a chance of surviving. Chapter 11. Jing Tung glanced back at the surging waves. No one mentioned the hidden information in the notebook. I'm inclined to believe they didn't find it. Not necessarily. Sun Tian pondered. He can even understand that original text. And Jiangqi, her stats are so bad, yet she dared to run off alone. Don't worry, the map is in our hands now. The four of them combined are useless. Jing Tung smiled. The last person who tried to play the fool and develop stealthily ended up kneeling and begging for mercy. All those tricks are useless against absolute strength. A light rain began to fall outside. The fishing boat's lights could only illuminate a small patch of sea. As far as the eye could see, there was endless darkness. The fishing boat seemed ready to be swallowed by the sea at any moment. Jiangqi leaned against the headboard, her mind racing with the faces of everyone on the boat. It seemed the veteran players within the expedition team had allies. The lower-ranking crew members and the captain's group didn't get along. Zhou Yunzhou and his group didn't favor any side, had no conflicts with anyone, and maintained a zen-like neutrality. Each member of the expedition team had a notebook, with slightly different contents depending on their character, but the key information was largely the same. No one mentioned the mysterious characters. Jiangqi wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal a potentially useful card. Doing so would attract the attention of veteran players. They searched all the possible clues, unsure if anything was missed. The mission progress hadn't changed. Tonight, the fishing boat would reach its destination. Sneaking out would likely yield some results, but it would also make them easy targets. When you gaze into the abyss also gazes into you. Go out, or remain still? Jiangqi held a notebook in her hand. She lacked sufficient means of self-defense, and the only thing she could use was the notebook itself, whose properties she didn't understand. Whether this was a good or bad opportunity was uncertain. Night deepened, the wind and waves outside grew stronger, and the cabin became increasingly dark and damp. Even the air she breathed had a sticky, salty taste. Just then, a series of heavy footsteps passed by the door. Only because the soundproofing was poor could Jiangqi discern the direction amidst the noise of the rain and waves. The expedition team's cabin was in the middle of the cabin. Judging from the direction of the footsteps, it was either the players to her left or the crew at the stern. The players to her left were Tian Junyang and Zhao Qian. They wouldn't go out in the middle of the night. This wasn't the time for crew changes either. About 2 hours earlier, Jiangqi had heard crew members returning from their shift change. She paid extra attention to shift change times and personnel every day. Jiangqi took a deep breath, slowed her breathing, and quietly opened the door, peeking out. The floor reflected a layer of water droplets in the flickering dim light. The people who had just passed by had already left the cabin. The stormy night was enough to conceal many clues. What were they doing out in the middle of the night? Jiangqi gently closed the door, pulled up her coat hood, and walked out of the cabin. As soon as she stepped out, the rain, scattered by the wind, hit her in the face. Several people were vaguely visible in a corner. She squinted, trying to see more clearly, but found it futile. They seemed to be discussing something. As lightning flashed across the night sky, a cold glint flashed in the hand of one of them. He was holding a knife. Jiangqi saw them split into two groups, one heading towards the watchman's room, the other heading straight for the brightly lit captain's cabin at the top. Did they intend to control the captain for negotiations, or hijack the ship? If they could take over the captain's cabin and disable the distress signals, they wouldn't receive any support. The impending massive storm would also provide them with an advantage. Ah! A scream suddenly came from above. Chapter 12. A fierce barrage of curses mixed with piercing screams followed, lasting for over 10 seconds before ceasing. Plot collected. Rainy night slaughter. Rainwater mixed with blood trickled down the edges and disappeared into the darkness. Thunder rumbled across the sky. By now, the crew members had calmed down, looking helplessly at Chui Peng lying motionless in a pool of blood. They had all participated, but none of them wanted to admit that they had killed Chui Peng. Duanji stepped forward and stomped on Chui Peng's corpse. What are you afraid of? I don't care about taking another life. Besides, he ran away and was accidentally swept into the sea by a wave. What does it have to do with us? Lu Yong remained silent, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. He instructed the crew members, keep an eye on those people from the expedition team. Nobody knows they're on this fishing boat. If they do anything unusual, you know what to do. The crew members, seeing their usually loyal and reliable elder brother Lu Yong with this crazed and terrifying expression, nodded repeatedly in fear. De Yong, come with me. Lu Yong then turned to the other side. The wind and rain intensified, black waves crashing against the deck. The fishing boat had reached the outer edge of the Raquel Sea. Splash. Water gushed out, something falling into the sea. Jiangqi couldn't see the splash, but she heard the vibration of her shoes on the metal. She glanced up, then immediately turned and hurried back. Some things, once done, can never be undone. They had killed someone together, becoming a community of interest. Next would be the crew and the expedition team outside their own ranks. Jiangqi paused, suddenly realizing they would likely have deployed men beforehand to surround the expedition team to prevent escape, and to prevent the remaining crew from hearing the commotion and ruining things. Going back now might very well lead her right into their trap. I can't go straight back to my room. Jiangqi made a quick decision, groping her way in the dark to the expedition team's office and turning on the light. Just as she took off her coat and turned it inside out to cover the water stains, two crew members appeared in the hallway outside. One had his right hand in his pocket, the other behind his back, striding towards the office. Jiangqi listened intently, confirming the footsteps outside, while simultaneously quickening her movements, grabbing a rag to wipe the water stains from the floor. They were coming. She had to hurry. Outside the door, a hand with a hint of dark red between its fingers slowly turned the doorknob. The light from inside shone on the damp shoes outside. Sitting at her desk, Jiangqi turned her head, calmly watching the two crew members blocking the door. The office was next to the rest area. Zhou Yunzhou had said the light bulbs here weren't very good, so walking this way wouldn't be easily seen, and the water stains left on her shoes along the way wouldn't be noticed. However, time was too tight. Her attempt to cover up the water stains wasn't meticulous enough, even somewhat rough. She only managed to stuff the rag into the drawer at the last minute, almost missing it. Being stuck in an office with only one door was indeed quite unpleasant. Rather than trusting the NPC's friendliness, Jiangqi was more inclined to rely on her own judgment of the optimal solution. Lu Yong first glanced at the open books and notebooks on the table, then looked at the pen in Jiangqi's hand, and said with surprise and calm, "We saw lights here, so we came to check." "Still up so late?" "Can't sleep. Came to look at some data." Jiangqi put down her pen and closed her notebook. "Are you on duty today?" "Yes, a storm is coming, and we need someone to patrol." Lu Yong spoke with his usual smile, but the smell of blood on him couldn't be washed away even by the heavy rain. Chapter 13. He stood outside the door as he left, the frozen smile on his face slowly deepening, the subtle changes making his entire face look unusually cold, and his cloudy eyes also held a hint of madness, like a deranged killer on a rainy night. The door clicked shut, sending a chill down her spine. Jiangqi glanced down at the coat draped over her lap, a slight smile playing on her lips, her right hand casually twirling a pen as if she were studying intently. How could a goal-oriented, obsessive-compulsive research team member easily put down the half-read documents? The character setting provided by the game was also important information. Going out now was still a death sentence. Lu Yong was standing outside. 1 second she opened the door, the next second a knife was slashing down. Jiangqi casually flipped through the pages of her book, pondering whether the people on the ship knew the expedition had ulterior motives. When the expedition boarded, the crew helped carry their luggage, and then the players entered. Did anyone rummage through the luggage and discover anything in between? Some of them might have guessed that the expedition's voyage wasn't simple, but that's definitely not the right answer. Using NPCs to solve side quests isn't very feasible. Jiangqi clicked her tongue with slight regret. The expedition's equipment was good. Their clothes were windproof, waterproof, and quick-drying. A quick shake, and they were ready to go. Jiangqi put on her coat, tidied her desk, and got up to leave the office. She hadn't planned to leave, but the surrounding environment was gradually becoming unsettling. The air was more humid than before, and the salty, fishy smell was growing stronger. She sensed something was about to happen. Jiangqi reached out and opened the door. Darkness enveloped her. A torrential downpour was falling outside, the sound of waves crashing incessantly, yet the ship's passageway was eerily silent. She stood there alone, yet she had a feeling that she wasn't alone. Her breath seemed to mingle with another's heavy, rapid breathing. Jiangqi suddenly turned around. Everything was shrouded in darkness, leaving only blurry black outlines. Even if something was there, she couldn't see it clearly. She decided to pretend she didn't know and continued walking forward, but the breathing sound grew closer, perhaps only a few steps away. It seemed like she was in big trouble. Something was following her. Jiangqi silently calculated the distance. There were lights ahead, but she wasn't sure she could reach them before the thing behind her caught up. She looked to the more open space to her left, at the pile of tattered fishing nets in the corner. She decisively rushed over, using the 2 rows of fixed iron frames and the nets to conceal herself. The strange breathing sound stopped, but the silence only lasted a few seconds before it reappeared, this time even closer. Jiangqi tried to shrink further in while carefully adjusting her angle to look out. She wanted to see what it was. Amidst the clamor of the rain, 2 luminous blue-green spheres, slightly smaller than a fist, slowly emerged from the darkness. They were quite pretty on their own, but the sight of these 2 glowing spheres embedded in a long, narrow object, blinking and rotating as they searched for their target, was downright sanity-inducing. In this dire situation, there was no way she could go out to check its information. Jiangqi grabbed an old fishing net, reeking of fish, and covered herself completely. She had a vivid image in her mind. This thing had been following her. Every time she turned around, it would disappear into the darkness. The next time she turned back, it would reappear in a soft, repulsive position, waiting for its prey. And where was that breathing sound coming from? 2 eyeballs can breathe? No, this is only part of it. Judging from the position of the glowing spheres, the rest should be on the other side of the iron frame behind her. Chapter 14. This. Jiangqi remained motionless, listening intently to the sounds outside. The thing was looking for her, deliberately hiding and pretending to have left to lure her out. After 7 or 8 minutes, it finally gave up and went in another direction. The sound of breathing faded into the distance. Jiangqi didn't immediately pull back the fishing net. She was afraid the thing would come back, and if she stood up, she'd be facing 2 huge eyeballs. She couldn't fight them, and she couldn't dig them out to sea. Jiangqi waited in the pile of fishing nets for a long time, her body numb. Only when she was sure the thing was really gone did she pull back the nets. Covered in the stench of fish, she felt like she'd been pickled. Back in her room, she locked the door and laid down on the bed in her outer clothes. That thing has 2 glowing eyes, so its eyesight should be excellent, but there are gaps when it rotates and surveys, about 2 or 3 seconds. It probably has some intelligence, but not much. Did it not attack earlier because the distance wasn't enough? Does its attack method require both eyesight and distance? Jiangqi leaned against the wall, squinted for a moment. It was almost 4 or 5 a.m., still dark, when Lu Yong and Duanji, who had already taken control of the fishing boat, led their men to the expedition team's room. The second mate, covered in blood and barely clinging to life, was thrown in front of them. His abdomen, ripped open by a knife, revealed a section of intestine. With such injuries, and the amount of bleeding, the chances of survival on the ship were practically 0. Just 2 days ago, they were sitting together eating, talking about making money to build houses back home, sending their children to school so their ancestral graves would rise in good fortune. The unfinished beer was still there, but the people were unrecognizable. Even the usually honest and kind Wu Wenjong had picked up a knife, his eyes revealing a fierce glint. Tian Junliang screamed in terror at the sight, staring at the blood spreading to his feet, trembling as he backed away. Duanji, the leader, was quite pleased with Tian Junliang's display of fear. I don't like nonsense. You're not here for research, are you? The fishing boat will soon be heading to the Porto Trench. We take a share of what you're looking for. Jiangqi glanced at the 2 men standing beside Duanji. These 2 were usually quiet, unremarkable in appearance, the kind of people most easily overlooked among the crew. The NPC information provided in the game wasn't very intuitive. Duanji had come to the ship to avoid trouble, perhaps hiding from debt collectors, or perhaps he was a fugitive. The person who introduced him was obviously in cahoots with him. They might have initially come because of the expedition team. Duanji and his few men couldn't kill the captain's confidant and take control of the fishing boat in such a short time, so they sought cooperation with Lu Yong. The lower-ranking crew members, led by Lu Yong, were all short of money and had conflicts with the fishing boat's management. If they all killed someone together, they'd be bound together, and the best candidate was the arrogant and domineering Cui Peng. Duanji also had the expedition team as leverage. The contents of his notebook were beyond the comprehension and reach of ordinary people. It was hard to judge how much Duanji knew, but the conditions he negotiated with Lu Yong were mostly related to money and power, two things few in the world wouldn't want. This fishing boat was truly lively. A group of fake expedition team members with ulterior motives, crew members who had killed for money and were gradually losing their humanity, and a fugitive who might have been watching the expedition team from the beginning, orchestrating everything. Jiangqi mentally retraced the clues since entering the game. She had previously said the expedition team was like a villainous boss, and today they had been double-crossed. Chapter 15. Duanji ran the back of his knife across Tian Juliang's cheek, threatening with a forced smile. With so many people, throw a few disobedient ones into the sea, and the rest can still work, right? Yes, I just came along to broaden my horizons. Big brother, I definitely won't ruin your plans, I cooperate. Tian Juliang was terrified of saying the wrong thing, and being used as an example, huddled against the wall trembling like a leaf, his composure on the verge of collapse. Dark clouds shrouded the entire sky, waves roared in the gale, rain seeped into the cabin, and the nauseating stench of blood and a sticky feeling filled every corner of the fishing boat. Jing Tum calmly asked, "What do you want, and how will you divide it?" He could still get information out of an NPC at this point. He was truly a seasoned veteran with high combat power. Jiangqi also hoped the NPC would provide an answer so she could hitch a ride on his side quest, but unfortunately, the NPC didn't seem inclined to reply. Duanji's lips curled into a strange smile, the gleaming knife in his hand almost blinding. "Don't you know what you're looking for? Do I need to tell you?" His eyes, with excessive white showing, swept over the group of players, giving the impression that he might transform into a crazed beast at any moment, brandishing a cleaver and slicing someone's head off. Jing Teng's expression changed slightly, but he quickly regained his composure, stating pragmatically, "We do as you say." Seeing this unintentional display from the NPCs, Jiangqi finally concluded that both Lu Yong and Duanji, the two leaders, and the crew members present were acting strangely. It wasn't the normal psychological change after getting blood on their hands. Rather, something was silently eroding them, gradually eroding their sanity. If they had sanity points, they were now on the verge of reaching zero. Jiangqi could only think of the items the expedition team had brought. Could the prophet who had threatened to disembark have also come into contact with them? Jing Tung was being ordered by an NPC to dispose of the corpse. The players stood by watching, cold rain dripping down their faces and soaking their hair. A sobbing sound filled the sea breeze, making it difficult to stand. Tian Junyang gripped the railing tightly with both hands. Looking up, he saw the corpse's head tilted to the side, its lifeless eyes staring straight at him. He immediately shuddered and fell to the ground. After 2 days together, the second mate was the most easygoing member of the management team. Now, witnessing him die in such a gruesome manner, and thinking of their own isolation at sea, the fear of death combined with the oppressive environment made the novice players feel cold and breathless. Jiangqi genuinely treated everything here as a game. She felt a few emotions, but they weren't affected. She simply had to stand back as a formality. The body fell into the water, and was swallowed by the Black Sea in the blink of an eye, its crimson blood drifting consciously into the dark, lightless depths. The dark clouds hung low, the waves pounded against the lower deck windows, and chaos reigned in the cabin. Unsecured stools shifted and overturned along the ship's tilt, and the overhead lights flickered with a crackling sound. The expedition team was being held captive in the office. Everyone knew that if they couldn't produce something satisfactory to the NPCs, they would be the next ones to die. "This stupid game, I'm not playing anymore." Zhao Qian paced back and forth several times, growing increasingly anxious. "What are we looking for? They won't tell us how to find it. They're deliberately trying to kill us." "The fishing boat will reach the surface of the Porto Tour Trench in about an hour," Jiangqi said. Chapter 16. What do we do? Zhao Qian was even more anxious. Give them all the money? Didn't they say they wanted money? It's useless, this is the game's storyline. This little bit of money can bring back the NPC's humanity and reason? Dream on. Jing Tum looked at Fan Yuan, who was rapidly flipping through books and documents. If we can't find it, there's only one possibility. The clues aren't here at all. Zhao Qian grabbed a handful of his hair. They're watching from outside. Where else can we go? He could tell from this group of fellow countrymen players that not a single one of them was trustworthy. We're trapped here, only waiting to die. Zhao Qian suddenly turned his head, a ruthless glint in his eyes. Why don't we kill them? Jiang Qi glanced at Zhao Qian. This man was extremely cautious and shrewd. He shouldn't be so easily thrown off balance. But now he was like a stretched, taut rubber band, the weakest point in the middle reaching the breaking point. The NPCs were like that just now too. Everyone on the ship was unknowingly influenced by something unseen. A confused mind easily leads to wrong decisions, so they needed to clear the level quickly. Another message came from outside. Zhou Yunzhou was missing. The crew had searched the entire fishing boat but couldn't find him. They said he had witnessed a murder, suffered a mental breakdown, ran to the deck, and was swept away by the waves. Jiang Qi stared at the surging waves outside the window. These weren't the two eyeballs she seen last night. This thing hadn't appeared at all, they hadn't even sensed it, yet it was undeniably present, corrupting their minds in a bizarre way that no human could resist. If they came into direct contact with it, could anyone here withstand it? You're not telling me you're too scared to do it, are you? Zhao Qian smirked, glancing at Jing Teng. They're just a bunch of NPCs. If they don't die, we die. Not counting those who joined later out of necessity, Fan Yuan said gravely, there are 11 of them. And they're all madmen and desperados with knives. Madmen and desperados are at least human, the real fear is that they might turn into monsters, Jiang Qi added inwardly. Let's escape. Tian Junliang, who had been silent all along, spoke up, his expression anything but normal. I've been memorizing the fastest route to the life raft for the past 2 days. That trench is off limits. Jiang Qi, if they're going to hijack the ship, they at least guard the life raft, even if they don't destroy it. This won't work, that won't work, are we just going to wait to die? Zhao Qian questioned Jiang Qi, then turned to Jing Teng. Captain, what do you suggest? We do as you say. Or maybe we should bring out that map and study it together. Jing Teng glanced down at Zhao Qian and laughed in exasperation. This good-for-nothing really didn't know his own limitations. What can you possibly figure out? Meeting Jing Teng's sharp gaze, Zhao Qian immediately fell silent. Dealing with the crew isn't difficult, taking down the leader will make things much easier. Jing Teng glanced at Sun Tian discreetly. They weren't novices, they knew perfectly well what the changes in the NPCs meant. Waiting any longer could lead to trouble. Let's find a chance to get out, look for clues first, and then go to the captain's cabin. You can choose not to do it. Jing Teng looked at the tightly closed door. What he didn't notice was the faint smile that appeared on Jiang Qi's lips as she lowered her head. Not to do it? Did they have a choice? If Jing Teng and Sun Tian ran away, the remaining people would be doomed once the NPC arrived. The enraged NPC would definitely teach the expedition team a painful lesson. Chapter 17. Jing Teng didn't expect them to take the blame. He only needed to use the 4 newbies to distract the NPCs. He didn't just send them to their deaths. Honestly, the veteran players were quite generous. At this moment, only 2 crew members were guarding outside. Sun Tian excused herself to go to the restroom, and Zhao Qian was waiting for Jing Teng to arrange the plan, when suddenly a heavy object fell, and shouts rang out almost simultaneously. Wang Daong, who was left behind, rushed over with a knife. Jing Teng dashed out, subdued Wang Daong from the side, and quickly disarmed him. Zhao Qian didn't even have time to react, his attention was entirely on Jing Teng. He hadn't expected that Sun Tian, a newbie female player, could single-handedly defeat the strong crew members, nor had he expected that these two hadn't intended to include them in the game. Grab them. Wang Daong roared as he got up from the ground, a foul-smelling black liquid oozing from the wound where his knife was taken away. You better not fall into my hands. Jing Teng, who had only taken a few steps, changed his expression. The player attacked NPC Wang Daong and stole his weapon. Wang Daong locked onto the player's aggro, simultaneously affecting 5 crew members within a 10-meter radius of him. Jiang Qi stood by the door, calmly glancing at Jing Teng's group. A slight smile played on her lips. They had made the right choice, and she had been waiting for the 2 high-powered players to make the first move. This would hold off the crew members and weaken them. Those with nothing to lose or fearless. Even if she guessed wrong, Jiang Qi didn't care. She couldn't defeat the NPC no matter when she went out. It was a matter of who lost patience. The normal strategy was to escape before the fishing boat reached the Porto Tour Trench and the NPC's influence worsened. However, the game had anticipated the player's prediction. Jing Teng and Sun Tian knew a chase was coming, and they dared to fight because of their strength. However, they hadn't anticipated the spread of hatred. One crew member summoned 5 helpers, who relentlessly pursued them, and each counterattack locked onto another layer of hatred. The out-of-control crew. They carried a filthy, vengeful power, and were incredibly strong. Jing Tung glanced back, cursing inwardly as he ran forward. The unlucky guys Wang Daong had summoned, soaking wet, left sticky footprints with every step, ignoring everyone else and charging straight at him. Player attacked by out-of-control crew, HP reduced by 15. Jing Tung tightened his grip, raising his cleaver. Attacking would lock onto hatred. Should he just kill them outright? Stop! Sun Tian's shout came too late. The player killed NPC Wang Daong. Be careful, he will retaliate on a stormy night. Jing Tung suddenly realized, paused for half a second, and then closed the warehouse door with Sun Tian in frustration. I know, the dead NPCs are the biggest danger in this dungeon. This is hardly the difficulty of a beginner's dungeon. Even Jing Tung, who had been handling things with ease, felt a chill run down his spine. The out-of-control crew members weren't difficult to deal with, but they couldn't be killed. Their hatred was like a virus, infecting one after another. The only option was to run, and the dead crew members would return. I warned you. Sun Tian quickly regulated her breathing. This dungeon is strange. Even with high combat power, you can't be careless. Just now I thought, kill him, and the hatred will disappear. The thought had barely crossed my mind when I subconsciously acted. Jing Tung realized he had been a bit impulsive. The most direct way to clear hatred is to eliminate the opponent, that's true. Items are only used as a last resort. After all, items aren't cheap, and they couldn't afford a second one. Chapter 18. There's something in this instance that affects people's minds. Li Bin, who disembarked earlier, and the current crew, are all probably connected to what's on that map. Sun Tian took a deep breath. And that Jiang Qi? Could she have known all along? The person who left the room last night wasn't Fan Yuan, but her. The anomalies in this instance had cost them dearly. The situation had reversed. A novice player shouldn't be so perceptive, but she just felt something was off about Jiang Qi. Even Jing Tung was affected, yet Jiang Qi, with her poor stats, remained calm. Unless she's not a newbie, even we've fallen for her trick. Out of 100 newbies, maybe one has such good awareness. I think most of them are probably dead. Jing Tung suddenly heard a noise outside and warned, something's coming. Thump. A metallic clanging sound came from an indiscernible direction, followed by a strange, heart-stopping dragging motion, approaching again and again in the relatively enclosed space. The rain connected the dark sky and the sea, lightning flashed into the water illuminating the surging waves, almost swallowing the faint light of the fishing boats. Tian Junliang struggled to open his eyes, walking against the wind in the rain. Almost there, just a little more. Those who refused to leave with him would die here. Looking at the life raft before him, a relieved smile spread across Tian Junliang's face. The chill of the rain was replaced by excitement. He put on his life jacket, preparing to lower the raft. Suddenly, the metal on the side of his cheek glowed. Tian Junliang's mind went blank. Slowly and carefully, he turned his head to look. A blue-green, eerie eyeball stood before him, staring straight at him. The stench of the sea filled the air. This eye was dazzling yet terrifying. A single glance could instill the deepest fear and despair in anyone. Tian Junliang's eyes nearly bulged out. He screamed madly, his face contorted in agony. Finally, he gouged out his left eye, thick liquid overflowing from the bloodied socket, staining his entire face red and making him look like a demon. A deafening rumble echoed across the sea. In flashes of white light, long, thin objects rose and lunged at Tian Junliang. Crunching sounds came from their gaping mouths, and a pale, severed finger pointed towards the life raft. Brightly colored life jackets were soaked with blood. The wind howled beneath the inky black clouds, whipping the rain into a white mist. At its highest point, the waves nearly lifted the decks vertically, bringing the fishing boats to a sudden halt. Main storyline. A stormy night is approaching, and this sea is about to be hit by a massive storm. The blasphemous creatures from the dark abyss will board the fishing boats. When she received the system notification, Jiang Qi was lying under her bed in the crew quarters. A person walking past her carried a damp, fishy smell. She didn't dare move, afraid the person would turn around and peek inside. The crew members who had chased Jing Tung and his companion had a layer of slimy mucus on their skin, making them look disgusting and inhuman. That thing that hadn't appeared yet could not only affect a person's mind, but also cause them to become mutated. Jiang Qi took advantage of the chaos to run into this area to search. Most of the crew were chasing Jing Tung and his companion, so her arrival was relatively easy. Although she hadn't found anything yet, she still had to thank the two high-level players, who stood up against the storm to draw aggro. The dormitory had no windows and no lights. The sound of the rain hitting the hull was deafening, and an indescribable sense of oppression filled the air. Chapter 19. Jiangqi watched as the feet returned. Unfortunately, the ship tilted and swayed violently. She grabbed the overhead metal frame with one hand and the bed leg with the other, struggling to maintain her balance, trying to avoid falling out and rolling into the slimy crew member's path. She also hoped the creature wouldn't fall and see her. She didn't have the combat power of Jing Tung and Sun Tian. She couldn't fight them, and she couldn't run away. Her health points wouldn't recover in time. Her chances of survival after being discovered were estimated at only 40%, otherwise she wouldn't have been trapped in the dormitory for so long. A wave crashed in, and the ship rocked again. This time, Jiangqi suddenly saw a dark brown tentacle on the person outside. The slime dripping from the bedside slowly flowed towards her. From this angle, it could see her with just a slight tilt of its head. Jiangqi's heart skipped a beat, her breath caught in her throat. Taking advantage of something falling in the dormitory to attract its attention, she risked rolling to the back of the bed. Tentacles, unknown attack range, it's always better to stay away. Seeing the people outside walking towards the door, before Jiangqi could even breathe a sigh of relief, her hand accidentally touched something wet and slippery. She froze instantly, moving her fingers to slowly bring it to her eyes. It looked like a fragment of skin reeking of dead fish. Realizing what it was, Jiangqi immediately threw it away, looking at her hand with disgust. She disliked damp environments, which she could tolerate for the sake of the game, but this fishy-smelling molted skin was too repulsive. Jiangqi considered herself to have a strong mental fortitude, but even the thought of the sticky, soft texture on her hand made her nauseous. She couldn't think about it. She had to distract herself. Jiangqi took a deep breath. The crew had stolen the expedition's belongings, the clue the player had been searching for, and this clue was also key to the side quest. Where will it be placed? Searching place by place, she died before finding it. The hiding place must be extremely concealed, not easily discovered, and in a place the expedition team wouldn't go. The first person to go insane was Li Bin. Later, we encountered Duanji and Lu Yong. Have we searched their crew quarters? The second part of the plot involves a rainy night killing. Duanji was on duty before midnight. He went to the warehouse that day to organize fishing gear. Was it the watchman's room, or the warehouse below? It's already dark. The ship not only has molten crew members searching for the expedition team, but also a blasphemous creature. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the thing with two glowing eyes we saw before. The watchman's room and the cargo hold are far apart. Searching the wrong place, and then moving on to the next is extremely difficult, given the already low margin for error. The crew members were all influenced by that thing. Would it be safe to follow them? It was too dark all around. Jiangqi only vaguely saw the crew members disappear by the door. Rain poured down like bullets. The sound of the surging waves seemed to threaten to engulf the world. The dormitory was filled with a damp, gloomy smell. The eerie darkness and silence made her uneasy. Jiangqi slowly crawled out from under the bed, crouching as she walked towards the ajar door. She grabbed a flashlight along the way. Just as she was about to touch the doorknob, a thick, heavy thing reached out from the darkness. In a split second, Jiangqi rolled to the ground. Bang! The door slammed shut. Jiangqi looked at the crew member hiding in the darkness, no longer human. Its skin was covered in mucus, so pale you could see the black veins. It had a mouthful of yellow fangs, and its left arm had turned into a dark brown tentacle. Chapter 20. The attack range was roughly 3 to 4 meters. Because her mutated legs made her walk relatively slowly, but the tentacle's attack speed was incredibly fast. She could dodge, but the chance of error was low. A tentacle as thick as a thigh lashed out again. Jiangqi intentionally lured it aside, then charged towards the door, pulling it open. Just as half her body was already out, the tentacle suddenly wrapped around her right foot. Jiangqi instinctively gripped the doorframe tightly, but her strength and defense were too low. A strong stench wafted from behind her. The exit was right in front of her, yet her body was being dragged slowly into the darkness. Continuing to fight would only lead to death. Jiangqi thought for a moment and decided to strike first. She released her right hand and quickly pulled out the notebook she had filled with symbols on the first page several times. The tentacle that had been holding her retracted. The crew member fell against the wall, letting out a shriek. Its face grew increasingly ferocious. It stared fiercely at Jiangqi, but dared not look at the open notebook. So that's how it is. Jiangqi pushed herself up from the floor, glanced at the scraped wound on her hand, straightened the notebook, and stretched it forward, trying to make the crew member whose arm had turned into tentacles see it more clearly. Another burst of fine, piercing, and chaotic cries followed. If monster language could be translated, it would probably be cursing Jiangqi for being inhuman, asking who the real boss was. The player uses the notebook to attack the out-of-control crew member. Aggro is locked. It could see the symbols on the notebook in this not completely dark environment, indicating good night vision. It might also sense the power carried by the symbols. It was mutated because of this power, so its heightened perception is understandable. Ignoring the aggro value, Jiangqi moved her flashlight to observe its changes. You dare not look directly at this content? It will drive you to the brink of collapse and lead to even more terrifying mutations. The out-of-control crew member's hatred for the player has deepened, and it has decided to tear you to pieces. The aggro value will spread, affecting 2 crew members within a 5-meter radius. A few hours ago, Jing Tang attacked Wang Daong, but attracted the aggro of 5 crew members. It seems Wang Daong is an elite monster, while this is a normal one. Jiangqi looked down indifferently at the monster curled up in agony on the ground. She had originally wanted to run out and try the laptop's effects again, but in the darkness, she couldn't see clearly and inevitably wanted to leave first. However, her movement still resulted in an accident. The laptop can indeed be used as a weapon, but only temporarily to repel the monster. A few fragmented symbols, indirectly carrying power, are the source of the crew member's mutation. Using it repeatedly will likely make the crew member even more terrifying. Free items in the game have usage restrictions. After understanding this, Jiangqi quickly left the dormitory, running across the corner before the crew member rushed out. The wind was too strong, and rainwater was blown into the cabin. Jiangqi crouched at the bottom of the metal staircase, half soaked, water dripping from the ends of her hair. Once the fishing boat stabilized slightly, she took out her notebook, closed her eyes, and tried to recall the ancient symbols inside. Stars, abyss, time. Since they were related, the power they carried should be receptive, right? Images of various areas of the fishing boat appeared before her eyes, and the eerie whispers echoed in her ears again. Jiangqi had experienced it once before, and still couldn't resist its corrosive influence, actively sensing it was still incredibly painful. Player has been attacked by an unknown entity. Health -15, sanity -5. Duty room. It's the duty room. In the innermost drawer, the key had fallen into the engine room below. Chapter 21. Jiangqi glanced at the prominent exclamation mark in the prompt, struggled to her feet while holding onto the metal stairs, and headed towards the duty room. The game inevitably had levels. After obtaining items, she would still need to consume health points to acquire information. This was unavoidable. The game was designed this way to increase difficulty by depleting the player's health. She didn't want to give up any part of the mission, so she had to manage her health to progress to the later stages. Out of caution, Jiangqi didn't use a flashlight. The first half of the path was relatively easy, except for the swaying, and she didn't encounter anything strange. She found a soaking wet toolbox, and took out a flathead screwdriver and a Phillips screwdriver, stuffing them into her pockets. The stifling, damp environment made it hard to breathe. The ajar door rattled in the wind, and waves occasionally crashed against the windows. Jiangqi blinked hard, her eyes blurred by the rain. Just before her luminous eyes turned, she quickly crouched behind a 2-meter-high obstruction. The metal staircase above leads to the watchman's room and captain's cabin, and down to the engine room. The expedition team had wanted to visit, but outsiders weren't allowed in while the fishing boat was in motion. Jiangqi slowly moved to observe the situation outside. The engine room only had one entrance, and a creature with 2 large eyes was patrolling the only way through. The notebook was probably useless here. This thing was likely stronger than elite monsters like Wang Daong. Its eyes were key, so she had to find a way to avoid its gaze and reach the engine room. There were obstacles provided by the fishing boat and piles of fishing nets and debris to avoid along the way, but getting through would definitely not be easy. There were several possible routes within the obstacles, and if she took the wrong one, given her numbers, she'd be dead. Add to that the night, the storm, and the buff stacked high. A veil seemed to veil her vision, holding her breath. Every step felt like walking on thin ice. Jiangqi walked each few steps with immense tension. The instant the waves rushed in, she was drenched from head to toe, her mouth and nose filled with salt. Her body temperature was rapidly dropping, and she forced herself to stop shivering. Warning: players in a cold state for an extended period will experience a decrease in health. Jiangqi adjusted her hat brim and wiped the water from her face. Her pale face was somewhat conspicuous in the darkness. Through observation, she discovered that the path the thing outside followed was predictable. By calculating the gaps and directions of its eye movements, she could pass through if she timed it precisely. The section ahead was the most difficult to pass. The distance between the obstacles was far, and a mistake would mean being trapped. Jiangqi counted the seconds in her mind, preparing to rush out quickly, when suddenly she caught a glimpse of another blue-green light flashing past what she thought was a safe spot, and a trembling black mass beside the obstacle. She froze, retreating into the shadows, nearly tumbling over. There wasn't just one monster here. It might even have more than 2 eyes. She hadn't seen its full form, so she couldn't accurately assess the situation, but the gap between the patrol points was much smaller than she anticipated. And what was that dark, indistinct shape in the area where she could find cover? Jiangqi pulled out a waterproof flashlight, and as her eyes darted around, she aimed it at the dark object, adjusting it to the lowest setting. A panicked face appeared. Jiangqi paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. Fang Yuan, clutching a harpoon, crouched on the ground, his face deathly pale as he faced the light, his body huddled in a ball, trembling uncontrollably. Whether from the cold or sheer terror, it was hard to tell. Chapter 22. He saw Jiangqi holding a flashlight to his side, his tearful expression freezing on his face, his hand gripping the harpoon pausing. Holy crap! Fang Yuan's chest heaved violently, he was completely dumbfounded. It was this girl. She suddenly shone a light on him, crouching in the rain with long hair, looking like a water ghost. Wait, what was she doing? Why was she walking this way? Had she gone mad like Zhao Qian? Fang Yuan watched in horror as Jiangqi hunched over, moving through the darkness, her gaze brushing past his as he stood opposite her. Fang Yuan opened his mouth, but before he could utter a sound, he saw Jiangqi calmly extend her hand to give him a timer, signaling him to act. This position won't work. The monster will definitely see us when it turns around. People will die. Watching Jiangqi lower her last finger, Fang Yuan's chaotic thoughts raced, but he steeled himself, closed his eyes, and charged forward. This was suicide, but dying sooner or later was the same, so what difference did it make? Fang Yuan awaited his fate with despair and sorrow. Just then, a force grabbed him by the back of his neck and pulled him back. A crisp voice rang out, "Go!" At the same time, 2 eyeballs turned around simultaneously. Jiangqi's back pressed against the cold, damp metal, burying his head in his blind spot. Above him, 2 thick, writhing tentacles, sticky with eyeballs, extended from the left and right. The fishing boat tilted to the right with a heavy creak, the water on the ground flowing, the biting cold and indescribable fear reaching the deepest part of their hearts. They had nowhere to escape. The 2 eyeballs slowly rose, their sharp gazes scanning through the rain and the darkness, searching for the player who had entered the territory. Fang Yuan held his breath, staring at the splashing water on the ground. His heart pounded. Rainwater stung his eyes, but he dared not wipe it away. Nothing was more devastating than seeing a glimmer of hope for survival only to plunge back into utter despair. The entire sea was raging with the storm, but he felt an eerie silence around him, the heavy breathing unusually clear in his ears. Half a minute later, the eyeball finally left his grasp. Fang Yuan's heart was in his throat. He turned his head and saw Jiangqi propping her chin up, staring at the spot where the eyeball had been. She didn't look like a newbie whose base stats didn't even add up to 60. You weren't observing its patrol patterns, were you? Fang Yuan asked, his eyes glazed. How could it survive here? Didn't you notice? Jiangqi recalled the brief moment when, in the flash of lightning, she finally saw the creature's full form. It was hard to describe. Several tentacles lay on the ground like a giant sea anemone, with a mouth filled with sharp teeth in the center. The system displayed profane creatures in the darkness. But those eyeballs clearly possessed human characteristics. We didn't have enough time to pass through. That spot was where their patrol route was most concentrated. Fang Yuan paused. 6 eyeballs in total. If they were seen, it would be all over. Zhao Qian died here. He went mad, tore off his own face, had a leg bitten off, and fell into the sea while struggling to escape. Not seen, but made eye contact with these eyeballs, Jiangqi calmly corrected. Fang Yuan looked at Jiangqi with surprise and suspicion. You know? Such large eyeballs, aren't they obvious enough? Jiangqi met his gaze and continued. We can't make any noise to lure them away. Fang Yuan nodded blankly. How did you and Zhao Qian get trapped here? Chapter 23. We're heading to the captain's cabin. Fang Yuan looked towards the stairs ahead. But then we encountered these things. At first, I thought there were only 2 eyeballs, and I timed my approach, but before we were even halfway there, a few more appeared. They sense when players get too close. We already confirmed that, Jiangqi said softly. You know their patrol locations and times, right? What are you planning to do? Fang Yuan became secretly wary. I get to that spot soon. Jiangqi shone her flashlight behind her, and numbered the monsters. Then, when the first monster on the right turns around, follow behind it, avoiding the second and third. If anything unexpected happens, I use my sensory range to lure them away. If you don't want to die of hypothermia here, you can cooperate with me to get out. Fang Yuan frowned. Don't you think that's too risky? If we don't control the distance well, one turn of these things and we're dead. There are only 2 or 3 seconds at most, and there's a possibility that our mental state will be affected and we miscalculate the time. It won't be enough time. He didn't trust Jiang Qi. This person could find a way out of a desperate situation that most people wouldn't dare to take. He had been hiding his strength all along. His supposedly weak attributes were a lie. If the plan required him to lure the monsters away first, Fang Yuan definitely wouldn't consider it. Aren't you worried that I run away while you lure them away? Fang Yuan asked again. If that's really the case, Jiang Qi narrowed her eyes and said casually, I suppose I misjudged the situation. Fang Yuan was taken aback. He hadn't expected to hear such a straightforward and trusting answer, but something still felt off. Jiang Qi had indeed saved him, otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted long, even if he hadn't been killed by the monster. After a moment's thought, Fang Yuan, though somewhat apprehensive, agreed. He had no other choice. Okay, we do it your way. And thank you. Jiang Qi glanced at Fang Yuan. Of course, she wouldn't risk her life on someone else. She trusted no one but herself. She only said she made a mistake in judgment, without specifying who would bear the consequences. Jiang Qi dared not use plans or people she couldn't control. You're welcome. If you had lost your mind, I would have used you to lure the monster without hesitation. A madman isn't worth my risk. Jiang Qi only said half of her story. It wasn't that she hadn't considered pushing Fang Yuan out directly. Saving him wasn't because they were all players, and she couldn't bring herself to do it, but because this was a multiplayer dungeon. She didn't know if there were any later stages that required cooperation, and Fang Yuan was there to avoid having to rely on 2 experienced players later. Also, she needed to use her health to advance the quest, and having another person made it easier to manage her health. It wouldn't be worthwhile to waste Fang Yuan's stats on a player who could remain calm, so Jiang Qi decided to see if they could cooperate. Understood. I won't turn back to save an out-of-control player. Going over while they're attracting monsters is the best option. That's how Fang Yuan managed to survive until now, hiding in a blind spot of the monsters. Jiang Qi's words were cold and realistic, which reassured him. Fang Yuan wasn't foolish enough to think that a player who had come all alone would care about these so-called teammates. Clearly stating that he was useful, and only wanted to save him was more trustworthy than a friendly attitude. Having heard half of Jiang Qi's planned route, Fang Yuan asked, somewhat confused, You're not going to the captain's cabin? You're going to the engine room? Chapter 24. Jiang Qi nodded. I didn't say I was going to the captain's cabin. Fang Yuan gave her a no-questions-asked gesture. Any further delay, and he'd freeze. Since he'd chosen to cooperate, he'd trust her. Besides, she wouldn't be so foolish as to get herself killed. Before they moved, Fang Yuan suddenly realized something and asked, the clue Jingtung said he was looking for, is it in the engine room? To be precise, to find the clue, we need to get a key from the engine room first. Jiang Qi didn't hide anything. Fang Yuan's mouth gaped slightly. He thought, she's really ruthless. She knows where Jingtung doesn't. Jiang Qi started counting down 1, 2, 3. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 of them bent over and quickly reached the next sheltered spot, then had to follow the monster through the narrowest part of the passage. The wind and rain were fierce, and there was no lighting to provide even brief illumination. The environment was extremely harsh, and stepping on the scattered debris made them a moment slower than expected. But a moment could be fatal. Seeing the patrolling monster about to turn back, in a split second, Jiang Qi decisively moved to the side and rear, not daring to blink the entire time, constantly watching the nearest blue-green eye and silently counting the time. Sensing someone approaching, monster number 1 and number 2 immediately surrounded them to investigate. Jiang Qi seized the opportunity to hide behind a pile of fishing nets, and Fang Yuan's movement behind him drew their attention again. Sure enough, these monsters can be pulled away within a certain range. As long as you control the distance and direction correctly, you can get through. It's a bit harder to play alone here. You need to follow the steps and keep a close eye on the path. Jiang Qi shifted her gaze. Despite such a good opportunity, Fang Yuan didn't seize it to rush into the cabin and grab the keys. Just then, several eyes blinked anxiously, looking around with a hint of grievance. What do we do next? There's no cover here. Are we just going to go in right under their noses? Fang Yuan earnestly asked for advice. Jiang Qi only explained how they got there, not what to do in this situation. There's no other way but to run straight in. Jiang Qi hadn't expected that after calculating the time and location for so long, they still couldn't escape the chase. Run in? Fang Yuan's face contorted in distress. What about when we come out? They kill us. The game is... Jiang Qi suddenly stopped, looking up and down at Fang Yuan, who was about to charge forward with a harpoon in hand, looking like a down-on-his-luck version of Aquaman. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Fang Yuan turned around. It's nothing, it's fine, Jiang Qi said earnestly. Looks like you really like this harpoon. It does make me feel safe, Fang Yuan said, nodding. He wasn't like Jiang Qi, who would charge in with just a flashlight, not even needing a weapon. If Jiang Qi knew his thoughts, she would definitely smile and say, it's not that you don't need it, but with your low stamina, carrying such a big harpoon will make it even harder to run. Jiang Qi glanced back. Now! The two of them sprinted towards the cabin door. They were only a few steps away, and getting through was easy. But as the door closed, through the crack, they saw all eyes turn in their direction. Tentacles were eerily floating and waving in the air. Holy crap! Fang Yuan's scalp tingled, and he frantically turned the valve. The cabin was filled with complex pipes, the hum of their operation echoing throughout. The air circulation was poor, but it felt much more comfortable than the cold, damp outside. Chapter 25. Jiang Qi walked back and forth, spotting a key at the bottom of the pipe. The key was noticeably brighter than its surroundings. Item, a key. Someone had left it here, and it seemed to carry an ominous aura. Don't use it lightly. Jiang Qi crouched down and reached into the narrow pipe, fumbling for the key. The key's here, but where's the lock? Fang Yuan looked around, not seeing anything that required the key. The duty room. Jiang Qi walked to the door without turning back. Get ready to run. It's shorter and easier to get to the stairs from here than we came from. They're guarding the gate. Once you're out of range, they won't chase you, Fang Yuan analyzed. That's not necessarily true, Jiang Qi said, opening the cabin door and deliberately avoiding looking at the eyeballs outside. As soon as someone came out, all the monsters swarmed forward, their disgusting, sticky tentacles lashing out from the darkness towards them. This monster has two types of tentacles. Those with eyes that can extend very long, the eyes are used for mental attacks, and ordinary tentacles that are used for physical attacks with limited range. Its main body isn't particularly fast. If caught by the eyes, and even glanced at, you lose your mobility due to the mental attack. Severe cases will drive you insane and cause self-harm, followed by capture and death. The key is to avoid the eyes. If you encounter them, you must resist making eye contact. The tentacles behind them block their escape route, and liquid seeping from their surface stained the ground, walls, and metal stairs. Jiang Qi and Fang Yuan ran one after the other towards the brightly lit duty room at their fastest speed ever. After working non-stop for most of the night, and being soaked in the rain, Jiang Qi, whose stamina was only 10 points, had very little energy left. The chase was particularly difficult for her, especially climbing the stairs, where she took 2 steps at a time, and by the halfway point, she felt like she had lost half her life. How did they get out? Fang Yuan exclaimed in shock. He had tried to lure them out before, but all attempts had failed. Jiang Qi, they're not guarding the gate, they're guarding the key. The player has been in a state of cold for too long. Her health has decreased by 2. She needs to speed things up. Her low stats will cause her health to drop even further later. Stepping onto the last floor of the stairs, Jiang Qi's eyes darkened. She heard a familiar, heavy breathing sound. Even in this noisy environment, it could be heard. There was only one possibility. It had caught up, right behind her. Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the tentacles covering the stairs, hurriedly shouting a warning, Jiang Qi. A dark brown mass of flesh circled around from behind, blocking Jiang Qi's path. Its terrifyingly large eyeball rolled, staring directly into Jiang Qi's pupil. A dazzling light seemed to flow within the cold eyeball, like those eerie, unbearable stars in the dark universe. Jiang Qi felt a viscous force eroding her, a stinging pain shooting from her eyes into her head, as if someone had gouged out her eyeballs. Rationality decreased by 2. Fang Yuan was frantic, his mind blank. They had just gone through thick and thin together, unlike the initial wariness. He wanted to help but didn't know how. The same thing had happened not long ago. There was no escape. Being face to face with the blue-green eyeball meant certain death. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed, and in the brief moment of light, Fang Yuan saw Jiang Qi holding something in her hand, which she then plunged into the eyeball. A sharp roar erupted, the tentacles thrashing wildly, nearly shattering the metal railing. The eyeball crashed to the ground, its light dimming considerably. Bang! Jiangqi was flung away by the tentacles, crashing into the railing and falling to the ground. Chapter 26. The player was attacked by a blasphemous creature in the darkness, losing 5 health points. Looking directly at the eyeball, she not only didn't go berserk, but also injured it, using its body to block the 2 large eyeball monsters behind it. Compared to the others, this woman was like a guardian goddess of war. Fang Yuan snapped out of his shock and quickly helped Jiangqi to her feet. Can you walk? I'm fine. Jiangqi's eyes darkened slightly, half her body ached, but thankfully she hadn't hit any vital organs. The two continued towards the duty room. Suddenly, a chilling scream, accompanied by indistinct words, rang out behind them. Jiangqi glanced sideways. The last monster's connected eyeball gave her a strange sense of familiarity. Fang Yuan opened the duty room door, his eyes fixed on the direction they had come from, in case a monster suddenly appeared from somewhere. He waited for Jiangqi to go in first before backing into the duty room, closing the door behind him. He took several deep breaths, still not quite reacting, staring blankly at Jiangqi as she pulled out her keys and opened the drawer. You're saying the base stats are really bad? To say she deliberately let herself be caught and then deliberately left behind, only a madwoman would do that. Otherwise? Jiangqi glanced at the sticky splatter on her sleeve. She dropped her flathead screwdriver when she fell. Fang Yuan, then just now. My mind was indeed strongly impacted when we made eye contact, but not to the point of collapsing and losing my mind. Jiangqi lowered her eyes. Her appearance, drenched in water, pale, and speaking softly, sent a chill down Fang Yuan's spine. With such poor stats, she still managed to puncture the eyeballs of a monster the size of a head with a single strike. Was it that her mental resilience was too strong, or that she was simply not normal? The eyeballs are primarily for mental attacks, while the other tentacles are incredibly powerful. Jiangqi took an antique-looking box from the drawer. Its weakness is obvious. You haven't noticed it because your thinking has been subtly affected, making it less agile. Fang Yuan's initial stats surpassed most beginners, and Jing Teng both admired and was wary of him. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been unaware of this. You didn't already know their weaknesses, did you? Fang Yuan pointed to the box in Jiangqi's hand. And this? Not really. I discovered I couldn't look directly at those eyeballs. But to exploit their weakness, I had to stand right in front of them. I'm not sure how much health it would cost. 1 eyeball is fine, but a few more would be a huge problem. Jiangqi lowered her head, her gaze returning to the box. As for this, the clue to finding it was actually in the player's hands from the beginning. It's an item lost by the expedition team, hidden here by a crew member. Wait, you mean the notebook? Fang Yuan realized. That thing makes you lose health. Halfway through his sentence, Fang Yuan understood. He had started a side quest, but his primary goal was to clear the dungeon and leave. Out of caution, he hadn't investigated further. Those sounds were truly unbearable. Jiangqi, I let you complete the side quest, but my health will drop too much later, so you have to bear the consequences. You decipher the clues, I handle the monsters later. Fang Yuan looked at Jiangqi. Is that what you mean? Jiangqi nodded. Your stats are high. By the way, the sound that monster behind us made just now sounded a bit off. Fang Yuan tried to imitate it for Jiangqi again. The already strange tone sounded even stranger when he said it. Jiangqi felt that Fang Yuan was really affected, and went a little silly. It doesn't want anyone to take the things out of the box. The one that said no, don't, open, was Zhou Yunzhou. Chapter 27. They were transformed into that state by the eerie power here, losing their humanity and reason, while he, it seems, retained a sliver of humanity. From the beginning, it wasn't as ferocious as the other two, and it was at the very back of the chase. The contents of the box were dangerous, but she had come this far. She couldn't give up so easily. Jiangqi pressed the clasp on the box, and as the lid opened, the contents were revealed. In the pitch-black box lay a gemstone that shone like the starry sky, and beneath it, a folded, yellowed half-page, the symbols depicted on it somewhat blurred and faded. Item: a shimmering starstone, a type of stone that exists only in certain mysterious and evil tomes, brought aboard the expedition ship, and subsequently lost. Item: a yellowed half-page, a piece of paper torn from somewhere, seemingly containing blasphemous information. Side quest. The expedition's hidden secret, item search completed, quest progress 80%. Another evil tome, another blasphemous message. What cult or organization does the expedition belong to? Fang Yuan paused for a moment. Bringing these things aboard, Are they going to perform some kind of ritual? Whether they're cult members or not, I don't know. Jiangqi raised an eyebrow slightly. A ritual is certain. The expedition's real purpose in boarding the ship is to find, here, through this rock, the mysterious entity beneath the 10,000-meter trench. The power influencing everyone is this entity. Side quest. The expedition's hidden secret, exploration completed. Quest progress 100%. Fang Yuan looked at the system notification, and suddenly felt like the game had given him a cheat code called Jiangqi. He never thought a side quest could be completed so easily. The things were stolen, the ritual hadn't even started, and these strange and terrifying things happened on the ship. If we really had to search for some mysterious being, what would we be like? Fang Yuan sighed. No wonder Zhou Yunzhou reminded us, it turns out it was good. How are you sure the ritual hasn't started? Jiangqi placed the box on the table, picked up the starstone, and examined it closely. It was truly beautiful. Her eyes seemed to be immersed in its shimmering light. If she could take it out and put it on her desk as a decoration, just looking at it would brighten her mood. The fishing boat, carrying the contents of the box, is already in the correct position. Hearing Jiangqi say this, Fang Yuan was suddenly startled. He watched as she calmly put the starstone back in the box and took out a yellow tattered page, spreading it on the table. The side quest was already completed. Why was she wasting her life points deciphering this information? Clearing the game didn't require this. Jiangqi began to decipher the symbols on the tattered page in the flickering light. In an instant, everything around her, including space and time, changed in an indescribable direction, and the whispers reappeared. The sounds were more chaotic than before, and it seemed as if invisible, indifferent eyes were watching her. Player has been attacked by an unknown entity, HP reduced by 15, sanity reduced by 10. Player has been attacked by an unknown entity, HP reduced by 20, sanity reduced by 20. Player's HP rapidly drops to 43, all stats decrease by 1/3, and due to continuous attacks, sanity is declining, and her mental state is unstable. She didn't care about the stat reduction, her base stats were already low, so a third didn't make much difference. Jiangqi gripped the black box tightly, cold water droplets dripping from her forehead bangs. Chapter 28. A strange power far stronger than the last one. If she hadn't already endured it, she might not have only lost 35 health points and 30 sanity points. The information on the fragment was still fragmented, but the most important parts were here. It seemed the second storyline of this instance required deciphering the notebook on the first day on the ship to have time to recover health and proceed to the next step. Fang Yuan looked at the bloodshot eyes of Jiangqi and instinctively wanted to go over and pull her out of this state. But as soon as he reached out, Jiangqi blocked his hand. Another large wave crashed in. Fang Yuan quickly reached out to steady himself on the table. Jiangqi held down the fragment with one hand and took out a pen from her pocket with the other. You better not look at the contents yet. Fang Yuan knew how terrifying this thing was. He knew that if you don't court death, you won't die. Even Jiangqi had lost sanity here, let alone him. Hearing the warning, he didn't hesitate for a second and immediately looked away. Alright, next, let's go to the captain's cabin and find the only captain who can sail the ship, Jiangqi said to Fang Yuan after putting away her things. Rescue the capsized captain and get him to sail the ship out, and you clear the level, Fang Yuan added. That's the normal route, Jiangqi nodded. The game starts with a notification when you meet the captain. This route doesn't require trading health for information, so it doesn't demand much mental fortitude. On their way to the top deck captain's cabin amidst the raging storm, Fang Yuan looked up at the flickering lights in the dark, stormy sea. Lu Yong and the other NPCs have all turned into monsters. The captain wouldn't be. He stopped abruptly, shaking his head in denial. Since the captain is a key NPC in the game, sailing the ship shouldn't be a problem. He didn't get close enough to the contents of the box, or he didn't have enough time to do so, Jiangqi observed from the shadows around the corner. There's another possibility. What? Fang Yuan had always thought his strategy for clearing the game was sound, but after meeting Jiangqi, he felt like a complete idiot, overlooking everything. If Jiangqi wanted to harm him, he really wouldn't know what to do. How many days does the game give players? And what day is it now? Jiangqi smiled. 10 days and the third night. I still don't understand. Fang Yuan really wanted to know, so he sincerely changed his form of address. Sister Shi, could you please give me some pointers? Jiangqi, don't you think Li Yong and the others' transformation time was too short? Only a few hours. Why didn't the other players and the captain on the ship change? Fang Yuan shook his head blankly. He hadn't thought about that. Tian Juliang's mental fortitude might not be as strong as these crew members. 10 days is the game's time limit for players. If they hide in one place and neither complete the game nor die by the time limit, they mutate into sea monsters. The problem with NPC's rapid mutation lies in time. There are 2 timelines, and the timeline for mutated NPCs is faster. But this is just my guess. We see if it's right soon. Fang Yuan listened, stunned for several seconds. Jiangqi's words were bizarre, but he didn't doubt them at all. In this game, nothing seemed bizarre. I encountered the big-eyed monster the night before. It was probably the first one killed, Cui Peng. It followed me without attacking, Jiangqi continued. At first, I thought it was because the attack range was insufficient, but then I realized that didn't make sense. It's more likely that the timelines didn't intersect, so it couldn't attack me directly. So you were the one who went out that night? Fang Yuan's lips twitched. Chapter 29. So there's an elite monster here. Jiangqi pondered for a moment. We still have to thank those 2 veterans for attracting a bunch of out-of-control crew members, otherwise, they could have brought several more companions. For some reason, judging from Jiangqi's tone, Fang Yuan suddenly felt a little sorry for the 2 veteran players. They went through so much trouble, and now they don't even know where they're fighting monsters. All the clues have been taken. Meanwhile, on the other side, Jing Ting's clothes were torn in several places and stained with black oil. He ran frantically upstairs, his movements so fast that he leapt after images. Behind him, 7 or 8 crew members, reduced to half-human shapes, were relentlessly chasing him, uttering strange sounds. Looking back, disgusting tentacles almost filled the passageway. Even more difficult to deal with than the out-of-control crew members was Wang Daong, who had returned in a different form seeking revenge. A bunch of leeches. Jing Tung cursed several times in his mind to vent his anger. With only 40 health points remaining, and having already used his healing item once with a long cooldown, Sun Tian had already headed towards the duty room via another route. He would use his trump card, a threat-removing item, on the upper floor before heading straight to the captain's cabin. Jing Tung raised his harpoon and plunged it down, pinning a tentacle from a runaway crew member to the ground. He then leaped forward, rushing up the stairs with lightning speed. The player used the wooden fish mallet item, feeling calm, and all threat levels except for Wang Dayong's were reset to 0. Jing Tung, his face ashen, raced through the rain. For the first time, he encountered the unfortunate setting where items couldn't remove threat levels. With his health below half, all his stats were reduced, and the constant attacks from the monsters had drained his stamina, significantly diminishing his strength. The completely mutated Wang Daong was still behind, and 3 more identical eyeball monsters suddenly appeared in front of him. A surge of violence welled up within him, and he wanted to kill them all. It was only a moment of mental stability after using the item that brought back a sliver of reason, stopping him. Jing Tung glanced towards the highest point, the captain's cabin, and quickened his pace. Watch room. With a bang, a howling gust of wind smashed open the door, rainwater soaking the table. Sun Tian frantically searched through drawers and cabinets, but found nothing. Outside the captain's cabin. The captain's cabin had only one door, but the crew member guarding it could be lured away. Are we really going to do this? Fang Yuan asked nervously, holding Jiangqi's notebook. Isn't what we found in the duty room even more powerful? It is more powerful. It might even level them both up. Are you willing to gamble? Jiangqi's attitude was one of I give you the fragment if you agree, making Fang Yuan shrink back. No, to be safe, I only have 70 health points. Fang Yuan waited for Jiangqi to find a good spot, then stepped forward with the notebook in hand, looking like he was ready to die. He locked onto the aggro and ran. Their plan was to lure the 2 monsters around, and then sneak into the captain's cabin. This would save them more health points than charging in directly. If there were only 2 ordinary monsters, Fang Yuan and Jiangqi's notebook could theoretically make it in, but with Duanji, the elite monster, the risk was doubled. Jiangqi didn't want to lose health points there. Fang Yuan ran while looking back. He had to admit, using the laptop to pull monsters felt pretty good. It gave him a feeling of finally being in control. As soon as 2 monsters attacked, he moved closer with the laptop, and they retreated screaming in despair, uttering incomprehensible words, gritting their teeth, their faces contorted in agony. Chapter 30. Come and fight me if you dare. It was this feeling of wanting to kill him, but being unable to, the oppression, fear, and psychological trauma of the entire night, that swept away. What evil, blasphemous power? It's clearly a divine artifact. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but the unexpected happened faster than he expected. A sudden sound beneath his feet made his expression change slightly. His easy suppression of the monster didn't last until he entered the captain's cabin. Qin Yaojin, appearing out of nowhere, completely disrupted his rhythm. Jiang Qi had said that Duanji's underlings could also affect 2 crew members, having the range. Now he didn't know how many had arrived, but he knew that if they didn't hurry, they were in trouble. A group of out-of-control crew members could force Jing Teng and Sun Tian, whose combat power was several times higher than theirs, to flee in disarray. If it were them, they wouldn't even be enough for one crew member to take them down. Boom! With a loud bang, the metal floor and railings trembled. Jiang Qi watched as a humanoid black shadow suddenly leaped out from the railing ahead. Its uneven tentacles, covered in slime and rainwater, shot towards her with incredible speed. Fang Yuan, faster than her, immediately jabbed at it with his harpoon, sending the creature flying and nearly tumbling off the railing. Run! Jiang Qi's low movement speed stat meant she had already moved before Fang Yuan could warn her, retreating to a safer position while the monster was distracted by Fang Yuan. What does this mean? Why is it staring at you? Fang Yuan hurriedly retrieved his weapon. He was close to the monster on the railing, and Duanji's aggro was also on him. He had already prepared himself for being attacked from both sides. But then he saw the monster on the railing turn back towards Jiang Qi. This astonishing perseverance and tenacity, for a mere ordinary monster, was ridiculous. Jiang Qi, panting, calmly said, "It's probably because I saw it not long ago." Is that even human language? Fang Yuan silently stood in front of her, shielding her from the attack. I can't even imagine what you did to it, that it hates you so much. No wonder it knew that the spread of a normal monster's hatred affected its 2 companions. Look at that monster's face. It was contorted with rage, looking like it wanted to tear her to pieces. I try to get it down. I don't know if the laptop can still hold Duanji down. Fang Yuan handed the laptop to Jiang Qi. It can't hold down anymore, you can use it. Jiang Qi didn't take it, stepped forward to face the 2 crew members, and directly handed her back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gripped the harpoon tightly with both hands, and forcefully smashed down the tentacle in midair. Luckily, he had experience in extreme sports like rock climbing and skiing, and his physical strength was better than the average person. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for even one strike. Fang Yuan's actions thoroughly enraged the monster that had jumped onto the railing to block his path. Tentacles gripped his neck, and the monster bared its sharp teeth, ready to bite him in the face. In desperation, Fang Yuan glanced at the loose section of the railing, gritted his teeth, and with all his might, pushed the monster backwards towards it. The immense impact would break the railing, and he himself would most likely be pulled down with it. The monster might not die, but Fang Yuan would be crippled, if not killed. Therefore, he had to use the notebook to escape at the crucial moment. Time seemed to slow down in Fang Yuan's eyes. Only a buzzing roar filled his ears. Unexpectedly, the monster withstood the pressure of the notebook, struggling to extend its sucker and slime-covered tentacles to pull him down as well. Among the scattered objects below, a sharp harpoon leaned upwards. Chapter 31. It's too late. This time, he's likely to be impaled along with the monster. In his panic, Fang Yuan suddenly heard Jiang Qi's voice. She spoke a strange language he never heard before. Suddenly, the monster trying to drag him down with it opened its mouth wide, letting out a piercing scream. A look of terror appeared on the face of a half-humanoid monster. The falling raindrops and surging waves seemed to freeze. For a moment, even the air seemed to stop moving. Fang Yuan felt the force pulling him loosen. As he broke free from the monster, he grabbed a nearby vertical steel pipe, preventing himself from being dragged along. The monster and the broken railing plummeted. Its body was first pierced with a thud, then struck squarely by the broken railing. A foul-smelling black liquid dripped from the tip of the harpoon, disappearing into the darkness. Upon landing, Fang Yuan immediately looked towards Jiang Qi. He saw her back hunched, slowly lowering her hand from her head. Half of the bloodshot in her eyes had spread, and the 2 monsters in front of her were tearing off their own skin amidst agonizing screams, revealing a mass of dark brown, rotting flesh mixed with a thick, red and black liquid, slippery, soft, and nauseating. Suckers were growing on it at a visible rate. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed sharply. Without asking what was happening, he quickly called to the still-dazed Jiang Qi and rushed into the captain's cabin. He locked the door and checked it twice before daring to breathe. The captain, bound hand and foot to a chair, saw them burst in, his eyes widening, and excitedly signaled for them to rescue them. This is the intersection of 2 timelines, the place where everything ends. They won't come in for now. Jiang Qi spoke, but the mental shock from reciting that ancient phrase had taken its toll, causing her sanity to drop by 5 points, leaving her somewhat dazed. Save me! Help me quickly! The captain pleaded softly, looking at them. Fang Yuan saw Jiang Qi slowly nod, then went over and released the captain. Set sail! Take us away from this place. The captain, clearly terrified during his captivity, could barely speak, nodding repeatedly with a look of panic. Okay, okay. Jiang Qi stepped forward and placed the black box in Fang Yuan's hand, telling him to hold it first. Fang Yuan assumed she was worried he couldn't keep it safe in his current state, and took it without thinking. The captain, already heading towards the control panel to set sail, slightly turned his head, his gaze falling on the box. His face was devoid of fear, only greed remained, his fingers trembled uncontrollably with excitement. The box had barely reached Fang Yuan's hands, when the captain suddenly turned around, snatched it from him, and with lightning speed punched Fang Yuan to the ground. His attack was ruthless, completely disregarding the fact that Fang Yuan had just saved him. Ha ha, I got it. It's mine. The captain looked at Jiang Qi and Fang Yuan with triumphant excitement, laughing maniacally. Thank you both for going through so much trouble to find it for me, and then delivering it to me. Fuck you. Fang Yuan, leaning against the wall, stood up, wiping the blood from his mouth. Even with his good manners, he couldn't help but curse after being betrayed by the person he had just saved. Old dang, you're something else. You really got guts. Jiang Qi had entrusted the box to him for safekeeping. No matter what, he was going to get it back. Fang Yuan straightened up, ready to fight the captain, when Jiang Qi patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 32. Seeing the faint smile on Jiang Qi's face, Fang Yuan calmed down, wanting to ask if her earlier demeanor was an act. What exactly do you want? Fang Yuan asked the captain, who was also Jiang Qi. You bunch of fools, unworthy to use star stones and chant summoning incantations. You should feel honored to witness a god descend upon this land. I will possess endless power and wealth. Ha ha ha, everyone else on board is a sacrifice except for me. The captain's hands trembled as he opened the black box, gazing at the shimmering star stones inside, his shock mixed with madness. Another hidden route. Jiang Qi looked leisurely at the captain, who was absorbed in the starstone, and could no longer hear the outside world. A strange smile appeared on his lips. Contacting a rescue team from abroad isn't cheap, yet he didn't hesitate at all. Is it because he's close to Li Bin, or because he doesn't want the expedition team to discover anything, that he's in such a hurry to send the person away? Fang Yuan was startled. You mean, Li Bin stole the box, and then Duan Ji and his group took it and hid it? The captain was afraid of being discovered by the expedition team, and didn't dare to search openly. Without his approval, how could Duan Ji have gotten on the ship? Originally, he had more men than Duan Ji's group and could have kept them under control. He definitely didn't tell Duan Ji how to use this thing. He himself couldn't decipher it. That's why Duan Ji and Li Yong coerced us expedition team members. Jiang Qi clicked his tongue. He chuckled, a masterful combination of checks and balances and manipulation. Who told him to bully honest people, giving Duan Ji the opportunity to cooperate with the lower-ranking crew. They wiped out all his men in one fell swoop. If we hadn't run away beforehand, the out-of-control, mutated crew would most likely have tied us up and sacrificed us. The normal route isn't supposed to rely on him to sail the ship out. What if we didn't bring any summoned creatures? Fang Yuan asked, voicing his doubts. Jiang Qi, if I'm not mistaken, there should be an operation manual here. Without summoned creatures, the captain, that old fox, could suddenly ambush them. Not untying him is the best option. They should find the operation manual provided by the game, and sail the ship out before the captain mutates, or the monsters outside enter. Jiang Qi didn't really want to take this route with its lower rewards. She was also genuinely curious about what god the expedition team was searching for. Over there, the captain impatiently picked up the star stone, opened the folded pages in the box, and laughed even more maniacally when he saw the words on them. His bloodshot eyes almost popped out. Good, good. I thought it would take some effort to ask you for the summoning language, but you're so sensible, you actually translated it for me. That's good, you suffer less. You're going to complete what the expedition team is supposed to do? Fang Yuan gasped. That idiot captain, he's been sold out, and he's still happily counting the money for the seller. Do you think Jiang Qi's things are so easy to take? Yes, but this will cost me health, and there's no way to avoid it. Jiang Qi casually raised her eyes. I'm missing something. Jing Teng didn't arrive in time. The missing information on the map isn't crucial. I filled it in with my intuition, but it's not foolproof. I can't just use you as a sacrifice, can I? We agreed that you would take the damage, which is why we gave you the box. I really hadn't recovered just now. That power was too shocking and terrifying. What she touched wasn't even the tip of the iceberg, at most, it was just a wisp of chill seeping from an untouchable iceberg. Chapter 33. This completely overturned her understanding of life over the past 20-odd years, and strengthened her resolve to pursue the truth. Jiang Qi's lips curled into a cold smile, her tone indifferent. If he had just honestly sailed the boat and hadn't stolen anything, things would have been quite difficult. This was his own choice. Fang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. So ruthless. She considered herself a novice? Jiang Qi had endured too much mental shock, especially outside the door. Not breaking down or going insane while helping him utter that ancient phrase didn't mean she wasn't affected. Others go insane due to mental breakdown, losing their rationality and unable to think normally. But for her, it was the door in her heart that had been opened, leading her towards a chilling madness. Fang Yuan was very fortunate that Jiang Qi had a bottom line. She never intended to kill him. She needed to manage her life points to complete the summoning, and she had come this far. She tried her best to avoid any risk, and even though he was no longer of any use to her, Jiang Qi was still willing to risk everything to save him. I only have 35 health points left, and your estimate isn't high either. What do we do? Fang Yuan was numb after a night of intellectual torture. Cover your ears, hide in the corner, and don't look at anything when you come out. Jiang Qi's gaze returned to the captain. The captain held the starstone, his expression unreadable. Was it piety, greed, or excitement? When the stars return to their positions, the sleeping gods will awaken, passing through the darkness. Halfway through his recitation, blood suddenly flowed from his eyes, his face contorted in agony, a world-famous painting of a scream. He wanted to say the rest, but no sound came out, as if an invisible force was choking him. Something seemed to be desperately trying to burst forth from his blood-red, crazed eyes, but ultimately couldn't break through that invisible membrane. The captain yelled, found a rusty piece of iron, and then, gritting maliciously, slit his own throat. Red blood spurted out, splashing onto the floor, walls, and windows. The waves outside rose in response, making the crimson blood inside appear even more intense and vivid. Holy shit, holy shit. Fang Yuan stuffed paper into his ears, then added 2 more hands, his face filled with horror as he stared at the blood-red room. How blunt that rusty iron piece must have been. How much force must have taken to slit a throat. It looked painful. Crouching in the corner might seem cowardly, but he knew which was more important, life or pride. Zhou Yunzhou's transformation into a monster was a reminder that for ordinary people, even a little exposure to this power might only lead to madness. This route can't possibly be a beginner's dungeon. 2 timelines, 2 routes. Leaving this place by ship is the only way to end the beginner's dungeon. The captain is dead. The starstone lies on the ground, unstained by blood. It still looks so beautiful, radiant, and holy, captivating the eye and inspiring a willingness to face unspeakable fear. So, the existence of gods in this world isn't necessarily a good thing for humanity. Jiang Qi stepped through the crimson blood, walked to the captain's corpse, and picked up the starstone. Even a mortal like me wants to see the supreme god, to know what he truly is, even if it comes at a price. Outside, the waves surged, and thunder shook the heavens. Jiang Qi stood in the middle of the captain's cabin, facing the glass of the control panel, gazing at the deep darkness. She was soaked to the bone, reeking of the sea and blood. She could only be described as disheveled. Chapter 34. Her expression was too calm. She chanted the incantation for the gods, yet her face showed no piety or fear. When the stars return to their places, the slumbering gods will awaken, passing through the abyss of darkness. The primordial rules, the ruler of the abyss, the lord of the starry sky, the gate of time and space, existing above the past and the future. Her voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to possess a penetrating power. Outside, the torrential rain intensified, waves crashing onto the fishing boat's deck, splashing several meters high. Player performing a summoning ritual, mental fluctuations are about to exceed the safety threshold. Health points decrease by 10, sanity by 20, all stats decrease by 50%. Sanity is about to fall below the critical point. May see hallucinations, may commit unpredictable madness. Everything Jiang Qi saw before her eyes distorted and warped, a strange and chaotic aura enveloping her entire body. She opened her lips again, following the whisper in her ear, repeating the summoning incantation in an ancient and obscure language. What she had said outside the door was the ruler of the abyss. At that time, she could only utter those few syllables. Only by reading the sentence aloud completely the first time, and after interpretation, could she utter the true summoning incantation in another language. Jiangqi's health points finally settled at 20, and her sanity stabilized at 40. The captain's cabin. No, it should be said that the fishing boat and the entire sea suddenly fell into an eerie silence, all sound blocked out. In an instant, the lights dimmed, and a huge shadow rose from the abyss of the sea, enveloping the fishing boat. Wearing tattered clothes, bleeding from multiple wounds, and on the verge of collapse, Jing Tung, after a tremendous struggle, with only 12 health points left from the siege of the monsters outside, finally broke into the captain's cabin, only to be met with a terrifying scene that filled him with utter despair. Glass shattered everywhere, stained with cold, blood-red shards. The captain's cabin was a scene of utter chaos, and the mangled corpse on the floor was none other than the captain he was searching for. Half the ceiling had been ripped off, and tentacles occupied the front of the captain's cabin. A massive, gray mass of flesh writhed within, and embedded in it, countless cold, indifferent eyes slowly opened. Damp, slimy tentacles climbed the railings, taking over the passageway outside. What surrounded them was only a part of this thing's enormous body. If it so desired, it could easily drag the entire fishing boat into the deep sea. A feral creature of the abyss. It dwells in the dark depths of the ocean, the source of all pollution. Health points, 10,000. Although its master is asleep, the abyssal feral creature possesses immense vitality. Its attack power is doubled at sea. Players with a combat power below 7,000 are not advised to challenge it. How much combat power? Jing Tung froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning, his legs feeling like lead, staring at Jiangqi in terror and shock. He only had a combat power of 2,000. This is a beginner dungeon. How could there be monsters with such high health and combat power? What does 7,000 combat power mean? It's the threshold for A rank. He couldn't withstand a single attack, even if he risked his life. With monsters of this level appearing in the dungeon, no player could survive. What on earth is going on? Jing Tung saw Jiangqi turn around, smiling as she strolled towards him. The repulsive monstrous tentacles behind her remained silent, showing no intention of attacking her. That map. The captain has kept it safe for so long, it's time to bring it out. Jiangqi smiled, her gentle voice carrying a chilling expectation. You didn't lose it, did you? Chapter 35. Jing Tung stared at the bloodshot in her eyes, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword trembling slightly. By the time we got here, you probably don't have many health points left, Jiangqi said, looking him up and down with a smile. Guess what? Will the thing I summon obey me? She meant, if he didn't hand over the map, he would die. Jing Tung watched as Jiangqi calmly played with the star stone in her hand, his body stiffening. He took a half step back and tossed her the parchment map. How could she reach the captain's cabin so quickly and create something more terrifying than all the monsters on the fishing boat combined? How did she do that? He never heard of such a person before. It couldn't be. You're not a newbie at all, and your stats are fake, right? Jing Tung looked at Jiangqi again, his face filled with deep apprehension. There are items in the game that can hide real information, which ordinary players can't obtain. But if she's a player with a name and a reputation, it makes sense. Who said it's fake? Jiangqi tilted her head. I really am a newbie with a combined base stat of only 35. You saw the base stats on the first page, didn't you? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jing Tung said excitedly. You must have used an item. A newbie playing the game like this? He, whose individual stats are over 200, is like this? Jiangqi shook her head. If she had points to buy items, she wouldn't have bought an item to hide her identity. With a combined base stat of less than 60 and a combat power of 250, what's the point of wasting those points? He must be out of his mind, buying something like this for no reason. You still don't understand? Besides you and Sun Tian, we're all newbies in this dungeon. Fang Yuan is the only one with high stats, Jiangqi said, opening the map. Jing Tung, so what? Fang Yuan's initial stats are probably beyond the level of most new players. Hearing Jiangqi's words, Jing Tung was shocked. Something even a newbie could understand, he hadn't seriously considered. Since it's a beginner dungeon, a normal clear wouldn't have too high a stat threshold requiring players to rely on their stats. It's not like there's only one path, brute force. Those big-eyed monsters only move within specific areas and stages. The laptop could suppress the out-of-control crew members. Such a useful free item, even activating it only caused a slight health loss, and the game even provided recovery time. They were overly cautious, too afraid to die. This dungeon was different from previous ones, so they missed the free item and the best opportunity to choose the hidden route. But experienced players like Jing Tung and Sun Tian, with high combat power, had a high margin for error. Even without the free item, they killed the out-of-control crew members, and could still break through the encirclement and reach the captain's cabin at the end using their combat power. Fang Yuan, squatting in the corner, saw Jing Tang's utterly devastated and questioning his life appearance, and once again expressed his sympathy. Losing to a seasoned veteran who's all show and no substance is better than losing to a novice a level below you. Actually, whether this map is there or not makes no difference to me. It's just a matter of completing the collection, Jiangqi said, narrowing her eyes slightly, enunciating each word clearly. But, since you took it from me, you have to give it back. If he didn't hand over the map, she really would kill Jing Tang. Fang Yuan shrank back, silently screaming, "Control is a disease, it needs treatment." Jiangqi casually stuffed the map into her pocket, and walked towards the Abyss clan member, with a health bar of 10,000. As she got closer, her vision was filled with crimson, and blood trickled from her nose and mouth. Chapter 36. Her health points dropped to 15, barely enough to survive. Even a casual flick of one of this colossal creature's tentacles would kill her, yet Jiangqi showed no sign of stopping. The sticky liquid mixed with the blood on the ground, the stench of the sea and rust filling her nostrils and respiratory tract. She even felt these nauseating smells emanating from her own body. Her health points dwindled to 10. Jiangqi's hand plunged into the monster's sticky, disgusting tentacles. All the eyes on the flesh stared indifferently at her pale face. Warning! Warning! Player's health is down to 5 points. You are in a dying state. Anyone can kill you in this state without effort. Please restore your health immediately. If you continue, you're dead. Fang Yuan hurriedly stood up, clutching his throbbing head, and shouted at Jiangqi, "Stop! Jiangqi, you're not sure you can handle this, are you?" Jiangqi didn't turn around, only chuckled, and uttered a phrase that would later be considered gospel by the game's fanatics. "If you're afraid of dying, what kind of game are you playing?" With that, she forcefully pulled a badly worn metal box from the Abyss Familiar's sticky, cold body. The moment the blasphemous object was taken, the Abyss Familiar's eyes closed simultaneously. Jiangqi looked at the box in her hand from side to side. This thing, the source of everything? A deity? Just a box? This is a scam, isn't it? Fang Yuan stared blankly at Jiangqi, who was so weak she could barely stand. What did she do in real life? A murderer and arsonist, a lawless madman? But he had to admit that when she said, "If you're afraid of death, why play games?" The mad, reckless energy she exuded was too shocking. The words echoed in his mind, and he suddenly remembered Seneca's words. Invincible with divine power despite their fragile mortal bodies. Before these unseen and untouchable forces, they were as small and fragile as ants. Jiangqi had come this far, and only at the very end did she have no certainty, no backup plan. Jiangqi found a place to sit, right next to the tentacles of the terrifying Abyss Familiar. She opened the metal box. Inside was only a rusty key with vine-like patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura, but it was far from the divine relic she had imagined. The other living person in the captain's cabin, Jing Tang, had already retreated to the wall, having no intention of going up to grab anything. He just wanted to live. Jiangqi was sitting right next to that monster. Who else would dare to go near her? Even if Sun Tian could reach the captain's cabin now, they wouldn't be so foolish as to fight a monster with 8,000 combat power. They originally thought that it was rare to see a newbie like Fang Yuan with such good initial stats in the dungeon, but they hadn't expected there to be another reckless female madwoman. Full completion. New players have no idea what that means. The game is about to change. Rain nicks with blood drips from the windowsill. The storm at sea has ceased some time ago, the waves have gradually calmed, and a few scattered stars peek through the clouds. Ding! The Lost Path dungeon has ended. Player will leave in 10 seconds. Any attacks during this time are ineffective. Congratulations to player Jiangqi, becoming the first player to fully complete the Lost Path dungeon. You have found the source of everything. The soul trapped at sea by a mysterious force has been freed. Your name and completion record will be permanently recorded in the Lost Path dungeon rankings. Chapter 37. Jiangqi arrived at a white space, before which stood a familiar system interface. She was wearing the long-sleeved floral nightgown she had worn while sleeping. She was clean, without injuries or the smell of the sea, and no longer clinging to life, though she was still somewhat disoriented. Jiangqi picked up her right hand, looking at the key in her hand, somewhat surprised that it could actually bring her out of the dungeon. Player reward settled. The system interface displayed new information. Complete all stages reward points, 1,000, side quest points, 20 total, 1020. Completion reward item, worn fishing net. A one-time use item that binds the target for 30 seconds, rendering them unable to move, may be ineffective if the target's combat power is too high. Complete all stages reward 100 base attribute points. Complete all stages reward item. Sealed silver key. The beginning of everything and the end of everything, the only key to the gate of truth in the endless starry sky, leading to the end of time and space, a creation of the gods. This item is currently sealed and only possesses basic functionality, allowing you to teleport instantly within a certain range in the same space, no cooldown, consumes 100 points of mental energy. More functions of this item must be explored by the player, but during exploration, you may be affected by a mysterious force, becoming lost in spatial rifts and unable to return to the real world. This is a very high-level artifact, but using it carries certain risks. Does completing the entire storyline mean achieving the hidden ending of the dungeon? That's one way to put it, but to achieve complete completion, you need to collect all the storylines and levels of the dungeon. Not every dungeon has a hidden ending that rewards you with a divine artifact. The system even knew what she wanted to ask next. Perhaps it was also a creation of a god. Jiangqi looked at the completion record displayed on the panel. Lost. First player to complete all levels. Jiangqi. Completion time. 3 days 2 hours 54 minutes. Story progress. 100%. Currently ranked first. Dungeon completion rankings are updated in real time, but the first player to complete all levels is like a milestone. Their name will be permanently displayed on the dungeon. The first player to complete all levels will also have the opportunity to unlock extraordinary abilities and identities. Jiangqi reached out and tapped the notification box on the panel. Extraordinary ability unlocked. Elemental manipulation lightning level 1. Identity unlocked. Apothecary, beginner, you have gained the ability to create beginner red and blue potions, with a current success rate of 60%. Each potion consumed 50 points of mental energy and 10 points of stamina. Gain the beginner apothecary identity skill Apothecary's Blessing. After use, there is a chance to increase a single player's mental energy by 5%. Limited to 1 use per round of the game, and can stack with other different types of status effects. A basic red potion restores 20 health points per bottle, with a 24-hour cooldown. A basic blue potion restores 100 mana points per bottle, also with a 24-hour cooldown. Jiangqi frowned as she checked the crafting materials. She opened the game shop. Health and mana potions were priced the same, neither cheap. Basic potions cost 200 points, intermediate potions 400 points, and advanced potions could only be purchased from the alchemist. All 3 potion levels shared the same 24-hour cooldown. She carried 1 low-level potion and 1 high-level potion. Using the high-level potion would also put the low-level potion into cooldown. In truly dangerous situations, there wouldn't be a chance to wait for the cooldown to finish. Chapter 38. A potion can only be used once in a boss battle or against a formidable foe, and the level of the potion used makes a huge difference. A high-level red potion restores 50 health points in 1 use, equivalent to half a life. Correspondingly, high-level potions are extremely expensive. The shop only sells potion-making tools and finished potions. Materials are not available. Materials can be obtained by clearing certain dungeons or purchased from the player market. Basic recipes are given by the system when unlocking your character. Intermediate recipes must be purchased with points, and advanced recipes only randomly appear after clearing high-level dungeons. Recipes are useless to non-potionist players, but they are very expensive and difficult to obtain in the market. Jiangqi found information in the system stating that the drop rate is extremely low. Currently, there are very few potionists in the entire game capable of crafting high-level potions. Recipes are hard to buy, materials are also difficult to obtain, and the success rate is low. Under such conditions, it's difficult to cultivate a high-level alchemist on an individual's own. Therefore, high-level alchemists and over 80% of high-level potions are concentrated in various organizations and teams. Resources are limited, and to obtain more, one must find ways to compete with others. Team-based resource consolidation is the fastest way for beneficiaries to accumulate resources. The name of the first player to complete the entire dungeon is permanently recorded at the top of the rankings, representing more than just an invisible and intangible status symbol. It also signifies that the dungeon's biggest reward has already been claimed. Even if someone else completes the entire dungeon later, they won't receive the same reward. For example, the silver key, being a divine creation, cannot be mass-produced in the game. Jiangqi first used 60 points to open 10 item slots, then spent another 60 points on a cauldron and 10 bottles for storing potions. The system hadn't lied to her. The shop did indeed have everything: fortune, health, even the ability to become younger, and these conceptual items were all very expensive, with many zeros after their prices. Points could also be exchanged for money. 10 points equal 10,000 real-world currency, or the equivalent value in gold, and 150 points could be exchanged for a 200,000 lottery ticket, with 50 points representing the cost of luck. Suddenly acquiring a large sum of money, and a large piece of gold in the real world would be difficult without a legitimate reason, but the lottery was easier. Looking at it this way, the extra points spent seemed reasonable, except that lottery tickets were subject to tax. Wait a minute, all this money went into buying the potion-making tools. Jiangqi started to feel the pinch. In the game, real-world money is practically worthless. For example, an item like the wooden fish hammer, which clears aggro and has a slight stabilizing effect, costs 250 points, can only be used once per dungeon, and isn't guaranteed to clear aggro from all monsters. Jiangqi opened her character panel, intending to add the 100 attribute points from completing all dungeons. With her extraordinary abilities unlocked, her mental strength stat also unlocked, starting at 500. Compared to her base attributes, this was quite promising. She suspected that 200 of her 250 combat power was for mental strength, with the remaining 50 being base attributes. Base attribute points couldn't be added to mental strength. It could only be increased by improving extraordinary abilities and combat power. Jiangqi hesitated, looking at her poor physical, attack, and defense attributes. She wanted to develop a well-rounded, all-around warrior, but this character panel clearly didn't allow it. Chapter 39. It was already low, and even on average, every stat was lower than Fang Yuan's initial values. Only those with exceptionally high combat power can be called a well-rounded warrior. Otherwise, no matter how many sides they have, they're still weak. It's better to focus on developing one aspect first. Her extraordinary ability is primarily offensive, consuming only mental energy, not stamina. Her attack stat is also the highest among her base attributes, although it's only 5 points higher. Jiangqi added 70 points to attack, and of the remaining 30, 20 went to stamina and 10 to defense as a token gesture. Player information updated on the panel. Player, Jiangqi. HP, 100. Sanity, 100. Stamina, 30. Attack, 85. Defense, 20. Extraordinary ability. Elemental control lightning, doubles damage in heavy rain, mental energy, 500. Overall combat power, 2,500. System rating, D-level, identity, pharmacist. Points, 900. Good news, finally, it's not 250 combat power anymore. Bad news, it's 2,500. When Jiangqi left the dungeon and entered the system space, the announcement of the first player to fully clear the Lost Path dungeon caused an uproar on the forums outside the game. Did I see that right? The Lost Path is known as one of the hardest dungeons for beginners, and the first clear spot has always been empty. Someone actually cleared it. I was still reeling from that dungeon for days after I came out. Anyone who can clear it completely must be one of the top players among newbies. I need a walkthrough. I'm willing to buy it with points. Top player? Maybe it's just luck. I never heard of this Jiangqi before. Go look at the rankings for each dungeon. The names after the first clear player are all well-known figures in the game. I don't know where this lucky guy came from. The player market was bustling, with stalls neatly arranged in the square. Another person cleared the entire game. Who's the pro this time? Not a pro, never heard of that name. A player next to him displayed their interface. Which dungeon? Let me see. Lost Path, a beginner-level dungeon. Hey, I thought it was some high-level dungeon. It's just a beginner dungeon. What's so great about that? I think what that person on the forum said is right, just got lucky. I could do it too. Normal clearing with luck is fine, but I never heard of someone clearing the entire game with luck alone. Even if you got lucky, that takes skill. If you're so good, which dungeon is your name on? The talkative player suddenly fell silent. I'm not on it, but our guild leader is second in single dungeon clear records. Second? Any guild of any size has 1 or 2 players on the rankings to save face. The players, who were rivals in the stalls, laughed. Do you know who's the player with the highest record in that dungeon, the first clearer? The player straightened his back, looking smug. Being behind him isn't shameful. Our boss's clear time was only a dozen hours slower. You're not talking about one of those guys, are you? The person behind him stopped looking at the items, and turned around to ask curiously, Chu Yu from the judgment team, Sun Yi, or Xie. You're right, it's Xie. He single-handedly turned the tide in the ruins dungeon, achieving a full clear. Sun Yi and Evan, 2 longtime top players in single dungeon rankings were defeated. I heard the Descent Guild is recruiting him recently, offering a very high position. The player raised his voice. I don't know if he's made it or not, but this top player rejected offers from several organizations before. Chapter 40. It's not shameful to be ranked behind him. The Descent area is full of daredevils, all sorts of people. Even fragile ranged mages can kill, literally kill. Anyone who can clear the entire beginner stage is a tough guy. Have you forgotten those guys ahead of you? A first clear is such an honor. Several large guilds and organizations want to recruit them. There are tons of resources. Sigh, I want to be one of them too. Several players in a corner were also talking about this. Breaking news, someone from the same game as Lost Path has come out. Apparently, she's a newbie female player with an initial base stat total of only 35. Her specific walkthrough data hasn't been released yet, but this data is probably very valuable. Liiji sighed, if only I knew where she is. Top players have high combat power. Even with weaknesses in their stats, their overall strength is still far beyond what ordinary players can match. Their walkthrough routes are valuable, but some methods are simply inaccessible to ordinary players. The combat power and stats of top players allow them to perform actions that ordinary players cannot. A player with stats almost maxed out, and whose combat power is much lower than theirs, managed to clear the entire game. You can imagine how valuable her strategy is. How much? 35? Are you kidding me? Even if you added another 0, she might not be able to clear it. With a stat of 35, she'd be lucky to even leave the dungeon alive. Exactly. 35 is ridiculous. How could she possibly clear it? When I started the game, my initial stats were over 100, and I barely managed to survive. Those big shots they were talking about had pretty high combat power in their early days. I don't believe it either. It's pure nonsense. A total stat of 35, and she can clear the entire Lost Dungeon? If that's true, I do a handstand while washing my hair. Liiji slapped his thigh. It sounds far-fetched, but as far as I know, it's probably true. I just heard that the higher-ups have taken notice of this player. A regular player clearing a beginner dungeon for the first time wouldn't warrant the attention of an organization of our size. Every core team member has ranked in dungeons. This person is probably not as simple as they seem. On another street, Hang Jing had just closed the forum interface when he looked at the person next to him in surprise. It's true. Someone cleared Lost Path for the first time. I couldn't even do it back then. Take another look. The young man next to him gestured with his chin. Not only did they clear it completely, but they did it at dawn on the 3rd day. How long did it take you? You weren't as fast as this person, were you? No, I cleared it at 5 a.m., Hang Jing said, somewhat annoyed. I didn't decipher the information in the notebook immediately, and my health wasn't high enough later. I want to know how this person cleared it. This dungeon is quite difficult for beginners, and there isn't much information about it in any of the teams. The same goes for the first clear player. I hadn't heard of this name before today, so it's very likely a newbie. Hopefully, others survive that dungeon. Once someone clears it, there will be a walkthrough and information about the first clear player. Jiangqi changed her clothes and followed the system's guidance to the player market. Beyond reality and the game dungeon, there was such a large, magical space, similar to a main city. This amazed her. It felt like entering a grand garden for the first time, leaving her overwhelmed. In the player marketplace, all attacks are ineffective, and players wearing masks and dressed in various styles of clothing can be found. The sky here is a hazy blue-gray, revealing exceptionally large circular celestial bodies. The architecture resembles that of the Western Middle Ages, exuding an ancient and solemn atmosphere. Chapter 41. There are designated stall areas in the plaza. After each dungeon run, this space is free for half an hour, then costs 5 points per hour. Players can trade here or list their items directly through the system's trading interface, but the system charges a 10% transaction fee for each transaction. With so many stalls, players don't want to waste time browsing and simply spend more points on the system's trading interface. The most important function of the trading system is the auction. Rare items and materials are listed for auction by those who are fearless. They're fearless because good items are in high demand, such as high-level potion recipes. A high-profile auction always attracts attention. Directly in front of the plaza is a towering, spire-shaped church-style building, the entrance to the training grounds. Players can use it by paying points. In the training grounds, players only lose health during combat, not die, and can quickly recover after stopping combat. The prices for the 2-player training arena and the multiplayer training arena differ. The training arena isn't a game instance mode, it's just a simple battlefield. Usually, it's used by teammates or by finding teams of similar strength to practice against. Sometimes, betting is involved when playing against outsiders. Jiangqi only watched from the outside for a while. She wanted to go into the training arena to see the players' world and understand their abilities and strength, but spectating in the training arena required the permission of the person running the arena, and she hadn't seen anyone willing to do so. The church was like a semi-open arena where you could view players' combat power levels. Jiangqi didn't see a single person lower than herself among the people coming and going. A newbie, right? A male player wearing a short-sleeved shirt and cargo pants glanced over. It's obvious, his companion chimed in. Only newbies who just entered the game would go to the training grounds with such low combat power, then waste points trying to have a noob fight with someone of similar strength. Don't be so sure, another person scoffed. I really like to see what a noob fight looks like. When they start a match later, I'd be willing to spend some points to watch for fun. Now that you mention it, I'm kind of interested too. It should be quite interesting. Alright, let's not waste time. What's so great about a noob fight? Look, it would be more believable if it were one of those first clear players with only 35 in all 3 stats. This is the kind worth watching. You actually believe a stat of 35? I have 4,000 power, and haven't gotten a single first clear yet. The dungeons I enter are either already cleared or too difficult. Not many people can clear them normally. With 35 stats, can her power even exceed 200? Unless she's cheating. The player with a tuft of blonde hair analyzed as they walked in. She's definitely a veteran. But Old Wang is right. If she comes to the training ground, it'd be interesting. I heard of the Lost Path dungeon. It's known as a mass grave for newbies, and it's no joke. Jiangqi, who was listening nearby, thought that if there was someone willing to cooperate, she could step up and earn some points. After all, the game world doesn't discriminate against cheating. Using other people's points to enter the training ground and broaden her horizons, it sounded pretty good. Just as Jiangqi turned to leave, a tall, slender figure stepped through the magnificent, towering doors. His robe swayed slightly as he walked, a sight that perfectly complemented the church's solemn and awe-inspiring architecture. As the two passed each other, the training ground entrance remained bustling. The man, his eyes half closed beneath his black hair, slowly raised them and glanced sideways. The doorway Jiangqi had just passed was now deserted. Chapter 42. After leaving the training grounds, Jiangqi strolled around the market in the plaza. The materials for low-level potions weren't hard to find, but she did the math. The materials for one low-level red potion cost about 70 to 85 points, while the market price for low-level red potions fluctuated between 105 and 120 points. It seemed profitable at first glance, but considering the 60% success rate and the player's crafting stamina limit of 100, meaning only 10 potions could be made per batch, and the slow stamina recovery with no quick recovery method, making a batch of potions a loss, even without considering time costs and only the material consumption, was still a loss. Before coming to the market, she thought being a potion maker was a lucrative profession, and she felt she was about to become rich. But reality is always harsh. The success rate could be increased by continuously crafting potions to improve proficiency, and crafting while maintaining stamina recovery wasn't difficult. However, at these prices, a low-level potion maker would have to spend a large amount of points to reach the intermediate level, making it a losing proposition. Few people had that kind of financial resources. There's one bottle of high-grade potion at the auction house, with a starting bid of 1,500 points. Currently, only advanced alchemists can earn any points, and that's only if they're lucky, and don't fail with any of the materials. Jiangqi spent a total of 820 points on 10 sets of materials. She bought all the cheap ones at the market, and even the slightly more expensive ones. Using these materials, she successfully crafted 4 low-grade red potions and 3 blue potions. According to the forum, this success rate isn't considered bad luck. The so-called 60% doesn't mean that using 10 sets of materials guarantees 6 potions. It means that each set of materials only has a 60% success rate. It's very exciting when luck is bad, as each set of materials only yields that 40% success rate. The last unlucky apothecary lost everything making a batch of potions, even his underwear. He posted online, "Cherish life, stay away from potion making." He also hoped to save enough points to get a new identity. The apothecary identity was now just a status symbol and skill for him. Another newly formed organization collapsed due to funding issues, while supplying materials to a particular apothecary. Jiangqi kept 1 bottle each of red and blue potions for herself, and sold the rest at the lowest market price of 105 points to sell quickly, and buy the next batch of materials. In her spare time, she browsed the forum, skipping over news about clearing the entire game and focusing on apothecary-related information. A newly formed team was looking for long-term partners, offering cheap supplies to apothecaries. Their offers were even more aggressive, promising to sell materials cheaply, but it sounded more like empty promises. Having been taken advantage of too many times in her previous jobs, she was now extremely wary. "Sister Chi, it's you?" A familiar and excited voice rang out from ahead. "I didn't expect to see you here. Can you round it down?" "Sure." Jiangqi nodded. Fang Yuan bought the last bottle of red potion for 100 points and added him as a friend. Jiangqi checked the time and closed the stall immediately, not selling a single low-level blue potion. Those who need blue potions are players with extraordinary abilities. These players, who aren't particularly short of points, would directly choose intermediate potions. But for her, to level up her alchemist crafting skills, she had to make them even if they weren't easy to sell. Her low-level potion proficiency wasn't 100%, so she couldn't make intermediate potions. Bundling them up cheaply and listing them on the trading interface was the fastest way to sell them. She earned a total of 490 points, but lost several hundred points. These losses couldn't be converted into money. Converting them would only make her heart ache. Chapter 43. Sister Chi, do you know why there are so few pharmacists, yet potions are currently selling at a loss? Fang Yuan asked, as if seeking credit. Jiangqi, what else could it be? There are vested interests operating behind the scenes, blocking advancement channels, increasing the difficulty, and thus selecting pharmacists with training potential. Without the help of teams and organizations, pharmacists can't develop, so high-level pharmacists can only be found in a few powerful organizations. The skills of a high-level pharmacist are quite valuable. Not only can they increase mental strength by 20%, but they can also restore 30 points of sanity, the only way to restore sanity in the game. Moreover, high-level pharmacists can make potions that not only restore health and mental strength, but also provide buffs. Recipes like these are generally unheard of by most players. So you guessed it, no wonder, Fang Yuan continued. I just found out there's an organization in the game called the First Merchant Guild. Most players who specialize in buying and selling have their names listed there, and they have a lot of control over the prices of ordinary items. However, their overall combat strength is a bit weak, so they cooperate with the strongest organizations. If you're planning to level up your crafting skills, you could consider joining the guild. Jiangqi didn't deny it. I see. There are plenty of low-level pharmacists in organizations like that. Joining an organization with the title of completed all levels wouldn't be difficult, but Jiangqi didn't like being controlled by others, and the rewards for completing all levels. She had to be cautious. With her current combat strength, anyone would dare to try and steal her items. Do you know that someone is offering to buy your walkthrough route? Fang Yuan said, meeting Jiangqi's gaze, and quickly waved his hand to explain, don't misunderstand, I didn't sell it. Although I'm short on points, I wouldn't sell your information without permission. The normal completion only yields 100 points. He followed Jiangqi, relentlessly hacking and slashing, with Jiangqi handling the rampage and him shouting holy crap. That's how they managed to get 420 points in the later game stages. He couldn't possibly do something like that for such a paltry gain. Sacrificing the greater good for a small profit wasn't his style. No, what I wanted to ask is where to sell it. Jiangqi thought for a moment, set up a stall. There are so many stalls here, and nobody can see them. It's too slow. She wanted to earn points, so selling the guide was a win-win situation. Fang Yuan was speechless for a moment, thinking, we can find buyers on the forum. Jiangqi, which organization are you planning to join? Fang Yuan's initial stats were definitely those of a promising newcomer in the game. I didn't mean to follow you, Fang Yuan said, pursing his lips and looking at Jiangqi with an obedient expression. Speaking of which, you saved my life. Jiangqi was also planning to form her own team. Here's the deal. You helped me find a buyer for the route through the dungeon, and we split the profits 20/80ths. Fang Yuan quickly made a hand gesture. No problem. Leave these trivial matters to me, don't worry. When Jiangqi returned to the real world, the rain had stopped, and the time was 6:54 a.m. She had spent 3 days in the dungeon, and then more than 2 hours in the game's main city. Only a few hours had passed in the real world. The time flow in the two spaces was different. She had entered the game lying in bed, and returned to the same location. Everything in that world felt like a bizarre dream, but the summon system interface clearly told her it wasn't a dream. Even the silver key could be brought into reality. Jiang Qi habitually picked up the sandalwood bracelet from the bedside table and put it on her right hand. Chapter 44. She opened her phone to check the prices of her favorite scenic apartments in a quiet area with mountains and water, perfect for receiving deliveries and takeout. She switched to the calculator, did a quick calculation, then took a deep breath and exited the app, collapsing as if all her strength had been drained. Earning points in the game would also take a lot. She was still a poor pharmacist who needed to spend a huge amount of points to level up. Around 9 in the morning, Jiang Qi got ready, grabbed her keys, and went out. The storm last night had blown down a tree on the roadside, blocking half the road. It was pouring rain when she entered the game. The weather in the game was also pouring rain, and her abilities were also related to rainy weather. Was it a coincidence? Jiang Qi looked at the streets and sky after the rain, suddenly feeling a strong sense of unreality. Meanwhile, on the other side of the street, a man collapsed onto the wet ground at the bus stop, clutching his chest. His bloodshot eyes, pupils dilating, terrified those around him. An ambulance sped past, and Jiang Qi, carrying a week's worth of groceries from the supermarket, hurried past. Jiang City, inside a detached villa. The night was still, clouds obscuring the moonlight. Wuda sat up in bed, drenched in sweat, and turned on all the lights in the room. For the first time, he had experienced this extreme fear and oppression in his dream, to the point that he dared not close his eyes. The figure in the dream was blurry, a long-haired woman sitting in a chair, with several equally indistinct figures standing behind her. The dream was dark and oppressive. When he awoke, Wuda saw the wooden bracelet on her wrist, like old sandalwood. He would die at her hands. Wuda took a deep breath, picked up his phone, and dialed a number. Passed the word down. I need to find a female player who wears a sandalwood bracelet on her right wrist. Brother Wu, any other information? The person on the other end of the phone seemed hesitant. This is hard to find. Keep searching like this for now. I'll let you know if there's any other information, Wuda said, hanging up the phone. As long as he saw the person, he could confirm if it was the person prophesied in his dream. The fact that he couldn't see them clearly in the dream meant that it would be quite some time before he met them. The closer the person in the prophecy was to him, the clearer he would see them in his dream. He had to find them beforehand, and then, just like he always eliminated those who hindered and threatened him, he would strike first and kill them. With this ability, he was the chosen one, destined to stand at the highest point in this world. He would smash these obstacles one by one. A ruthless smile appeared on Wuda's face. Players can enter the game instance once every 7 days. A countdown timer will appear on the system interface. Jiang Qi locked the door, preparing to enter the system space. Players don't just enter the game through their consciousness. Locking the door was mainly to prevent burglaries at night. This was an old house with stairs, and the only security camera downstairs was practically useless. If a thief broke in, she'd basically have to accept her bad luck. Sister Qi, which dungeon are you planning to enter? Fang Yuan messaged. The interface displayed 3 options, arranged from left to right according to difficulty and points earned. The first was the normal beginner difficulty, offering only 500 points. The second option included several dungeons with scores of 2 or 3,000, and the difficulty was manageable. But it showed that some players had already completed all the levels, and the top 3 players on the leaderboard had all gotten full marks and completed them quickly. She had no advantage in this type of dungeon, and the rewards were minimal. A poor pharmacist's points didn't last long. The third option had an empty dungeon completion slot, and the leaderboard was also empty. Chapter 45. Qishir Town. This dungeon is quite difficult. Think about whether you want to come with me, Jiang Qi replied. She was like the game's meaningless life. Quickly gaining strength in the game wasn't a bad thing, but Fang Yuan was different. After a while, Fang Yuan sent a message, this dungeon has a team mode, of course I want to go with you. By the way, last time you asked me to find a player who buys guides, I found one. We can meet at the player market after this game. He wasn't unaware of Jiang Qi's gaming style. As long as the success rate was 50%, she was willing to risk everything. This kind of play was incredibly exciting. Back when he mentioned wanting to follow her in the player market, Fang Yuan had already made his decision. Jiang Qi was right, in this game, the more afraid of death and hesitant you are, the faster you die. Receiving Fang Yuan's confirmation, Jiang Qi tapped the screen. Player confirms entry to Dungeon Qingshi Town? Yes. Jiang Qi and Fang Yuan confirmed one after the other. In another system space. Hang Jing frowned at the prompt on the screen. The Qingshi Town dungeon was full. Enter the next round? He asked. He couldn't contact Wang Yu, so it was probably confirmed. Those entering this dungeon were definitely aiming for first clears and rankings. With teams guarding the last few seconds, using time manipulation to enter the game might break up competing teams. He heard of such dirty tricks exploiting game mechanics, and now he encountered it firsthand. "TSK, don't let me find out who it is," Hang Jing grinned maliciously, revealing 2 tiger teeth, and chose to enter the next round. All players confirmed. Players enter the game. Dungeon information loading. Game dungeon, Qingshi Town. Number of players, 7. Basic information. You return from the provincial capital to visit relatives, only to find an elder had unexpectedly died. As a junior, you should keep vigil for them. Mission. Investigate the truth behind the death of the wealthy gentleman in Qingshi Town, complete the funeral rites, and ensure the deceased rests in peace. Finding clues might allow for early completion. This instance appears to be set a couple hundred years before the present day. Jiang Qi quickly went through it, memorizing a few key points, as the countdown on the interface ended. The surrounding white fog dissipated, and visibility improved. An unpaved dirt road stretched out before them, flanked by weeds, dark green pine trees, and grave mounds with unidentified white flowers. A cold wind blew, and the sky was tinged with yellow, the hues resembling an old photograph from decades ago. Jiang Qi and Fang Yuan sat on a simple cart, the wheels rolling over hard stones embedded in the dirt, nearly tumbling over. "We arrived at Qingshi Town," the driver said coldly. The horses pulling the cart slowly came to a stop, and then the 2 of them, along with their luggage, were forced off. Yes, forced off, as if they were plague carriers, impatiently awaited. The coachman ran incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, all that could be seen was his hurried back and the dust kicked up by his horse's hooves. "Uncle, wait a minute," Fang Yuan said, puzzled, putting his hand down. "Running so fast, and you said you wanted to ask him about Qingshi Town?" Jiang Qi, carrying a rattan suitcase that would be considered an antique in reality, looked at the 3 traditional Chinese characters for Qingshi Town above the stone entrance. A cold wind howled through the buildings, the stones were generally blackened, and a layer of dark moss grew in the corners, making the town appear somewhat gloomy under the dim sky, just like the town before him. The buildings in Qingshi Town, like this era of transition between old and new, had both traditional blue tiles and red bricks, and Western elements, exuding an air of half-dead, decaying grandeur. "Look at this, Qingshi Town is quite wealthy." Fang Yuan was still regretting not stopping the coachman, who clearly knew something earlier. That coachman ran so fast, this place is definitely not peaceful. It's eerily quiet even in broad daylight, the atmosphere is like a ghost story, and so is the plot. "Sister Qi, do you think this place might be haunted?" "Maybe it really is." Jiang Qi glanced at Fang Yuan's somewhat stiff expression, and said calmly, "The basic information is quite obvious. One is returning home to visit relatives, the other is returning home with friends. The deathly still town turns a visit to relatives into a funeral, traditional funeral rites. All the elements of a horror game are there." "Ah? No. Is this for real?" Fang Yuan followed Jiang Qi, trembling slightly. "How come you're not scared at all? This isn't a beginner's game." Hearing this, Jiang Qi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her expression fleeting. Compared to the human heart, are ghosts really that scary? In reality, of course, the human heart is scarier, but actually seeing that thing is a different story. Fang Yuan asked hesitantly, "I always been curious. What do you do in real life?" "So brave." He doesn't flinch when it comes to extreme sports, and he's fearless and reckless, but this kind of intangible, chilling presence is truly terrifying. "My last job was guarding a cemetery. It was pretty good," Jiang Qi replied with a smile. "I should have studied this major directly back then. I could have avoided so many detours." Fang Yuan, No wonder he wasn't scared. It was like coming home. Not entirely fearless, Jiang Qi raised an eyebrow, thinking thoughtfully, all the fear stems from insufficient firepower, and that's what we have right now. I really didn't see that coming. Fang Yuan forced a fake smile, thinking, if I gave you a Barrett, you'd dare rush in and flatten the grave. In broad daylight, the faces of the people passing through the town were devoid of life, as if a dark, gloomy mist lingered over the town and its inhabitants. Jiang Qi and Fang Yuan, one dressed in a Western-style shirt and vest, the other in a simple lace dress and white top hat, stood out starkly against the rest of the town, drawing glances from passers-by and whispering amongst themselves. Fang Yuan casually tried to ask someone for directions when a man in his 50s, wearing a gray long gown with a white cloth wrapped around his sleeve, hurriedly approached. "Are you Miss Jiang Qi?" the man explained, looking at the white cloth on his arm. "Something happened at home last night, and we didn't have time to prepare, so this." NPC butler you. He's the old butler of the manor. You met him a few years ago, when you returned with your family to pay respects to your ancestors. Jiangqi, what happened? Master fell in his room last night, and just like that, he passed away. Butler Yu sighed as he walked. Master's health hasn't been good for the past 6 months. He's tried both Chinese and Western medicine, but it hasn't been effective. Last time we brought a doctor from the city, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Fortunately, young master came back half a month ago. At least he saw him one last time, so he didn't leave with regrets. The player's profile page stated that she was playing the role of a cousin from a wealthy family in Qingshe town. By seniority, she should have called the deceased her uncle. 10 years ago, she moved to the provincial capital with her family, and the two families had a good relationship and maintained contact ever since. Chapter 46. This cousin's house was easily recognizable. It was clearly a wealthy family. The house was a blend of Chinese and Western styles, and the newly built villa was quite impressive. Even in this materially advanced modern world, she hadn't lived in such a nice house. Jiangqi sighed inwardly. White lanterns and white cloth bearing the character Yen Memorial were already hanging at the main gate, and servants in dark, plain clothes were busy arranging things. Perhaps due to the dim, yellowish sky, the ornate building inside appeared dark and gloomy, its colors muted. Upon entering, she felt the temperature drop several degrees. A chill brushed against the back of her hand, and the white paper lanterns and white cloth flowers swayed gently in the cold wind. The clouds in the sky seemed even darker. Miss Jiangqi, your and your friend's room is ready. It's on the 2nd floor here. You come all the way from the provincial capital, so I have someone take you upstairs to settle in. Butler Yu, who hadn't closed his eyes since last night, looked somewhat tired. Young master is keeping watch at the morning hall. Would you like to go there first? Jiangqi nodded. Yes, thank you for your trouble, Uncle Yu. She had to greet the host family first and offer incense to the elders, otherwise, it wouldn't be proper. The relatives and friends from the town hadn't arrived yet, so there were few people at the morning hall. It wouldn't be so convenient to go later when it got crowded. The servants took their luggage to their room first. Jiangqi and Fan Yuan headed towards the morning hall, which was covered with large white cloths. This time, they didn't have to worry about their luggage being rummaged through like in the previous instance. Fan Yuan had already checked in the carriage. There were only clothes. Jiangqi walked slowly, and Fan Yuan followed closely beside her. Watching the yellow paper money that had been trampled on the ground being blown by the wind, a chill crept up his back. Before he even stepped into the threshold of the morning hall, a framed portrait suddenly appeared before his eyes. The person in the painting was wearing a long gown of fine silk, with half-white hair, slightly plump, and a very ordinary appearance. But placed in the painting, along with the white cloth, white lanterns, and dim lighting everywhere, the thought of the person in the painting lying stiffly on the wooden planks of the morning hall, wearing a burial shroud, and covered with a white cloth immediately gave him a creepy feeling. Looking at it for a while, they felt as if the people in the painting were smiling at them, not with the kind smile of an elder towards a younger generation, but with a stiff, cold smile that tugged at the corners of their mouths. Main quest. Paying respects to the deceased at the morning hall. Jiangqi prepared to light incense and burn some paper money. Just as she took a step forward, she saw a young man emerge from inside. He appeared to be around 19 or 20 years old, dressed in white morning clothes, a hemp rope tied around his waist, and a pointed hat made of coarse white hemp. His slightly curled black hair fell casually over his forehead, and his long black eyelashes were slightly lowered, giving him a youthful languor. Even dressed like this couldn't hide his almost unreal, exquisitely handsome features, and the incongruity of his appearance. How to put it? He seemed completely out of place in this decaying, deathly atmosphere, more like an outsider than the two of them. Yet he stood there in mourning, looking as if he hadn't slept properly. Sleeping in the morning hall, a truly filial son, Fan Yuan's lips moved slightly. It's too obvious. It's like the person who died wasn't his father, but some insignificant nobody. This guy looks like a foreigner from 1 or 2 generations back in the family. We haven't seen any foreign faces in Qingshe town at all, Fan Yuan said in a voice only the two of them could hear. And the old man in the painting doesn't look like he could have fathered a son like this. I guess it's a player. A player coming into sleep is even worse. If he were in this kind of place, guarding the spirit of his cheapskate father in the dungeon, he definitely wouldn't dare close his eyes. Wouldn't he be afraid of opening his eyes to see that dead man standing next to him, smiling at him? It's obvious. No one else tried to hide it. Jiangqi stepped inside. Now, she didn't even need to put on a show of offering condolences. She wasn't good at polite words anyway. Fang Yuan paused, about to say something, when he saw Jiang Qi light 3 incense sticks on the burning paper money in the charcoal brazier, respectfully offering incense to the deceased. He was surprised that Jiang Qi genuinely showed respect to the deceased in the game instance, and quickly followed suit, burning paper money as well. Afterwards, Jiang Qi went around to the back, and stood beside the corpse covered with a white sheet. What are you doing? Fang Yuan asked, somewhat flustered. As a junior, I want to see my elder one last time, Jiang Qi said softly, turning her head. Or do you want to come tonight? Fang Yuan shook his head repeatedly, feeling a chill run down his spine, as he looked at the summoning banner fluttering in the wind, and smelled the incense. What if he encountered a ghost while visiting a corpse at night? Jiang Qi slowly lifted a corner of the white sheet, revealing his uncle from the painting. His face was pale, a copper coin was in his mouth, and he wore a neat jacket, exuding a cold and withered aura. Birth, aging, sickness, and death are inescapable for everyone. In such situations, outsiders only sense fear, and a few sighs, only family members truly feel the pain. She kept vigil for 4 days, her body utterly exhausted before she could sleep. With her eyes closed, the melody of funeral music filled her mind. Years later, lying in bed at night, she would occasionally recall that time. Let's go. Jiang Qi carefully covered the body with a white sheet. The mourning hall was the first place set up. Nothing unusual had been found yet, and she couldn't possibly determine how her uncle had died just by glancing at him. Judging from the face, he had passed away peacefully. According to the information Butler Yu had given them, her uncle's death was also very reasonable and normal. As Jiang Qi turned to leave, a man dressed in mourning clothes stepped forward and looked at her. His clear voice, like the sound of a church organ, asked, "Have we met before?" He raised his eyes, his long black eyelashes fluttering slightly, a hint of weariness in his gaze, as if searching his memory. Fang Yuan was filled with questions. This guy's pickup line was terrible. Was he still half asleep? What a waste of his genetically perfect looks. Jiang Qi, I guess I haven't seen you before? She didn't think he was deliberately trying to start a conversation. His eyes were devoid of emotion when he spoke. It seemed he just recognized her. No, not even recognized. The familiarity he felt had absolutely nothing to do with her appearance. After leaving the mourning hall, Jiang Qi and Fang Yuan were led to their room by a servant. Butler Yu had some simple food and white mourning cloths brought up. Things at home aren't settled yet, and we haven't had time to prepare anything to eat. Please make do with this for now. Jiang Qi, you all go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about me. I change my clothes and come help out in a bit. Okay, everything's in your room. Watching the servant leave, Fang Yuan said, that player in the mourning hall isn't someone to be trifled with. There are others who haven't shown up yet. Soon. Jiang Qi stirred her porridge, her voice calm and even. We didn't see anyone else when we arrived. They're either the family stewards or relatives from the town. They definitely come to help later. Chapter 47. In the past, when someone had a major event, the whole town would come. Even the younger members of the family, who were close relatives, would wear mourning clothes and keep vigil overnight. Moreover, this uncle held a very high position in Qingshi town. Fang Yuan put down his chopsticks. My persona isn't related to the old man. I'm an outsider, so I don't need to keep vigil at the mourning hall tonight. In the previous dungeon, he was the highest ranking player besides the 2 veteran players. Now, Jiang Qi had surpassed him. As for the others, few were as reckless as Jiang Qi, prioritizing points and first clear times, choosing high difficulty with low combat power. Jiang Qi took a bite of her steamed bun. This persona is good. It's inconvenient for us relatives to wander around now, especially for the player playing the filial son in the mourning hall. You're both a guest and staying at the mansion, making it easier for you to find clues. Fang Yuan looked reluctant and nodded. He was too embarrassed to say that he was afraid of ghosts, and didn't dare to be alone. Sister Qi, what extraordinary ability did you unlock last time? I heard that you can get an ability by completing the entire dungeon, but the 2 veteran players from the last dungeon didn't have it, Fang Yuan asked curiously. Jiang Qi stretched out her hand, crackling with electricity, instantly illuminating Fang Yuan's face. Holy crap! That's so cool. My base stats are poor, my damage isn't high, Jiang Qi reminded him. Later, find a chance to visit various places. I go help at the mourning hall and inquire about the funeral customs of Qingshi town. Fang Yuan nodded, no problem. After discussing their next move, Jiang Qi told Fang Yuan to wait outside, while she changed into more comfortable clothes. He removed his top hat, changed into a black and white long-sleeved jacket and skirt prepared by the manor, and flat cloth shoes. A white cloth was pinned to the sleeves. Mourning clothes were necessary, but the style varied according to the closeness of the blood relationship. Emerging from the room, one finds people already paying their respects in the mourning hall. The Xia family home no longer seems as desolate and gloomy as before. Finally, there's a hint of life. After offering incense, mourners go to Xian, the only male member of the household, dressed in mourning clothes, his eyes half closed and expressionless, to offer a few words of comfort. This name was something Fang Yuan inquired about from NPCs outside. Whether it's the player's real name is questionable. The Qingshi town instance has a clan system. Players must use their family member identity, and their names and surnames may follow the system settings. Alas, Master Xia was in the prime of his life. How could he suddenly pass away? I heard the young master wasn't even engaged yet, didn't even get to drink the tea before his bride's wedding, and didn't even see his grandson. How can we rest easy? The speaker patted his left palm with the back of his right hand. Those around him sighed and shook their heads. Yes, young Master Xia seems to be overwhelmed with grief. From now on, the whole family will depend on him. How could he tell he was overwhelmed with grief? Fang Yuan's lips twitched, his expression quite surprised. I rack my brains, but I still can't figure it out. Perhaps he's been unfairly romanticized. Does young Master Xia really need comforting? He's clearly just too lazy to be polite. If the NPC old man could see that, he'd probably sit up and strangle him. Jiangqi, why don't you ask him some more? Fang Yuan looked bewildered. I better go to town and check on things. As noon approached, a commotion arose outside. Two men, roughly the same age as his deceased uncle, entered the morning hall accompanied by the butler, followed by several young men. NPC Huang Dafu, a wealthy merchant from Qingshi town, a close friend of the deceased. The two families had been related by marriage many years ago. NPC Xia Jinshou, mayor of Qingshi town, a relative of the deceased. Two NPCs with information. So far, everyone who has come, whether prominent or ordinary townspeople, is related to her uncle in some way. Relatives who came to help have been arriving at the Xia residence one after another. Jiangqi discovered 3 potential players. All of them are close relatives of the deceased Master Xia, with some blood relation. 2 of them are together, while the third seems to be at odds with them. Their eyes met with coldness and provocation as they entered. The incident occurred at the Xia residence, and Master Xia died. This is undoubtedly the most dangerous place. During the day, things are alright. People come to burn paper money and offer incense, and a feast is set up in the courtyard. However, not many people came on the first day, and after the feast ends at night, only a few people will remain in the morning hall. The ever-burning lamps and candles must not be extinguished. Be extra careful when it's windy. And whatever you do, don't let any stray cats in, and especially don't let them get close to the master. These things are not to be taken lightly, you must remember them. Steward Yu and the uncles from the clan who were in charge of the arrangements stood in the morning hall, solemnly instructing them. Everyone present nodded in understanding. Also, there will be many people tomorrow morning. When you're wailing, you follow a few of the antes. There are rules about when to wail. Don't let people say our family doesn't understand etiquette. This was an instruction to the women. Outside the morning hall, the helpers hired by the Xia family were resting on benches. A young man in a short-sleeved shirt rolled up his sleeves and said in a condescending tone, "Only now, a decade or 2 ago, women weren't allowed to eat at the table. My wife is still not satisfied. Eating at the table is absolutely unacceptable in my family. No matter what happens outside, my father said that behind closed doors, our family rules cannot be broken. Look at the Xia family. They had immense wealth, but now only the young master is left. It's fortunate they had a capable male heir, otherwise, with Master Xia gone, the family fortune would be lost." Jiangqi wandered around the Xia family compound for a while, observing all the NPCs coming and going. Her character held a high position in the mansion, and being a returnee from the provincial capital, she was treated with respect, and no one gave her a hard time. However, the instance information stated she had to keep vigil, and funeral customs were, on the surface, required adherence. They used Western items, but those outdated rules targeting women remained unchanged, and utterly unreasonable, citing reasons like bad luck, especially the absolute prohibition against women going up the mountain on the day of the funeral. Ironically, when they emerged from women's wombs, they no longer considered it unlucky. In Qingshi town, darkness fell early. A pair of white lanterns at the entrance were already lit, swaying in the night wind, looking from a distance like a pair of eyes watching the silent town. Fang Yuan returned before dinner. He was seated at Jiang Qi's table, next to the Xia family's main table. The player playing the Xia family's young master, along with the 3 players Jiang Qi had discovered, were at the next table, a table full of distant relatives. Jiang Qi was dizzy just trying to remember their names when they sat down. She relied entirely on NPC information to recognize them. Your uncle's sudden passing was unexpected. Now the whole family needs you. Don't be too sad, the crewcut man said, putting on his act. Xia lowered his head to eat, a smirk playing on his lips. He lazily responded, not intending to acknowledge him. Xia Jinsho, at the head of the table, sighed. We just had tea together a couple of days ago. Your father seemed to be doing all right then. Life is unpredictable. We have to trouble you all to help out these next few days. The funeral arrangements can't be taken lightly. According to our custom, peachwood nails must be used when placing the coffin. Chapter 48. I already spoken to Steward you about this. He's an elder in town. He knows the customs. We understand. The young man in the gray shirt sitting next to the crewcut man replied. Why do we have to use peachwood nails in our town? The crewcut man asked again. Xia Jinsho waved his hand, his tone slightly somber. That's how the rules have been passed down. You younger folks don't have so many questions. Just do as you're told. Peachwood nails, for warding off evil spirits, Jiang Qi thought thoughtfully. Normally, who would use something like that to ward off their own family? Girl, it seems like it was 5 years ago, when I last saw you. The aunt at the table looked at Jiang Qi familiarly and said, You were still young then, but you've grown even more beautiful in the years. Jiang Qi nodded perfunctorily. Is this your friend from the provincial capital? I heard he works at a newspaper. The aunt turned to Fang Yuan, showering him with praise. Young and promising, clearly a cultured man. Fang Yuan knew exactly what she meant, and wanted to subtly inquire about his sister Qi's marital status, but the occasion wasn't suitable for directness. No, I'm not even close. Jiang Qi holds a higher position at the newspaper than me, and they're even planning to send her abroad to study. The implication was clear. Stop worrying about the feudalistic men in the family, just relax and enjoy the meal. Anyone who tried to force Qi to adhere to those rules, she happily set fire to the house, and everyone inside. Towards the end of dinner, a sudden sound of shattering porcelain rang out from another table, followed by gasps from the crowd. Jiang Qi saw a man lying on the ground, bowls and wine glasses broken into pieces. Someone nearby was crouching, calling out anxiously. The man lay motionless, mouth agape, his face frozen in terror. Second uncle. What's wrong? Quickly, get a doctor. Hurry! The town clinic wasn't far, and the servant quickly led someone in, pushing through the crowd to Xia's second uncle's side. The doctor first checked his pulse, then looked at his eyes, before standing up, sighing, and shaking his head. He's gone. How could he be dead? The people at the table looked panicked and incredulous. What happened? Xia Jinsho stepped forward and solemnly questioned the group at the table. His calm voice silenced the surrounding conversation. The 2 white lanterns at the entrance of the morning hall tilted in the eerie wind. The boy closest to Xia's second uncle was terrified. No, I don't know, second uncle just suddenly collapsed. He was eating fine, and I said I toast second uncle. Another man stammered, I don't know what happened. Second uncle suddenly looked over there, didn't say anything, and then... He pointed to the center of the morning hall, under the half-burnt candle on the left. There were only straw mats for those who came to pay their respects, food offered to the deceased, flickering candlelight on porcelain bowls, and a sliver of shadow cast by the white cloth covering Master Xia's body. No one knew why Uncle Xia was looking there, dying with a face full of terror, or rather, no one knew what he saw in his final moments. Such an event left the guests feeling uneasy, and no one had the appetite to continue eating. Several young men carried Uncle Xia's body back, and the rest of the group took their leave. Soon, another family in Qingshi town hung up white lanterns, and mournful cries drifted intermittently through the night, but upon closer listening, they seemed to mingle with the sharp, childish laughter of children. The once bustling Xia mansion suddenly became deserted, a chill creeping through the hall. Aside from a few main tables, the uneaten food on the remaining tables was mostly packed up and taken away. The servants and hired help cleared the tables together. Half an hour later, everyone who was supposed to leave had gone home. Steward Yu, who had been busy all day, also went to his room to rest. The mansion fell completely silent, like a giant tomb. Jiang Qi took advantage of the early hour to tidy up her room and exchange information with Fang Yuan. She wasn't a direct relative, and in a town so focused on ancestral worship, important matters weren't her concern. During the day, Instead of folding and burning paper money at the morning hall, she spent her time getting to know various NPC relatives. Fang Yuan, his fingers damp with tea, drew the main streets of Qingshi town on the table. These are shops and roadside stalls. Further south is the ancestral hall, which is only open for ancestral worship and important town events. This town is indeed wealthy. It has tea houses and shops. To the east is a river. An old NPC told me not to go there at night. When I asked why, he only said that someone had drowned in the river, and the water ghost would take their place. Fang Yuan recalled, by the way, I also saw 2 stone chastity arches along the way. The carvings were very exquisite. The more recent one was erected over 100 years ago. Hearing this, Jiang Qi leaned back. The arches you saw are related to several prominent families in Qingshi town? Fang Yuan wasn't surprised that Jiang Qi could guess. In those days, wealthy families used this to compete. Having a chaste widow in the family was an honor, and it even brought tax breaks. It was also considered a merit of the local officials. Jiang Qi, I'm going to the morning hall tonight. You stay in the room and see if anything unusual happens. Okay. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, mentally preparing himself. There's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a monster that can launch mental attacks, not a physical one. As Jiang Qi was leaving, Fang Yuan called her back. Sister Qi, that person died inexplicably at the banquet, and it was at the busiest time. Be careful. Jiang Qi nodded. I know what I'm doing. Outer courtyard guest room of the mansion. Guiyuda, with his buzz cut, ripped off his white cloth and threw it on the table. This dungeon is interesting. Those people are probably aiming for the first clear too. Mo Shouliang, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, crossed his right leg over his left, a ruthless look of determination on his face. I saw Wang Yu during the day. He was alone. We entered the dungeon at the perfect moment. The teams that were dismantled can only blame their bad luck. Chao Lang feigned concern. I heard some rumors about this dungeon. Whoever is closest to that dead man is in the most danger. Tonight, more than one person will die. Let Xian hold the fort for a couple of days at the morning hall. We get the clues, then we deal with them. Mo Shouliang laughed. Wang Yu has no one to cooperate with. His combat power will be significantly reduced. He'll only be able to suppress us. As for the other 2, we don't even know where they came from. Their combat power won't be higher than ours. There's something I find a bit strange, Shouliang. Didn't you just say that whoever is the filial son has the highest combat power? We never heard of the name Xian before. Shouldn't this character be Wang Yu? Chao Lang said. That's the surname of the corpse in the morning hall. Whoever takes on the role of the filial son gets that name. Yuda and I changed our surnames in the game because we were related. Chapter 49. Mo Shouliang said disdainfully, that kid looks like a smug pretty boy, but we don't know his background. Let's wait and see. What if Wang Yu wants to cooperate with him? Guiyuda asked. Mo Shouliang said gruffly, keep an eye on that kid and Wang Yu. They're not on our side. Even if they reach an agreement, this kind of cooperation is easy to fall apart in the game. Xian's identity is too conspicuous in the instance, almost like an open secret. His movements can be tracked without much effort. Wang Yu won't be foolish enough to prioritize cooperating with him. Instead, he find 2 other players with slightly lower combat power and take control of the situation himself. As soon as Jiang Qi went downstairs, a cold wind blew the white cloth high, and the shadows on the ground flickered in the candlelight. The leaves of the trees inside and outside the courtyard rustled, like a mournful, plaintive song. This instance is different from the last one. The last one was terrifying because of the unreachable, bottomless ocean trenches and the indescribable, nameless power. This time, it's a chilling, eerie, and sinister atmosphere. The morning hall was eerily quiet, save for the sounds of the wind and burning candles. The air was thick with the smell of incense and paper money. Standing by the door, one could vaguely see the toes of a corpse covered in white cloth, their protruding upwards. The dim candlelight illuminated half of the portrait, the other half of the face blurred and shadowy. The wreaths and colorful paper figures leaning against the wall rustled in the wind, giving the illusion that they might come to life at any moment. Jiang Qi glanced at the long candles and lamp oil piled in the corner, then took 2 steps inside. A different scene appeared in the otherwise gloomy and silent morning hall. Xian, dressed in morning clothes, sat on a bamboo reclining chair and slowly opened his eyes. Even Jiang Qi was stunned for a couple of seconds by the scene. This was a morning hall, and right in the center lay a corpse, looking as if it were comfortably sitting in the courtyard enjoying the cool evening air. It was a shame it didn't work at a cemetery. Jiang Qi wanted to go up and say, "How can you sleep like that? At your age, you're asleep?" Get up and change the candles. There's only a little bit left, almost burned out. Jiangqi walked around the corpse in the center. The sound of the paper fluttering in the wind came and went, like whispers, but she wouldn't feel it. He's going to check. Compared to the cold and eerie morning hall, her own imagination was even more terrifying. A wind was blowing outside, and a chill ran down her spine. Jiangqi felt someone put their hand on her shoulder and follow her. Turning around, she saw only a pale, eerie paper figure staring at her. The paper figure's lips seemed more vibrant than during the day. Had the paper figure just blinked? Jiangqi wasn't sure. She didn't really trust her night vision. Walking back to the front of the morning hall, under the white cloth unseen by anyone, her withered, bluish fingers twitched stiffly. Her face, though still relatively serene, revealed eyes that had been closed but had opened at some point. Her dilated pupils, bloodshot, stared intently at the flickering lamplight on the white cloth. Jiangqi picked up 2 long candles and a stack of paper money. She lit the paper money over the nearly burnt-out candles and tossed it into the charcoal brazier, adding some oil to the ever-burning lamp. The person on the recliner finally rose, took the candles from beside her, lit them, and placed them on either side. "Your name is Jiangqi?" A calm voice came from his lips. Jiangqi asked deliberately, "How did you know?" "I heard them call you Miss Jiangqi." His gaze fell on Jiangqi's hand. The dark sandalwood bracelet glowed softly in the flickering candlelight. "I thought you weren't planning on getting involved here." Jiangqi raised an eyebrow slightly. In her estimation, Xia Lei's only son was incredibly dangerous. As long as he was in this morning hall, her own danger level would be lower. "I didn't really want to get involved." He looked at Jiangqi sincerely, his sculpted features casting a shadow on his face. "Xia Chaozi." Jiangqi searched her memory, then suddenly remembered that before entering this instance, she had checked the instance information in the options, and seen this name in the first clear player and rankings. Sure enough, the game assigned the identity of Xia Lei's son to the player with the highest combat power, as a balance. The first to die in Qingshi town was Xia Lei, followed by his second uncle. It wasn't that people without family ties were safe, but those with closer blood relations definitely had a higher priority. Jiangqi raised her eyes. "You came to this instance for a first clear?" "You could say that." Jiangqi nodded. To be able to sit comfortably in the morning hall on a reclining chair late at night, with such strong competition, the outcome, this time, is truly uncertain. At midnight, the night watchman struck the gong 3 times. The deep, drawn-out sound of the gong echoed through the town of Qingshi in the dead of night, the shadows of lanterns cast on the cracked stone slabs of the threshold. From within the opulent house, a piercing wail suddenly erupted, and the entire courtyard lit up. "Master, master, how could you be so heartless, abandoning such a large family? What will I do now?" "Father, father!" "Quickly, go and inform the uncles and elders of the clan." Amidst the drawn-out wailing, another house in Qingshi town hung up a white lantern, and the thin, sharp laughter grew even more shrill in the rustling wind. When Jiangqi heard the news, she was sitting on a stool, yawning and staring at the candle on her left, her vision blurred, but she couldn't make out anything. Upon learning of the deaths of Xie Jinsho and a highly respected elder in town, Jiangqi was instantly wide awake. Gazing at the silent courtyard, a chilling aura slowly seeped into the fabric of her clothes. One died during a feast one night, the other 2 mysteriously disappeared at home in the middle of the night. The elder was a senior figure. There was no reason for him to rush to pay his respects, and he hadn't even come to the Xie family's house today. 3 people died in one day. The funeral hasn't even started here, and white lanterns are already hanging over there. "I don't know what's going on in town lately," the servant who had just delivered the message whispered. "I heard that the deceased take their loved ones with them. Do you think it could be the master?" "Don't talk nonsense, it's the middle of the night." Another servant rubbed his arms, muttering twice, "Don't be surprised if something strange." Jiangqi stood behind the pillar watching the 2 servants walk away, then frowned slightly, and returned to the morning hall, his gaze returning to the body covered with a white sheet. Could it really be it? And how did it choose its target? The third person to die had a high status in Qingshi town, but he wasn't a relative of this uncle. The NPC saw it before he died, Xie Chaozi said indifferently. "Jiangqi, what?" "Someone was squatting here eating." He spoke slowly, his tone calm, as if he were stating something commonplace. Jiangqi was startled, staring in astonishment at the thick candle and the ever-burning lamp beneath it. The food offered to the deceased was there, looking somewhat dry and hard from being left out for so long, with some ashes from burnt paper money on it. Chapter 50. If Uncle Xie saw that kind of scene, it makes sense that he was scared to death. "You saw it too?" Jiang Qi turned to Xie Chaozi. Xie Chaozi, I was eating and didn't pay attention. The last thing I saw was that person disappear into thin air. Jiang Qi, He saw it, and still managed to sleep here. Impressive, impressive. Is it the person in the painting? Jiang Qi looked at the realistic painting directly in front of her. The clothes are, but the figure isn't quite right. Xie Chaozi tilted his head. Do you believe what I'm saying? Why wouldn't I? A slight smile appeared on Jiang Qi's lips. Did you get bored in the middle of the night and make up a story to scare me? You also thought I would be a target, so you came looking for clues in the middle of the night. Xie Chaozi didn't seem too concerned. Jiang Qi admitted it readily, yes. No. Without a backup plan, how could she dare to come? In this instance, any player or monster other than Fang Yuan could potentially reduce her health by half with a single hit, and skills wouldn't be able to heal her. Someone would come to relieve her later that night, allowing them to go back and rest. Perhaps it was the image of a person dressed in his deceased uncle's clothes, squatting by the straw offerings, wolfing down a handful of food with his dark hands, haunting her mind, that affected Jiang Qi as she walked back to her room, feeling increasingly cold. It wasn't the weather, but the chilling atmosphere. As soon as Jiang Qi entered, she saw Fang Yuan crouching in the outer room, clutching a blanket and huddled on a stool, trembling with fear. Sister Qi, I have something terrifying to tell you. I also have some terrifying news, Jiang Qi said calmly, finding a chair to sit down. You go first. The other two players don't live in the outer courtyard. I was thinking of keeping an eye on them from this window. Fang Yuan's voice trembled slightly as he picked up his old binoculars. I found this in town during the day. At 9 o'clock, the third person came out of the house. I saw him during the day. He's a distant relative of the Xie family. At that point, everything seemed normal. Around 11 o'clock, I heard the night watchman's drum, and it sounded like someone was talking, well, more like singing, with a very drawn-out melody. I was a little dazed, so I looked again, and then I saw something with disheveled hair staring at me. Can you imagine the scene? Those eyes had no pupils, but they were staring at me. I was so scared that I dropped the binoculars and didn't dare pick them up for a long time. Jiang Qi took the binoculars from him. Which location? Fang Yuan pointed shakily out the window. Jiang Qi looked at them for a long time. There was a crack in the lens. Turning the lens, all she could see were white lanterns and branches swaying in the cold wind. She looked around the room. I didn't see anything. Actually, she did see something. Half of a deathly pale face vanished from the windowsill in a flash. The face was terrifying, white as wax, covered in wrinkles, with dark veins that seemed to stretch the thin skin. The hand resting on the windowsill was extremely small. Jiang Qi wasn't sure if the person had followed her, or had simply been watching Fang Yuan from the windowsill. Can I stay here for the night? In the outer room. Fang Yuan looked out at the deep darkness, her hair standing on end. She had mentally prepared herself, but seeing it in person still made her uneasy. You can sleep on the floor yourself. There's no need to be fussy in the dungeon. She didn't take off her clothes when she slept in the game. Fang Yuan nodded repeatedly. Sister Qi, what was that scary news you just told me? Jiang Qi, seeing his frightened expression, asked, Are you sure you want to hear more? Fang Yuan took a deep breath. It's normal to be scared the first time you see a ghost. You get used to it after a few times. There's a saying, isn't there? The best way to deal with fear is to face it head on. Jiang Qi paused slightly. Do you know how that person who attended the banquet died? After she finished speaking, the room became eerily quiet. Fang Yuan silently hugged the blanket tighter, shivering. That's terrifying. Who wouldn't be scared half to death if they saw that? And the person who died tonight? Could it really be your cheap uncle? Not necessarily. Xie Chaozi said, the figure wasn't his uncle, and the one on the windowsill definitely wasn't his uncle either. If you want to take a few people with you, there's no need to change your form. When I worked at the cemetery, I heard a saying that weak, dying people are more likely to see ghosts, also called vengeful spirits. There's a saying that deceased people take away their family members. When I heard that, I thought, if it's true, it might not actually be someone from your own family who died. It's not impossible, it could be something from outside. A sudden gust of cold wind blew through the window, leaving a slapping sound. Fang Yuan stiffened, feeling like something was watching him from outside. Jiang Qi continued calmly, Let's assume that Uncle Xie didn't see the deceased in the morning hall, but why was he wearing his clothes? Is this a common way for them to scare people? Fang Yuan, I think so. What's scarier than seeing a dead person squatting there eating is seeing an unfamiliar ghost wearing the clothes of a dead person in the morning hall, eating, and then turning around and smiling at you. Jiangqi thought for a moment, then decided not to mention what she had just seen. Was it just bad luck that they were scared to death, or were they targeted? If it's the latter, my uncle's death might be related, Fang Yuan added. If it weren't for the sudden deaths of the latter two, the former might be possible. 2 more deaths in the middle of the night were definitely not a coincidence. They were targeting these families in Qingshi town. Jiangqi lay in bed staring at the ceiling. The next morning, she was awakened by wailing as she was still half asleep. Hearing such mournful noise, no one could fall back asleep. Something seemed wrong. The crying was strange. Jiangqi got out of bed, quickly washed up, and went downstairs with Fang Yuan, who was waiting in the outer room. As soon as they reached the morning hall, they saw several people dressed in white coarse morning clothes gathered together. Wailing could be heard from the innermost part, and several older people stood to one side, speaking solemnly. Why did he open his eyes so quickly? Brother, what are you still worried about? Just go in peace, and don't disturb your family. The speaker threw another handful of paper money into the charcoal brazier, and thick black smoke rose, filling the morning hall with smoke. Jiangqi walked in from a less crowded area. The white sheet covering the body was folded up to the chest. Master Xia's eyes were closed, and his face had become even more withered with the passage of time since his death. From the crowd, the oldest man in a black jacket, with a strong voice, ordered, "Seal the coffin immediately. 6 iron nails along the incline, 1 peachwood nail, not 1 less." NPC Xie Jingzhong, an elder of the Xie family in Qingshi town, who came out to preside over the matter because the town mayor died last night. Elder, today isn't the time for the coffin, Guiyuda said awkwardly from the side. What time is it? Why worry about the time? If the coffin isn't sealed soon, something terrible will happen, Xie Jingzhong said irritably. Chapter 51. You're older than Xian, yet you lack his composure. Do you, a junior, have the right to speak in this situation? Guiyuda's expression froze for a moment, cursing inwardly, old man, lecturing me. How could Xian, that pretty boy, not be composed? He just stood there watching the show, not taking the opportunity to use his status to ask for information. He just wanted to wait for them to ask. Under the elder's direction, several burly men carefully lifted the corpse from the 4 corners. 1, 2, 3. Their hands strained, veins bulging, but strangely, the corpse was only raised to half a hand's height. Old Master Xia's eyes suddenly opened again. The young man, who had been looking up, trembled, almost dropping his grip in fright. Clan elder. What are you afraid of, your own elder? Elder Xia scolded, then sighed, he harbors resentment. According to custom, the body should be kept in state for 7 days, and a suitable day and time should be chosen before it can be placed in the coffin. Xinqiang, we don't want to rush you out, but we have no choice now. Elder Xia's voice was aged yet strong. All those in mourning, stand up. Call out to him together. Let Xinqiang depart in peace. Jiangqi had just stepped forward when someone pushed him to the front, next to Xie Chaozi, and the two of them blended into the chorus of cries and shouts. Suddenly darkness fell outside. Dark clouds covered the sky, thunder roared, and lightning flashed across the heavens. In just a few seconds, a torrential downpour began. 7 or 8 men in short shirts, chanting slogans, lifted old Master Xia's body. Master! Butler, you cried out loudly, tears streaming down his face, you should leave now. Rumble. Rain was carried into the morning hall by the wind, the white lanterns at the door rattled and were almost blown off. The white cloth in the morning hall fluttered into the air, and there seemed to be a resentful wail in the wind. Paper effigies and wreaths lay overturned on the ground, soaking a large patch of the threshold. The straw and yellow paper money on the ground were also wet. Those watching from outside scrambled for shelter. Fang Yuan, his back drenched, leaned against the doorframe, his gaze heavy as he peered inside, searching for Jiangqi. Butler Yu, wiping away tears, directed his servants to quickly move the candles and eternal flames to the back, his voice hoarse. The mournful cries echoed from the morning hall to the courtyard walls, and the rain intensified. Jiangqi stood beside the coffin, watching the men carrying the body and the mourners wailing around her. A flicker of pain, which she tried desperately to suppress, flashed across her face. A similar scene. Then, a sudden downpour had struck, the plastic sheeting of the morning hall had leaked, and the wind had been too strong, causing the accumulated water on the ground to rush in. She frantically gathered the piles of paper money and candles from the ground and placed them on a stool, her face indistinguishable between rain and tears. Stubbornly shielding the urn from the wind-blown plastic sheet with her body, preventing the rain from wetting it, she gazed at the black and white photograph, as if this could somehow make up for something. But she knew in her heart it was too late. No matter what she did, it was too late. The last moments they could have spent together were gone forever. It was just a way to ease her pain. Even now, Jiangqi couldn't forget watching her grandmother being wheeled into that room at the crematorium. From then on, she was all alone in the house. Jiangqi. Xie Chaozi, bent over beside her, looked at her with questioning eyes, his voice extremely soft. Are you alright? Jiangqi opened her mouth slightly, took a couple of breaths, composed herself, and composedly replied, I'm fine. Finally, Master Xie's body was placed in the coffin. The men who carried the body breathed a long sigh of relief. A person becomes heavier after death, but it couldn't possibly be this heavy. It seemed something was pressing down on Master Xie's body, preventing them from lifting the corpse into the coffin. The men carrying the body were all strong and brave. This wasn't their first time helping at a funeral, but they had never encountered anything so strange. Close the coffin. Seal the nails. Following the clan elder's command, the burly men, amidst cries, lifted the coffin lid and placed it on the coffin. The coffin, made of fine wood, was extremely heavy even with just the lid, yet they carried it much more easily than they had carried the body. A total of 7 nails were needed, all prepared yesterday. This task should have been done by a feng shui master, but the Xie family only kept the body for 1 day. They needed to seal the coffin at the last minute, and the master they had hired couldn't reach Qingshi town in time, so the local carpenter did it. The carpenter, holding an axe wrapped in red cloth, hammered nails one by one, chanting, auspicious day, auspicious hour, heaven and earth open, the coffin is closed for good fortune. The last nail was driven in, a copper coin was hung, and then the carpenter tied a black ink line, completing the draping of the coffin. Main storyline collected. Sealing the coffin. Outside, the rain gradually subsided, but the dark clouds in the sky lingered, and raindrops fell sparsely from the eaves. The Xie family servants began to rearrange the items in the morning hall. The clan elder stood in the middle of the group, facing Xie Chao Ci and Steward Yu. Originally, we were supposed to immediately carry the coffin and bury the deceased after sealing it today, but with such heavy rain, the mountain roads are slippery and accidents are possible. Let's wait another day. The funeral will be held early tomorrow morning. Things are urgent, so let's keep it simple. The relatives beside him, and the men who would carry the coffin the next day all nodded in agreement. The clan elder then said to Steward Yu, I still need to visit the other 2 families. I leave this to you and Xie is still young and inexperienced, so please keep a close eye on him. Clan elder, don't worry, I handle everything, Steward Yu said respectfully. Thank you for your help today, otherwise, we really wouldn't know what to do. After we finish our business at home, the young master and I will come to express our gratitude. After seeing the clan elder off, Steward Yu gave red envelopes to the man who had helped and the carpenter, and began arranging the procedures for tomorrow. The carpenter first looked up at the morning hall, then at Xie Chaozi, and said earnestly, You 2 must keep watch tonight. If you can get through this, everything will be fine. But if... He trailed off, sighed, and walked away, as if avoiding something. Jiangqi and Wang Yu behind her exchanged a meaningful glance, then withdrew from the morning hall without looking back. Fang Yuan had already arrived outside the Xie residence to wait for Jiangqi. They hadn't exchanged a word, but Fang Yuan had already guessed Jiangqi's next move. Can that Wang Yu stop them? Fang Yuan glanced behind Jiangqi. He should be fine for a short time. Jiangqi's lips curled slightly. Everyone's not stupid. They won't make a move, and they're not unaware of the importance of the carpenter NPC. Carpenters used to be highly respected in villages and towns. They all knew a thing or two. Holding off Wang Yu for a while would be enough. Sister Qi, how are you sure Wang Yu will help us? He's not helping us. He has no other choice. Jiangqi ran and walked, catching up with the carpenter's back. Master, wait! Chapter 52. The carpenter turned to look at her, his expression suggesting he wasn't keen on telling her anything. Jiangqi smiled, took out a pocket watch and handed it to the carpenter, then pulled out the pen and paper she borrowed from Butler Xie earlier. My home is at number 6, Donchong Street, the provincial capital. If you're going to develop your career there, you can take this pocket watch to my house. I can't guarantee anything else, but settling in won't be a problem at all. The school on Donchong Street has a good reputation in the provincial capital. Jiangqi took the heavy money pouch from Fang Yuan's hand and added, Don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it. If it weren't for your help today, the Xie family probably wouldn't have been able to seal the coffin so easily. I just wanted to express my gratitude to you on behalf of Xie's younger brother. There were too many people around, so it wasn't convenient to talk. Jiang Qi's words struck a chord with the carpenter. Money was a small matter, in this era. Being able to settle down and make a living in the provincial capital with one's family was incredibly difficult. The carpenter sighed, accepted the money pouch from Jiang Qi, and indicated his willingness to accept her favor. Turn around. Jiang Qi waved to Fan Yuan. Fan Yuan was taken aback. He never been over like this before. Thinking this, he obediently turned around and used his back to support Jiang Qi as she wrote the letter, his movements quite fluid. Don't move, Jiang Qi said calmly, holding the pen. Fan Yuan asked weakly, are you done yet? Yes. Jiang Qi folded the letter, put it in an envelope, and handed it to the carpenter. The carpenter looked at the two of them, and smiled helplessly. I gotten a great deal, Miss Jiang Qi. You're practically a local of Qingshi town. I tell you what I can, and don't ask what I can't. If I say too much, I won't be able to leave myself. Jiang Qi nodded. I understand. Ask whatever you want, the carpenter said, looking at them intently. Jiang Qi, why is the last nail made of peach wood? Uncle passed away peacefully. How could you be harmed? The carpenter shook his head. Peachwood nails are for warding off evil spirits. If you hear anything unusual tonight, especially the young master of the Xie family, your cousin. If Master Xie can be buried smoothly tomorrow, have the young master of the Xie family quickly send his family away to the provincial capital with you. Maybe we can still escape. The carpenter sighed again, his tone particularly heavy. Those people in Qingshi town are paying off debts. And the Xie family, they're repaying debts from their ancestors. Their resentment is too heavy to suppress. This time it's tough. This axe and the ink line I left over are for you. That's all I can do to help. Is there any legend about the river in the east of the town? I met an old man there yesterday. He said not to go near it at night. He's right. That river is full of yin energy. The carpenter seemed to think of something, and said quietly, people die there every year, it's pitiful. After saying that, the carpenter put his hands behind his back, and walked away along the damp bluestone path. Fine raindrops fell from the gray clouds, casting a gloomy shadow over the quiet town. Obtained item, axe, obtained item, ink line. The tools the carpenter used to seal coffins, used in ancient times to ward off evil spirits. Jiang Qi looked at the two items in her hands, and handed the easy-to-use axe to Fan Yuan. You take this one. After saying that, she looked up and saw Xie Chaozi, who had taken off his morning clothes, standing not far away, looking at her with a smile. You borrowed my pen. Jiang Qi said softly, this clearly belongs to Xian. What business is it of yours, Xie Chaozi? Chapter 53. If it weren't for me, the other person wouldn't have made it this far. Xie Chaozi's eyes narrowed slightly, as he slowly walked over. You weren't saying this when I was useful. Now you're ignoring me, Sister Jiang Qi? He changed his form of address, but his eyes remained completely devoid of emotion. Oh, and you're not planning to take me back to the provincial capital either. Fan Yuan, who was holding an axe with his courage boosted to +1, thought, what is he saying? What's wrong with this guy? What is he trying to do? He clearly has ill intentions. Fan Yuan stared blankly at the two of them, suddenly confused. They were putting on an act, weren't they? You heard what the carpenter said earlier. Jiang Qi walked back unhurriedly. Xie Chaozi only came out for the carpenter's information. He clearly didn't care about the two items that couldn't affect the game's outcome. Xie Chaozi responded softly. Why did you help us? Jiang Qi turned to look at him. Just a side effect. Xie Chaozi's lips curled into a slight smile, his words sincere. The three of them walked into the Xie family's gate together. A group of players on the other side had very complex expressions on their faces. We got tricked. Mo Shouyang's teeth were practically grinding to powder. The carpenter was clearly a hidden, important NPC. That Fan Yuan had been lurking outside the gate, but the weakest player had reacted so quickly. They were still in the morning hall when he followed them out. That idiot Wang Yu, he hadn't even sought cooperation with anyone, yet inexplicably, like he'd taken the wrong medicine, he dragged them along. He actually gone to such lengths to make them miss their chance to obtain clues. And Xian, he interfered and suppressed their team. He's really something. Jiang Qi stepped under the eaves, a faint smile in her eyes. She wasn't sure if Xie Chaozi's actions were casual or for some other reason. But Wang Yu, seemingly at a disadvantage, hadn't actually lost out. He had released the carpenter as a clue, placing her on the opposite side of Mo Shouyang's team of players. Otherwise, she might have been able to push him further from behind when Mo Shouyang was targeting him. Now, she absolutely wouldn't give away something she just acquired, something she hadn't even had time to warm up. After all, Compared to the others with higher combat power, she needed what the carpenter had given her more. 3 people died in town yesterday, and another incident occurred early this morning. The coffins were hastily sealed, and the Xia family knew about it. People outside were saying that the 3 who died yesterday were taken away by Master Xia. Today it was raining, and few people besides family members would come, so the number of guests was reduced. Jiang Qi found 2 elders of the Xia family, and asked Fang Yuan to inquire about the chastity arch on behalf of the newspaper. Speaking of the memorial archways in town, Uncle Xia, pipe in hand, remarked, "Starving to death is a small matter, but losing one's chastity is a great one. A chaste and virtuous woman from the family is the glory of the entire clan. The first memorial archway in our town was a lifelong honor, a privilege earned only after death. After her passing, she was honored with a memorial tablet in an ancestral hall, receiving offerings from her descendants. Feudal dogmas still linger. Such an honor, why don't you guard it yourself?" Jiang Qi thought to herself. In her view, she was the most important. Could leaving a memorial tablet in an ancestral hall after death bring her back to life? Things men so easily obtain are used to bind a woman's entire life, exchanging them for so-called family honor. And the other one? I see that Xia Luo was quite young. The archway is inscribed with "died for love" for her husband. "That's right," said the aunt, who wore a plain silver hairpin in her hair. Miss Luo was fiercely loyal. Before she married into the family, her fiancé died of illness, so she hanged herself from the roof beam with a rope, dying for love. Later, both families held a wedding ceremony for them, and buried them together. Speaking of which, I'm also a relative of the Luo family. The Luo family is small, but after producing such a chaste and virtuous woman, everyone who meets a member of the Luo family praises their good family tradition. The aunt's face showed a hint of pride as she said this. The world is going to the dogs. These moral principles and sense of shame are almost completely lost. Are you going to publish it in the newspaper? Asked Uncle Xia. Yes, 2 memorial arches in a town have considerable historical value. I'm gathering materials first, Fang Yuan answered against his will. The 2 men thought he endorsed this kind of chastity under the dregs of feudalism, which was why they were willing to share some information. Watching the 2 NPCs leave, Fang Yuan sighed. Whether it was a voluntary suicide or forced, given the social customs of the time, it's hard to say. Starving to death is a small matter, but losing one's chastity is a big deal. The original saying wasn't directed at women, but later generations used it to brainwash women. Truly vicious. Jiang Qi's expression darkened. No need to think about it, it must have been forced. They weren't praising the stone archway or the woman carved in stone, but rather their own superiority in the old era, their power to control women's lives. Behind the praise lay extreme despicableness and manipulation. So what happened to the Xia family is related to the woman forced to commit suicide over 100 years ago? Fang Yuan asked. Not sure. We haven't figured out what happened to that river you mentioned yesterday. Which river hasn't seen people drown? Saying not to go at night is because they're afraid of encountering something. The story sounded fine, but the more elusive the information, the more suspicious the cover-up seemed. We still needed to find an opportunity to go. As the 2 were talking, another message came from the morning hall. The clan elder had an accident. Explain yourself. A relative of the Xia family glared at the messenger. Just now, we were almost at the mayor's house, when the palanquin bearer somehow managed to throw the clan elder off. The speaker lowered his head, avoiding the expressions of the elders. Where is he? Xia's eldest uncle roared. Kneeling in the ancestral hall, the clan elder is there too. A large group left the Xia family home, including Mo Shouyang, Gui Yuda, and Wang Yu, who all went to the ancestral hall. Everyone who comes dies. No wonder the carpenter left. What a deep resentment that must be. Fang Yuan looked at the white cloth and paper money scattered throughout the courtyard with horror. A large group of people had left, making the Xia family courtyard appear even more desolate and eerie. The candlelight in the morning hall still flickered, and the smile on the portrait on it seemed even wider. It wasn't until the afternoon that Wang Yu returned from the ancestral hall. When he found Jiang Qi, she was resting in a chair in the side hall, to the right of the morning hall. Wang Yu waited for her to approach and said directly, I provide you with some valuable information. It's mutually beneficial. How valuable? Jiang Qi straightened her back. How do I know if what you're saying is true or false? Jiang Qi, I heard your name by chance before, so I'm showing my sincerity first. Wang Yu calmly glanced at Jiang Qi and spoke again. In this instance, your combat power is low. Even if you have the ability to find all the clues, you won't be able to compete with others. As for whether the information I'm giving you is true or false, You should be able to tell. Having done what Hang Jing couldn't, Wang Yu wouldn't consider the person before him a low combat power newbie. Of course you tell the truth about what I know, Jiang Qi smiled. Chapter 54. Wang Yu smiled gently. I originally had a teammate to enter this dungeon with, but they took my spot because of time constraints. I know those three. Chao Lang is a melee attacker, enhancing his physical attack and defense. Mo Shouliang is an A-level fighter, the strongest among them. He can compress the space around his opponent. Those who die at his hands suffer terribly. Gui Yuda's mental interference prevents opponents from using skills. Currently, his level is low, so he can only target a single enemy. This trio is difficult to deal with. They have melee, ranged, and support abilities. Jiang Qi, you're on the same level as Mo Shouliang, but your combat power is higher. Wang Yu nodded. My ability is petrification, primarily controlled. He could fight Mo Shouliang one-on-one, but there are three of them. Jiang Qi's gaze was sincere. What are the conditions for our cooperation? Wang Yu, I can support you when necessary, but you need to give me clues and the plot. Now let's talk about the carpenter and the ancestral hall's clues, Jiang Qi said slowly. Using peachwood nails is a tradition in Qingshi town, so this isn't the first time something like this has happened. Right? The carpenter said it couldn't be suppressed this time. Fang Yuan recalled the previous scene. So how did they resolve it last time? Jiang Qi looked at Wang Yu. I guess they used some suppression methods. Yesterday, the third person to die was a member of the Xie family's maternal relatives. Their family might have assisted in something back then, and as time went on, the resentment grew heavier and heavier. There might also be some external factors. In short, it can't be suppressed anymore. The clan elder ordered the coffin of the uncle to be sealed ahead of time, and then he lost his life. This is their warning. The ancestral hall probably wanted to invite a master from outside to take a look, but they couldn't. They generally don't dare to interfere in matters of Qingshi town. She hadn't gone, but she guessed most of it. Wang Yu re-examined Jiang Qi. Was she really a newbie? He now understood the feeling of those who refused to believe she was a newbie with such low base stats. When he first entered the game, he hadn't dared to enter a game of this difficulty. That's right, it happened over 100 years ago. The people from that time are all gone. This generation only knows that the peachwood nails are a tradition passed down from their ancestors. No one can explain the reason clearly, only saying it's a curse. The resentment in Qingshi town is too strong and affects the deceased. If peachwood nails aren't used to seal the coffin, the descendants will suffer misfortune. The younger generation who can walk are being sent to the ancestral hall first, to return after the elders are buried, Wang Yu said. Jiang Qi pondered for a moment. Judging from this situation, someone else will die today. The carpenter said someone in Qingshi town has to repay a debt. The Xie family is repaying a debt from their ancestors, meaning someone else has to repay their own debt. The ancestors and the present, two seemingly unrelated things. At this moment, by the river in Qingshi town, the pale, whitish body floated to the surface, and the people on the bank wept until they nearly fainted. After the body was pulled from the water, the dark finger marks on the pale skin of the ankles were particularly striking. The people around were saying, poor thing, her son, whom she had finally managed to raise, is gone. How will she live now? Look at those marks, he must have been haunted by a water ghost. People die in this river every year. We told them not to swim in it, but they wouldn't listen. I heard, he disappeared the next morning. Nobody would go into the river in the middle of the night. Do you think it could be that the first person in his family to drown dragged him in? Strange things have been happening in town lately, one after another. That old woman from the Wang family went mad last night, wildly hacking with a kitchen knife, almost chopping off her son's arm. Fang Yuan seized an opportunity to ask Jiang Qi, Sister Qi, are we really cooperating with that Wang Yu? Once he gets the clues to clear the level, he might turn his back on us. Isn't he just worried about our low combat power, and that he can dominate? Jiang Qi replied without hesitation. Why wouldn't we cooperate with a player with such high combat power? Perhaps because it had rained during the day, the morning hall felt extremely cold and desolate tonight, like being inside a refrigerator. Pale moonlight fell on the courtyard, and the leaves swayed eerily. Jiang Qi and Xie Chaozi were still keeping watch in the morning hall. Xie Chaozi had to stay all night due to his character design, while Jiang Qi wanted to verify something. In the silent night, mournful opera music and eerie laughter drifted from somewhere. Jiang Qi ran to the gate to check, but saw nothing. The sound of a gong rang out again outside the courtyard wall. It was the third watch of the night. A stray cat howled like a child crying, its paws stomping on the roof tiles. A chilling wind blew, rustling through the trees along the mountain path, and a wisp of smoke drifted from the Qingshi town river. Thump, thump, thump. What was that sound? Jiangqi, who had been feeling drowsy, suddenly snapped awake, her eyes searching the morning hall. Clang. Another dull but clear sound. A gust of wind blew into the morning hall, and the ever-burning lamp and 2 large candles went out simultaneously without warning. Suddenly, darkness enveloped her. Jiangqi reflexively reached for something to hold onto. A cold, damp touch suddenly came to her palm. In the darkness, Jiangqi froze, her heart pounding. The only living people in the morning hall were her and Xie Chao. The icy coldness on her hand didn't feel like someone alive. Xie Chao hadn't been standing in this spot either. So what had she encountered? This thing slowly gripped her hand, tightening its grip until finally, a chilling aura, the kind only the dead possess, pressed against her right cheek. Jiangqi raised her left hand. The instant blue-white lightning appeared, the morning hall lit up again, no longer the previous dim yellow. The relit lamps and 2 large candles turned a ghostly green, casting long, distorted shadows. The paper figure and portrait seemed to come alive, their bright red mouths splitting open as they stared at them with a smile. Hee hee. Jiangqi tilted her head slightly, coming face to face with the sinister, venomous paper figure. It was this same paper figure holding her hand, but the touch just now felt more like that of a corpse. Fang Yuan and Wang Yu had just come out of the side hall after hearing the noise, and were greeted by the sight of Jiangqi staring at the paper figure. Holy crap, holy crap! What the hell is this paper doll? Xie Chao moved the paper doll leaning against Jiangqi aside and looked at it. Something was attached to it just now. I thought so too, Jiangqi said, punching a hole in the grinning paper doll's face. It scared me half to death. Fang Yuan's horrified expression froze on his face. Was he sure it wasn't the paper doll that had startled him? Suddenly, a punch had smashed its face to pieces. I really want to burn them all, but I'm worried that if I burn them, they really come back to life. That's troublesome. Jiangqi clicked her tongue. Thump thump, the knocking sound rang out again. Then came the chilling sound of fingernails scratching wooden boards. Fang Yuan slowly turned his head, his face stiff, to look at the heavy, black coffin placed on the stool in the center. Even a ghost couldn't bear to look. Chapter 55. The iron nails were pushed up, and sharp black fingernails protruded from the edge of the heavy coffin lid, only to be pressed back down by the ink line. The movements inside the coffin grew increasingly rapid. The corpse inside was desperately struggling against the bindings of the peachwood nails and the ink line. Holding one's breath and listening intently, one could almost hear roars coming from within. When the coffin was sealed this morning, the corpse hadn't grown fingernails, and its skin hadn't turned like moldy plaster. Now, with several hours until dawn, the coffin lid was almost bursting open. 5 withered fingers emerged from the gaps, stiffly spread open, and a bluish-black gas seeped out of the coffin. The corpse has turned into a zombie. Jiangqi looked at the ink line, which had been pulled several times, and seemed about to snap at any moment. With each knocking sound, or the scraping of fingernails against the wooden board, Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. Hee hee. A chilling laugh drifted past her ears, a cold wind howled, and all the paper figures in the morning hall stirred, surrounding them, their shrill laughter echoing through the hall. Block the door, Jiangqi shouted. Wang Yu ran to the door the moment she spoke, kicking a brick to stop the door from closing in the cold wind. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the bench beneath the coffin shattered, and the coffin crashed to the ground. The ink line snapped, the coffin lid was overturned, and deep fingernail marks were visible on the back of the wooden frame. The door continued to close inward, and several paper figures, seemingly out of nowhere, shifted their positions. A pair of stiff hands, exuding a cold, decaying aura, stretched straight out of the coffin. Jiangqi watched as the paper figure, with its smashed face, stealthily approached her. She pulled the ink line with both hands, strangling the paper figure by the neck and slamming it to the ground. The paper figure that had been moving just moments before was now lifeless again. It was surprisingly fast. Fang Yuan, trembling with fear as he held the axe, was completely dumbfounded. This wasn't a pharmacist, it was a sorcerer. Jiangqi's fierce grip on the paper figure with the ink line seemed so practiced to him. At that moment, his uncle in the coffin sat up straight, his blood-red eyes darting between them, before finally settling on Xie Chao. The next moment, his uncle, in a strangely stiff posture, lightly leaped out of the coffin, his long, sharp fingernails stretched out stiffly forward. If he were to pinch someone like that, he'd likely have several bloody holes in his body. His face was bluish-white, every wrinkle like a knife cut, and a bluish-black corpse aura spilled from his open mouth, revealing 4 sharp fangs. Ah! Ah! A ghost! The 2 people who had brought the late-night snack, seeing this scene, dropped their trays, their faces deathly pale, and scrambled away. The reanimated Master Sia. The zombie retains some memories of its past life, and will first seek out its relatives. Born from resentment, its body hardens with time, making it unkillable by ordinary attacks. If accidentally injured, it will be infected with zombie poison, causing its health to continuously decline until it reaches 0 and transforms into a zombie. The reanimated Uncle Sia rushed towards Xie Chaozi without hesitation. Although it could only hop and attack at close range, it could leap a great distance in one bound. Xie Chaozi kicked with his long legs, smashing the recliner into the zombie's body, shattering it into pieces. It only paused briefly before leaping up again. Jiangqi silently took a step back towards the door. Xie Chaozi, who was originally the target, suddenly dodged quickly. The zombie, already midair, couldn't change direction, and its sharp claws swooped down towards her. Alright, I test her. Jiangqi's eyes flickered slightly. She immediately took the sealed silver key in her hand. Just as her bluish-black nails were about to touch it, she instantly teleported outside the door, causing the zombie to miss its target. Xie Chaozi glanced at her, lowered his slightly raised finger, and leaped forward, stomping the zombie to the ground in midair. He then picked up a rusty iron rod and deftly stabbed it into the zombie's chest, his temper flaring slightly from being woken up in the middle of the night. Jiangqi calmly retrieved the silver key. It was useful, but you had to hold it in your hand to use it, and there was nowhere to hang the chain on it. Xie Chaozi wasn't testing her strength, but rather making him ask what that vague sense of familiarity they felt, a feeling of having met before, was. Jiangqi could probably tell that she wouldn't have died even without the silver key. The main reason she used it so readily was to verify this. To explore how to break the seal, she needed to understand the silver key. It now seems likely that Xie Chaozi also possesses some divine artifact, perhaps related to the silver key. However, the silver key is sealed, making its connection unclear or impossible to sense directly. In the previous instance, she also used the connection between mysterious forces of the same origin to skip blind searches and find crucial clues. Xie Chaozi probably knows this too. What is that? Fang Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Following his gaze, Jiangqi saw a wisp of black smoke drift from the shattered paper figure, surging into the zombie's body. It came back to life, even pulling out the iron rod from its body. The zombie turned Master Xie. Driven by resentment, his attack and speed increased by 100%. Jiangqi was initially puzzled. The highest combat power character was supposed to face dangers that were easily defeated by zombies. That seemed insufficient. But now that it turned out this thing was truly unkillable, it made much more sense. The mission required them to find the source of the resentment. Holy crap! A 100% boost. This dungeon setting is insane. Fang Yuan's voice trembled with shock. Jiangqi quickly thought, her gaze falling on the coffin. We have to seal it in the coffin first. Otherwise, if it escaped, it would kill the people in the Xia family first. A zombie stained with human blood would be even more difficult to deal with. The fully resurrected zombie changed its target this time. Just as Wang Yu was about to engage, Xie Chaozi stepped forward, blocking its strong arms with one hand, and then dragged it towards the coffin. Jiangqi tossed one end of the incline over, and Xie Chaozi caught it. Together, they bound the zombie. A crackling sound came from where the black incline touched the zombie's body, and a beast-like roar erupted from its mouth. It began to writhe and struggle, almost escaping from Jiangqi's grasp, but Wang Yu intervened in time to stabilize the situation. Xie Chaozi tightened the incline, jumped onto the coffin, and, using the sides as footholds, leaped again to pull out the rope used to tie the chandelier at the top. He looped it around the zombie and pulled hard, dragging the bluish-black zombie to the side of the coffin. Jiangqi and Fang Yuan moved a stool to prop up the fallen end of the coffin. Xie Chaozi threw the zombie into the coffin and yanked off the rope. Wang Yu held the incline to subdue the zombie, while Xie Chaozi jumped down from the coffin to help Jiangqi, and Fang Yuan together lifted the coffin lid back up. Just as they were about to push the door shut, Jiangqi called out to Fang Yuan, "Go get a hard brick." "Okay." Fang Yuan ran to the door upon hearing this, returned with the brick he had used to block the door, and looked at the people surrounding the coffin, unsure of who to hand it to. Chapter 56. Why don't you come and knock out its teeth first, so it doesn't run out to suck blood before dawn? Jiangqi looked at Wang Yu. I can't be the one to knock out Uncle's teeth. Wang Yu, He sent someone to get a brick, saying it had to be hard, but he didn't seem to care about Uncle. Wan Yu took the brick with one hand and grabbed Jiang Qi's zombie uncle's chin with the other, knocking it down until the brick broke and finally knocked out the two sharp teeth. He resealed the nails and tied the ink line. The sounds of knocking and scratching still occasionally came from inside. Wang Yu looked at Jiang Qi and Xia Chaozi, dressed in white, standing beside the coffin, his feelings a bit complicated. One was holding a brick, the other was using a rope, the one inside was just a body, without a spirit or consciousness, otherwise, he would have to say to them, "Having you two is truly a blessing. The used ink line is useless, the remaining one isn't enough to tie it again." Jiang Qi rotated her arm, which ached from being pressed down by the coffin lid, looking at the last bit of ink line, barely enough to cover her lower body. At this point in the dungeon, the ink line left by the carpenter after sealing the coffin was the only thing that could resuppress the zombie and get them through tonight's vigil. But there was more than one zombie in Qingshi town now. They could seal one, but not two. The resentment would intensify, and the zombie would become stronger. The next morning, it was said that several other families had suffered misfortune. Several more corpses appeared early this morning, and everyone had fled, leaving only a lonely mourning hall. Qingshi town was shrouded in a cold mist, no different from the graves in the mountains. "Why don't we burn it during the day?" Fang Yuan, with dark circles under his eyes, looked at the coffin that had finally quieted down. He had spent the whole night leaning against the door staring at the coffin, afraid to go to the toilet even when he needed to. He had finally made it to dawn, and the ink line that had been newly sealed the coffin last night was already at its limit. If he waited until dark... Fang Yuan's gaze swept over the three people in the mourning hall from left to right. One was being trampled on the ground by his adoptive father, and then tied to the coffin. One was being held in place by an ink line, and one was being held in place by a brick. All three were still dressed in mourning clothes, representing their relatives. The old man Xia inside the coffin would surely drain and dry. Jiang Qi sat on two long benches, leaning against the wall with her eyes closed. Yesterday, before the funeral, it rained heavily. "Are you sure you can burn the body to ashes in this kind of scenario? Fuel could be bought in the shop, but after a rain, it's all for nothing. If it weren't for the quests burying it in peace, we could try dividing it into pieces and burying it in different places." Fang Yuan, "You're ruthless, aren't you?" Jiang Qi said calmly. "Just carry it out and bury it in the ancestral graveyard." Most of the Xia family members fled, and those who were strong enough to carry the coffin reluctantly agreed for the money. The procession was kept simple. The body was simply tied with hemp rope and carried out the door. The funeral procession consisted of only a few people walking along the desolate, quiet country road. The paper money was soaked by the puddles as soon as it hit the ground. A light rain fell in the hazy mist, and the white paper on the funeral banners fluttered in the wind. Jiang Qi was also in the procession. At this point, several key figures in the Xia family had died, and no one bothered with the rule that women couldn't go up the mountain. The Xia family ancestral graves were located on the mountain behind Qingshi town, built in a grand style. The burial place for Master Xia had long been decided. By the time the ceremony was over, it was nearly noon. Steward Yu dismissed everyone from the Xia household, sending them out to avoid the commotion. Only the four of them remained at the grave. Main storyline collected. Funeral procession. Although Mo Shouyang and his two companions hadn't shown themselves, they had been secretly observing the others' movements and had been following behind the funeral procession. "So what if we missed the important NPCs?" Chao Lang laughed smugly. "We already know what the key clues are and how to pass the level, while these guys are still digging up old graves. It's hilarious." "You can't say that," Guiyuda said sarcastically. "If they hadn't gone to dig up the graves, we wouldn't have been able to follow them and collect the storyline together. They never guessed that we entered the game with the information provided by the guild. Few people have completed this instance yet, and the information is incomplete, but they can still get ahead using that information." Mo Shouyang watched Jiang Qi recklessly walk in, leisurely examining the tombstones, and smiled sinisterly. "She's quite the connoisseur, treating it like a shopping trip. Let's leave here first, or it'd be difficult to walk later." The three of them retraced their steps, the white mist in the mountains gradually dissipating towards the graves. Jiang Qi stood before a tomb, looking up at the stone carvings at the very top. A wooden-style archway, typical of wealthy families in certain regions during the last feudal dynasty. The reliefs are so exquisite, and it's a two-courtyard structure. The deceased must have held a high rank in life. Fang Yuan, seeing the look on Jiang Qi's face, like she was about to raid a tomb, twitched. "Sister Qi, you're not going to check every single tomb, are you? What if there's a zombie inside? They've been dead for over 100 years. They'd be difficult to deal with, and this gloomy weather, the leaves on the mountain leaves damp, the occasional cawing of a crow. Just standing here makes me feel uncomfortable. Fang Yuan watched Jiangqi walk to the inner tombstone, which also served as a sealing stone, and quickly followed. No need to check every single one, just find the joint burial tombs. Jiangqi glanced at Wang Yu and Xie Chaozi, who were searching nearby. Fang Yuan carefully examined the epitaph on the stone carving. This isn't the tomb you're looking for. I thought this tomb was so beautifully made, I thought I'd take a look. Jiangqi admired the carvings on the stone archway, then turned to the next tomb. Look at the classical Chinese text on the stone carving, no punctuation. And you're so fast. Were you a top student from childhood? Fang Yuan paused, then nodded. The tombs here are arranged by time, status, and age. Miss Luo, who was forced to commit suicide for love, should be over there. Jiangqi followed his direction, and the group searched twice without finding her. That shouldn't be happening. How can she not be there? Fang Yuan scratched his head in confusion, preparing to search again. Jiangqi stopped him. No need to look anymore. We already looked twice, Wang Yu continued. If there really is a grave, but we haven't found it. So something's preventing us from finding it. Fang Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. In other words, we haven't met the prerequisites set by the game, or the route is wrong. Yes, Jiangqi nodded. We should leave here quickly, Wang Yu said solemnly. Looking like this isn't going to work. There was only one way out. The four of them walked back along it. There was paper money they had scattered on the path. The damp mud grew heavier with each step, their shoes caked with yellow dust. Jiangqi used one hand to scrape the mud off her shoes against a rock, then looked up at the white mist in the woods. Did you notice? It's not the way we came, Xie Chaozi said, slightly raising his eyes. Chapter 57. Judging by the time, we should be down the mountain and able to see the road into town. Fang Yuan looked at the damp trees and weeds around them, and the gloomy sky above. He couldn't see anything different about the road, but he had a bad feeling earlier. They'd been walking for a long time, exceeding the time required for this distance. Going downhill was faster than going uphill, yet they were still on the mountain. Wang Yu held up something that looked like a compass, pointing it ahead. The needle is spinning wildly, it won't stop. Is it a ghost detecting tool? Jiangqi asked calmly. Yes, Wang Yu explained, a family this large would choose a place without any problems. So, the current situation only means that the resentment gathered here is extremely heavy, and spirits are roaming everywhere. What? Roaming everywhere? Fang Yuan's hair stood on end upon hearing this. They're so arrogant even in broad daylight. We came down at noon, when the yin energy is at its peak and then declines, which is the time of day with the heaviest yin energy, and it's this kind of weather in place. Jiangqi looked at the paper money on the ground. Have you heard of being blinded by ghosts? Getting stuck in one place and unable to get out is a milder form. Another kind, if you keep walking like this, you don't know where you end up. The white mist in the forest lingered, enveloping the paths in front of and behind them. Once someone walked through, the path would quickly disappear into the mist. Now, they couldn't even see the path behind them. I think there's a sound. Fang Yuan suddenly widened his eyes, and pointed behind a tree at 3 o'clock. There's someone there. Jiangqi turned her head, and only saw a shadow flash by in the white mist. She couldn't make out what it was. After scanning around twice, they finally spotted half of a paper doll's face, painted with bright red rouge, peeking out from behind a tree trunk at the 10 o'clock position. Its expression seemed to be spying on them. Jiangqi suddenly realized she couldn't hear anyone else's voices. The silence around her was unnatural. She whirled around, only to find a thick white mist before her. The other three had vanished without a trace. Previously, the mountain fog was thin, only giving off a slightly eerie feeling. As they descended, the fog thickened until just now, when the paper figure appeared, the dense fog suddenly obscuring their vision and isolating them. In the desolate wilderness, surrounded by fog and grave mounds, being alone was indeed quite terrifying. Fortunately, there were no cliffs near Qingshi town. They could only circle around on the mountain. Jiangqi took 2 more steps forward, pulled out the firecrackers and matches she had taken yesterday from her inventory, and gave a gentle smile to the spot where the paper figure had appeared. At the same time, Fang Yuan, looking at the swirling white fog, shouted Jiangqi's name several times, but no one answered, except for his own distorted echo. The more he shouted, the more terrifying the atmosphere became. He trembled as he took the axe the carpenter had given him, cautiously probing forward. Those things had merely concealed the original path, making it invisible to him, but what truly existed wouldn't disappear, he would surely find it. With his weapon in hand, he would defeat all demons and monsters. He needed to remain calm, composed, and charge forward without hesitation. After walking for a while, Fan Yuan caught a glimpse of something following him out of the corner of his eye. He cautiously turned his eyes, and saw a pair of unnaturally red embroidered shoes in the mud, like they were stained with blood. And behind his right shoulder, which he couldn't see, a small hand slowly rested, neither too light nor too heavy, just enough to make him feel a chilling weight. If he didn't do something soon, he would have to carry this thing on his back. Cold sweat trickled down Fan Yuan's forehead. Terrified to the extreme, he felt a desperate, reckless courage. "Damn it, kill me if you dare!" Fan Yuan muttered viciously, swinging his axe backward. The wind howled, and silence returned. The weight on his back was gone, but behind him, a voice, like that of an old-fashioned radio about to run out of power, called his name with a sinister laugh. "Fan Yuan! Fan Yuan!" Fan Yuan gripped his axe tighter and quickened his pace. The voice behind him drew closer, until finally, those shrill cries filled all directions. They were afraid of the axe in his hand and wanted to frighten him, to break him down so they could take advantage of his weakness. Fan Yuan suddenly stopped, his eyes widening as he stared at the gaunt figure under the tree ahead. It was the person he had seen through the binoculars that night. A hunched body, a swollen face, and black mouth that laughed while oozing dirty water. Ahead lay ghosts, behind lay ghosts. He didn't know which was more ferocious. He had to choose one. Fan Yuan took a deep breath, stepping on the paper money scattered on the ground as he charged forward. The gaunt little ghost stretched out its pale hand to grab his foot, while the one calling his name from behind was closing in. If he couldn't get rid of the gaunt little ghost before the one behind him grabbed him, he would surely die here today. Fan Yuan swallowed hard, raised his axe, and a strong will to survive surged forth. Just as he raised his axe to chop down, and the gaunt little ghost disappeared and reappeared on the other side, a series of crackling firecrackers echoed through the mountains. The gaunt little ghost was gone, and the death-defying calls from behind were gone too. Ghosts wouldn't set off firecrackers. Since ancient times, there has been a belief that firecrackers ward off evil. Fan Yuan carefully discerned the direction of the firecrackers, grabbed his axe, and decisively ran into the dense, pathless undergrowth, ignoring the scratches and cuts inflicted by thorny branches. The mountain was uneven, with some weeds taller than a person, obscuring the path and making it extremely slippery. One wrong step, and he'd fall into a ditch. He had a strong premonition that if he didn't get out quickly, he was in for trouble. Crack. He stepped on the edge covered by weeds, but the sound was off. It sounded like he stepped on a jar. Fan Yuan bent down and parted the weeds, revealing a half-broken black ceramic jar, and inside were human bones. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to." Fan Yuan tore off a few weeds to cover the hole, then ran away, not daring to look back. Having finally emerged, he saw Jiang Qi standing atop the confetti from the firecracker explosions. Her palms crackled with lightning, smiling as she asked him, "What did I do before?" "Huh?" Fan Yuan was taken aback. "Sister Qi, why are you suddenly asking this?" Jiang Qi slowly raised her eyes and said calmly, "Answer, or I take action." "An expedition team." "It's an expedition team." Fan Yuan reacted quickly. What they said after entering the game might be heard by those unseen beings, but these ghosts from 100 years ago definitely wouldn't know their identities from the previous instance. Jiang Qi lowered her hands, and only when Fan Yuan approached did he see a dark, lightning-struck paper figure lying at her feet. They could see the road into the town ahead, but it wasn't the area on their mountain. Blinded by the ghosts, they had wandered around the mountains for a long time before finally descending from the other side. "Sister Qi, when did you get the firecrackers?" Fan Yuan asked. "The first day in the instance, during the vigil at night, all the firecrackers were piled up. The matches were also something I got from the Xie family." Chapter 58. At the time, she wasn't sure if it would work, and since the items were empty anyway, she just grabbed them. It's daytime now, so it still has an effect on them, which is why it worked. Fan Yuan nodded, looking back at the mountain path. "Where are the other two? Haven't they come out?" "Their fighting strength isn't enough to prevent them from coming out," Jiang Qi said. "If you hadn't come down just in time, I was planning to leave." If they couldn't come out even with protective gear, she wouldn't go back to look for them, nor was it necessary. Even if she found them, they would be corpses. On the other side, Xie Chaozi walked alone through the mist. Not long after, a voice sounded behind him. "Why are you walking so fast?" It was Jiang Qi's voice, but her tone was too soft and sweet. Xie Chaozi stopped and turned around to see Jiang Qi, Fang Yuan, and Wang Yu standing in a row, smiling and waving at him. Wait for us. Jiang Qi's smile was somewhat stiff, and the last part of her drawn-out tone carried a chilling echo. The two people beside him wore identical friendly smiles. Yeah, wait for us, didn't we come together? Xie Chaozi raised his eyes, lazily rubbed them, and slowly uttered two words, okay. He actually stood there waiting for the three of them to come over, letting Jiang Qi stand beside him. The fingers that reached out to grab him were deathly pale, the nails cracked like rotten flesh, oozing semi-congealed black pus and blood. Xie Chaozi chuckled softly, quite interesting. The hand that was about to grab his arm paused, and Jiang Qi, whose face was as white as if coated with flour, lips black, and hair a mess of weeds, looked up. A venomous gaze froze on its face, a fleeting look of helplessness crossing its features. Xie Chaozi scrutinized Jiang Qi, offering a serious critique, not convincing enough. His words were followed by a piercing scream that echoed through the cold, damp graveyard. Fang Yuan and Wang Yu's faces contorted in pain as they retreated. Xie Chaozi glanced at them with his clear, indifferent eyes, took a step forward, and in a barely perceptible flash of white light, two more ear-piercing screams rang out. The path ahead turned into bushes, and another path, previously hidden, became visible. Jiang Qi walked along the muddy path through the woods, crossing field ridges, until she came upon a very old stone bridge. Large stone slabs paved the way, with no railings on either side. A layer of water plants floated in the gurgling river beneath. Darkness had fallen, and the river bank was shrouded in a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of the flowing water. As they reached this section, the river widened, and the trees on the opposite bank became dark shadows in the darkness. They could have taken the shortcut back, but they chose the longer route to find clues by the river. Suddenly, they heard intermittent, high-pitched crying. Jiang Qi and Fang Yuan exchanged a glance and followed the sound, but it stopped. Fang Yuan stood on the damp, muddy bank, looking around. Jiang Qi took out the flashlight she had just bought for 5 points and shone it on the river, suspecting it wasn't late enough to see anything. Look this way again, Jiang Qi said, pointing the flashlight at a row of houses ahead, taking a bite of a cold steamed bun with her other hand. As they walked further, the sky turned a deep, dark black. A rustling sound came from the dense reeds. Dark clouds covered the sky, not letting in a single ray of light, except for that faint, lurking point of light ahead. Fang Yuan felt increasingly uneasy as they walked. We walked for so long, but the distance to that lit lamp doesn't seem to have shrunk at all. There's movement in that house, Jiang Qi said, walking towards an old house not far away. The paper windows of this house were torn at the edges, letting in a cold wind. The two of them stood outside, peering inside. In the dim light, barely illuminating a small area, an old woman with indistinct features was stabbing herself with a thick needle used for sewing insoles. A thin, drawn-out cry pierced their ears, both heart-wrenching and chilling. Our family has only had one son for 3 generations. The line cannot end. The next one must be a boy. A drop of blood dripped from the needle tip, and the cry became shrill and hoarse. Jiang Qi walked to the door and pushed it, but it wouldn't open. She waved for Fang Yuan to smash it open. Fang Yuan kicked open the wooden door with all his might in 2 kicks. The room was pitch black. The table was covered in a layer of dust, and the corners were covered in cobwebs, a stark contrast to what they had seen from the outside. Jiang Qi returned to her previous spot and peered through the broken window. It was pitch black, and the place was uninhabited. It's a game clue. You can only see it when you reach a specific location, Jiang Qi said in a low voice. It's also a memory, which is why the scene disappeared when we opened the door. Thump, thump, thump. A series of footsteps sounded behind them out of nowhere. Fang Yuan exclaimed in surprise, his eyes fixed on the riverbank. A small, indistinct figure had just run past there. Follow them and see. Jiang Qi raised her flashlight and chased after them. As they approached the lantern by the river, Fang Yuan whispered, "There seems to be someone ahead." Alerted, Jiang Qi immediately turned off the flashlight, and she and Fang Yuan crept forward in the dark, hiding behind a crooked tree to observe. A large crowd gathered by the river. 2 men carried over a pig cage containing a stone and a woman. "It wasn't me. I really didn't. He forced me." The woman cried desperately, her eyes pleading as she looked at the people around her. The man beside her, his face bruised and swollen, immediately knelt down. "Elders, it's all my fault. I couldn't resist temptation. I shouldn't have done this. I was wrong, but I really didn't force her. She approached me first. A wrong is wrong, But a woman who lacks virtue and is promiscuous deserves to die. She even seduced me last time, but I have a sense of shame. Yes, her father is a schoolteacher. How can a daughter like this bring honor to the family? Her husband has only been away on business for 6 months, and she's already done something so shameless. This kind of woman should be drowned in a pig cage. She relies on her looks, and is never decent. No, I didn't do it. You're lying. The woman struggled desperately, pleading for help and explaining to those around her, but they not only coldly watched as she was carried into the water, but also cheered. Her cries and her pent-up resentment were ultimately drowned in the cold river water. As the footsteps echoed again, the people and sounds on the riverbank vanished, leaving only a man crouching in the water, forcefully pressing something into the river with both hands. A shrill cry was drowned out by the water. Blame it on yourself, you worthless good-for-nothing, insisting on coming to my house. The man said fiercely. I kill every single one of you who comes, so you won't dare come back. Glug, glug. The sound of water, the man's curses, and the mournful cry rose simultaneously, echoing along the cold riverbank. Side quest collected. The Crying by the River. Chapter 59. Is this even human? Fang Yuan couldn't help but mutter under his breath. If I were him, I'd be filled with resentment too. Jiangqi gestured for him to look again, and the scene changed. This time, the man was trembling, squatting on the ground burning paper money. Please let Xiaozong go. Back then, we were poor, and we had no choice. Dad will find a good place for you to be buried. That's our family's ancestral offering. As he rambled on, the man's true nature was revealed. I'm speaking to you politely, but don't be ungrateful. I send someone to make sure you never reincarnate. Seeing Jiangqi preparing to leave, Fang Yuan hurriedly asked, Sister Qi, where are you going? Jiangqi calmly replied, this isn't a memory scene, so we can politely question this person who knows the truth and subdue him first. Fang Yuan, although I want to hit him too, what if he's still a ghost? He wasn't without reason. The spirits in Qingshi town were all very fierce. Why wouldn't they kill this person, who was squatting there burning paper money and cursing? It could be a trap. Without hesitation, Jiangqi said, if they're strong, we run, if they're weak, you just swing your axe. Fang Yuan gestured, understood. The two walked out openly without any attempt to conceal themselves. The man stood up at the sound of their voice, and gave them a wary look. They were covered in mud, and looked somewhat disheveled, but their clothes weren't those of ordinary people. Jiangqi's clothes clearly indicated someone had died in the family. Thinking of the Xie family's recent funeral, the man spoke relatively politely. What are you doing here so late at night? Nothing much, just asking you something. Fang Yuan finished speaking and punched him. Caught off guard, the man cried out in pain, spitting out blood, and cursed, you two adulterers, sneaking out here alone in the middle of the night while I'm supposed to be in mourning, and you even hid me. The man, a hard-working laborer, was quite strong. He pulled a knife from his back and began to fight back. These two came here in the dead of night looking for death. He'd take their valuables first, then tie the man to a stone and throw him into the river to drown. He'd have his way with the woman, then drown her too. Anyway, they weren't exactly innocent people out at night. He could just say they accidentally fell into the river. Just as the man swung his knife to strike Fang Yuan's face, he was first struck by lightning, his head smoking, then Wang Yu jumped out and broke both his hands, leaving him convulsing on the riverbank. If I'd known you were here, I wouldn't have wasted my energy, Jiangqi said, glancing at Wang Yu. Her skill cooldown was fast, only 10 minutes, but the mental energy was being drained in real time. Jiangqi picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it in her hand, and smashed it against the man's forehead, knocking him back to the ground. Then she picked up his knife, smiling as she moved it back and forth between his eyes, saying, if you don't cooperate, I gouge out one of your eyes first. What do you want? The man screamed in terror and despair. These lunatics. Didn't I say I ask you a few questions? Jiangqi's gaze sharpened slightly. Why did you drown them in the river? This is a baby shower. Everyone says it brings a son, and I wasn't the only one who did it. Jiangqi, when was the last time you used this method of vigilante justice, tying people up in pig cages and throwing them into the river? Many years ago, I don't remember, the man sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Drowning in pig cages used to be a custom in town, but it's gone now. After that incident, several people died in town the following night. Arong died the worst. When she was found, she was lying in her bed, her stomach bursting from the water. Jiangqi threw the stone in her hand into the river. You were trying to kill us both, weren't you? Her calm voice filled the man with terror. I didn't. It's all right. Jiang Qi interrupted him, her gaze falling on the ashes scattered by the wind. They say the more you feel guilty about something, the more you fear it. You don't seem very remorseful. How about I send you down to see them, and see if you're scared? No, the man trembled, shaking his head, unable to look Jiang Qi in the eye. I answered all your questions. I was just momentarily confused. Jiang Qi tore off a copper plaque with an engraved design from the man's neck. She glanced at Fang Yuan, who hesitated but did as she said, helping her lift the man and throw him into the river. The splashing water was exceptionally clear in the night wind. The man choked on some water, thrashing about in the river with terror and agitation. Help! Quick, pull me out! Please pull me out! Suddenly, eerie ripples appeared on the dark water. Pale, swollen arms emerged from the water, accompanied by laughter and cries. Those hands grabbed the man's legs and dragged him down. The river water gradually submerged the man's neck, chin, eyes, and finally the top of his head. All sound and warmth were shut out by the bone-chilling cold water. Only the roar of the rushing water filled his ears. As the man struggled, he saw crowded, swollen, festering faces among the swaying water plants below. He opened his mouth in terror, and water immediately filled it. Those pale little hands clung tightly to him, festering flesh moving with the water. They were laughing. Their pupil-less eyes held only endless resentment. Black water plants entangled the man's body. Countless pale, swollen faces surged forward, engulfing him. The light above receded further and further until utter darkness enveloped him. Looking at the still, seemingly untouched river, Fang Yuan's hands trembled uncontrollably. He took several deep breaths. Even as a heinous NPC, he needed time to calm himself. Wang Yu, why did you throw this NPC into the river? Is it related to clearing the game? Otherwise, I would have done it myself. He just come back to haunt me after he died, Jiang Qi said calmly. Throwing him in the river is much easier. The vengeful spirits in the river would devour him until he couldn't even remain a ghost. Wang Yu paused for a moment. The side quest and the main quest span a large time frame and involve two different groups of people. They seem unrelated. What's your take on this? The connection is that they both died with anger and resentment, Jiang Qi said as they walked. We know that over 100 years ago, the Xie family hired someone to settle the matter and suppress Miss Luo's resentment. After that, all the deceased members of the family had their coffins sealed with peachwood nails to prevent the corpses from turning into zombies and harming their descendants. In the past 100 years in Qingshi town, countless lives have been lost in the river. The resentment has accumulated, and Miss Luo's tomb may have been disturbed. There are many tomb raiders in this era, and it could also be due to the passage of time. Jiang Qi fell into reminiscence. One red, one white, hanging and drowning, in folk legends, these are considered malevolent. This place is shrouded in resentment year-round, so it appears eerie even during the day. People who live here for a long time experience a decline in their yang energy, which is evident in their complexion. Chapter 60. Wang Yu's brow twitched slightly. We need to suppress the resentment again. Is the method in the home of the third deceased person, or in the ancestral hall? Is there another possibility? Is it in the hands of the other three players? They haven't shown themselves for a long time. They have plenty of time and the ability to retrieve it, Jiang Qi said calmly. As they prepared to leave after finding no clues on the riverbank, an extremely sharp and piercing cry suddenly echoed from the river. A pair of hands, with black fingernails and bluish-black lividity slammed onto the bank. Long, wet hair covered the face, and waxy skin and a rotting eyehole peeked out from the hair, staring at them. The mouth was stretched wide to the cheek. With Jiang Qi's night vision, she shouldn't have been able to make out its features, but at this moment, she could see them with exceptional clarity. The vengeful spirit in the river endlessly repeats the cycle of death, unable to find peace, its resentment soaring to the heavens. Don't let it drag you into the water. It stared at Jiang Qi and the others, crawling towards the shore in an extremely disproportionately contorted posture, its clothes dripping wet. Behind it, a large group of thin, bloated water ghosts emerged from the mist. They're coming up. Run! Jiang Qi turned and ran towards the town. Fang Yuan, axe in hand, followed behind, shouting as he ran, how can they be so unreasonable? We just sent their enemies down there, and now they want to kill us. These are vengeful ghosts. Can't you think like a normal person? Wang Yu chimed in, and you don't even know if there are any NPCs behind us who have grudges against them. They hadn't expected these things to leave the river so quickly. Fang Yuan's axe could only intimidate them, not destroy them. He could defend against those above, but not those below. Just as they were about to run out of the riverbank, Fang Yuan, who was behind Jiang Qi, was dragged to the ground by a little ghost. A pair of damp, waxy, ghostly hands covered his mouth and nose, and instantly, icy river water poured into his nose. The player was attacked by a water spirit, losing 10 HP. The player was attacked by a water spirit, losing 10 HP. His HP dropped rapidly in the next few seconds. The little ghost at his feet revealed a greedy smile, opening its black mouth to bite down. This expression on such a face was incongruously eerie, making one's blood freeze. Freeze the one with the long hair. Jiang, she said, using her identity skill, pharmacist's blessing, increasing her spirit by 5%, then pulling on the incline, strangling the little ghost and dragging it backward. Ah! The little ghost screamed, its head separating from its body and falling off. Its swollen hand turned, tightly gripping Jiang Qi's wrist. A bone-chilling cold seeped into her skin, and the bones in Jiang Qi's entire arm throbbed with pain. The head on the ground glared at her menacingly, yelling, "You cut off my head. I want you to pay me back with your body. Go to the river and take my place." "I won't pay," Jiang Qi said, and a bolt of lightning struck its head. Her skill was only at level 1. It was okay for chopping down possessed paper figures during the day, but she was really helpless against them at night. Over there, Wang Yu reluctantly used his petrification ability to control the long-haired female ghost. Without a strong offensive force, he didn't really want to use his skills. During the control period, no one would attack the monster. Once the control ended, the aggro would fall on him, which would only cause trouble. But he had to help. The clues to clearing the level might be in the hands of 3 other people. Mo Shouyang, having obtained the clues, would definitely ambush him in the final stage, and there was also Xian, whose origins were unknown. Fang Yuan hunched over, coughed a few times, picked up the axe on the ground, and smashed it against the headless water ghost that was gripping Jiang Qi's hand. A gash appeared on its pale, slender body. It released Jiang Qi, closed its swaying head, and let out a mournful cry. Jiang Qi glanced down at the mark on her arm. The axe had been corrupted by resentment, rendering the ink line unusable. The 3 of them quickly left the riverbank and ran towards the town. They ran far enough before stopping. Fang Yuan glanced back and suddenly sensed something was wrong. He immediately turned around and stared blankly at a house he had never seen before. "Wait a minute, I remember the roads in town. There shouldn't be a house there." Fang Yuan couldn't be sure about other things, but his memory was definitely accurate. "Jiang Qi, since we're here, this is the game route. Hiding won't help. Let's go check it out." This place was strange. From a distance, it was pitch black, without a single ghost in sight. But as they approached, the 2 red lanterns at the entrance lit up, the door was wide open, and it seemed like many figures were moving inside. Strangely, despite their vigilant observation of their surroundings, no one noticed when the lantern at the entrance had been lit. Fang Yuan's lips moved slightly, and he whispered, "Damn it, the lantern says double happiness, and it seems like someone is welcoming guests at the entrance." These past 2 days, Qingshi town has only had funerals, not weddings, especially not at night. Wang Yu's breath hitched. Unless it's Miss Luo, forced to commit suicide for love. Jiang Qi looked up at the luxurious but eerie mansion. "The grave we couldn't find during the day is here." Mo Shouyang hid in the shadows, watching the 3 walk towards the open mansion. "I didn't expect that the weakest kid could actually come down the mountain alive. Last time our people went in, they said many weaklings died there, unable to find their way, and taken advantage of by vengeful spirits. The stronger ones were dragged out until nightfall, and then bitten to death by zombies. Looks like they gave that kid the things the carpenter gave them," Guiyuda added. Mo Shouyang scoffed. "The things the carpenter gave us might scare little devils during the day, but they're useless against the boss inside. It's better to let them go in and scout, only to die." "Where's Xian?" Mo Shouyang looked around. "I haven't seen him," Chao Lang shook his head. "Could he still be on the mountain? When we see him, he might be hopping down." The thought made him chuckle. Mo Shouyang interrupted his imagination. "Use your toes to think about it. Even Fang Yuan could come down. How could a player with higher combat power than Wang Yu not get out? I always felt that kid was sinister. Luckily, they're not in cahoots." Meanwhile, Jiang Qi and his 2 companions had arrived at the entrance of the house. Looking inside, it was a completely different world from what they had seen before. The house was packed with guests, looking lively. The 2 servants greeting guests at the entrance were also dressed festively, their enthusiastic smiles looking like they were painted on. "Today is my master's wedding day. All who come are guests, please come in." 2 servants gestured for them to enter. The dimly lit house, with its bright red lanterns, resembled a ferocious beast lurking in a ghostly realm, its mouth agape, waiting for passers-by to walk into its trap. Chapter 61. Jiang Qi and the other two stepped over the threshold one after another. Red ribbons tied into flowers came into view, and red double happiness characters were pasted everywhere. The guests in the courtyard all wore smiles, but standing here, one couldn't feel a trace of festive atmosphere, only a constant chill permeated the air. "Please be seated, gentlemen." The maid who guided them to their seats had a smile that was a carbon copy of the servant at the door. Jiang Qi sat down and looked at the dishes laid out on the banquet table. They looked presentable, but they felt artificial. There was no smell of food, they exuded a deathly aura. In the dimly lit banquet hall, the people at the table clinked glasses and chatted happily, speaking in a language they couldn't understand, as if they couldn't see the outsiders. Truly a match made in heaven. Jiang Qi understood this sentence, but the tone was strange, unlike anything from the mortal world. The person who had just spoken suddenly looked over. His smile remained unchanged, but his expression gradually turned from happy to sinister. Jiang Qi turned her head, and found that Fang Yuan and Wang Yu, who had been sitting next to her, were gone, replaced by two strangers. But these two people bore a resemblance to Fang Yuan and Wang Yu in some ways, an oddity that was hard to pinpoint. They chatted and laughed, picking up their chopsticks to eat and pouring wine into their glasses. Jiang Qi couldn't make out a single word they were saying, their chilling tones were inhuman. The moment the man who resembled Fang Yuan turned to look at her, his face, in the blurry, dark red light, suddenly transformed into a paper doll, splitting open from his mouth to his ears, revealing an abnormally large, brown tongue that dripped with putrid liquid. The next second, he became real again. A timid person would be terrified to death. Is she obsessed with paper dolls? Jiang Qi turned away, pretending not to see. There were many tables for entertaining guests in this house. Fang Yuan and Wang Yu must be somewhere in the house. When did these two ghostly figures replace them? They seemed normal when they sat down. She hadn't noticed anything amiss. The guests at the table were eating very slowly, their expressions gradually turning strange. Finally, everyone fell silent, their dead eyes fixed on her with venomous greed, their brown tongues, stained with putrid liquid, occasionally licking their lips. Fang Yuan sat on a stool, watching these insincere guests, cold sweat seeping down his back. Just as he was about to say something to Jiang Qi beside him, the scene he turned around and made his legs tremble reflexively, almost causing him to fall off the stool. What the hell is this? Where's Sister Qi? They sat down together, right next to each other. How did she suddenly turn into someone wearing Sister Qi's clothes, with half her scalp rotten, revealing decaying tissue underneath? From his height, the missing half of her skull was exceptionally clear, and something seemed to be moving inside. Fang Yuan blankly turned to the other side, where Wang Yu was also staring at Jiang Qi with an indescribable expression. Although this Wang Yu still looked human, who knew if he was even human? He didn't dare speak to Wang Yu at all. Sitting at a banquet with a table full of ghosts in the middle of the night was terrifying enough, but halfway through, his companion had been replaced by a ghost. The strange woman wearing Jiang Qi's clothes didn't move her body, only her neck moved. Her exaggeratedly dry and cracked lips opened and closed, uttering a flat, emotionless voice. "What's wrong with you?" Fang Yuan shook his head, suppressing his terror. This ghostly woman was terrifying. The angle her neck could turn was beyond human capabilities. As soon as she approached, the stench of death assaulted his senses. He remembered this smell vividly from the corpse of old Master Xie. The dishes on the table had changed. From looking edible and appetizing, they had become rotten and black, crawling with maggots. The woman dressed in Jiang Qi's clothes didn't turn her neck back. She picked up a piece of what she didn't know, along with the maggots, and ate it in large mouthfuls right in front of Fang Yuan. The black liquid in her mouth and the clear chewing sounds made Fang Yuan's stomach churn. A nauseating and horrifying scene. "Why aren't you eating? Don't you like the food here?" It seemed to be trying hard to imitate Jiang Qi's voice, deliberately changing the tone to make it sound even more terrifying. Fang Yuan's scalp tingled. How was he supposed to answer this question? If he said he liked it, this headless ghost sister and the guests at the table who seemed to be eating but were actually watching him would probably pry his mouth open and shove food into it. If he said he didn't want to eat, they would definitely turn on him. Fang Yuan looked at Wang Yu. It had just said you guys, and Wang Yu hadn't touched his chopsticks, so he must be alive. Wang Yu looked back at him with a brother, "I wouldn't dare eat this stuff either" expression. "You eat it." The person next to him gently placed a piece of dark, rotten flesh-like stuff on his plate, looking at him expectantly with half their eyes popping out. Fang Yuan was about to kneel down. He could hear his sanity fading. Could you please stop imitating Jiangqi like this? Jiangqi would never look like this. No, you can't. Someone chuckled softly in his ear. Cold sweat soaked Fang Yuan's back. A chill ran through him, making his heart pound. He had to think of something. His mind raced, and he tried his best to keep his voice steady. Isn't this a wedding banquet? Why haven't I seen the newlyweds perform the wedding ceremony? The groom isn't even toasting anyone. Fang Yuan looked at the woman beside him, his body tense, his eyes fixed on her. Don't rush, it be soon. The woman beside him said with a sinister smile, finally letting him go and continuing to eat. A long red cloth was laid out outside the wedding hall not far away. The double happiness symbol at the front was particularly bright, but the lighting inside was unusually dim, making the red appear as if it were stained with blood. Guest, please come in to witness the ceremony. Two maids suddenly appeared behind Jiangqi, grinning at her, their pale faces stiff with emotion. She had no choice but to go, whether she wanted to or not. This was their territory. She couldn't refuse. Two paper figures resembling Fang Yuan and Wang Yu stood up, wanting to go with her. Jiangqi was sandwiched between the four of them, following them to the backyard. Before her was an antique but old-fashioned room, small and cramped, an unseen chill constantly emanating from it. The crimson curtains moved without wind, revealing a figure hidden within. In the extremely dim light, a woman dressed in a bright red wedding gown and bound feet sat in a chair, her head drooping limply to one side, her hands clasped motionless in front of her. She silently allowed someone to place a magnificent phoenix crown on her head, the crisp sound of the veil striking against her skin echoing softly. Two pale-faced, lifeless servants lifted the chair's legs, one after the other, followed by a woman with a deathly pale face and unusually red rouge. They slowly stepped out from behind the curtains. Chapter 62. The eerie red light cast by the lanterns fell on their faces, making them appear blurry and sinister. As they passed by, the woman's right hand suddenly dropped, resting on the hem of her bright red phoenix-tail skirt. Her knuckles protruded, and her slender wrist revealed faint bluish-black patches. A soft tinkling sound came from the tassels on her head. Her head abruptly tilted towards Jiangqi, revealing skin like blackened wall plaster beneath her veil. Beneath her open eyelids, the whites of her eyes were tinged with blood, and traces of red liquid clung to the corners of her eyes. Her hollow, dilated pupils stared directly at Jiangqi's figure. Jiangqi felt a push from behind. Looking up, she found herself in a completely enclosed room, draped in red cloth, yet dark and gloomy. Fang Yuan nervously followed two servants through the courtyard. If he had any other choice, he wouldn't have followed these two paper ghosts. The ghost sister, missing a piece of her scalp, walked behind him and Wang Yu. If he dared to utter a word of dissent, he'd be dragged back before he even reached the door. Even if he managed to escape, he'd still have to follow the designated route to pass through. As they passed, the people who were originally eating at the banquet stopped to watch them, smiling and talking amongst themselves. Some simply dropped the pretense, revealing bizarre appearances. Some had no chin, only a tongue, drooling as they ate. Others had no skin, their bloody muscles and rows of teeth exposed, and one even sat upside down, turning his face completely backwards while eating. Fang Yuan's eyes twitched as he watched. What were these monsters? Every shape he could imagine and couldn't imagine, they were all there. They were led into the main hall, and the ornately carved door behind them suddenly slammed shut, leaving not even a crack. Directly in front sat a middle-aged man and woman in two armchairs. The man wore a dark jacket with a white jade inlay in the center of his hat. The woman wore a padded jacket and skirt. They stared blankly ahead like two wax figures. A dim red light shone on the round table in the center, the red candles behind it casting a faint bluish glow. Lifelike paper figures were arranged around the room. In this dimly lit, poorly lit room, it was impossible to distinguish which were paper figures and which were actually moving people. Perhaps they could transform into each other, otherwise why would there be so many paper figures? Fang Yuan secretly speculated. A strange tune and an indistinct shout suddenly rang out, and two servants carried in a woman dressed in a magnificent bright red dress, accompanied by a short woman. Fang Yuan froze on the spot, a chill spreading from the top of his head to every nerve. He realized the problem. According to the game's plot, these people must have prepared ropes, and they were going to hang them afterward. The woman stood ramrod straight in the hall, chanting incomprehensible sentences. Her voice was like the decaying, unpleasant sound of a withered old tree branch snapped underfoot. Suddenly, her head drooped, and she looked up through the beaded curtain at them. Her bloodshot eyes were filled with deathly stillness and resentment. Their gazes met, and Fang Yuan's teeth chattered. It wasn't that he didn't want to run, he couldn't move. Two pale-faced servants, their eyes only black dots and pupils, held him down. These two living paper figures felt incredibly heavy, their hands on his shoulders, and no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't budge. Wang Yu was in the same predicament, but Fan Yuan knew that Wang Yu definitely had a backup plan and could escape. He might really die in this godforsaken place. Fan Yuan looked straight ahead. On the dimly lit long table, there were two memorial tablets. In the incense burner between them, the incense sticks had burned out, two short and one long. Earlier at the Xie residence, he seemed to have heard an NPC mention that burning this kind of incense was taboo, and would bring great misfortune. At this moment, the woman moved, her eyes fixed on him. Her face, a pale gray tinge with black, had upturned, bright red lips. A dark purple mark circled the exposed part of her neck at the collar. The clinking of pearls and jade should have been pleasant, but Jiang Qi's expression immediately changed when he realized the sound was coming from himself. The veil fluttered as she looked up, striking her face with a chilling force. Several old wooden chests lay on the ground in front of her, the two garments on top made entirely of paper. On the carved bed directly in front of her sat an emaciated corpse, dressed in ornate clothing, head bowed. And she was now wearing that bright red embroidered dress, the phoenix tail skirt adorned with jade pendants that jingled with the slightest movement. Jiang Qi almost couldn't help but curse. This ghostly being in the dungeon could even change outfits with a single click. She ripped off the phoenix crown attached to her veil, and threw it on the ground, then removed the cumbersome cloud-shaped shoulder ornament, and began rummaging through several boxes on the floor. They were all filled with paper clothes and jewelry. No clues were found. Jiang Qi looked around the room, bending slightly to examine the male corpse inside. His skin was bluish black, his cheeks sunken, half his face ulcerated with several holes, his eyes were cloudy gray, and he emitted a strong stench of decay. Sitting there, he stood in stark contrast to the surrounding bright red. Jiang Qi turned to push the door, but after pushing for a long time, the wooden door wouldn't budge. Through the crack, all she could see was darkness, but on the paper window lattice behind the carved decorations, she could see the red glow and blurred shadows of two lanterns hanging at the door. She poked at the windowpane with her finger. It was cold and solid, like a solid wall behind it. There was no need to waste energy looking at the other side of the window. It must be the same. Jiang Qi looked up at the shadow of the lantern on the door, visible, yet not real. Crack, the sound of bones shifting. The male corpse sitting on the bed raised its neck, staring straight at Jiang Qi, slowly standing up and walking towards her. It walked very slowly, each step accompanied by a cracking sound from its bones, its head drooping limply on its shoulder, as if broken. "You come. I've been waiting for you." The decaying corpse transformed into a gentle, refined man, smiling as he walked forward, his two faces switching back and forth. "When did you go blind? Before you were alive, or after you died?" Jiang Qi thoughtfully took a step back, leaning against the wall, the jade on her skirt clinking softly. Upon hearing her words, the male corpse's expression drastically changed. His feigned smile was completely replaced by a horribly grotesque, bluish-black, half-rotten face. A chilling wind swept through the room, causing the bright red bed curtains to flutter and the decorative stickers on the windows to tremble violently. It approached step by step, its rotting holes on its face widening as it spoke, revealing a set of black teeth. "Are you afraid of me?" Jiang Qi calmly and sincerely replied, "Brother, seeing you like this, it's hard not to be afraid." The stench of decay grew stronger, and Jiang Qi suddenly smiled. "Actually, I'm a little curious. Aren't you afraid of Miss Luo? You shouldn't be able to defeat her. What did your family in the mortal realm do when they suppressed her? Or is this wedding banquet somehow restricting her power?" Chapter 63. Upon hearing this, it seemed to break down, its expression instantly becoming extremely ferocious, baring its teeth as it prepared to pounce. Then it vanished from the spot. In the moment before disappearing, a clear look of bewilderment and shocked anger appeared on its face. Being forcibly moved out of its room on its own territory, how could a ghost do that? Mental strength reduced by 100, sanity reduced by 10. Using the silver key for new attempts will result in a decrease in sanity due to its influence. Jiang Qi looked at the empty room and clapped her hands in satisfaction. She just wanted to test another function of the silver key. Teleportation, in essence, utilizes space. She had tried it before. Only the user could move, neither living nor dead objects could. But this room was special. It was an abnormal space, difficult to describe in simple terms, existing in a state of non-real existence. In other words, a ghost realm. This house didn't exist in Qingshi town, but the place she was standing in was real. So she thought, why not try using the silver key's properties to get it out? Jiangqi went around to the back of the wooden bed, and just as she had guessed, there was indeed another space there. Unlike the ornate yet eerie room, there were only a few brick walls at the back. These bricks looked familiar, as if she had seen them somewhere before, and she could feel a chill emanating from them when she touched them. 2 coffins were placed in the middle. The coffin on the right was wrapped with many red ropes, and the edges of the talisman paper pasted on the front were blackened. The vermilion talisman color had faded considerably, and the coffin lid was not sealed, indicating that the coffin had been opened before. Jiangqi pushed the coffin lid open a little with both hands, and an extremely cold aura emanated from it, making her fingers sting. The corpse in the coffin was remarkably well preserved, not skeletal, but merely dried and blackened, its clothes severely faded and exuding a putrid stench. It was indeed the bride she had seen earlier, and this was their joint burial site. Jiangqi then opened the left coffin. It was empty. The male corpse was indeed a corpse, showing no signs of reanimation, its decomposition proceeding slowly. Something was strange. Jiangqi pondered for a moment, then returned to the bride's corpse, flashlight in one hand and her sleeve over the other, groping inside. Its spirit wasn't here. Acting timidly and wasting time would mean waiting for its return. Finding something under the corpse's arm, she indeed discovered something, a tattered fragment of an ancient book. Those who look up to the Tao aspire. Those who follow the Tao are immersed. What mysterious secret scriptures, what resurrection, never to find peace. The conditions for reanimation are actually extremely demanding. A vengeful spirit has no body, and a zombie has no spirit or mind. Miss Luo was forced to commit suicide for love. Her resentment shouldn't have been enough to directly cause the generations of deceased members of the Xia family to become zombies. Therefore, it must have unintentionally or intentionally relied on something else. Jiangqi suddenly recalled the text she had seen in the previous instance. Despite being completely different languages and styles, and seemingly unrelated, it inexplicably flashed through her mind. Jiangqi paused, then continued searching. Touching the corpse again, the scene before her changed. A girl was crying bitterly from the pain of foot binding, and the people around her not only didn't stop but increased the binding force. Binding your feet will help you marry into a good family in the future. This is for your own good. Just bear with it, it will pass. Everything in the scene was blurry and dark, only the crying and talking were exceptionally clear. In the same room, the grown-up girl stared at the marriage certificate on the table. She didn't want to marry a terminally ill man for a lucky charm marriage, but her parents were only concerned with counting the dowry, not even glancing at the tears on her face. The surroundings changed again. She struggled as ropes were tied around her, and she was hoisted from the rafters. Her arms and legs flared in the air, struggling desperately until she stopped moving, her bulging, red eyes fixed on the people below. Her life wasn't even worth as much as a memorial archway. Why? The scene finally froze on 2 short and 1 long incense sticks before the memorial tablet. The Luo family was the first to suffer, then the Xia family. She wanted these people to suffer a terrible end for generations, to never find peace in death, to be trapped in Qingshi town like her. Jiangqi withdrew her hand, silently opening the shop. A hammer that could smash walls cost 80 points, explosives cost 100 points. The shop displayed that they couldn't damage zombies or vengeful spirits in this instance. Explosives are convenient, but there's a risk they might blow up the place, burying her alive. Jiangqi wouldn't take unnecessary risks. The main room. Hearing the death knell-like music, Fang Yuan remained unusually calm. After the last dungeon, he obtained the item Old Fishing Net, which could temporarily bind a single target. The bride was definitely the boss. Using items on her might be useless. She had 2 servants beside her. Controlling one of them was the only way to escape. As the cold, stiff hand touched their heads, Fang Yuan suddenly flung out the old fishing net, trapping the paper servant holding his head. Player used the item Old Fishing Net, rendering the target unable to move for 20 seconds. The monsters in this dungeon are too strong. Even a single minion reduced the item's control time by 1/3. Fang Yuan broke free, his axe slashing at the hand of another servant holding his arm. The servant shrieked, releasing Fang Yuan. The paper-covered exterior split open, revealing a severed hand, only flesh and skin remaining, dangling in front of him. Wang Yu also began to move. He quickly retreated, his gaze falling on the now standing bride, and the grinning paper figures around her. The bride in the wedding hall was about to awaken. If she couldn't leave the wedding hall before it awoke, she would be consumed by resentment and forever trapped in Qingshi town. This place required players to withstand the attacks of these vengeful spirits, and find a way out within a specified time. Wang Yu frowned deeply. He had items that could help him escape, but he needed to find the correct location. I hold them off for a bit, you hurry and find our bearings, Wang Yu warned grimly. You better not try anything funny, or we all die here. This ghost bride is a boss. Her combat power is at least S rank. I'm not stupid. What's the point of trying anything funny at a time like this? Wang Yu would keep his word unless it was a matter of life and death, but when his life was truly in danger, he wouldn't care about cooperation anymore. The most urgent thing was to find a way out. Fang Yuan rushed to the window, frantically smashing it while recalling all the clues he gathered since entering Qingshi town. The wooden window was smashed open with an axe, revealing a layer of solid bricks behind it. Player attacked by a vengeful spirit, HP reduced by 2. Player affected by resentment, sanity reduced by 5. Wang Yu instinctively dodged where the ghost bride was in the middle. Space was limited, and he used an item that increased movement speed, but these things could suddenly pop out a face from behind him, dragging him into the darkness. No matter how well he moved or how fast he dodged, he couldn't avoid taking damage. Wang Yu glanced back. The boundless darkness was filled with paper figures, their faces exquisitely drawn with various expressions, but their eyes were always fixed on the people outside. Chapter 64. If she were dragged in, she'd be skinned alive and torn apart by these countless paper figures. To make matters worse, the long-haired water ghost from the river had come along too, right beside the ghost bride. One red, one white. On one side was a water ghost, dripping wet, pale and swollen. On the other was a paper ghost painted with red rouge, its tongue protruding from its split mouth. The mournful cries and shrill laughter mingled, bringing with them gusts of eerie wind. The cold, damp air seeped into their clothes, as if someone had poured a bucket of ice water on them in the dead of winter, chilling them to the bone. Fang Yuan struggled to break free from a group of paper ghosts. The water ghost chased after Wang Yu, but his defense and A-level combat power were far inferior. After running around for a while, his health was down to only 55 points. I searched everywhere I can. They're not letting us leave. Wang Yu used an item to try and open a door at the location Fang Yuan pointed to, but outside was a dark river. This is a time-limited boss battle. Wang Yu cursed under his breath. No wonder the game warned that they had to leave before the bride woke up. With these two ghosts working together, everyone in the wedding hall was doomed. They couldn't force the water ghost out, their damage output wasn't enough. A monster of this level required at least 2 A-level damage dealers working together to defeat it in such a short time. If we can't find an exit, we can only hope that Jiangqi can find a way to help us. Wang Yu himself found the thought laughable. How unreliable was their cooperation? How could they be relied upon in a crisis? Jiangqi might even risk her life for her teammate Fang Yuan. A large group of water ghosts chased after Wang Yu and almost drowned him. His skills were still on cooldown for a few minutes. As long as he could hold on until then, he could stall for a little longer. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and rushed to the ghost bride, continuing his search for clues under these almost impossible circumstances. He believed Jiangqi would come if he was safe and could find them, but what if something unexpected happened along the way? Time is running out. Fang Yuan saw the ghost bride slowly raise her eyes. A rope suddenly looped around his neck, tightening rapidly. Fang Yuan's face turned red, his eyes bloodshot, as he pointed with difficulty to the roof beam above the ghost bride. There lay a part of the ghost bride's spirit, using paper figures as a medium. Wang Yu had just escaped the horde of water ghosts, and hadn't even had time to destroy the faceless paper figure in red clothes, as Fang Yuan had instructed when he saw the ghost bride move. How could it be so fast? A bone-chilling cold instantly seeped into his chest. He thought he could at least hold out until his skills cooled down. In the blink of an eye, the faceless paper figure on the roof beam turned to ashes without warning, and the bride before him vanished. Without time to ponder the reason, Wang Yu rescued Fang Yuan from the paper figure pulling at the rope, and the two dashed out of the main room. Player has purchased item, Demolition Helper Hammer. Jiangqi dragged a heavy hammer to the wall, and swung it with both hands, smashing it against the wall with all her might. Bang! A loud crash, and the wall trembled. Mo Shouliang and his team of players, who were hiding outside, heard the tremor behind the wall and quickly retreated several meters. Damn! What's going on? Is it a ghost or a zombie inside banging against the wall? Is it going to come out? Chao Lang's voice changed. Mo Shouliang was also puzzled. This house was the final level of the dungeon, the biggest boss, the ghost bride, should still be in the wedding hall. What was going on inside with all that commotion when dealing with those two idiots? If the layout of this place is broken, we'd be in big trouble. No matter what's inside, we can't let it break out. Hurry. Before Emo Shouyang could finish speaking, there were 2 more thuds, this time seemingly accompanied by lightning, and several bricks were knocked off the wall. Shouyang. Guiyuda stared in horror at the red skirt peeking out from the breach and a hammer propped up on the ground. What's more terrifying than seeing a zombie or a ghost crash into a wall is seeing a ghost bride smashing a hole in it with a hammer. This is truly eerie. Emo Shouyang stared dumbfounded at that spot. She picked up the hammer again. Inside, almost breathless, Jiangqi brought the hammer down again on the hole she had painstakingly created, when the tightly closed door crashed to the ground with a bang, shaking the floor. Then the male corpse she had just gotten rid of fell in, smashing the paper dowry scattered on the floor. Jiangqi turned around, her lips slightly parted, staring at the scene, truly stunned for a few seconds. Who brought the male corpse she finally managed to get rid of back in? Outside the door, Xie Chaozi stepped over the fallen door panel and strode into the bridal chamber. Jiangqi stood beside the fallen bricks, looking at his flawless, artistic face with its nonchalant expression. Sister Jiangqi, why are you smashing the wall? Xie Chaozi glanced at the hole in the wall beside her, big enough for a person to crouch and squeeze through. What do you think? Jiangqi smiled. There was no need to exert so much effort to get out. The door was like a ceiling stone, not secure enough, so she smashed the wall. Jiangqi picked up the hammer again. Stop! Emo Shouyang shouted from outside the hole, this place is designed to suppress the ghost bride. If you break the spell with a few hammer blows, releasing her, we're all doomed. That's right. Jiangqi said, smashing a few more bricks with her hammer. I'm going to break through. Hearing this, Emo Shouyang's hands trembled with anger. Are you crazy? He truly hadn't expected this mad woman to continue smashing bricks even after knowing this crucial information. Had she been bewitched? She shouldn't drag everyone down with her. Are you from the Descent organization? Xie Chaozi looked over, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Stop smashing them. Emo Shouyang's temples throbbed, his hands clenched into fists. If he wasn't controlled by a ghost, Emo Shouyang could only think of that reckless mad woman in the organization. No, the average person in the Descent group wasn't as crazy as her. If she couldn't get the crucial clues, she flipped the table, wanting all the players to die along with her. Encountering someone like this in a dungeon is incredibly unlucky. Jiangqi ignored the furious Emo Shouyang, only looking at Xie Chaozi with a smile. You want to stop me? She really dared to do this kind of reckless fighting, leaving no room for anyone, and wasn't afraid of messing it up. Xie Chaozi's eyes flickered slightly, speaking sincerely. If I wanted to stop you, I would have already done it. That's good. Jiangqi nodded, turning to Emo Shouyang. Don't block me. You? Emo Shouyang gritted his teeth, glaring at them, his face as black as the bottom of a pot. Fine, you two are in cahoots, playing like this? I kill you first. As he spoke, he raised his right hand, the surrounding space distorted and changed, an invisible pressure squeezing towards Jiangqi. It felt as if there was a transparent, yet incredibly resilient wall in the air, constantly contracting around her, her lungs constricting with every breath. Her health has decreased by 30 points due to player Emo Shouyang's skill attack. Chapter 65. The surrounding space was sealed off by Emo Shouyang's skill. To escape, she had to break through this invisible barrier. With her defense of less than 100, there was absolutely no way she could break through the skill of an A-level player. In just 1 second, her opponent hadn't even used half his power. The blood Jiangqi spat out dripped from her chin onto her hand, seeping into the silver key through her fingers. The invisible pressure grew stronger and stronger, her skull felt like it was about to shatter. If this continued, she would die from suffocation. Jiangqi tightened her grip, the patterns on the silver key's surface sinking deeply into her palm. Using the same spatial properties, she wanted to see if the status of a divine creation would be suppressed by a player. When the stars returned to their places, the sleeping gods. She silently recited the words she had used to obtain the silver key. The system notification that her sanity was decreasing stopped only when it reached the 60% safety threshold. Unseen by anyone, a small patch of rust on the vine pattern of the silver key faded from her wide sleeves, revealing its original luster. If Jiangqi were to turn back to look at Xie Chaozi now, she would see a fleeting ripple in those eyes, which were devoid of emotion, like a silent, dark starry sky. The pressure on her body vanished abruptly. Jiangqi took a few deep breaths and slowly straightened up. Impossible. Emo Shouyang murmured in disbelief, increasing his mental energy output again to manipulate the surrounding space. But this time, no matter what he did, he couldn't get any closer to Jiangqi. The space around Jiangqi was a strange zone independent of his control, unshakable and undistortable. The power he controlled was, on the contrary, being secretly eroded by something. No, something was wrong with this. A strong sense of crisis rose within Mo Shouliang, and he instinctively took 2 steps back, severing his skill. He stared at Jiangqi in astonishment, trying to find the answer in her face. It was one thing that Xian could withstand it. After all, he was the player with the highest combat power in the dungeon. He was counting on Xian to fight the boss, not actually to fight, just to separate space. But what was wrong with Jiangqi? Even with the same type of ability, if her combat power was significantly lower, it was impossible for her to suppress his 4th-tier ability, especially with that incredibly strange erosion, or rather corruption. If he hadn't reacted quickly, who knows what the consequences would have been. He couldn't even withstand the erosion, so how could this woman control such power? No, this woman clearly didn't have this ability from the beginning. She had an item, and an item with spatial properties at that. If this wasn't a one-time use item, its grade was extremely high. Mo Shouliang's shock turned into greed. Such a good item was too wasteful to fall into the hands of a low-powered player. He might as well give it to her. If he possessed a spatial artifact of this caliber, his strength would undoubtedly soar to new heights. He might even break into the S rank. Mo Shouliang knew very well that no one would take something this good if offered up, so he had no choice but to kill her and take it himself. Even if he didn't get the first clear of the dungeon, obtaining something like this would be a huge win. Even if his abilities were useless against Jiangqi, in terms of pure combat power, Jiangqi was no match for him, especially since he had 3 others with him. Boom! The wall collapsed instantly, and falling bricks rained down on Mo Shouliang. He couldn't dodge in time, and was hit several times. Covered in dust, he got up and looked at Xiaoqiaozi, who had attacked him. Is smashing walls all you guys can think about? Were these 2 actually construction workers? Mo Shouliang snapped out of his excitement at encountering the spatial item. He could put Jiangqi and the item aside for now, without addressing the immediate problem. No one could leave the dungeon alive, and even the item would be useless. Xiaoqiaozi calmly said, I told you not to get in the way. What exactly do you want? Mo Shouliang forced out these words through gritted teeth, his anger palpable. His original plan was to let these people enter the house to clear the checkpoints. Once they were mostly dealt with, his team could then use the items to suppress the Ghost Bride again. If there was an opportunity to eliminate the others and plunder some items, even better. Now, his plan had been ruined with 2 blows from a hammer. It would be strange if he wasn't furious. Jiangqi wiped the blood from her chin, glanced at Xiaoqiaozi, who had walked in front of her, and said softly, You planned to send us into the mansion to fight monsters, and die so you could seal the boss. Knowing the route, you should have acted faster. Now it's too late. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold wind arose, and the laughter of paper figures mingled with mournful cries, appearing all around them, instantly transforming the silent space into a bustling scene. You knew we had information? Mo Shouliang warily observed the surrounding movements. You didn't show yourself the whole way, followed me to get the side quest, and you also have the item to resuppress the boss. You clearly know more. If we take the conventional route, I'm out of luck. Jiangqi smiled silently. I had to find another way, to drag you all down with me. With the sealed item and dungeon information, and teammates cooperating, if he simply ended the game through the storyline without considering how to take advantage of the others, Jiangqi really couldn't do anything to them. Humans are inherently greedy. With such a superior setup, no one would resist seizing the biggest advantage. The red threads binding the coffin snapped inch by inch, the coffin lid blown open by an invisible, eerie wind and slamming to the ground. The feng shui is ruined. You can no longer suppress it. All the players in this instance now only have 2 paths. 1, we all die together. 2, we all fight the boss together, Jiangqi said slowly. There's no way. Even with just myself, my teammates, and Wang Yu, we can't win. Suppressing resentment is only a temporary solution. It doesn't truly solve the problem. What was done over 100 years ago clearly didn't work. The suppression route is very likely not the path to a complete victory. The Qingshi Town instance is different from the previous beginner instance. It requires high combat power players to tank. Otherwise, once the Ghost Bride, freed from a century of suppression, and those zombies emerge, even Jiangqi with multiple lives wouldn't be enough to kill them. Are you even human? Chao Lang, standing beside Mo Shouliang, was on the verge of collapse. What if all of us combined can't beat the Ghost Bride? Don't forget, there are still the zombies she created. Then it depends on whether you want to live or not, Jiangqi said confidently. We can all stay in Qingshi Town and become ghosts. At least we have company. Those with nothing to lose aren't afraid of those with something to lose. My fighting strength is low, so losing isn't a big deal. Winning is a bonus. Mo Shouyang pointed at Jiang Qi, unable to catch his breath, speechless for a long time. You're amazing, you're ruthless. On one hand, everyone dies together, on the other, everyone risks their lives to fight for a chance to live, working for her for free so she can get benefits. The former is certain to die, the latter might survive. He had no way to stop this tactic. Chapter 66. Sister Jiang Qi. Xie Chao's lips curled up, his eyes devoid of any emotion or warmth. He was now somewhat curious whether this game could be ruined. Aren't you worried that I drag this out until you're all killed by the monsters before ending the game? Or do you think I'm like them, forced to obediently follow orders? Jiang Qi peered through the hole in the wall, her gaze falling on the door panel. I don't know your true strength, but one thing is certain. If I die, your situation will likely be quite troublesome. She vaguely guessed whether Xie Chaozi was aiming for a first clear or searching for something else. If she really wanted to help, why wait until now? If she could just watch her smash the wall, the zombies would prioritize attacking them. With that time, plus the teleportation from the silver key, Jiang Qi would have enough time to leave with the bride's remains. Sister Qi. Fang Yuan and Wan Yu rushed over. With that, all the players in the Qingshi town instance had arrived. Why are you dressed like that? Fang Yuan gasped. When I saw you from afar, that outfit startled me. I thought you were that female ghost. You have no idea, the two of us were. The wedding hall, Jiang Qi finished for him. Right, we almost married her. Those things from the underworld are truly the underworld. I never seen three people like that before. Wang Yu coughed twice. He shouldn't talk about such an embarrassing thing in front of the players he was celebrating with. Hey, how did you know where we were? Fang Yuan asked Jiang Qi again. Did you do the ghost bride's sudden departure? I was locked up here, and I only saw a half-dead male corpse and the bride's remains. She wasn't here, you guys probably stumbled upon her. Jiang Qi said thoughtfully, I guess you could say I did it too. It's here. It's here. Chao Lang shouted. A ghost bride dressed in a red wedding gown stood at the dark corner, appearing before them in a few flashes. Behind her surged a group of giggling ghosts, their bodies contorted into bizarre postures as if boneless, occasionally sticking out their disgusting tongues, watching the humans expectantly. I tell you the reason for the Xie family's zombie transformation, Jiang Qi said, turning to Xie Chao Ci. I take the first pass. This person was an uncertain factor. It would be best to reach a consensus by compromise. Xie Chao Ci said calmly, you don't have much time. If you can't escape before your health and mental energy run out, you die in the instance. I know, Jiang Qi pondered. Under the dark sky, a bluish-black mist drifted, and an old zombie dressed in court robes flew down from the rooftop. Mo Shouyang stared at Jiang Qi, his killing intent stronger than ever before. This is the boss on the normal route, plus the ghost bride. Even a team of A+ fighters plus a support player might not be able to withstand it. A well-coordinated fixed team might have a chance, but what kind of coordination do these guys have? Invisible resentment condensed into crisscrossing black wisps in the air. The ghost bride merely smiled at them, and the resentment surged towards them. Jiang Qi was knocked to the ground, trembling with pain. This pain wasn't in her flesh, but in her bones, especially on her arm where the water ghost had scratched her. Signs of decay were already appearing, and she could smell the stench emanating from within. Player attacked by boss ghost bride, HP reduced by 50. Standing this far away, a single basic attack took away half her health. This dungeon boss is truly formidable. Jiang Qi drank a healing potion, restoring her health to 40 points. Fang Yuan rushed to Jiang Qi's side. What happened to the ghost bride? Wasn't it still suppressed? I released it, Jiang Qi hissed, ignoring Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, and continued, now there's something I need you to do. You and Wan Yu leave here, find Miss Luo's chastity arch, and blow it up. This symbol of the ghost bride's suffering and oppression was also the obsession that trapped it. Okay. I go right now. Fang Yuan turned and left without another word. Wang Yu hesitated for 2 seconds, then chose to follow Fang Yuan. Given the current situation, he could only do as she said, even if he didn't even know why. Jiang Qi, are you alright? What were you thinking? Entrusting something that concerns everyone's life and death to a weakling like him? Mo Shouyang roared. I can do this for you. Let me go with Wang Yu. Isn't Xie supposed to be strong? Letting him handle this is something Mo Shouyang really doesn't want to face the ghost bride and the century-old zombie. No, you have to stay here. Jiang Qi finished speaking and walked through the hole in the wall, pulled off the red cloth from the bed, walked to the coffin, and while carrying the corpse on her back, said, "I know there's still a part of your spirit inside the body. The one outside is a product of resentment and obsession condensed after using magic." Jiangqi glanced at the crippled but determined male corpse on the ground, trying to get up and stop her. "If you don't want to be trapped here, I take you away." With that, she carried the female corpse and ran out. The male corpse, staggering and chasing after her, was once again knocked to the ground by Xie Chaozi. Following her memory, Jiangqi raced towards the exit. Her cold, damp hair occasionally brushed past her, and the desiccated head of the female corpse rested against her left shoulder, visible with a slight turn of her gaze. Fortunately, the corpse wasn't heavy, otherwise, given her stamina, it was uncertain how far she could run. "Take me with you, hee." A thin voice suddenly appeared from her right. Jiangqi's body lurched, and she raised her hand, unleashing a bolt of lightning. Her attack could only temporarily knock the thing down, drawing its aggro. It couldn't truly repel it. The distance from the backyard to the main gate wasn't far, but the path was teeming with various vengeful spirits, making her journey extremely difficult. Thanks to her 2 attempts in this round of the game, once on the male corpse, and once with Emo Shouyang, the player who manipulated space, Jiangqi discovered a new use for the silver key. She could briefly distort the space around her, causing the vengeful spirits that lunged at her to miss, but doing so consumed mental energy and reduced her sanity. Jiangqi only used the silver key and skills when absolutely necessary, carefully managing her health and mana, even using a low-level blue potion along the way. She had tried her best to avoid unnecessary consumption, but even so, her health and mana had reached a dangerous level. 30 points and 175 points respectively. All the lanterns in the backyard were extinguished by the eerie wind. The old zombie controlled by the ghost bride swept forward, and Chao Lang crashed against the wall, bricks and tiles collapsing and falling. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his broken arm bone piercing through his flesh. He only survived thanks to enhanced defense. Emo Shouyang took a hit from the ghost bride, and the surrounding paper figures, grinning, engulfed him. "Xian, you're an S-rank damage dealer. Why be driven by that woman, risking your life to let her get away with it?" Emo Shouyang awkwardly shook off the paper figures behind him, several black scratches appearing on his body. "How about this, we cooperate, kill her first, then we finish the game. You get the first clear." Chapter 67. To reverse the situation and snatch the item from Jiangqi, they had to win over Xian the player. "Not so great," Xie Chaozi said calmly. You're willing to be controlled by a player with lower combat power than you?" Emo Shouyang glanced at his health points, 45. When a high combat power player's health drops below half the safety threshold, the proportional decrease puts them in a very precarious situation. In team battles, once the main damage dealer's health drops and cannot recover, it's equivalent to that damage dealer being completely useless. Everyone will definitely focus their attacks on the low defense damage dealers first. Without damage output, even a high combat power, strong control player like you has no chance of winning. They can only seek cooperation. We can cooperate. It's not like there's no chance. Let my people chase after them and take over. The boss battle had already begun. Without his cover, no one could leave in front of the ghost bride. But this kid was unmoved. Emo Shouyang gritted his teeth. Xie Chaozi suddenly looked over, his gaze calm and indifferent. "Do I look that easy to fool?" Emo Shouyang's mind went blank. Did he know? He wanted to take advantage of the situation to steal something from Jiangqi. He wanted that thing too? And what did that look of him like he was an idiot mean? "Your people can't use it." Xie Chaozi's voice was completely flat, simply stating a matter-of-fact statement. Stepping out of the house, Jiangqi's clothes immediately reverted to their previous black and white. She had only completed half of what she needed to do. She still had to bury the corpse behind her. "Miss Luo, where do you want to go? Could you give me a hint?" Jiangqi asked tentatively. Neither a wisp of kindness nor its vicious side wanted to remain in that place, and Jiangqi wasn't afraid it would cause her trouble in this matter. In the eerie silence, there was a slight movement behind her. Following the instructions, Jiangqi ran towards the mountains outside the town. It was too dark for her to see the path, so she simply took out a flashlight and placed it in the hand of the corpse behind her, using it to hold it in place, and ran for a while. Thud. Something deliberately tripped her, and Jiangqi fell onto the ground covered with fallen leaves. The flashlight fell out, made a sound, and then went out, leaving only darkness before her. The only source of light disappeared, and suddenly she was plunged into a strange, dark environment. Anyone would be affected by emotions like unease and fear. Jiangqi was no exception. She almost fell for it, driven by instinct to search for a source of light. The Yin energy has seeped into your bones. A deathly pale face emerged from the darkness, approaching Jiang Qi and saying gloatingly, "You're about to die. You're about to die." Her health was already dropping. She didn't need a reminder, Jiang Qi thought. The final 18 points. Jiang Qi threw out a tattered fishing net to trap the obstacle blocking her path, then followed the corpse behind her, groping her way forward in the dark. At this moment, Fang Yuan, clutching his blood-soaked arm, looked with a sense of relief at the archway standing in the darkness, weathered by a century of wind and rain. Before Jiang Qi ends the game, you truly become a zombie if the corpse poison takes hold of you, one you warned. Fang Yuan silently used a red potion to restore his health. Never before had he so clearly and profoundly realized his own weakness. He lacked Jiang Qi's sharpness and composure, and Wang Yu's combat prowess. The dead had all turned into zombies and escaped, and there were still water ghosts blocking the way. His combat strength was too low. There was nothing he could do. A deliberate scratch from a zombie infects the body with its poison, causing the body to gradually stiffen, while simultaneously increasing defense and slowing down health loss. If it were Sister Qi, she would make the same choice in this situation. Fang Yuan bought explosives from the shop, and fearing one wasn't enough, Wang Yu added several more. She's reckless, and the people she brought aren't reckless either, Wang Yu sighed. No wonder they managed to get the first kill with that little combat strength. Hang Jing's loss was well deserved. Boom! A burst of fire shattered the darkness, and the blackened stone archway collapsed in a deafening explosion. While Jiang Qi opened the shop to buy a new flashlight, she didn't forget to hurry, for her time was life. Suddenly, a drooping branch beside her transformed into a rotting, elongated ghostly hand, and a flood of strange, fragmented ghostly whispers rushed in. Jiang Qi reacted quickly, immediately using her silver key to teleport away from the encirclement, running forward without looking back as they lost their target. Her mental energy was down to only 75 points. She was currently in a state of high depletion, and her mental energy couldn't regenerate on its own. If she were surrounded again, she wouldn't be able to teleport away. The guidance from the corpse finally stopped. Jiang Qi looked at the paper figure chasing after her, took out the pendant she had obtained from the NPC, and slammed it onto the paper figure's head. Ah! With a shrill scream, a large hole was burned into the paper figure's pale face, and then its entire body exploded, turning into countless burning sparks. The runes engraved on the bronze pendant were also half blackened. The free item given by the side quest was a consumable. Jiang Qi had held back from using it the whole way, saving it for last to save her life. Jiang Qi bought a shovel from the shop for 40 points, then put down the corpse on her back. Seeing the corpse's current state, she cautiously took a step back, shovel in hand. The corpse she carried all the way had somehow transformed into a vengeful spirit with bluish-gray skin and bright red lips. Killing me now, and taking my body won't help. You still go back to Qingshi town. Without ending the game, this body would soon die. What was the point of taking a corpse? Jiang Qi wrapped the still usable pendant around her wrist a few times, enduring the excruciating pain of her arm being sliced open, and vigorously dug a hole with the shovel. I understand. If I were in their shoes, I'd kill them too. But if you let go, you might have a chance to go to another, better era, without those ridiculous rules, where girls can control their own lives. Jiang Qi paused, her gaze turning cold. I can bring you out, and I can bring you back. You better think it through. Jiang Qi turned her head, watching its terrifying face transform into a normal human appearance, its smile changing from sinister to gentle. Thank you, thank you. After a timid thank you, the corpse turned to ashes and vanished, leaving only an old bamboo scroll. You're welcome. I was just trying to clear the dungeon too, Jiang Qi said, pointing to the spot where the corpse had disappeared. The free item was still usable, but if she actually carried it back, she might not have time to leave the dungeon alive. It was practically a suicide mission. Picking up the bamboo scroll from the ground, Jiang Qi suddenly realized something. She dug a trap for nothing. 40 points wasted. Already struggling financially, this was now the last straw. Backyard. The paper figure retreated into the darkness and disappeared, the various shrill, piercing laughs and cries abruptly ceasing. Deathly silence, not even a breath could be heard. The ghost bride and the endless resentment emanating from her were gone, leaving only a tattered wedding dress on the ground. Mo Sholiang coughed up blood as he got up from the ground. The old zombie, no longer driven by resentment, had no buffs to attack, defense, or speed recovery, and could be killed. However, his health and mental strength had reached an extremely dangerous level, and his skills had not yet cooled down. Chapter 68. Mo Shuliang looked at the other person still standing on the field, Xie Chaozi, who was also covered in blood, but in much better condition than him. There's another zombie here at full health. Its aggro is locked on the two of us. Aren't you worried that Jiang Qi will come back with her teammates to clean us up? Mo Shuliang said, rolling on the ground to dodge the zombie's outstretched arm. Don't tell me you think she won't make a move. She's a crazy woman who doesn't even care about her own life. As he spoke, Chao Lang was lifted up by the zombie and bitten on the neck. A shrill scream, and the system's cold announcement ended simultaneously. Player Chao Lang has been attacked by the boss Centennial Zombie, and his health has been reduced to 0. Not far away, under a wall with a 3-finger white crack, Guiyuda, although he had survived the old zombie, had been infected by the zombie's poison, growing sharp nails and fangs, and was about to turn into a zombie. Before that, you should worry about whether you can live to see that day. Xie Chaozi spun in midair, dragging the zombie, and slamming it into the house directly in front of him. Bang! The roof shattered, dust scattered, and tiles and wooden beams crashed down. Even such a powerful attack didn't fundamentally damage it. A few seconds later, it flew out of the hole in the roof again. Mo Shuliang suddenly realized that after fighting this boss for so long, he had never seen the player playing Xie and use any skills. Even skills with extremely long cooldowns, and not meant to be used easily, he had managed to hold off on using them until now. Just how good were his stats? Player Mo Shuliang was attacked by the boss, the 100-year-old zombie, and his health decreased by 6. Notification. Player's health remains at 11 points. He is about to enter a dying state. Entering this state, his defense would drop to less than 20%, making him instantly fatal from a single hit by a zombie. Mo Shuliang disregarded everything else, seizing the opportunity presented by the zombie's attack on Xie and to turn and retreat. A loud crash landed beside him. It was an old zombie with 2/3 of its health remaining. If his reaction speed had been even slightly slower, the zombie would have grabbed him from behind. Mo Shuliang didn't know Xian's name, so he could only curse him silently in his mind. His stamina was almost gone, and he frantically used all his defensive items to barely escape the old zombie. He had never encountered such a tough monster before. His health was down to 6 points. This battle had completely drained him. Not only had he not gained anything, but he might also lose his life. Thinking of this, Mo Shuliang felt the fire in his chest about to explode. Player Guiyuda, health reduced to 0, sanity reduced to 0. Guiyuda slowly and unsteadily stood up, his limbs stiff as he rushed towards Mo Shuliang, who had just escaped his predicament. Xie Chaozi looked at the old zombie, its court robes now tattered, and calmly approached it. A white flame suddenly ignited in his hand, and he gripped its bluish-black stiff neck. A brilliant white light engulfed the immobile zombie. It let out intermittent roars as its body was gradually burned away, leaving not even ashes, as if it had never existed. Warning! Warning! Player's health has dropped to 10, and sanity is about to fall below the critical 30 point. Xie Chaozi glanced indifferently at the skin inside his sleeve, which resembled the cracked walls around him, as if a slight touch would cause it to collapse completely. Not only the skin on his arm, but he could feel the same on the body beneath his clothes. It seems I haven't experienced what happens when you fall below the critical point yet, Xie Chaozi thought with interest. Turning around, he saw Jiang Qi rushing towards him. Sister Jiang Qi, you saw it, my health points are down to 10, Xie Chaozi said softly. Jiang Qi was taken aback. Can I say I couldn't see it clearly? She genuinely hadn't seen what Xie Chaozi did, only the last flickering white light disappearing. But the look in his eyes when he turned back was somewhat familiar, very much like when her own sanity had dropped to a dangerous level. Jiang Qi wasn't sure if Xie Chaozi would go insane now. If he did, what were her chances of holding out until dawn, and the game ended? Even including Wang Yu, it was only 30%. So, aren't you going to make a move? Xie Chaozi smiled. Make a move? Against a player with only 10 health points, at least S-rank combat power, and who could go berserk at any moment? She wasn't confident. I'm a person of my word. Jiang Qi handed over the bamboo slip. It's some kind of ancient magic, but the record is incomplete. The later part seemed more like a summoning spell. Miss Luo successfully borrowed some kind of power using the incomplete record, but was ultimately corrupted by it. According to game conventions, after the dungeon ends, this item will likely become an item with self-buffs or summoning abilities. What it can summon is uncertain. If players complete the game as a team, the first clear slot will automatically go to the team leader. To be honest, Jiang Qi had considered taking the item, but for a serious collaboration, she would keep her word. This item wasn't a divine creation, it wasn't worth it. And you? Haven't you thought about taking action? Kill me, and maybe you can find what you want to know. For example, the silver key. I thought about it. Xie Chaozi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, but then I changed my mind. Before you came back, you at least reserved enough mental energy for the distorted space to protect yourself from me. That's correct. Jiangqi nodded in acknowledgement, then looked at Mo Shouyang, who was on the verge of death. What do you want to do? Jiangqi, I helped you tank the monsters, so our grudges are wiped clean. Once we're out of this instance, we all be strangers. You don't need to kill me. Mo Shouyang shouted, I can use the true word item to add a constraint to what I just said. I can also be used by you. Jiangqi silently looked at him, then unleashed a skill, reducing his remaining health to 0. If Mo Shouyang hadn't possessed spatial abilities, and hadn't noticed she had a spatial item, he wouldn't have had to kill her. But he did. Moreover, his teammates died in this instance. Such a huge grudge had been formed. If she didn't strike while the iron was hot, letting him live would cause endless trouble. Mo Shouyang had used up all his items. Player points could only be traded, not stolen, so Jiangqi got nothing. A sliver of dawn appeared on the horizon, turning the house into a desolate wilderness under the dim blue sky. The bronze pendant on Jiangqi's hand had turned completely black, no longer able to suppress the energy seeping into her bones. That item, prolonged use, will gradually cause you to lose your sanity, Xie Chaozi said, lowering his head and half closing his eyes. Be careful when you use it, Sister Jiangqi. Jiangqi said softly, the same goes for you. The side effects on him were also obvious. He didn't know if it was from the item or a skill, but it seemed to require sacrificing his life and sanity, even more severe than her using the silver key. As the sky gradually lightened, Fan Yuan, lying beside the pile of rubble with only 3 points of health remaining, finally heard the game end. He was just a hair's breadth away from dying. Chapter 69. Main storyline completed, the wedding banquet. Qingshi Town dungeon ending achieved. Peace returned. A century of resentment and obsession dissipated today. Everything will end in the past. History cannot be changed, and that era of suffering will eventually end. Player will leave the dungeon in 10 seconds. Congratulations to player Jiangqi for becoming the first player to clear Qingshi Town. The rankings for the Qingshi Town dungeon have been updated. You can check them on the system page. Back in the system space, the interface displays her rewards. Full completion reward points, 3,000. Side quest points, 500. Total, 3,500. Completion reward item, oiled paper umbrella, made by the Luo family umbrella workshop in Qingshi Town. A thank you gift from Miss Luo. A weapon that can withstand a certain amount of damage. After equipping, attack power is increased by 100. The current grade is low, it can be upgraded through refining. If the umbrella surface is damaged, it cannot withstand damage. Repairing it will restore its original quality. Full completion reward, 300 base attribute points. The system detected an increase in the player's mental strength, and the corresponding values have been updated. The greater the risk and difficulty, the greater the reward. Jiangqi thought the weapon with plus 100 attack was excellent, but upgrading it was a bit difficult. Acquiring and upgrading weapons in the game, especially upgrading, is challenging. There aren't many weapons that are already at a high level when you get them. You basically have to upgrade them yourself. Upgrading low-grade weapons isn't difficult, but at a certain level, it's not enough to just have points and strength. You also need luck to obtain those rare and hard-to-find materials. Even the strongest organizations can't find many of them. Materials for upgrading weapon grades become very rare at the intermediate level. You can only find them once in a while in the player market and system auctions. The price isn't too outrageous, it'd sell quickly. Jiangqi looked at the stat panel. 300 reward points, 50 stamina and 50 defense, the remaining 200 points all added to attack, plus the 100 attack from the paper umbrella. Her attack stat is now 385. Player information updated. Player, Jiangqi. HP, 100. Sanity, 100. Stamina, 80. Attack, 385. Defense, 70. Extraordinary ability. Elemental Control Lightning, Level 1, doubles damage in heavy rain. Mental Strength, 800. Your mental strength increases faster than many others. Overall combat power, 3666. System rating, D rank, Identity, Pharmacist, Beginner, points, 3680. Leaving the system space, Jiangqi headed to the player market to meet Fan Yuan. Player forum. A post quickly became a hot topic. Qingshi Town Dungeon, the player named Jiang Qi once again achieved a first clear. The original poster wrote below, who exactly is she? Last time she was still a newbie, and this time she dared to enter Qingshi Town. I just checked the rankings for Qingshi Town and found something terrifying. The first clearer is Jiang Qi, and the number 1 ranked player is also Jiang Qi, but the second place is Xie Chao Ci. And their clear times are exactly the same. Holy crap. It's true, not only them, but the third place player also cleared at the same time. I can't think of any other possibility besides them being in the same game. No way. Isn't she a newbie with 0 combat power? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I believe a 0 combat power player could get a first clear in a newbie dungeon, but how could that be possible outside of newbie dungeons? Are they playing in a team, helping newbies or something? I think it's unlikely. I've seen the information about the ruins instance. Even if Xie Chao Ci really joined the descent, think about it, what organization would let such a top player mentor a newbie? What kind of newbie is qualified for him to personally mentor? He's not the type to mentor newbies. The person upstairs seems to be a fan of the pro player? Knowing so much, they must follow this organization quite a bit. My fellow villagers' analysis is good. That player named Jiang Qi isn't from our organization. We're looking for her too. If anyone knows her, could you help us get in touch? The reply below, along with the original poster, went to the top of the thread. Wow! We caught a player from the Descent group. Don't any of you have any information about Jiang Qi? Is she really a terrible player with a lousy stat line, managing to turn the tide with a bad hand? Turning the tide through scheming and plotting, or is it just a lack of principles? Initial stats are talent. A poor stat line means a low margin for error. Monsters that others can easily handle. How much effort does a player with a terrible stat line have to put in to survive? Players in big guilds, who are well known, all have excellent stats. These players are destined to only play in low-level team battles. They have no value in developing into the top tier. Against high-powered players, even a basic attack can kill them. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Have you been tricked in the game before? Or did you fail to get a first clear? You call a player who gets a first clear in the same dungeon as a pro and can only play in low-level battles? Are you crazy? No matter what method she used, she got 2 first clears in a row. You need to understand that. Liiji stared at the screen and couldn't help but reply. Yeah, the game doesn't limit your bottom line. You can do it too. I don't bother with all that fancy stuff. Are you all just sycophants, talking so much for her? Do you know her? Liiji closed the forum and took a deep breath. If a few days ago, he was curious about this player with only 35 points on her stat sheet, now he was looking forward to meeting her. With the gap between 2 dungeons, she couldn't possibly turn a 35 stat sheet into 3,500. Even considering the first dungeon clear reward, Jiang Qi's stats and combat power wouldn't be enough in Qingshi Town. He thought the beginner dungeon lost path was her ceiling, but it turned out to be her starting point. Liiji glanced at the message he had just received. He desperately wanted to meet this player named Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi arrived at the agreed-upon location in the player market. Fan Yuan was already waiting, along with Wang Yu. Before Jiang Qi could speak, Fan Yuan explained, Sister Qi, Wang Yu said he wants to meet you. Jiang Qi nodded. Several organizations are looking for your information now. Wang Yu paused, his expression somewhat strange. I really didn't expect that Xian from the last dungeon was actually Xie Chaozi. How did you convince him to cooperate with you on the boss fight? And how did you manage to get the first clear? Do you know him? No, Jiang Qi said, opening the forum to search. There wasn't much truly valuable information on the forum, but the posts discussing and analyzing the more well-known players were quite long. I have a teammate who was supposed to enter this game with me, but Imo Shouliang and the others timed it out for the next round, so he came out too. Wang Yu looked at the person rushing over in the distance and continued. When you cleared Lost Path for the first time, he really wanted to know your route. Of course, if you have any questions, we can answer them too. Chapter 70. Jiang Qi was browsing the forum when she softly replied with a him. Holy crap! Wang Yu, you really found the Jiang Qi? You even ran into Xie Chaozi in Qingshi Town? I'm so fed up with those idiots. They blocked me from playing this game and made me miss it. Hang Jing's voice arrived before he did. He stopped and looked at the 2 unfamiliar faces present. Which one is Jiang Qi? Fan Yuan, Doesn't he know the difference between men and women? It's me. After reading the 2 posts, Jiang Qi closed the forum and understood why Wang Yu had that expression earlier. He also wants to complete the entire level, so isn't it reasonable for me to break down the wall and release the boss? Jiangqi looked at Wang Yu. This level requires teamwork to end the game as quickly and cheaply as possible. Did he kill me so Mo Shouliang and the others could take the ghost bride's corpse out? Or is he going to push through the two bosses himself? Don't forget, Fang Yuan and I weren't high priority among the zombies, and Mo Shouliang's two teammates didn't seem very strong, which was also a reason. If Xie Chaozi had been willing to help them, they wouldn't have been beaten so badly in the boss battle. Maybe he could push through with his strength, but those two bosses. You have to fight them in order. You can't kill the zombies without eliminating the ghost bride. But if you eliminate the ghost bride first, the tough, high HP zombies will keep interfering. Jiangqi smiled unhurriedly. What's even more outrageous is that if you can't defeat the ghost bride before dawn, the house will disappear, and the player will be removed from the boss battlefield. They have to wait until night to go back in, the progress will be reset, and they have to fight the boss at full health all over again. He could play like that, but it's unnecessary. Wouldn't it be better to give him the dungeon drops and end the game quickly? Players with his combat power don't care about the extra 2,000 points, and a few hundred base points for a first clear, so it's not impossible to discuss. After speaking, Jiangqi sighed deeply, her tone full of regret. If it weren't for a player of Xie Chaozi's caliber, but another more controllable DPS, I could still get the loot. Hang Jing was completely bewildered. It seemed, perhaps, maybe, that DPS referred to him? There's a problem here. What if he simply doesn't want to cooperate? Or are you confident he agree? Wang Yu frowned. If Xian and Qingshi Town were replaced by another high combat power player, like Hang Jing, instead of Xie Chaozi, a god-tier player with terrifyingly high combat power and DPS, he would definitely choose to cooperate with Jiangqi. He had no choice. Without her tanking the boss, everyone would truly die there. Xie Chaozi could very well force his way out of the dungeon. He could also use Mo Shouliang and the others. Mo Shouliang suffered such a huge loss at Jiangqi's hands, he would definitely be happy to kill her. If he doesn't agree to cooperate, then I can only wait it out in Qingshi Town until he pushes through the boss. Anyway, the zombies attacked him first, so I won't get the first clear, but it's not entirely impossible for me to leave the dungeon alive. Jiangqi said slowly, unless he pulls two bosses from behind and insists on killing me, what kind of grudge do we have? Is it really necessary? He doesn't even care about the game progress and wants to kill me, isn't that crazy? If it really comes to that, I really can't do anything. I chose this dungeon myself, and I have to accept the consequences. Fang Yuan stood honestly to the side, thinking to himself about the question Wang Yu had just raised. You didn't see that so-called expert, calmly playing Xian, calling her sister Jiangqi all the time. Jiangqi reviewed the Qingshi Town dungeon. To be honest, her first clear this time had a significant element of luck. If the other 5 players had been in a team, her chances of winning wouldn't have even been 20%. If Wang Yu, a damage-dealing teammate, had been the one who went in, her chances of getting the loot would have been even greater. Luck is truly a strange thing. I heard you're a newbie with terrible stats? Hang Jing looked at Jiangqi with disbelief. A newbie with terrible stats dares to try and outlast Xie Chaozi in a dungeon? Can she even dodge one hit? One hit, and her health would be gone. Even someone with his A+ combat power and skills, who's ranked quite high, wouldn't dare say how long he could last. That's right, my stats are indeed very bad. Jiangqi raised her eyes and asked Wang Yu bluntly, you didn't just come to ask me a few questions, did you? Wang Yu said seriously, Hang Jing, and I used to be in a team. Back then, besides a few organizations with high-level players, who were constantly recruiting and developing rapidly, the remaining smaller teams couldn't keep up with the resources for high-level players, had limited room for development, and frequently disbanded or merged. At this point, a clear hint of sarcasm flashed across Hang Jing's face. Our team disbanded due to internal conflicts of interest, and most of the members joined other organizations. After that, neither of us really wanted to join those organizations, so we always played the game as a duo. I asked Fang Yuan, and you haven't joined any organizations yet, right? You mean you want to team up with us? Jiangqi asked. Qingshi Town is the best example. It's a high-yield dungeon, and many players go in as a team. Having a team is safer than improving your strength alone. Humans are social animals, and this game has evolved into a team and organizational model. An individual cannot compete with a team of equal level, especially established teams. Teamwork allows them to easily defeat lone players of higher levels. If Jiangqi wants to continue challenging dungeons, quickly improve her skills, and earn points, she will eventually encounter established teams from those organizations, teams that she and Fang Yuan cannot handle alone. It is precisely for this reason that Wang Yu considered recruiting her. To be honest, After playing a game with you, it's hard not to be wary and cautious. But cooperating with you is indeed a good choice. You won't let Fan Yuan die, and you won't stab your teammates in the back. That's not necessarily true, Jiangqi said frankly. When life and death are at stake, people might do anything to save their own lives. You're right, Hang Jing grinned, saying nonchalantly, this game only has winners and losers, and only you won't betray yourself. Jiangqi pondered and asked, I have a question. You mentioned earlier that you joined a team before. Were you a veteran manager? Among the players, who were also managers, did someone betray you for personal gain? Back then, a material for upgrading weapon quality appeared, not top tier, but above average. It was rare in an organization of our size, and very valuable. Someone took that item, and took people to the Judgment of Fate organization, Wang Yu said in a deep voice. Given their combat prowess, members of the two major organizations, Fate's Judgment and God's Messenger, had approached them, but they chose to stay with their small team and develop alongside everyone else. The item was obtained by him and Hang Jing, along with 2 other veteran players and 1 other player, in a dungeon. The player who was carried through naturally had no objections. It was something a damage-dealing player needed, and Hang Jing was the highest damage dealer in that game, so they discussed giving it to him. But someone took it beforehand. Chapter 71. This incident was merely a trigger. The core members of the team had long harbored resentment due to conflicting interests. After all, the resources they could obtain from joining larger organizations were on a completely different level compared to staying here. Jiangqi said pointedly, if you joined a few large organizations, your status wouldn't be low either. The same goes for you. Accepting recruitment can get you decent resources, at least better than now. Wang Yu smiled faintly at Jiangqi, but you don't seem to have any intention of joining them. High combat power players are only a small portion. Most players with average aptitude are just pawns that can be discarded at any time. No, actually, I consider joining them. From the limited information on the forum, this organization seems quite interesting. Jiangqi rested her chin on her hand and said softly, but not now. She needed to wait until she had enough strength and influence before approaching them, otherwise, she'd be too passive. The identity of a pharmacist is too difficult to upgrade. It requires a mutually beneficial organization that can afford the costs. Relying solely on earning points to gather recipes and materials would take an unknown amount of time. As long as I'm not controlled and used as a tool in the team, I don't care, Hang Jing raised an eyebrow. I heard that organization is free and crazy. What do you think? Jiangqi asked Fan Yuan. He had traveled with Wang Yu all the way to Qingshi town. Fan Yuan, judging from our experience of being trapped in the wedding hall and finally blowing up the archway together, I think Wang Yu is a fairly reliable person. I don't know about the other one. Wang Yu's skills are truly useful. Back then, she was willing to give up recruitment from a large organization for a weak team. Whatever the reason, she has her own principles at heart. High combat power and strong skills are a good asset, but if the execution is low and they can't cooperate, such a team isn't very valuable. Teaming up is fine, but once we're in the game, you have to trust my decisions, okay? Jiangqi asked with a friendly smile. Wang Yu paused, looking at Jiangqi. If he remembered correctly, in Qingshi town, she hadn't given anyone a choice, whether it was his own friend Fan Yuan or an outsider. As long as you can show me that your decisions are reliable, Hang Jing said with a cryptic smile. Want to play the next game together? I'd love to see someone with a combat power level below a dare to say they're going to wear down Xiao Ci. The implication was clear. Show him your strength, or don't expect him to listen. Sure, Jiangqi readily agreed. Trust and cooperation are built through countless games. No one easily risks their life to trust someone else. In the last dungeon, Jiangqi never trusted verbal cooperation, but rather the only option, everyone standing on the same side. The feeling of things slipping out of control is incredibly unsettling. Jiangqi explained the route to the lost path as they walked. What did you say? You deciphered those scribbled symbols? Hang Jing asked in surprise. Your sanity hasn't dropped to the breaking point yet? Jiangqi, is there a problem? A huge problem. Hang Jing lowered his voice. Don't tell me you didn't notice that the first clear of that dungeon requires a very high level of mental endurance. That threshold alone filters out a lot of players. The lost path is known as a beginner's graveyard. Many players, who are almost at the end of their beginner phase, have also failed there. Deciphering the first information notebook is something any normal person can do, but from what I know, many people go insane before they can even decipher the later clues. Did you try to decipher it back then? Jiangqi asked. The Lost Path dungeon did indeed have some aspects worth pondering. The mysterious power that could drive someone mad was manifested in the silver key. The silver key itself originated from this dungeon, so it was normal to have commonalities. However, she also saw this characteristic in Xiaozi. I tried, but couldn't decipher it. That feeling was truly unbearable pain. Hang Jing's nonchalant smile vanished, his tone slightly somber. Back then, a player I knew went completely insane, committing suicide in front of me in an extremely tragic manner. Jiangqi, after you cleared the lost path, how much mental power did you unlock? At that time, he had just begun to make a name for himself among the new players, and the person who went mad and died was a classmate he knew in real life, who believed himself to be exceptionally talented, burdened with a mission to change the world, destined to stand at the top, and capable of solving any game. This smugness and illusion brought about by his superior combat power compared to other newcomers of the same era were shattered in the Lost Path dungeon. Hang Jing still remembered that stormy night, adrift on a fishing boat in unfamiliar waters. Qiyachuan, before collapsing and dying, stood on the deck screaming madly, "No, try to approach it." 500. Hearing Jiangqi calmly utter this number, Wang Yu and Hang Jing were both stunned. 500? Wang Yu exclaimed. The high-level combatants from that small team back then, those still alive, are all above A level. Their initial mental strength is mostly only 2 or 300. 200 is the normal level. Hang Jing's is 350. I only ever seen one person with such a high mental strength. It's said that Xiaozi and Chu Yu, the leader of the Fate's Judgment team, also have very high mental strength. The system's initial assessment was worth looking forward to, and at first, I thought it was comparing it to my own stats, Jiangqi said, looking down. Later, as the game progressed, she understood some things. However, looking at it this way, the Lost Path game was really strange. The Qingshi town difficulty level was higher, but it clearly didn't require much mental endurance to explore. The Lost Path dungeon was likely a special case, not very common, almost like a selection process for certain types of players. You should have noticed that mental strength isn't just equivalent to simple mana, it's also related to a player's endurance. Every player enters the dungeon with 100 sanity, which is their optimal state, Wang Yu explained. Using the Lost Path dungeon you just mentioned as an example, in the same situation, some players' sanity drops quickly, while others can decipher clues. This is the difference in mental strength, just like how someone with higher defense loses less health when attacked. Jiangqi nodded. It was pretty much what she guessed. That kind of power that drives people mad is terrifying, but also very useful. She had tested it on players with spatial abilities. Continuing the exploration, who knows what the consequences will be? No, Xiaozi knows. But she can't directly ask the silver key. Besides, even if she knew the silver key had side effects, so what? She wouldn't stop exploring. At least not yet. She desperately needs this divine creation. No wonder you could decipher that information, Hang Jing explained, turning to Jiangqi with a somewhat wicked smile. Don't say I didn't warn you. When you meet someone from the first merchant guild who's using the route, it's best not to be too honest with them. Jiangqi, why? Chapter 72. The Messenger of God was recently recruiting promising newcomers, sending them to clear the Lost Path, and several of the most difficult dungeons for beginners. As you know, each time you enter the game, there are 3 main difficulty options, with dungeons randomly generated. Dungeons like the Lost Path, which are quite difficult at this stage, are actually very hard to get. Hang Jing said this with a serious expression. The dungeons under each player's main option aren't necessarily the same. When you team up, you can enter together, which broadens your dungeon choices, but even then, you're not guaranteed a spot. Except for the first time entering the game, players with a combat power exceeding 3,000 can't enter the beginner dungeons. Previously, these low combat power newcomers were ignored by these organizations unless they got a first clear like you. A different strategy to test the newcomers, to see if they're worth training? Jiangqi looked ahead. That was the first merchant guild's headquarters in the player market. The houses here could be rented for points, and behind the door was another space. Almost every well-known organization had a headquarters there. That's what they say publicly, but it's been done quite discreetly. The news actually came from the first merchant guild. Hang Jing then looked meaningfully at Jiangqi. It's understandable that they don't want other organizations to know about the potential players they've chosen, right? And after your first clear, they didn't do anything special, but maybe things aren't that simple? As a player who had entered the game and even tried it out, Hang Jing naturally sensed something unusual. I understand. You mean their target might be Lost Path, and they want to get something from that instance. Jiangqi remained calm and said indifferently, if that's really the case. Even if I say I know nothing, They won't believe me. They either use some means to search my mind or kill me. That's the only safest option. She truly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. If this were true, it could only mean that more than one person in the current top-tier players knew or had access to information related to the creation of gods. So you realize the seriousness of the situation? It's not too late to regret it now. Hang Jing raised his chin. Why should I regret it? Jiang Qi said matter-of-factly. It's a fool not to make money when you can. Do you know how poor a low-level pharmacist is? Hang Jing, You're risking your life for money, aren't you? What difference does it make whether I sell this route or not? Jiang Qi smiled nonchalantly. She hadn't mentioned the route, the summoning words and star stones, or what she would ultimately obtain to Hang Jing. If someone really was targeting her because of the Lost Path dungeon, then whether she sold the route or not would have the same result. Do you know which beginner dungeon Xie Chaozi has been to? Jiang Qi suddenly asked. Xie Chaozi hadn't seen the silver key, but Jiang Qi sensed that he knew for certain that the divine artifact she possessed was the silver key, and nothing else. The organization Hang Jing had mentioned might not know precisely what they were looking for, or which dungeon it was in. Why are you asking him? Hang Jing asked, puzzled. Didn't you see on the forum? There's very little information about him. I guess only a few large organizations have gathered comprehensive information. Look, there's also the First Merchant Guild. Their information is quite reliable. Li Yizhi looked at the person who entered, a signature smile spreading across her face. She introduced herself excitedly. Hello, I'm Li Yizhi from the First Merchant Guild. Jiang Qi nodded. Fang Yuan already discussed the price with you. We trade directly. Trading with the First Merchant Guild, letting them sell to others, was a convenient method for her. She needed to focus on studying the game and improving her strength. The First Merchant Guild was renowned for its reputation in the game. Players felt safe trading with them. It's like this. I heard you just got another first-time clear. I'd like to discuss another deal. Li Yizhi sat down on the stool, hands clasped together. What do you think? That's a separate price, Jiang Qi smiled. Of course, Qingshi Town isn't a beginner dungeon. It's much more difficult, and you're in the same dungeon as Xiechao Ci. Li Yizhi was happy that things were negotiable. Don't worry, I have the authority to give you a satisfactory price. I need 10 sets of intermediate red potion materials, and 5 sets of intermediate blue potion materials. In exchange, I exchanged the Lost Path Dungeon's completion route for 20 sets of basic materials, and 10 sets each of red and blue potions, Jiang Qi stated. Intermediate materials are indeed hard to buy, but the wealthy First Merchant Guild certainly has them. Li Yizhi was silent for a moment. Intermediate potion materials were indeed a bit over budget. The First Merchant Guild had no shortage of points. If she wanted points of equal value, that would be fine, but intermediate potion materials were indeed not so easy to find. The apothecaries in the guild also needed them. Everyone knew that apothecaries were money-devouring beasts. Players with low combat power who can clear 2 dungeons for the first time are far more valuable than intermediate-level materials. She wants intermediate-level materials, not advanced-level ones, but that doesn't mean she can't have them. They can also cooperate long-term in the future. There's a high chance that Jiang Qi can level up her apothecary skills. There's no harm in building a good relationship with a player with great potential. Jiang Qi was still wondering if she had asked for too much when she saw Li Yizhi slam his hand on the table. Okay, no problem. Was she still asking for too little? Jiang Qi thought to herself. The fact that the other party hadn't even haggled made her feel like she'd been cheated. Jiang Qi recorded the route for the transaction using paper and pen provided by Li Yizhi. This was a tool that could distinguish between real and fake routes. She didn't need to write it herself, just inject her mental energy to write it down. Any fake routes would be automatically highlighted in red. She couldn't help but sigh. She couldn't imagine how happy she would have been if she had something like this back in her school days. I'd like to ask about something. Jiang Qi looked up at Li Yizhi, seemingly very interested, and asked, do you have Xie Chaozi's walkthrough information for the beginner stage? Would you sell it? Well, Li Yizhi looked at her somewhat awkwardly. We also want to contact him, but we can't, let alone know his walkthrough route. He seems to have only entered one beginner dungeon, something like Mountain Abyss, just like you. Later, he quickly became a top-tier player. The Merchant Guild asked me to contact him, and I specifically searched for information about that dungeon, but there was nothing. Li Yizhi fell into recollection. No one in the Merchant Guild has gone there, and I inquired with other players, but the final result was still no results. That's strange. Jiang Qi's brow twitched slightly. As she was about to leave, Li Yizhi called her back. Jiang Qi, would you like to register your name with our Merchant Guild? You're a pharmacist, You probably need a lot of materials and recipes in the future. Chapter 73. We can prepare the basic materials according to your needs. You can trade directly with your points later. Regular players won't sell items, but these randomly dropped potion materials from dungeons are useless to players other than alchemists. It's better to sell them for points. Registering with a guild offers discounts and is much more convenient. What do I need to pay for registering? Or are there any other conditions? Jiangqi turned around. No, don't worry. Registering isn't official membership. We usually invite high combat power players to register and provide them with some conveniences. Of course, if we encounter them in dungeons, we hope they can help us if they can. Liiji sighed. Everyone in the game knows that some players in the first guild have low combat power, and some people specifically rob the guild. My combat power isn't high enough. Jiangqi pretended to be clueless. The proportion of high combat power players in the Qingshi Town dungeon is quite significant. Liiji hesitated for a moment, then whispered, to tell you the truth, registering is a personal order from above. You can consider it first. Liiji didn't know why the Chamber of Commerce was paying so much attention to Jiangqi, but for his own reasons, he decided to tell her about it. Having been in the game for so long, he hadn't seen any newbie player dare to leave the beginner dungeon on their second login, not only escaping unscathed from a game with top-tier players, but also getting a first clear. He wasn't good at combat, but he was a good judge of character. Jiangqi, how about this? Have Fan Yuan, who contacted you before, put his name on the list? You can ask him if that's okay. No problem, I contact you later. Liiji nodded. Stepping out of the first Chamber of Commerce, Fan Yuan immediately asked, Sister Qi, why did you put me on the list? Organizations, like the first Chamber of Commerce, usually command respect from players in raid groups. Jiangqi, aren't you just a wicked capitalist? You're much more adept at dealing with organizations like this than I am. Fan Yuan opened his mouth. I can't tell if you're insulting me or praising me. Of course I'm praising you. Who doesn't want to be a capitalist? Who doesn't want to work? Jiangqi said calmly, my dream is to not work and still have money. Fan Yuan didn't ask how she figured that out, but hesitated before suggesting, Sister Qi, actually, I think if you really want to know Xie Chaoxi's information, it's simpler to just ask him directly. Wang Yu, Hang Jing, ? Do you want to see what you're saying? Even the first Chamber of Commerce couldn't get the information. Veteran players have all heard about that person's personality. That's a good suggestion, but I suggest you don't make suggestions like that next time, Jiangqi said expressionlessly. You don't know, he's a genuine dangerous individual. Hang Jing's expression was subtle. I heard he has terrible morning grumpiness. He wiped out the entire enemy team in a certain dungeon just because they disturbed his sleep. No, I'm serious, Sister Qi. Fan Yuan caught up with Jiangqi and continued, go ask him, he should tell you. Why are you so sure he'd tell me? Jiangqi was curious about Fan Yuan's attitude. Fan Yuan hesitated for a long time before finally managing to say, a feeling, a man's feeling. Hang Jing, seeing this, sensed something was wrong and, with a gossipy look, dragged Wang Yu along, asking what was going on, what happened in Qingshi Town. Jiangqi remained silent. The absence of moral and ethical standards, the absence of rules and order, these human-defined standards, was the definition of this game world, which was perfectly normal. But she had an inexplicable feeling. Xie Chao's indifference wasn't a matter of personality, but rather a deeper emotion and a sense of inevitability inherent in his spirit. No, he wasn't even indifferent, he was apathetic, yet this arrogant term seemed perfectly natural in him. It felt incredibly unreal, but she didn't know where this unreality stemmed from. It wasn't until Jiangqi returned to the player market, to the most prominent church, that she understood. This place, with its 100-meter-high dome, the light reflected from the stained glass windows, and the pure white marble sculptures, evoked a sense of awe and holiness, along with an indescribable feeling of unreality. And this feeling of unreality was very similar to the feeling emanating from Xie Chaozi. Last time she was here, Jiangqi was only focused on the training battlefield mechanics, and hadn't paid much attention to the church architecture itself. Now she realized the difference. The marble carvings on the pillars, and the paintings on the dome were completely different from the churches I had imagined. These things are hard to describe, they can only be described as abstract. The paintings here depict doors, starry skies, clocks, clouds, and trees. Some sculptures are recognizable as people, while others are unclear. They are sacred yet frightening. We arrived at the team's base. The person on the sofa closed the forum, glanced at the room inside, and said mysteriously to the others, I just saw something interesting. Could he really know the first player to clear Qingshi Town? Anyone who knows him knows he wouldn't go easy on you just because he knows you. What did the leader say when he agreed to join? He doesn't attack teammates, and don't expect him to help you. Chen, she declared confidently, palms up. That's you. Can you compare to others? The woman in the black dress rolled her eyes at him. The route to Qingshi Town is out. I checked it. That female player named Jiang Qi is skilled. Her route to getting lost was textbook perfect for a newbie. I love her reckless playing style. No wonder the boss wants her to join, Chen, she continued. But it's strange. Everyone says her stats are low, so why didn't Xiao Ci make a move after defeating the boss? He's not the type to be easily manipulated. Did the other party have some backup plan, or was it just a better strategy to stay out of it? To be honest, I'd like to know too, the man in the trench coat on the sofa said, propping his head up. I even think the boss personally wanting her to join isn't just because of her abilities, but also because he wants to gossip about whether there's something going on between them. Don't you guys think his return this time is strange? Jiang Qi returned to reality, ate something, rested for a while, and then turned on the tablet on her desk. She searched online for pictures and videos of various cathedrals, looking at them one by one, marveling at the brilliance of human architecture. The architecture in the real world was magnificent enough, but compared to the building in the game space, it felt like something was missing. The styles were similar, but the artistic elements were different. Jiang Qi was scrolling through the pages when a push notification suddenly appeared at the top of the screen. She instinctively swiped to ignore it, then her eyes narrowed. That push notification looked familiar. It seemed to be related to Qingshi Town. Jiang Qi quickly switched pages and found the notification. A family tomb from the late feudal era in an abandoned old village, featuring a distinctive stone archway carving. Chapter 74. There's also a joint burial tomb of a young couple, but unfortunately it's been robbed. Even the coffin is gone. This is followed by a strong condemnation of the tomb robbers for destroying cultural relics. Below are several pictures. Although overgrown with weeds, desolate and dilapidated, with no road and illegible inscriptions on the stone carvings, the outline of the Xia family ancestral tomb in Qingshi Town is still discernible. And there's that joint burial tomb. A large hole has been dug in the side. From the pictures, one can vaguely see collapsed, damp, dark soil. The entire tomb is covered in weeds, and the names of both parties on the tombstone have been damaged by a crack, making the handwriting difficult to decipher. The article doesn't specify the location, only stating that the people here have long since moved away, and the best preserved houses are just a few carved, rotten pieces of wood, and a few blackened walls. The entire article expresses regret for the lack of protection for traditional architecture. The author is just an ordinary self-media outlet. Jiang Qi saves the pictures and continues searching for related information online, finding the same few pictures, and the same content over and over again. Many tombs from that period have survived, but those of any significant size were mostly looted 100 or 200 years ago. Empty tombs like this, with only a memorial archway remaining, are left unattended deep in the mountains, resulting in a lack of further information. Qingshi Town truly existed. Jiang Qi looked at the familiar images on the screen, and searched again for news of fishing boat accidents. Maritime accidents are no small matter. Even if details are missing, there will be traces if it happened. But this time, after searching for a long time, she found nothing. There was no matching information. One is connected to reality, while the other is completely detached from it. What exactly is this game instance? Jiang Qi opened the system panel and contacted Fan Yuan, sending him her contact information. After waiting a few minutes, a verification message arrived on her phone. Jiang Qi sent the image she had just seen via friend request. Fan Yuan, wow. Isn't this Qingshi Town? It is Qingshi Town. Jiang Qi stated succinctly. Do you need me to check where it is? A comparison of the images should help find the address, or I can contact the self-media outlet that published the article. Fan Yuan messaged her asking. Jiang Qi thought for a moment. As long as it's confirmed to be real. Fan Yuan, if some dungeons in the game are related to reality, where do the rest come from? Parallel worlds? I've been thinking about that too. Jiang Qi then sent another message. Didn't you want to get a first clear on a medium difficulty dungeon in the next game? Have Wan Yu team up with you. When choosing a dungeon, pay attention to whether there's Lost or the Mountain Abyss that Li Yiji mentioned. Fan Yuan sent an emoji, got it. In the last dungeon, Jiang Qi had checked every option and remembered not seeing those two dungeons. At least there were clues in the game for the lost player, but the other player's path was completely blank. The fact that anyone knew about it was thanks to Xia Chaozi's initial announcement. Mo Shouyang and the other two are all. They were really unlucky to run into Xia Chaozi. Even with the data, spatial skills, and the cooperation of his two teammates, they still managed to wipe them out. He's a hopeless case, just an A-level player. There are plenty of those in the guild. The person speaking saw Wuda enter and immediately greeted him before following him into the team office. Wuda sat in a chair, his face unusually grim. Jiang Yuan, standing in front, quietly waited for instructions, not daring to ask any questions. As a trusted confidant, Jiang Yuan had followed Wuda for quite some time and knew how bad his mood was. It was the same last time. Later in the game, they brutally killed another player, reducing him to dust. This time, he wondered which unlucky soul would suffer. A soft tapping sound came from Wuda's side. He sat there for a while, staring at the rankings on the system interface, his expression gradually turning sinister. Wuda switched to another interface, scrolled down, and pointed to a name, saying, "Find someone to place an order for this player on the killer ranking. 20,000 points for the Star Dream livestream dungeon." Jiang Yuan stared blankly at the ranking of over 200. Brother Wu, with such a high price, why not find a higher level player instead of this A+ power level? If you could figure that out, you'd be the cardinal of the guild, Wuda said coldly, his gaze returning to the interface. Remember, don't let the person who placed the order know it's our order. He had that dream again. Whenever he closed his eyes, he was filled with images of his own death and fear. This feeling fueled a powerful surge of murderous intent and violent emotions within him. His ability to foresee death through dreams was known only to him, and this ability possessed a unique characteristic: a plague-like spread. Once the person foretold in his dreams came into contact with someone he knew, the hazy mist within the dream would begin to clear due to this hidden connection. Although he couldn't yet see the entire dream, he already knew who the woman was, and the shadow behind her. The woman wore a white and purple dress, her long hair swaying gently in the wind. She sat calmly beneath the solemn dome, and compared to the several indistinct-faced subordinates beside her, slowly wiping away bloodstains, she seemed like a harmless, kind person. Yet it was she who casually and gently said, "You're blocking my way." That single sentence decided his fate. It was an unprecedented, extreme fear and helplessness. And behind her, in the darkness, between the tall, blurry clock towers, illusion and reality intertwined, distorted, indescribable, like tentacle-like shadows. Wuda didn't know what it was. He only glimpsed it through the mist in his dream, and felt as if his head was about to explode, his reason collapsing and driving him mad. Awakening from the dream, he couldn't help but smash the expensive wine cabinet. Looking at the shards of glass and the bloodshot reflection in his eyes, it took him a long time to recover. Even facing Sun Yi, the female player with the highest combat power in the game, he felt no fear. That female player named Jiang Qi, as long as she lives, he can't sleep well. As her attribute points increased, Jiang Qi clearly felt her physical condition improving. Her performance during running and training was completely different from before. In the days leading up to the next game, she used up all 20 potion ingredients. The success rate this time was dismal. For red potions, 5 blue potions, she kept 2 of each, and gave the rest to Fan Yuan without charging him. Seeing Fan Yuan's grateful expression, Jiang Qi said, "Keep your points, they might save you in a pinch. Consider it a debt, give them to me when you get materials from dungeons later." Li Ji had just replied that the merchant guild had agreed, and he would contact Fan Yuan. Jiang Qi acknowledged this, and continued checking the available games. Chapter 75. After her combat power increased, the first easy option was no longer the beginner dungeon. Which dungeons drop intermediate recipes and materials? Jiang Qi asked her teammate Hang Jing. Here's one. The difficulty level is the same as Qingshi Town you encountered last time. A book icon indicates a chance to drop intermediate recipes or materials. Higher difficulty dungeons don't have this indicator, Hang Jing replied. However, this dungeon is different from the ones you played before. It's a single-player dungeon, somewhat like a battle royale. With your current combat power and defense, are you sure you want to play this type? Jiang Qi didn't reply immediately, but first checked the dungeon's ranking. Usually, single-player dungeons only have one ending, so there's no true first clear. The ranking situation for this dungeon is quite tough. No one got the full reward points, and the third-place player took over 9 days to complete it. Jiang Qi guessed they probably grinded through it by increasing their combat power. This dungeon restricts 2-player teams, with exactly 6 players. I never tried this type before. I'm really interested to see it. Jiang Qi raised an eyebrow. Let's go to this Xingmen livestream room. How can you possibly unleash your full potential in a dungeon, while trying to solve puzzles with an A+ level powerful DPS? Sure, Hang Jing replied. If you're not afraid, then I have even less to fear. Just don't get blocked this time. It restricts 2-player teams, and it's a single-player dungeon. No one would do that. Using the time mechanism to limit dungeon capacity risks even your own teammates not getting in. It's better to split into 2 teams, but the problem is, will dungeons with limited team sizes also limit the number of players who can clear them? Jiangqi clicked on the interface and selected to enter the game. Do you confirm entering the Star Dream Live Room instance? Confirm. All players in the Star Dream Live Room have confirmed. The game is about to begin. Instance information loading. Game instance, Star Dream Live Room. Number of players, 6. Basic information. You are a newly signed streamer, full of dreams and passion, determined to carve out your own niche in this world where traffic reigns supreme. Task: survive in the live room and reach the top floor of the live streaming building, limited to 10 days. Jiangqi frowned as she looked at the gradually clearing surroundings. It was a monotonous room, white walls, white ceiling lights, gray floors, a simple rectangular table, and an empty, oppressive atmosphere. The man in front of her wore a suit, his hair neatly styled, and wore a fake smile. Since everyone has no objections to the contract, I will now introduce our Star Dream Live Room, as well as the issues you need to pay attention to, and the task indicators. NPC Star Dream Live Room Agent Number 66. Responsible for introducing live streaming matters to new streamers. The man in the suit glanced at the several A4 sheets of paper on the table, his smile deepening in a way that made one feel uneasy. Jiangqi glanced down at them. A system notification appeared. Item: a contract. A contract that cannot be destroyed in any way. Simultaneously, the game information panel updated. A contract bearing her signature appeared before Jiangqi, its content surprisingly sparse, only 1 page long. Party B must comply with the live stream work arrangements. If the popularity target is not met, Party B must cooperate with Party A's requirements to adjust the live stream content. If the target still cannot be achieved after adjustments, Party B must compensate Party A with a penalty for breach of contract. Jiangqi carefully checked the penalty amount twice. Her blood pressure rose. 10 million was the bare minimum penalty for breach of contract. As the streamer's level increased, the penalty also rose, reaching a maximum of 200 million. She had never seen so much money in her life. The client took 95% of the revenue, yet the penalty was outrageously high. The stringent popularity requirements and 10-hour workdays, coupled with the exorbitant penalty, made this not a contract, but a servitude agreement. They weren't treated like human beings. The other newly signed streamers in the room, upon seeing the penalty, all showed a hint of despair on their faces. Hang Jing, clutching the contract for the other party, gritted her teeth and mumbled, "What a lousy contract. Why don't they just rob us? Are they some kind of ruthless exploiter? Even the capitalists of West Street would weep." Jiangqi looked at the crimson fingerprint on the signature in the lower right corner of the contract. This thing was probably more than just a servitude agreement. It likely had some kind of irresistible binding force on the players. The man in the suit stood up from his chair, and the high-definition screen behind him lit up. The video showed a 32-story building, resembling a giant beehive, divided into numerous live streaming rooms. Various people could be seen broadcasting live into the camera, showcasing all sorts of styles. Our Xingming live streaming platform has hundreds of streamers, broadcasting 24/7. We have the best infrastructure and a professional team, providing meals and accommodation and better compensation than other companies. You should feel honored to be standing before me, the man in the suit said, brimming with passion and pride as he stood by the screen, microphone in hand. But the real competition has just begun. Don't think that entering Xingming live streaming means you succeeded. This is just the starting point of your dreams. Remember, in this live streaming building, traffic and performance matter. Your popularity determines your benefits. Reach the top floor, and you be crowned king. What a mess. This is a live streaming company facing north? Jiangqi looked at the screen. The man in the suit slowed his speech. What you see now is the 10th floor. This is the most basic live streaming room, and also the living quarters. Newcomers, like you and older streamers with poor performance are all here. As you probably guessed, the higher the floor, the better the benefits. Only the most popular streamers are qualified to go to the top floor, the 32nd floor. High popularity and good performance get you promoted. Conversely, slacking off and declining performance will get you pushed down by those behind. The screen changed. The difference between the 10th and 32nd floors was significant. With each floor, the size, layout, and benefits of the live streaming rooms improved dramatically. The lower floors were crammed with numerous live streaming rooms, densely packed and dazzling. Each live streaming room had limited space and no windows, making it visually cramped and oppressive. The streamers here start their live streams the moment they wake up, some even streaming without sleeping. The luxury of the top floors is breathtaking, especially the top floor. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, a swimming pool, an astonishing walk-in closet, expensive jewelry, and dedicated staff. A completely different world within the same building. No wonder the man in the suit said he was crowned king. The top floor truly offers royal treatment. These are all streamers who have created legends, achieving unparalleled success in their respective fields, and they are also the face of our Star Dream live streaming studio. Chapter 76. The man in the suit glanced at the cover photos of several live stream rooms on the screen. They featured scantily clad men and women with top-notch looks, figures, and talents. There were also mukbang streamers, escape room streamers, and product sellers. The historical data displayed alongside was dazzling. In this dungeon world, live streaming seemed to occupy a significant portion of people's lives, and the competition in this industry was incredibly fierce, with everyone fighting tooth and nail. The screen switched again, and Jiangqi saw one of the livestream rooms, marked as low-level and ranked near the bottom. The camera showed mountains of various kinds of food, looking greasy and disgusting. The streamer, with a haggard face, didn't even look at the food in his hands, grabbing it and stuffing it into his mouth, his cheeks bulging as if about to burst. Even though he didn't show it on his face, his eyes were full of anxiety and pain. The chat was filled with voices urging him to eat faster. What? You're like an idiot. At this rate, when will you finish eating? So slow. This is boring. You might as well go to a factory and work as a screwdriver. I'm leaving, unfollowing. The guy next to me, slender and dark-skinned, was PKING a bunch of insects, rust-colored bodies with countless black legs, and he was eating them with his mouth open, facing the camera. His popularity skyrocketed instantly. Wow, this guy's awesome. I sent a gift. There was another live stream, with a male streamer from the 16th floor doing a striptease. He was definitely got some skills, constantly thanking the wealthy female streamers on the leaderboard. The man in the suit looked at them kindly. Do you have any questions? It's your first day, so you can get used to the pace, but you must keep up with the live stream duration. Popularity will also count towards your ranking. After speaking, their avatars and names appeared on the screen behind them, along with a popularity score of 0. The 10th floor and above are the live streaming rooms. Isn't there one downstairs? Asked Lu Peng, the man in the hoodie standing at the far end. Downstairs are the indoor game live streaming rooms we set up for various scenes. Only designated streamers can use them, the man in the suit said with an unchanged smile. If your popularity is the lowest, you'd just be streaming from the 10th floor forever? Jiangqi asked calmly. Low popularity means elimination. Live streaming resources are precious. We can't let streamers who aren't earning money occupy those spots for nothing, the man in the suit said with a dark expression. If there's nothing else, you can go to your own live streaming rooms in Section D. Of the 6 people in the room, only Zhu Xiong and Lu Peng, with eager expressions on their faces, were the first to leave. As Jiangqi put away the contract and walked out, she inadvertently exchanged a glance with the girl across from her, with a few strands of pink hair. Her name seemed to be Sherwei. Jiangqi glanced sideways at the name on the screen. Sherwei glanced at Jiangqi out of the corner of her eye from the doorway before leaving. Tisk, it's her. Hang Jing, hands in his pockets, followed Jiangqi to Sector D. Jiangqi, you know her? I heard of her. She's a rising star in the 2nd tier of the Fate Judgment team, recently arrived. She's quite well known, specializing in one-hit kills. I don't recognize the other guy, they don't seem like teammates. Sherwei hadn't exchanged any words with that player from beginning to end. Hang Jing walked to her own livestream room, but didn't go in. Instead, she followed Jiangqi into her room. Looking at the few white walls, and the equipment beside the single bed in the small space, the biggest difference between this place and a prison cell was probably the soundproofing. You could blast music and dance all night, and no one outside could hear a thing. What are you planning to do? Are you really going to do a live stream for them? Hang Jing recalled those people he just seen, begging and pleading for popularity, even risking their lives. He'd rather be in jail working a sewing machine than do this damn live stream. Before coming in, I thought it was a Battle Royale game live stream, but it turns out it's a real live stream? I already signed the contract. What else can I do but live stream? Jiangqi sat down, looking at the already set up equipment. Her name and the Go Live button were written on the floor below. Didn't the NPC say the time limit is sufficient? No, what should I live stream? I don't know anything. Hang Jing looked at the room with some frustration. After a few seconds, he turned to Jiang Qi. Or do you have a talent? Jiang Qi habitually tapped the table. No, am I, a cemetery keeper, supposed to livestream cleaning tombstones for them? I'm fine with that, but there's no space here. Hang Jing, ? You can't? You're so confident? It's the first day, so popularity isn't a concern. Just hang out and look for clues. There are hundreds of livestream rooms here, rotating from day to night. Clues can only be found in the livestreams. The lowest popularity is on the 10th floor. What about those who are eliminated? Hang Jing gestured for her to look at the popularity rankings on the screen. There are dozens of streamers on just the 10th floor, with a median popularity score of over 10,000. How are they supposed to catch up? Not to mention the 26th floor, with over 100 million popularity scores, they can't even see the live streams above that. Only VIP members can enter. Probably down below. Jiang Qi tapped the screen a few times. The screen showed the rooms with the fastest growing popularity, their color scheme predominantly dark gray and black, completely different from the other live streams. To the accompaniment of elegant music, the streamer was manipulating human parts, while the chat was filled with cheers and exaggeratedly special gifts. It's time for my favorite part again. I watch this stream every day while eating. Could we have a hunting segment next time? I suggest we try something more exciting next time. It's always the same old routine. I'm tired of it. The guy next door, number 666, is researching how to make dolls. His skills are really good. Thank you for your suggestion. I will seriously consider it, the streamer replied with a smile, standing in front of the stove. Sending a little heart gives you a chance to win a dinner with the streamer. Jiang Qi switched to number 666 on the 26th floor. In the Western-style room, there was a row of dolls in various poses. The dolls wore beautiful clothes, their faces showing fear. Every time the string was moved, their faces showed pain, and beads of blood flowed down. These dolls were all human. Next to them were two man-made deformed dolls, their faces sewn half male and half female, their limbs like spider legs standing on the ground. I made a new doll according to your requirements. What do you think? It's clear the production technique has improved this time. I already given away the villa and yacht. I have a new idea. How about making an angel next time? Holy crap. The top contributor really has a good idea. Want to see +1? There are still 15 floors left. The person who painted on themselves with a knife only took 1 day to rise from floor 10 to floor 15. How long can someone who's risking their life to stream last? Hang Jing said. Even if her popularity goes up, it's useless. She's not doing it voluntarily, just like that mukbang streamer who was at the bottom earlier. Jiang Qi pointed to the popularity ranking. The contract states that if the popularity target isn't met, the content must be adjusted according to the client's arrangements. The audience here prefers bizarre and terrifying content. Normally, even if you work yourself to death streaming, you can only last a little longer. Where do you think the raw materials for making the dolls came from? Chapter 77. They're the eliminated ones, Hang Jing continued. Jiang Qi, making a doll is also a live stream. According to this number, players need to reach the top floor. Hang Jing grinned. There's only one way. Kill the person on the top floor and replace them with yourself. Jiang Qi nodded. These live streams should contain clues about the corresponding floors. Floors above 26 and below 10 are currently invisible. They're hidden in the game. 2 players are live streaming now. Jiang Qi changed the subject, switching to the other player's live stream. It was Zhu Xiong and Lu Peng. They were completely at ease in front of the camera, their rhythmic voices calling each other family and bro, showing no stage fright whatsoever. Once they start streaming, their movements will be exposed to everyone. Jiang Qi pondered. They're professionals. If they can climb to the top floors based on their stream popularity, even just 1 or 2 floors, they have an advantage over others. They're like werewolves, constantly scheming in real life. Hang Jing looked at the 2 people perfectly integrated into the stream on the screen. If they hadn't been in the same place at the start, it would have been impossible to tell they were players. This building is like a pyramid, with more people at the bottom and fewer at the top. You guessed right, the number of players is limited, and there are only 2 streams on the top floor. What's the point of a battle royale if it's not set up like this? Jiang Qi's lips curled slightly. Hang Jing, Based on my experience, corresponding to the content of this battle royale, the monsters at the bottom are numerous but weak, while those at the top are the opposite. There are probably 100 or 2 streams of varying sizes in this building. Hang Jing's brows furrowed. They only need to go up 1 floor to be enough for us to handle. I don't even know how many days it would take to reach the top floor on this kind of map, and you're only a D-rank player, not even a main defender. Aren't you in a hurry? Still talking about playability. The player ranked 3rd in the dungeon is probably slowly climbing up, dragging out skill and potion cooldowns. Playing like that requires meeting a prerequisite, A-rank combat power and decent defense. She has neither combat power nor defense. Her skills could be strong control types, but they're also damage-dealing skills, and she's a damage dealer who can't even scratch monsters. I believe in your combat power, Jiangqi said gently, her eyes confident. Hang Jing stared blankly at Jiangqi. I don't believe in your combat power. This kind of game is really different. It doesn't rely on the storyline. You can only push through bosses. Indeed, single-player dungeons have their own strategies. Aggressive pushing is only suitable for high-damage players. Jiangqi looked at the screen. Go start a live stream. Hang Jing, Lu Peng looked at the fill light and camera equipment, his expression exceptionally relaxed, humming a song. He and Zhu Ziyong were only there because of the dungeon's name. Live streaming was their forte. Look at those guys' dumbfounded expressions. They're probably having a headache, Zhu Ziyong said, expertly adjusting the lights. But these NPCs are really going all out for live streaming, signing such stupid contracts. How crazy are they? Lu Peng said, clicking start broadcast, playing music, and flashing a businesslike smile as he pointed at the microphone. After a whole day of hard work streaming, his popularity score had only increased by 50 points. He looked at the screen with a sense of existential skepticism. What are these two? Is this the quality of the new recruits Xingmeng live streaming has recently hired? Your routine is so overdone. Can't you come up with something more exciting? I'm just here to see who likes this stuff. Feng Yun Tianxia stepped on your live stream and threw a rotten egg X1. Zhu Ziyong whispered to Lu Peng, even negative publicity is still publicity. Switch screens and see what the other 4 are doing. The viewers in the game dungeon livestream are all weirdos with different preferences, for complete novices have no chance of understanding it. Lu Peng muted the sound, found the entrances to the other 4 live streams, and froze when he saw the first one, Jiangqi. There was no one in the frame. She had the camera pointed at the wall, and the foot of the bed, sleeping under the covers. Wait, what's wrong with her? Lu Peng was dumbfounded when he saw the comments and popularity score. Why does she have 500 popularity points? Is this a locked room murder mystery? So the person lying on the bed with shoes on is a corpse? Interesting. Just this one scene, nothing is shown, you can't see the desperate and terrified expression on her face, and you can't see any exciting way she died. How can you solve the mystery? These days, even corpses can be live streamed. It's better to watch the 666 doll. I bet the streamer's watching. Give me a hint, and I send gifts. Murder mystery enthusiast followed the streamer, and set 5 head balloons. Several black and white head balloons, with a grinning expression immediately floated across the screen. Only by fighting can you win followed the streamer, and gave her a little heart. I'm just afraid followed the streamer, and said 10 head balloons. What's the mystery? I'm getting impatient. Adjust the camera, give me more hints. This is actually possible? Lu Peng typed speechlessly in the chat. Are you guys idiots? It's clearly a sleeping scene turned into a murder mystery, and you're sending gifts? Do you have too much money to burn? If this woman gained popularity based on her looks, Lu Peng could at least understand, but how could he tolerate this? The chat replies read, you think we don't know you're using a streamer's account? Don't come in here causing trouble, you trash. Who sleeps in Xingmeng's live stream? This is clearly a perfect murder. I can't wait to see what's on the body. Strangled? No, strangulation would involve struggle, not this calm. Could it be suicide by wrist cutting? Or someone covered his mouth and stabbed him in the kidney? Let's all guess, and whoever guesses wrong can send a gift to the streamer. Lu Peng was speechless for a long time. These people are idiots. Zhu Ziyong paused for a moment, then nodded and moved on to the next player. Sherwei and Deng Wan were much more normal. One was pointing the camera at the desktop and moving the mouse, seemingly doing nothing, while the other had the chat tab open in the empty livestream room. The chat was full of insults. They weren't even looking at it. The last one, Hang Jing, was even more explosive. Lu Peng's lips twitched as he watched him exchange insults with the viewers in the chat. You look like an idiot. If you can't broadcast, get off the show and find someone else. This streamer looks like a complete goose. This kind of appearance is typical of someone who's all looks and no substance. Rich women would probably like that. I suggest you learn from him. Bang! Hang Jing slammed his fist on the table. Who are you calling an idiot? You think you're so high and mighty just because you had a little bit of horse piss? You have no self-awareness, do you? I'm not leaving. If you got the guts, unplug my internet cable. Climb out of the screen and hit me. Don't you have a mirror at home? I think you're neither good-looking nor useful, utterly worthless. I'm still a 181 centimeters tall man. Am I not more useful than you? Fine, you think you're so arrogant? You just wait. Don't let me catch you. I be waiting in room 56. If you come, your fate is uncertain. Chapter 78. You said it yourself, I remember you. 181, right? I beat you to 149. Blood-red sunset followed the streamer, and threw 444 bricks. Recalling 768 through a chainsaw. Although Hang Jing's irritable and arrogant attitude was clashing with the chat, his stream's viewership and popularity kept rising. So exciting, go for it, handsome guy. I love 181 guys. If you can take them all down, I give you 100,000 views. I'm dying of laughter. Is the streamer style arguing, courting death, and insulting each other? When they come looking for you, can you do a stream? I give you views too. I really want to see that scene. 181 streamer versus haters. Will the haters be in mortal danger, or will the streamer get beaten to 149? You're still the first streamer in Xingming's stream who dared to insult viewers. Awesome. 666. Don't back down then. This comment turned Russ red. Chicken? Don't be a chicken. I want to see what kind of idiot you really are. The live stream's viewership had reached 15,000. Lu Peng exited and switched back to his own quiet live stream. Should I copy him? It's best not to. Don't get carried away, Zhu Zhiyong said earnestly. He's Hang Jing, almost an S-rank DPS player. I've seen his stats, high attack and high defense, that's why he's so reckless. The other one, Jiang Qi, was discussed a lot on the forums the other day. Her combat power isn't high, but she's good at finding routes and utilizing in-game resources. I don't know how those two bumped into each other. Lu Peng gave up on imitating Hang Jing's style. Even if she's good at puzzle solving, it's useless. With that meager combat power in this game, she'd be lucky to climb 5 levels. The other two seem to be playing their own games, like a hastily assembled team. Sure Wei watched the person on the screen, who would suddenly turn off the live stream at the designated time, skillfully twirling a sharp, cone-shaped blade in her hand. Those in the live stream, who had been guessing how the corpse had died, exploded when they saw it move, declaring they would settle scores with the person who had cheated them out of gifts. However, she herself didn't seem to care much. It seemed she had found a clue. Late-night live streams were truly thrilling. The streamers were completely out of character. The chat was a feast for lunatics and perverts. Jiang Qi had rested enough and was ready to get to work looking for clues. A basic 10-hour livestream meant that every move she made was under the watchful eyes of other players. Even though she knew that adjusting the camera would only give them a limited perspective, she psychologically disliked doing things under someone else's gaze. It felt terrible, like there was a pair of eyes constantly watching her. The first rule of the streamer guidelines posted on the wall was, do not leave the camera's field of vision during the livestream. The second rule was, do not leave your room without permission. A 360-degree surveillance camera was mounted right at the entrance. The third rule, players are not allowed to go to floors that are not their assigned floors. The fourth rule, Star Dream Live encourages competition for popularity, but outside of live stream hours, no competition by any means is permitted. The contracts signed by players do indeed have limitations. Jiang Qi tried it. She couldn't use the silver key to teleport directly to the floor above her. She could only move within the same floor. The rule against competing to climb floors outside of live stream hours is a restriction on players, but it also has its advantages. Jiang Qi looked at the late-night thriller on the screen and silently noted down a few pieces of information. The people in the late-night live streams, or those who didn't seem human, all exuded a hysterical perversion. They would do anything for popularity points. Behind the roar of chainsaws lay walls stained with blood, operating tables where deformed people were being modified, and votes were being held to decide how those on crosses would die. If a streamer's performance didn't meet the requirements, their content would be adjusted, and they'd be relegated to a second-tier streamer's room to be used as fodder, their survival entirely at the mercy of fate. Those below the 20th floor were relatively better off. The higher they went, the less human they became. Number 666 was on the 26th floor. Number 555 was on the 25th floor. 666 called himself a doll maker, and 555 called himself a specimen expert, their room filled with formalin jars. These streamers corresponded to the monsters on each floor, and so far, The doll maker on the 26th floor was the most troublesome. He hadn't appeared yet. Only dolls were visible on camera. Everyone on each floor was desperately trying to climb higher, wanting nothing more than to devour those in front of them. If a player tried to go up, they would frantically try to stop them. The next day, 7 a.m. was breakfast time. The cafeteria was on the 10th floor, with only 2 windows, a few rows of fixed tables and chairs, and the food was terrible, resembling pig swill. Before coming out, Jiangqi glanced at the players' popularity. Everyone else was about what she expected, except for Hang Jing. 25,000 popularity points. I really didn't realize you had more potential than those 2 streamer players. Jiangqi ate her breakfast earnestly. Speaking of which, I get angry. Hang Jing grumbled. I waited for that idiot all night yesterday, and he never showed up. Jiangqi looked at the scrolling rankings on the screen. 78 streamers on the 10th floor. They needed to reach 100,000 popularity points to survive today. Based on the current situation, only Hang Jing still had a chance. The setup of the live streaming rooms we saw on the way here, and this cafeteria, no windows at all. Considering the area, for districts, 78 streamers, I can't even imagine what this place looks like. Jiangqi silently calculated how to escape during a chase on this map. Besides the livestream room, the only other options were narrow corridors, making her easy to catch. Even if she could teleport, she needed to know where to go. Constantly circling the 10th floor was a waste of mental energy and time. Other players could hold out for 2 or 3 days, but she couldn't afford that. She hadn't found the stairs or elevator to the 11th floor yet. Just as she finished breakfast, the announcement on her camera reminded them, the early bird catches the worm. Summarize your experiences, improve your shortcomings, catch up on popularity, get ready to work, and don't waste time. As soon as Jiangqi returned, before even going live, she saw comments clamoring to report her for fake live streaming. I'm really fed up with you, you old fool. Can't you be a little more professional when you're trying to scam gifts? So perfunctory. Hopefully next time, we see the streamer's real corpse. How about we guess how he died? This place doesn't seem to have stairs, and there are rules on the wall. Hang Jing tilted his head. Is it only during the live stream that we can go upstairs? But the rules say the live stream time must be sufficient, and we can't leave the camera. It's about the camera, not this one. Jiangqi looked at the door. They're everywhere outside. I tried it yesterday. When I opened the door during the live stream, that agent number 60SIXS voice came from the loudspeaker, warning me to return to my post, or I lose my attendance. Hang Jing chuckled. Because yesterday was a test broadcast, didn't you already guess what was going on in the comments? They didn't seem like they were just making threats from across the internet. Jiangqi looked at the internal messages on the screen, constantly urging her to start the live stream, pointed the camera at the table, and clicked to start the live stream. She was thinking, where exactly are the viewers in this building? Chapter 79. In such a secluded place, it's difficult for anything from the outside to get in. Inside, each room corresponds to one streamer. Jiangqi checked the streams at different times. Aside from a few players, all the streamers here were desperately vying for popularity. No one had time to argue with Hang Jing. The footage on the screen matched the live stream from the room she had just passed through where the door wasn't closed, so there was no time difference caused by recording. Jiangqi's live stream room was incredibly deserted. Besides a few viewers jokingly discussing how she died, there was no one else. According to the game's design, players couldn't reach the next level through these live streams, and she had never considered taking that path. Jiangqi opened the game Spider Solitaire that came pre-installed on her computer, transforming into a playing dumb game streamer. Yesterday you played a corpse. Today you play single-player solitaire. What are you even doing here? This new streamer is interesting. One's arguing with people, one's playing a corpse to deceive our feelings, 2 idiots, and then there's this one with gradient pink hair who doesn't say a word, leaving only this one clueless guy. Quite unique. Looking forward to it. What are you expecting? Jiangqi calmly observed the deadly cards on the screen and slowly spoke. I didn't play a corpse. Who knew you guys had such vivid imaginations? The streamer thinks our guesses are interesting, right? Why don't you comment on the different ways the viewers are speculating about your death? The text was exceptionally red, like flowing blood, and a voice carrying a strong, bloody stench rang in her ears. The bright atmosphere in the live stream instantly became eerie, and the overhead lights flickered slightly. Not bad, just nothing interesting, Jiangqi said matter-of-factly. The chat fell silent, and the room fell silent as well. Jiangqi's calm demeanor in giving a negative review left the viewers behind the camera, who were waiting to see her driven mad with fear for their own perverse pleasure, speechless. After a long while, a new comment appeared, the attitude completely changed. Then tell me, what makes this interesting? Study it yourself. What kind of person needs to be taught even this? I am fear. Jiang Qi's tone was too calm, as if she were talking about something completely unrelated, not the interesting aspect of her own death. At this moment, a hint of confusion appeared in the bloodshot eyes behind the camera. Why does it feel like the roles and scripts have been switched? The various live streams proceeded as planned, the players still at the bottom, but the two professional streamer players had already adjusted their content and reached a popularity score of 10,000. Jiang Qi deliberately left the door ajar, just to keep an eye on what was happening outside. Someone tried to explore other rooms, but was caught red-handed and brought back shortly afterward. The voice sounded like Ding Wan. His and Wei's combination was strange. Even S-rank players wouldn't enter this two-player team dungeon alone, let alone with two solo players. Why were they teaming up for this dungeon? Just then, a long, piercing crackling sound of electricity echoed throughout the entire floor. Jiang Qi covered her ears, unable to pinpoint the source of the sound. It seemed to come from all directions. The screen suddenly went black, thick, brownish blood slid down from the top. The comments section was entirely bright red. Those malicious voices seemed to be right there in the room, beside her. The overhead lights suddenly went out, leaving only a few faint lights from outside. Everything in the room had changed. The brand new computer equipment was covered in a layer of mottled rust. The red light from the webcam flickered, and the keyboard and mouse looked like scrap metal. Large black stains slowly seeped from the pure white walls. The floor became filthy and damp. The once neat bed was moldy and rotten, and the air was filled with a mixture of musty and rusty smells. The door was almost completely rotten, leaving only the frame, and the security cameras in the hallway appeared to be unusable. The once pristine and cold building had transformed in the blink of an eye into a dilapidated and dangerous structure, with exposed steel bars in some places. Visibility seemed to be veiled, dropping rapidly. Even when Jiang Qi took out her flashlight, it could only illuminate a very limited area. The light was immediately swallowed by a hazy, slightly reddish smoke. We've been misled. This is the real adjustment to the live stream content, Jiang Qi said, looking at Hang Jing, who ran out with a short sword. The viewers are coming. The fourth rule refers to the save time, and also reveals another piece of information. Players can only go to the higher floors from the current live stream room. Where is he? That idiot who said he beat me to 149, right? I want to see what kind of trash he is, daring to say I'm useless. Hang Jing, clutching his weapon, looked down into the silent corridor. How much do you care about the words useless? Jiang Qi glanced at the two loosely closed doors on either side. We're currently the lowest ranked streamers on the 10th floor. We're safe until the monsters are triggered. Don't open these doors yet. Find the way to the 11th floor. Hang Jing lowered his outstretched hand. The room numbers and signs outside were all covered in rust and blackened stains, resembling dried blood. The original numbers and signs were barely legible. Having been in this environment for a while, Jiang Qi could no longer distinguish between the smell of rust and the stench of blood. They first arrived at the cafeteria, the kitchen emitting a mixture of various foul odors. Jiang Qi had seen quite a bit in the game, but entering still made her feel physically nauseous, and she instinctively covered her nose. The dim beam of her flashlight swept across the cutting board, revealing a large pool of black liquid, rotting vegetables and unidentified meat, moldy pots and pans, a sticky sound underfoot, and a stench from the dripping faucet. There's a window inside, Hang Jing said, walking over without a flashlight, his footsteps echoing in the filthy, cramped space. The window was jammed shut with rust, the glass covered in yellowish-brown grime. Even with force, it could only be pushed open slightly. Looking out, several blurry buildings stood against the deep blackness, devoid of light and sound, only the cold wind whistling in. It was like a dead city. Leaving the kitchen, in front of the rust-red, fixed tables and chairs in the cafeteria, the screen was still lit, displaying a static popularity value on a black background with red text. Their next location was a rusty, filthy office in Area A. It also had a window, offering a better view. The scene outside was the same. Jiang Qi found a contract stained with large, dark patches of ink in the desk. Shining a flashlight on it, she could see from the visible content that it was a gambling agreement, comparable to an old-fashioned indenture for the other party. The dried liquid on the contract didn't quite resemble blood, it was black and smelled of decay, just like the place itself. With this map and the surroundings, it's impossible to confirm whether other players have been here before us, Hang Jing said. Even with normal vision, it was difficult to see the path clearly with a flashlight, let alone see any signs of other players having been here. Chapter 80. Jiang Qi and Hang Jing walked from Area D to Area A without finding the path to the 11th floor. Now they had to walk back from Area A to Area D, retracing their steps to find clues. Whether they've been here or not is unimportant, Jiang Qi said, a slight smile playing on her lips in the darkness. I know how to get up. I'm sure it would be more accurate. We've been wandering around here for a long time, and we haven't seen the elevator doors or the fire escape doors, but there are many doors here, Jiang Qi said. We have to search them one by one. There's only one correct answer here. The rest are all monsters. Hang Jing immediately realized. That's right. No one has triggered the monsters yet. They're just waiting for us to make the first move, Jiang Qi said, heading towards Area D. Hang Jing followed her. They're clearly trying to make others trigger the monsters. Are you just going to let them have their way? That's not like you. Jiang Qi strode forward. There's no point in wasting time with them here. If we trigger the monsters, the aggro will go to us first. Hang Jing frowned. He wasn't afraid. He could handle any monster below S-rank strength. The key was that Jiang Qi couldn't. Star Dream Livestream's third rule. You must not go to a floor that doesn't belong to you, Jiang Qi said, standing in front of the door. Without engaging in chase battles, they couldn't get up there, and if their popularity wasn't high enough, forcing their way up might result in them falling back down. Although the cameras above their heads weren't lit, they were definitely live streaming. Hang Jing wasn't one to back down easily. Hearing Jiang Qi's words, he randomly kicked open a door. Beside a mountain of rotting food sat a person with a split-open belly, half their internal organs spilling out, staring at them outside. Popularity points, give me popularity points. It roared and charged towards the door. Keep opening doors, don't waste your energy, Jiang Qi said, kicking open the opposite door. On this side was a face that looked like a mannequin. In 2 minutes, they had opened over a dozen doors, with all sorts of bizarre creatures behind them. Their fingernails scraped against the rusty metal doors, making a teeth-grinding sizzle. A pair of grotesque arms first emerged from inside the door, gripping the doorframes, struggling to crawl outwards, followed by a face groaning in pain and a blackened body. Each step seemed to be an ordeal. Bang! Jiang Qi turned at the sound. It was the area they hadn't opened yet. The players there had opened every single door in the entire area. No matter which way they went, they inevitably passed through that area looking for the door. The monster behind them, its blackened fingernails about to scratch Jiang Qi's back, didn't turn around. Instead, she glanced at it out of the corner of her eye, deftly opening her umbrella to shield herself. Running in the pitch black, Jiang Qi couldn't even see where she was until she saw Hang Jing's room. She was certain it was Hang Jing's room, not because she saw the room number, but because she saw someone actually crawl out of the screen, just like Sadako. But it was a man wielding a chainsaw. Holy crap! The haters really came. He really wanted to beat the streamer to 149. He's here, he's coming with his chainsaw. Go! Saw off that silly goose's leg. That silly goose is doomed. Go, handsome. This is a battle for dignity. Blood-red comments floated across the dark screen. There are still comments. Hang Jing twirled his short sword to deflect the chainsaw. Don't attack yet. Kite them to the door. Jiang Qi dodged a monster lunging at her from the left, using the middle of her closed oil paper umbrella to deflect it. The weapon was good for defense, but she wasn't quite used to it yet, mainly because it was a bit heavy. The spectator carrying a chainsaw crawled out of the screen. It was hard to tell if he was even a monster, chasing after them, shouting as he went. He even accidentally sawed one of them in half. Wow, the chainsaw guy is amazing. He said he'd take down 149 without hesitation. Chase after him and kill him. The door is half open, but it's full of monsters. Hang Jing had just finished speaking when the path ahead was blocked. The worst thing that could happen in a map chase had come to pass. There were 2 more doors beside them. The level 10 oddball monsters were C or D level, but their sheer numbers meant each one would leave you with low health, and the one with the chainsaw was an A level monster. Jiang Qi, holding the umbrella, whispered a few words, urging Hang Jing to seize the opportunity to boost his popularity. With a plus's high output, taking down lower-level monsters was no problem. Hang Jing rushed over and not only destroyed the chainsaw monster's chainsaw, but also accidentally hit it twice, muttering, "You idiot, right? Cosplaying Sadako?" The scene was incredibly entertaining. Holy crap. 6. I didn't expect it to look so weak, but actually be so powerful. What's wrong with you? Get up. What happened to the promise of hitting him to 149? Hang Jing's popularity has reached 100,000. Jiang Qi pushed open the first door, and unsurprisingly, it was another monster. She dodged to the side, and pushed open the last door. Boom! The entire door panel fell into the dark abyss. Jiangqi, who had grabbed onto the door frame, along with a large section of the rusted and brittle wall beside it, couldn't bear the weight. If she hadn't grabbed onto a more stable spot in time, she would have fallen down along with the broken door panel and the broken steel bars. The monster she had just dodged was incredibly lucky. As it roared and charged forward, the distorted space caused it to brush past Jiangqi, sending her crashing down without a backward glance. Is this some kind of idiot? She threw herself down like that? Is this the same streamer who pretended to be a corpse? Didn't realize she was capable. Hang Jing, who had been considering helping her, silently eliminated the chainsaw-wielding man. He had been fighting monsters, and hadn't seen what Jiangqi had done, but he was certain it wasn't luck, nor was it the monster streamer having a brain fart. With Jiangqi's luck, opening a door only to find a black hole trap, what kind of luck could there be? He was the same. He and Jiangqi had opened 2/3 of their blind boxes, and all sorts of monsters had appeared, but they hadn't found the unique reward. Jiangqi glanced at her rising popularity score. Popularity wasn't just determined by unseen viewers. Killing monsters also contributed. The higher the popularity score, the stronger the monster, and killing it granted the corresponding popularity gain. In other words, if someone manages to clear all the monsters on one floor, the remaining players will have a hard time getting up, and will have to wait for the next reset. Unless they can put on a truly spectacular show for the audience behind them, they might still have a chance. But will those audience members really let them up? A truly exciting show should first offer hope, then plunge them into utter despair. Isn't that more interesting? There are fewer monsters left, so they're also clearing monsters to compete for popularity, Jiangqi said calmly. Hang Jing plunged his knife into the monster's body. What are you planning to do now? He and the other players weren't particularly struggling to clear monsters of this level, but Jiangqi's combat power wasn't enough. Clearing the monsters on the bottom 2 floors was too taxing, and it was impossible for him to continue climbing. Chapter 81. That's it, these sparring partners are perfect. Jiangqi swung her umbrella forward, forcefully smashing it against the monsters. Their combat power was suitable for her, their numbers were plentiful, so the fights wouldn't be too easy, and she wouldn't lose too much health with each hit. Opportunities to gain practical combat experience like this are rare. Hang Jing, while others were figuring out how to climb the floors and compete to clear the dungeon, she was actually using monsters as sparring partners in the dungeon. It seemed she wanted to stay on the lower floors a bit longer. To be fair, for a low combat power player who had only recently entered the game, to have such composure and the courage to risk game failure by using monsters as sparring partners was indeed more impressive than most. She didn't want to be a player who could only rely on story clues and couldn't defeat anyone. That type of player had to rely on external forces, and in combat-oriented dungeons, being alone made them easy to kill. Her stats were low, but she knew how to calculate positioning and maximize the use of her abilities during openings. Hang Jing was astonished. Normally, new players have an adjustment period, but Jiangqi seemed to have none. She was seizing every opportunity to improve her strength. In that instant, Hang Jing suddenly wanted to see where she would ultimately stand in the game. The monsters in Area C had been mostly cleared. Why aren't you making a move? She's just a D-rank player. You can just use your skill and finish her off in one strike. Hang Jing isn't as fast as you, and even if she reacts, she won't be able to stop you. Dingwan had barely finished speaking when 2 hammers flashed from the shadows and stopped in front of him. You better not interfere. Sherwei looked at the monster blood on her body and said bluntly. I'm just doing this for money. I decide how things are done. I don't like people nagging and getting in my way. Being lectured by a female player he personally hired made Dingwan very unhappy, but remembering his orders and Sherwei's combat power, he remained silent. Just remember to complete the mission. So worried? Why did you specifically call me here? Sherwei sneered. I complete the mission, you don't need to tell me. She was just a little curious. What heinous thing could a D-rank player have done to warrant spending so many points to hire her? But it was just curiosity. She had professional ethics. As a qualified assassin, she never investigated the reasons, as long as she was paid enough. Jiangqi leaned against the wall, panting. Only a few doors remained. Hang Jing had watched her go from being chased all over the corridor by a bunch of monsters, dodging haphazardly, to gradually adapting to the rhythm. The slow process was mainly due to her low stats. Her stamina wasn't high enough, so her speed, strength, and reaction time couldn't keep up. We haven't seen the other 4 yet. Some of them might have already gone up. Hang Jing looked at Jiangqi. You don't seem worried at all. They're climbing the stairs before us. I calculated that the monsters on the 10th floor aren't enough for all players to reach the popularity target for the 11th floor. However, we gained some popularity through the show's entertainment value. After clearing a certain number of monsters, the popularity value growth slows down. The dungeon is designed to prevent players from staying on the 10th floor endlessly farming monsters, and then finding the door to directly ascend to higher floors. However, the popularity value we gained on the 10th floor has a small jump, so reaching the 13th floor shouldn't be a problem. Jiangqi closed her eyes briefly. In other words, if we don't find the correct door before this live stream ends, we have to find the door and fight monsters again next time, and the popularity value needed to climb the stairs won't increase. Same floor, same monsters, predictable live stream content. Those viewers who could practically crawl out of their screens wouldn't boost their popularity anymore. In fact, it might even cause a drop in viewership. Hang Jing nodded. The dungeon provides rest time, but that's far from enough to recover. So it's a war of attrition. Whoever is in the best condition at the end has a greater chance of winning. Below floor 20, there are no monsters that can be considered bosses. From floors 20 to 26, each floor has a guardian boss with considerable strength. Where is that damn door? Hang Jing looked left and right. They didn't have superhuman memories, and the map had such low visibility. They were just going wherever they could find a way, unable to remember which doors they opened. The correct answer might change, and the thought of starting over tomorrow was a headache. As the surroundings gradually brightened, Jiangqi pushed open the last door at the far end. Found it, the elevator. They tried almost every wrong option before finally finding the correct answer. It could only be said that neither of them had much luck. They were the kind of people who could only get the pity system in a gacha game. The door appeared no different from any other on the outside, but inside lay a sealed elevator shaft, stained with rust and blood, looking as if it might collapse or malfunction at any moment. Jiangqi was about to step inside, when suddenly, she felt a powerful gust of wind tearing through space to her left. Out of caution, and a sense of danger, she didn't open her umbrella to shield herself. Instead, she decisively used the silver key to warp space, forcibly changing the trajectory of the incoming blade to the other side. As it turned out, her choice was correct. She hadn't even seen the thing fly past. If she had thought of holding back, and hadn't used the silver key, she would have died without even knowing why. Only one person in the instance possesses such attack speed. Jiangqi. Hang Jing shouted from inside the elevator, rushing out. Another blade, faster than him, flew in from the right almost instantly. This time, Jiangqi was prepared and immediately used her umbrella to block, but her opponent was, after all, an A+ level high-attack player. In a flash, the blade nearly pierced through the umbrella, while the previous blade grazed her waist at the same time. Attacked by a player using the Shadow Blade weapon, her health was reduced by 20, and she was inflicted with a bleeding status, causing her health to continuously decrease for 2 hours, 40% of the damage dealt. Having missed her first strike, Hang Jing gave chase. His opponent's attack style was characterized by explosive output, ending battles with instant kills. There was no second chance. Jiangqi looked at the gradually recovering corridor and room. They had missed the elevator. Now was the safe time when competition was prohibited. So, she was stuck on the 10th floor clearing monsters to kill me. Jiangqi pressed her bleeding wound, a hint of surprise on her face. Hang Jing looked at the empty white corridor ahead. Don't tell me you knew she was up to something. I didn't know. I just noticed her popularity was strange when we were clearing monsters and passing the cafeteria's big screen. Such high damage output, yet she wasn't clearing monsters to build up popularity. It was obvious something was wrong, but I didn't think of myself. She had the lowest combat power in the dungeon. If you were to eliminate competitors, she wouldn't be first. Jiangqi returned to her livestream room, tore a clean strip of cloth from the bed sheet, and wrapped it around herself to reduce the bleeding debuff. Just a cut, 20 points of health plus 60% damage. If it hit a vital spot, she'd be crippled in this dungeon even if she didn't die. Chapter 82. No enmity, no prior acquaintance, yet she went to such lengths to kill me, without even knowing the monsters. Her motives are so strong. Something's not right. Hang Jing, hearing Jiangqi's calm voice, and recalling the chilling coldness in her eyes earlier, turned and said, I forgot to tell you, she's an assassin. I only know a handful of people in the game, and only 3 are alive, and can afford assassins of this caliber. You, Wang Yu, and Xie. Clearly, it wasn't you. Jiangqi gently wiped the blood from her hands. It seems we can only ask her. She didn't show herself earlier. Aside from the unclear map and scenery, is her skill related to stealth? Those two shadow blades require mental control. Shuwei couldn't possibly be too far away. That's right, her skill is stealth. She can use the environment to hide her figure and ambush. Another skill of her assassin identity is tracking. As long as she gets the target's blood, she can track them within a certain range. Hang Jing's expression slightly hardened. Also, I don't think you can get information about the person behind the scenes from a professional assassin. She is known in the game for being efficient and decisive. She only does what she's paid for. Shuwei raised her combat power to A+ so quickly by doing paid assassinations. Her combat power is about the same as mine. When I activate my skill, I reduce damage by 80%, which squishy damage dealers can't withstand. But she's fast. If she wants to escape using the environment, I can't stop her. Hang Jing analyzed seriously. Even if you manage to capture her, it'd be difficult to get any information out of her. Jiangqi agreed. This girl seems to be a person with professional ethics. If I were to hire an assassin to assassinate someone, it would be because I can't or don't want to do it myself. To be safe, I would definitely take some precautions to ensure my name isn't leaked. And the strangest thing is, the assassin actually knew I was coming to this instance. Jiangqi met Hang Jing's gaze, which seemed to be trying to explain. I know it wasn't you. Hang Jing paused. He always felt that the way Jiangqi looked at him carried a mixture of trust and concern, as if she were a fool. Jiangqi leaned back against the overhead light, a barely perceptible murderous intent flickering in her slightly lowered eyes. In this game, there was someone who knew her movements and wanted to kill her, yet she didn't even know who they were, why they wanted to kill her, or how they found her. This feeling was truly awful. Floor 14. Xu Xiong and Lu Peng smiled knowingly at the rankings on the screen. Thanks to their antics, they had achieved the highest possible popularity on Floor 10, making them the fastest progressing team. The other two teams were still on Floor 10. Hang Jing and Jiangqi had enough popularity to reach Floor 13. If they hadn't, it was probably just bad luck. They hadn't entered the elevator in time. I don't know why, but I have a feeling there's something wrong with these two teams. Xu Xiong was worried. Individually, they couldn't match Hang Jing's strength. Their advantage lay in the two of them. Hang Jing's team only had him capable of fighting the boss. Players who achieved 2 first clears in a row wouldn't be lacking in clue-finding skills. Low combat power might indicate weakness, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're bad. They haven't come up yet, which is illogical. Hey, what could be wrong? Lu Peng chimed in. Single-player dungeons don't have that many clues. Finding the door is all about luck. Maybe they're just unlucky. Jiangqi's combat power is too weak. Hang Jing has to drag her along. They won't be able to continue after floor 20. They don't even know that the cafeteria on the upper floors can speed up stat recovery. Instead of thinking about these things, I should take this time to rest and prepare to climb the next floor. It's the 3rd day of the game. Jiangqi lay on her single bed, the bleeding buff finally gone, and her health slowly recovering. The health loss from fighting monsters on floor 10 was manageable. She currently had 68 points remaining. It was impossible to return to full health before entering the next live stream. Recovering even 10 points would be good. The save time wouldn't exceed 10 hours, and Jiangqi guessed that the higher the floor, the shorter the time would be. After resting for a few hours, Jiangqi continued watching the ongoing live stream on the screen. It was the same people, the content was largely unchanged, and it even felt 99% similar to the previous 2 days. The monsters on floor 10 were indeed very similar to theirs, corresponding to the 2-star Dream livestream rooms, one bright and clean, the other dark and decaying. Jiangqi found Hang Jing. When the time is almost up, let's go out early. The monsters can respawn, but actively triggering them won't happen twice. The streamers here value their popularity more than their lives. The two of them currently had the highest popularity on floor 10. They were an absolute thorn in the side. Dozens of monsters would lock their aggro on them until they left floor 10. There was also an A+ level assassin on floor 10. Could she be lying in ambush waiting for us? Hang Jing said. Unlikely. Having failed once, she knows I'd be on guard. Her stealth skill shouldn't cool down that quickly. This type of concentrated, high-burst damage dealer is characterized by speed. They can't maintain consistent output. If they can't kill the target within their full duration, they have to retreat. Jiangqi's voice was gentle. It's possible they're stopping us from going up. Dozens of monsters could become their helpers. To conserve their strength, she and Hang Jing needed to get into the elevator as quickly as possible. The computer screen showed 2 p.m., and all the live stream rooms on the 14th floor flashed simultaneously. As the screen shook, everyone's voices and faces were distorted before returning to normal. 2 players from the upper floor had entered the live stream. Jiangqi released the mouse, got up, and left the live stream room, relying on her hazy memory to find the door. Sherwei leaned against the wall, looking at the popularity score on the screen. She had actually missed killing a player with a panel score of less than 1,000. The first Shadow Blade was aimed at a fatal blow. Even players of the same level might not be able to dodge it with their skills activated. Jiangqi, however, had a way to forcibly change the Shadow Blade's trajectory. No wonder she was a player who could achieve 2 first clears and escape unscathed from Xiao Ci. Her instant kill ability is deadly to players below her level, except for those with high defense and agility. Jiangqi's skills are at most level 2, strong control, or spatial abilities, and under normal circumstances, it's impossible for someone of a higher level to block her full-force attack. The second Shadow Blade was blocked by the umbrella. She only used half her power, focusing on the first returning Shadow Blade. Jiangqi's movement skills are good, she only suffered minor injuries. It's unclear whether it was due to her keen sense of danger, or using the same method to change the Shadow Blade's path. The same method doesn't seem to be able to dodge continuously. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the crackling sound of electricity reappeared. The entire building lost its pristine white, gradually being covered by darkness and dilapidated rust, the stench of blood spreading into a large patch of pale red smoke. Jiangqi looked at the door in front of her, and Sherwei standing on the other side. Just to confirm, we shouldn't have any grudges? Sherwei played with a strand of her hair. No. If it weren't for the mission, and this game with a limited number of participants, she might have been willing to help Jiangqi. But I can't let you pass the game alive. Sherwei revealed a bright smile. Chapter 83. Her gaze towards Jiangqi held no hostility, only the seriousness expected of someone dealing with a target. Jiangqi, however, seemed completely unconcerned, a slight twitch at the corner of her lips. Understood. How many points did the person who sent you to kill me pay? That's confidential, I cannot disclose. As soon as Sherwei finished speaking, the last piece of white wall was corroded by rusty water. The monster opened the door, hoarsely chanting popularity points, and swarmed towards Jiangqi and Hang Jing. It was as if killing them would grant them popularity points and allow them to escape this hellish realm. Sherwei stood still, her shadow blades appearing in midair, flying towards Jiangqi from the left and right. Hang Jing stepped forward, swinging his short sword to block, while Jiangqi held her umbrella horizontally, feigning to repel the frenzied monster, but actually intending for the monster to block Sherwei's weapons. Sherwei's control over the 2 shadow blades was already masterful. Without hesitation, they veered and charged straight at Jiangqi's face, only to be blocked by Hang Jing in time. They had reached the door. Thankfully the correct door was fixed, otherwise they would have been delayed on the 10th floor for a while longer. Sherwei stopped attacking, watching Jiangqi retreat into the elevator. Players like Hang Jing were a counter to her, and she hadn't really intended to fight here anyway. She just wanted to observe Jiangqi's method of dodging the shadow blades to find a breakthrough. It's still not that easy. Sherwei looked at the monsters constantly emerging from the corridor, her wrist flicking upwards, 2 shadow blades appearing in her hands. She felt that the look in Jiangqi's eyes when she entered the elevator seemed to say, the monsters on the 10th floor are yours. With Hang Jing there, if they wanted to keep her on the 10th floor, wear her down, steal monsters, and drag it out for 2 or 3 days until they could widen the gap in floor numbers, their popularity and strength were more than enough to do so. She had planned to wait until Jiangqi reached a certain floor before making her move, and had even considered that Jiangqi might stall her on the 10th floor. Yeah, why? Hang Jing asked from inside the elevator. I'm pretty good at stealing monsters. You said you couldn't keep her in this environment. The monsters on the 10th floor are too low level. Holding her there won't eliminate the threat, and it just wastes time and energy climbing the tower. It's pointless. Jiangqi didn't like doing things that were time-consuming, laborious, and unprofitable. She smiled slightly. It's better to give her the monsters, and let them find suitable opportunities to strike. I thought their combination was strange before. Dangwon being a solo player, or a helper sent by a solo player explains it. As she spoke, Jiangqi noticed that this rusty elevator could only go up, not down. There were no numbers below the 10th floor, and the button arrangement was strange too. Floors 10 to 22 were on one side, and the remaining floors on the other. How did my popularity suddenly increase so much? Hang Jing looked at the value marked under the main quest. It had increased by 1 floor in just a few seconds. Suddenly, the entire elevator began to shake. Jiangqi looked up and whispered a few words. See you on the 20th floor. Hang Jing opened his mouth, about to say, Wei can find you alone just by looking at the cafeteria's popularity rankings, and with Dangwon added to the mix, how are you going to escape? Aren't you doomed? Before he could finish speaking, Jiangqi used a skill on him. Player Jiangqi used the skill Pharmacist's Blessing on you. Your mental strength has increased by 5%. Hang Jing's eyes widened. Shouldn't you have saved your skills for yourself? With a bang, the elevator stopped, the aftershocks causing the floor to vibrate with a metallic hum. Jiangqi arrived at the 14th floor, and Hang Jing arrived at the 15th floor. You need to stand up straight. It's more interesting when you're alone. Now, let your performance begin. I'm really looking forward to seeing how the streamer dies. I'm just afraid. Are you satisfied with this spectacle? I hope you can maintain your current state. Jiangqi narrowed her eyes, showing none of the panic and fear these viewers wanted to see. She could grind through floors below the 20th, but it was too slow. If she didn't reach the 20th floor within 2 days, leaving time for the later floors, she might not have enough time. Stepping out of the elevator, the next door wasn't an elevator lobby, but a bottomless, dark abyss. The light from her flashlight was immediately swallowed up, leaving only the howling wind. A live stream room on the 14th floor was 4 times the size of one on the 10th floor, and the monsters inside were even less human than those on the 10th floor. Their skin was like the mottled paint on the walls, eroded by dark red and black clumps, their features indistinct, exuding a perverse and insane emotion. Jiangqi fought her way through several monsters, slowly whittling down their health with serpentine movements, a truly exhausting method. At first, she lost her rhythm and got hit twice by monsters. She even encountered a small elite monster with a bulging belly whose pus could corrode the floor, nearly corroding her hair. This forced her to revert to her old trick of hiding under the bed. Jiangqi was hesitant to attack this thing, afraid it would explode and spray out corrosive pus. She didn't want her umbrella to get covered in it. Repairs were expensive, and if it was corroded down to just the frame, she didn't know if the weapon would even be usable anymore. Can't you have some dreams? Hiding under the bed won't get you to the top floor. 666 is still looking for the angel doll. I'm waiting to see you get caught. What's the point of hiding here? Okay, come out here. I give you 200,000 popularity points, so you can go and PK with that streamer. Only 200,000? No way, too dangerous, Jiangqi said calmly. These so-called viewers just wanted to see the monster get smashed, then be corroded beyond recognition, screaming in agony. 400,000 popularity points. The streamer on level 10 is almost here. 400,000, huh? Not impossible. Watching the popularity points continue to rise, Jiangqi crawled out from under the bed. A bolt of lightning struck, and the monster, which was about to leave, turned around and spat a mouthful of foul-smelling pus at her. The player attacked from behind without any sportsmanship, which has enraged streamer number 43. He's decided to take revenge and steal your popularity points. He make you a pitiful wretch at the bottom forever. Jiangqi had actually figured out the monster's attack range and checked the dodge positions before making her move. The monster streamer, number 43, with its massive body, chased after them. 2 players from floor 14 had entered earlier, clearing out many monsters. The remaining monsters wouldn't yield enough popularity points, but the 400,000 popularity points boosted by viewers were sufficient. Jiangqi, dragging a small elite monster with corrosive abilities, weaved through the monsters, pulling in 7 or 8 more along the way. By constantly adjusting her position and whittling down the elite monster's health, she finally brought it to near 0. She timed her attack perfectly, striking the monster with blue lightning from her hand, then quickly retreated, opening her umbrella. This monster's attack range was larger than hers. Misjudging the distance would result in significant health loss, so Jiangqi patiently waited a long time before delivering the final blow. The monster's bloated body exploded with a bang amidst the blue lightning, instantly corroding half of the 7 or 8 smaller monsters beside it. Chapter 84. The cafeteria's fixed tables and chairs, as well as the ranking screen in front, were also affected. White smoke billowed from the screen, obscuring several lines of room numbers and popularity scores. Jiangqi stood at a safe distance, calmly putting away the wallpaper umbrella draped over her shoulder. Sorry, the way you prepared my death didn't work. This monster was really useful. It wasn't for nothing that she dragged it around twice, exhausting herself, and even having to pull back 2 smaller monsters to get this opportunity. Impressive. The streamer's got some skills. I can't wait, I'm a fan. I can't wait to see the streamer in dire straits, kneeling and begging me to boost her popularity. Just thinking about it gets me excited. Jiangqi's eyes darkened. She was also eager to see what these viewers were all about. The correct doors on each floor are fixed, but only when the numerical bar displayed under the main quest reaches the required level will the elevator be behind the door. As Jiangqi boarded the elevator to the 18th floor, she couldn't help but marvel at how quickly her popularity points were skyrocketing. Climbing stairs and defeating monsters was slow and exhausting. She could only manage to go up one more floor today. Gaining 400,000 popularity points for nothing felt completely different. No wonder popularity points were so important here. Every streamer was desperately trying to accumulate them. In that clean and tidy streaming room, popularity points were a fortune, but in this strange and dirty room, they were the only way to reach the top and leave. Meanwhile, on the 20th floor, Zhu Xiong and Lu Peng had just started clearing monsters when they noticed someone coming up. Since the dungeon required conserving strength, no one attacked, they simply peacefully competed for monsters. There were only about 20 monsters on this floor, and each monster carried a significant amount of popularity points. If you couldn't get a monster, you couldn't advance. The two of them couldn't outcompete Hang Jing, watching helplessly as he took down the last monster and stepped onto the elevator. "You have enough popularity points, why are you still fighting?" Zhu Xiong shouted. "Nonsense, popularity points are definitely harder to get up there." Hang Jing shrugged, and the elevator doors closed. "He's really good at drawing aggro." Lu Peng gritted his teeth, emphasizing his words. Not only could he draw aggro from the monsters, but he could also draw aggro from the viewers, who were basically nobody else's. This arrogant attitude earned him a following, making him the most popular player, while the two professional players were racking their brains trying to catch up. The chat was full of mockery. Two noob streamers failed to advance. "You two are too weak, go watch that handsome guy instead." "How about this, you two fight, the survivor gets to go to the 22nd floor." They certainly wouldn't agree to the suggestion of sowing discord. They were players, not idiots here to clear the dungeon. Killing their teammates for popularity points would make them impossible to win 1v2 later. Once they had a chance to attack on floor 25, every team would eliminate their competitors to ensure no one cleared it first. "Wow, I didn't expect you guys to be so friendly. In that case, you can go to floor 22. "What?" Zhu Xiong felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the steadily increasing popularity points and the nonchalant comments on the screen. Is their fate in this dungeon really up to them? What's the difference between players and playthings in the hands of these unseen spectators? Behind the screen, they watched these clowns, driven by popularity, meticulously setting traps. This was their first attempt at a dungeon of this difficulty. Because of the name Star Dream Livestream, the livestream room was their most familiar place, and they felt confident they could handle it. But as they ascended the floors, their unease grew. Day 4 of the game. Jiangqi was sitting in the 18th floor cafeteria, eating steaming hot food. There were still no windows, only cold white walls. Players who consume breakfast on the 18th floor experience healing, gaining +5 to health and +100 to mental strength. Her 62 health points instantly became 67, and her mental strength was rapidly recovering. So, higher floors even have supplies. Leaving the other livestream room, the treatment was quite good. Jiangqi went to get another breakfast, but this time, there was no status recovery. Each floor's cafeteria only offers one chance to recover status. The monsters on higher floors are harder to defeat, and the more you recover, the more points you gain, but the game doesn't allow players to fully recover, it's all pre-planned. That's true. If they can't recover, given the level of the higher level monsters, they need S+ combat power to defeat them. Shui and Dangwon have already reached level 14, they should be able to catch up today. To survive, they must leave before they reach level 18. This won't be easy. The higher Jiangqi goes, the more difficult it becomes, but Shui and Dangwon are clearing the monsters at the bottom very quickly, and the audience might even help them. Jiangqi looked at the items in the shop. There weren't many usable items in this dungeon, none that were effective at fighting monsters, and certainly none that could deal with Shui and Dangwon. Their combined points were definitely higher than hers. She could buy items to hide her ranking on the screen, and the other side could easily remove it. In the end, she only wasted her own points. The ranking on the screen displayed the room number for promotion to streamer, not the name. As she climbed to the 18th floor, the room number changed accordingly, but for experienced players, figuring out who was on which floor wasn't difficult at all. Everyone's information was out in the open. Floor 14. Dangwon stared intently at the screen above. Jiangqi couldn't escape this time. Without Hang Jing as a teammate, she'd have a hard time moving up there. Whether he or Shui found her first, she'd die. At 3 p.m., the static returned. The door to the 18th floor was easy to find, but the monsters were tough, roughly B rank. Jiangqi found a practice monster she couldn't handle, changed her strategy, found the door with an empty bottom, stood by it waiting for the enraged monster to rush at her, and then teleported out. She pulled out the hammer she spent a fortune on last time, imbued it with lightning, and swung it down. A simple plan like this was prone to mishaps. The monster had a mind of its own, and wouldn't just charge in blindly. A quick reacting player could turn and slash her. Player attacked by streamer number 321, HP reduced by 20. Jiangqi grabbed the knife that was stopped in front of her face. Her skill wasn't off cooldown yet, the sharp blade cut deep into her palms, blood gushing out. The chat erupted in cheers and applause. She glanced back at the dark, lightless abyss, steeled her resolve, and dragged the monster streamer backward with her. Then, she teleported, tumbling out of the corridor. The monster was resilient, it didn't fall, but instead grabbed the doorframe and started climbing. A strange smile appeared on Jiangqi's face. As it neared the top, she picked up the hammer with her bleeding hands and smashed the entire doorframe it was clinging to. The monster let out a scream and fell into the darkness, along with the shattered building debris. Each floor has an empty door. These doors are actually the elevator lobbies. Jiangqi's popularity rating turned red as she stepped into the elevator heading to the 19th floor. No sooner had she left than Wei and Ding Wan exited the elevator lobbies on the 18th and 17th floors, respectively. Chapter 85. She didn't have the strength to clear all the monsters up there. She was just using her popularity points to escape. Ding Wan sighed, looking at the rankings. She's really hard to kill. A D-rank player getting this far alone is more than just impressive. Her awareness is definitely on par with veteran players. Hang Jing will probably be waiting on the 21st or 22nd floor. To intercept Jiangqi, they can't let them meet up. He and Wei can't constantly monitor the popularity rankings. Jiangqi has many tricks up her sleeve. The best way is to ambush her on the 20th and 21st floors respectively. Next time she takes the elevator, the floor jump won't be too large. If she's greedy and wants enough popularity points to go directly to the 22nd floor, they go straight to the 19th floor. Jiangqi will definitely not allow herself to be in a 1 versus 2 situation. She can only climb upwards as quickly as possible, focusing on the 20th and 21st floors. Wei didn't object. She was more inclined to believe Jiangqi would go to the 21st floor. From the 18th to the 19th floor, it might just be a deliberate illusion of her popularity, seemingly a dead end, but by the time they caught up, she had reached an even higher floor. Unfortunately, they would skip the 19th floor depending on the situation, each going to a different floor to wait for Jiangqi. No matter where Jiangqi went, she couldn't escape. Either you run into me or Ding Wan, you can't escape. Wei coldly looked at the door in front of her, pushed it open, and stepped into the elevator. Even the strongest skills can't be used indefinitely. Wei actually hoped that Jiangqi would encounter her instead. At least, she could act more efficiently. If she could see Jiangqi's abilities again, she would let Jiangqi go once as a condition. Jiangqi knew that the other two were watching her movements. Staying on the 19th floor for too long meant facing two assassins. Going up, they would definitely have calculated her popularity and ambushed her. Unless her luck suddenly explodes, she's bound to encounter one. Jiangqi has never believed in her luck. She's never won a big prize. Stepping into the elevator, Jiangqi glanced at her health points, 54. She reached a dangerous level. After falling halfway down, her defense would decrease, making her even less resilient. As the elevator ascended, a symbol occupying most of the wall appeared on the rusted metal. This strange thing easily evoked images of evil cults. Jiangqi noticed a contamination progress indicator below the popularity score for the main quest. All gifts of fate have already been secretly priced. To gain popularity points from the audience, one must bear the risk of being corrupted by these popularity points representing desire. When the corruption progress reaches 70%, the player's sanity drops below the critical point. As expected of a tower climbing dungeon, the upper levels require not only basic stats, but also sanity. The difficulty level is similar to Qingshi Town, and the monsters are probably comparable to the Qingshi Town boss. At this moment, she was on the 22nd floor. The music played softly. Lu Peng, his eyes slightly red, stared at his rapidly declining sanity, pleading with the audience for popularity points. He and his teammates had been transported to the 22nd floor by these bizarre spectators. They were only 20,000 popularity points away from leaving, but these spectators refused to give them those final 20,000. Why is the pollution level increasing so quickly? Lu Peng grabbed his hair, looking at Zhu Zhiyong. He needed popularity points. The more he thought about it, the faster the pollution level increased, but he couldn't control the growing thoughts in his mind. The monster in room 222 had a head with exquisitely detailed features. When it opened its mouth, it wasn't a human oral cavity, but rather a set of mandibles. A mass of blood vessels oozed from its body, covering its form. It doesn't attack players, it only uses its exposed bones as instruments. The music here affects one's mind. They tried to kill the monster, but it's incredibly fast and can regenerate health, making it impossible to kill. It attacks the player's sanity. I need popularity points. Yes, I need popularity points. With popularity points, I can clear the level. Lu Peng muttered to himself, his expression becoming increasingly strange. Player Lu Peng's corruption level has reached 50%. Please leave floor 22 within 30 minutes, otherwise the corruption level will rise to 70%. Jiangqi stepped out of the elevator on the 20th floor. The corrosion here is much more severe than below. In some places, the reddish-brown steel bars are exposed on the floor, and visibility is much lower. She had only taken 2 steps forward when a massive elite monster, with a corrosive vomiting liquid attack, suddenly lunged at her. She couldn't see clearly and heard anything. By the time she realized it, the monster was already very close, its black, veiny hand only a few centimeters away from touching her. Jiangqi quickly held her umbrella in front of her, the yellowish canopy blocking the monsters. Just as she stopped one, another gaunt monster suddenly leaped out from behind. They looked the same as the monsters below. It was just game modeling, but their stats were a whole level higher. Jiangqi was struggling to handle even one. She could only teleport out of the encirclement and kite the two. She tried to use her old method to deal with the two relentlessly pursuing monsters, but there were only about 20 rooms on the 20th floor, and she couldn't find the right door after searching them all. It seemed Dang Wan was on the 20th floor. She had suspected something was wrong earlier. None of the monsters in this dungeon could become invisible, but after climbing so many floors, every monster she encountered made a sound when it moved. In such a quiet environment, she hadn't heard a thing until she was pounced on. Dang Wan must have done something. Unable to find the door, Jiangqi could only drag the two monsters along, letting the one with the corrosive ability accidentally injure the other. She was only splashed with corrosive liquid a little, yet her health was already down to 43 points. The monsters had countless chances, but one mistake from her meant certain death. That's how it is when fighting monsters above your level. Running made her feel like she was playing a real-life temple run, with monsters closing in behind her, and an uneven path ahead. The exposed steel bars in the ground were the work of the corrosive monsters. Stepping into a hole wasted a teleportation ability. The emaciated monster's arm was corroded away, as Jiangqi secretly distorted space to change the direction of the corrosive liquid spray. It stopped, glaring angrily at its culprit, the corrosive monster. Then, cursing, it charged, and the two began to fight. The emaciated monster tore open the corrosive monster's abdominal cavity with its sharp claws, spraying the corrosive monster's pus onto the emaciated monster's body, filling the filthy floor with a thick stench. Well done. Keep it up. Jiangqi stood at a distance unaffected by the stench, indifferently cheering them on in her mind. Since they possessed intelligence, and weren't monsters that locked onto players, and wouldn't let go, they would find it hard to tolerate this. The emaciated monster was in another live stream room. She remembered that its hands were particularly beautiful, and it seemed quite conscious of them. There were too many live stream rooms below for Jiangqi to remember and keep up with. The upper floors had fewer people, allowing her to remember them by their characteristics. The two monsters fought with ferocity, aiming for mutual destruction. Of course, Jiangqi delivered the final blow. She wondered if they would remember what happened today, when the page refreshed tomorrow, Jiangqi thought to herself. Chapter 86. Dang Wan left her with only two monsters to deplete her strength, and also to test her trump cards. Strangely, even though she had just defeated two monsters, her popularity score hadn't increased at all, and there were no comments from viewers. What kind of ability is this? Jiangqi's eyebrows twitched slightly. Even if spatial abilities were ineffective against her, she couldn't gain popularity points even if she found the door. This seemed to be an ability specifically designed to counter her in this round of the game. It's shielding. Dang Wan walked out from around the corner, looking at her and saying, "This instance is being streamed, and my ability happens to shield the viewers from the connection between them and the stream. So as long as I'm here, your popularity score won't increase at all." Goodness, I really didn't expect that. Jiangqi looked up, her tone ambiguous. Your ability is so targeted, the person who sent you here is quite willing to go to great lengths. Upon hearing this, a hint of hidden pain flashed across Dang Wan's face, but he quickly recovered. I know you can teleport and distort space on a small scale, altering other. Your attacks are physical, and you can control lightning. Your strength exceeds the level displayed by your combat power level. If I attack now, and you use your skills to run away, I might not be able to find and kill you. But as long as I'm here, you can't leave floor 20. Jiangqi spoke his plan for him. As long as you stall until I'm out of bus, and my mental energy is depleted, you can easily kill me. At worst, you can trap me here until the last day of the time limit. Then we both stay in the dungeon and become monster streamers, is that right? Yes. Dangwon answered decisively. She didn't reveal anything Jiangqi wanted to find out. Whether his skill cooldown could really bridge the gap between the two live streams. The other party might be bluffing her, or they might genuinely be able to connect. After all, they were a backup plan specifically set to this instance to deal with her. What benefits did the person who sent you give you? You're actually willing to leave your life here? Jiangqi asked gently but seriously, do you think I won't be able to find out which organization you belong to after I leave? There was no one who sent me. I'm just the one who placed the order with Shuwei. Dangwon looked at her, his face full of confusion. As long as I kill you, I can go to the upper floors. Do you really think you can hold out for long? Even at this point, you can still leave the instance? Jiangqi chuckled, you're right, I'm not confident. What good would it do me to drag this out to the end? The best case scenario is that I only die with you. According to your plan, no matter how much I struggle, I'm going to die. Dangwon looked at the smile on her face, a chill inexplicably rising in his heart. This shouldn't be. She shouldn't be acting like this, even though she's clearly cornered. Why did she seem so calm, not flustered or anxious at all? It was as if she were the hunter who had caught its prey. No, this isn't right. At that moment, Dangwon heard Jiangqi ask calmly, then why do you think I used my skills without holding back, even though I knew you were ambushed me on the 20th floor? Dangwon was slightly taken aback. He assumed Jiangqi had no other way to eliminate the two monsters, but to reveal all her trump cards. He hadn't considered any other possibilities. Now that she said that, he realized what she meant. She had realized the enemy was on the 20th floor, and that she could have avoided using her lightning-ranged attack for that final strike, saving a skill. Could she really have a backup plan? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He had observed her for so long. Jiangqi's greatest survival reliance was teleportation and spatial distortion. He wasn't a primary damage dealer, and knowing Jiangqi's abilities, he naturally wanted to be wary of her having other tricks up her sleeve. His plan was to wear her down for a day, dragging things out until she was completely exhausted before making his move. He was being this cautious, a first for a D-rank player. In this situation, Jiangqi couldn't possibly have any other options. I thought I was going to run into Shuwei, but it's you. I can't solve the problem you gave me. Jiangqi slowly raised her eyes as she spoke. So, I can only solve the problem of the person who asked it. What? Dangwon thought he misheard. She actually wanted to solve him. No, what gave her the confidence to say something like that? Wasn't it ridiculous? She was trapped on the 20th floor. How could a D-rank player, whose health had dropped below 50 and whose stats had plummeted, possibly kill an A-rank player focused on defense and survival? How much health could her meager attacks possibly take off him? Dangwon didn't understand. You're willing to risk your life to let me die in this dungeon, Jiangqi said, a smirk playing on her lips. If I don't fight you to the death, how can I possibly win? During her exploration of the Silver Key, she discovered something very interesting. The chaotic whispers she had heard earlier hadn't remained in the game, but she could still hear them when trying to use that ancient language. This item allows access to the eerie entity behind it all. In that game, there's also an overlooked word, sacrifice. This Star Dream livestream room, corrupted and tainted by desire, was perfect for some experimentation. Jiangqi didn't want to act recklessly without understanding the consequences, but if she didn't risk her life, she'd die on the 20th floor. What exactly do you want? The hunter, Dangwon, involuntarily took a step back. Jiangqi's clear laughter answered him. But the laughter grew increasingly maniacal, mixed with a language he couldn't understand at all. He even felt that this language was not something a human could produce. The primordial rules, the ruler of the dark abyss, the lord at the end of the starry sky, the gate of time and space. Jiangqi's wound, still not fully healed, burst open completely. Holding the silver key, she stood in the blood-stained, rusted passage, the surging darkness behind her. Warning! Warning! Player is engaging in unknown dangerous behavior. Sanity has suddenly dropped to the critical point of 30. Reason has plummeted below the critical point. 25 points remaining, pollution level rapidly rising to 80%. Player, please immediately cease all unknown dangerous actions. Player, please immediately cease all unknown dangerous actions. Otherwise, you will be corrupted by the power of desecration and completely transformed into a polluted creature. Amidst the chaotic whispers and the system's warnings, Jiangqi finished reciting the last sentence, existing in the past, above the future. Meanwhile, in the game's main city space, the team's base was established. Xiaozi, who had just emerged from the game, paused, reaching out to steady himself against the wall. Eh? The person next to him looked at him with puzzlement. Why was he acting so delicate? Xiaozi straightened up, ignoring the gazes from the side, and walked into the room without a change in expression. The next second after the door closed, a look of surprise and confusion appeared on his face. He quickly walked to the mirror and undid his shirt in a few swift movements. Below his delicate collarbone, several crisscrossing cracks appeared on the skin and muscles of his chest. Chapter 87. No blood seeped out, only a faintly glowing, indescribable substance seemed to be flowing. He heard a somewhat familiar voice, its words appearing and disappearing, very indistinct. A hint of surprise appeared on Xiaozi's face. Was it because of what she carried? Sister Jiangqi, you really are. As Xiaozi looked up, beneath his trembling eyelashes, a fleeting, dark light, different from his own eye color, flashed across his eyes. In the mirror, his own image gradually disappeared, replaced by another dark, filthy, and hazy scene. Even though the shadow shrouded in mist had changed into a gruesome appearance, he recognized the person in the mirror by intuition. It seemed like only a few days had passed since he last reminded her. Xiaozi's voice was low, with a slight smile as he finished the last two words, "You know how to play?" A short while later, the image from another dimension in the mirror disappeared into darkness again. What have you done? Dingwan's eyes widened in horror, as he stared straight ahead at the rust-red veins and black substance spreading from the darkness behind Jiangqi. These things rapidly crisscrossed and crawled throughout the space, piercing Jiangqi's body from behind. He watched as Jiangqi suddenly tilted her head, her body gradually changing in an indescribable way. Her eyes turned completely black, and her pale skin was quickly covered with a rust-red layer, as if her skin was dissolving. Jiangqi cried out in pain, the silver key in her hand deeply embedded in her flesh. I sacrificed myself, using myself as a vessel to collect all the filthy desires within this space, thus becoming one of them. Jiangqi murmured unconsciously, her face, not yet stained with rust red, already revealing a crazed side. She had actually transformed herself, turning into a monster. Dingwan's mind went blank. He didn't have time to think about how Jiangqi had done it. The scene before him left him speechless. By doing this, you can't even clear the game yourself. You only be a mindless, perpetually insane monster in the dungeon. Now you're the one who can't leave. The gentle voice and the eerie, twisted smile combined to create a chilling effect. Rust-red and dirty blackish-gray completely covered Jiangqi. Several eye-like slits split open on her arms and neck, blinking to reveal calm, indifferent eyes. In the darkness behind her, shadowy figures, like tentacles, appeared, indistinguishable between real and illusory. The contamination level has reached 98%, and sanity remains at 25. The player cannot remove this status within 15 minutes, and will be completely transformed into a contaminated creature. Dingwan's expression shifted from shock to terror. The door he had blocked reappeared, now covered in rust-red veins. These things had surrounded him, stopping at his feet. Madman, you gone mad? His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. The person who brought him to this instance had told him to kill Jiangqi and try to bring back whatever she dropped. The thing she was holding just now was the medium. She had borrowed its power in a way he couldn't understand. Dingwan stared intently at the faint shadow in the darkness behind Jiangqi. He only glanced at it, catching only the phantom of a tentacle, before his head began to throb with excruciating pain, as if it had been smashed open by a hammer. His sanity plummeted instantly, blood gushing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. What was that? This is only the 20th floor. How could such a terrifying being exist here? No, no. Dingwan shook his head in despair. What kind of monster was Jiangqi? That wasn't something from this instance. It was the shadow of a god. He had encountered something similar in the instance before. Everyone except the three in their party died. The one of the three who actually came into contact with it jumped off the rooftop more than 20 stories high the day after returning to the real world. Jiangqi's stats and combat power were now question marks. A pair of completely black eyes stared at Dingwan, walking towards him step by step. Dingwan felt utterly powerless, his legs felt like lead, and he could only watch in panic as Jiangqi approached. Even if he could move, He couldn't walk. Everywhere here were the materialized, rust-red veins of that corrupt power. The space was sealed off. Jiangqi is now a monstrous, insane creature. In this state, she even killed her own teammates. I ask you one last time, who sent you to kill me? Jiangqi gripped Ding Wan's neck with one hand. Her appearance was far removed from the word human, yet her voice wasn't as crazed as Ding Wan had expected. Instead, it was remarkably calm. Ding Wan's gaze met that eerie, terrifying face. His breathing became increasingly difficult, forcing him to open his mouth, blood gushing from his throat and dripping onto Jiangqi's hand. Still, you don't want to talk? Jiangqi asked again. No, he couldn't say. Before coming to this instance, someone had warned him that he might die. He came voluntarily, and even used the mantra artifact to restrain himself. The mantra, as its name suggests, once a promise is made, its contents are deeply imprinted in the mind and carried out, unless a higher-level dispelling artifact or a higher-ranking power is available. The 20th floor is completely under Jiangqi's control. The mantra artifact's restraint is useless. Ding Wan's eyes were filled with determination. He wouldn't speak. Even the person who contacted him was just an intermediary. He had already exchanged something worth risking his life for. He absolutely would not, and could not, allow Jiangqi to obtain any clues from him. Then die. Jiangqi calmly snapped Ding Wan's neck. A condition that could make someone risk their life must be something or someone more important than life itself. You already made your choice. Even if I let you go, even if I give you a chance to leave, you still help that person kill me later. That won't do. Jiangqi dragged Ding Wan's corpse, an uncontrollable, maniacal smile on his face. She was in a terrible state, far from the calm she projected in her voice. Her actions, like dragging the corpse, seemed utterly irrational and inexplicable. Even she herself didn't know what she would do next. In her hallucination, she grinned as she dismantled the corpse, carrying a human head connected to a bloody spine, using a flashlight as a lantern. Her rationality fluctuated between 15 and 30. Once she truly succumbed, there was no going back. Jiangqi looked up at the audience lurking in this space, smiling as she asked, "What about you? Have you thought it through? I've been putting up with you for a long time." They weren't human. Their comments on the screen were perverse yet followed human flaws and logic, because they were the audience born from human desires and malice, tinged with a trace of evil. Chapter 88. In this place, the more you crave popularity points, the faster the pollution level rises. Players need popularity points to clear the game. It's an unavoidable setting. Jiangqi is different. She took a gamble, attempting to contact the mysterious entity connected to the silver key, hoping to borrow its power to control the 20th floor space. If she fails, she'd be trapped on the 20th floor by Ding Wan until she dies. If she succeeds but can't withstand the strain, she completely lose her mind, forgetting she's a person, a player, in her madness. She's made up her mind. She's made up her mind. A person dressed in black, without facial features, crouches in a corner trembling. It's the "I am fear" comment on the screen earlier. At this moment, it's genuine fear. This woman can open a door in the space out of nowhere, dragging them out from behind the cameras. What kind of streamer is this? It's terrifying. Sister, whatever you say. We absolutely won't say no. Very good. Jiangqi slowly nodded, lifting the corpse slightly, as if speaking to it, yet also as if talking to herself. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind taking care of the audience too. Sanity. 20-something even more outrageous happened. From Jiangqi's perspective, the corpse actually smiled and said to her, "I won't tell you." Jiangqi said "Oh," dragging the corpse into the elevator, leaving behind a shocking trail of blood and rust. She looked more like a boss than the boss herself at this moment. 21 SD floor. Sherwei raised her hand to wipe the blood flowing from the wound on her cheek, looking at the gatekeeper boss's corpse on the ground, and raised an eyebrow at Hang Jing, whose face was extremely pale. Neither of them could kill the other at the moment. One had high attack and defense, the other was fast and could hide, and both were conserving their strength, keeping their health above 50 points. But you can steal monsters. You're on the 21st floor. The other person has encountered Jiangqi. Hang Jing mentally calculated how much it would cost to kill Sherwei. Sherwei was also planning to leave the 21st floor by elevator when time was almost up. She wasn't leaving now, because she was still watching Jiangqi's popularity score on the screen. Sherwei still felt a pang of regret. She hadn't encountered Jiangqi, hadn't had the chance to see Jiangqi fight, and had finally met a player she was interested in. And the other person's ability is shield. Sherwei observed Hang Jing's expression. According to the data, you haven't been in the team for long. Don't tell me you're willing to risk your life to avenge a teammate you only known for a short time? I'm not that stupid. Hang Jing sneered. If Jiangqi really died, he would have to try to clear the level 1v2. Any mistake would be fatal. Fighting them head-on would be a waste of his strength. Even if he could kill one, he definitely wouldn't be able to clear the level himself. Without clearing the level, everything would be meaningless. Even if Wang Yu, with whom he had a life-or-death bond, were to perish here, his primary goal would still be to survive and clear the level. But you seem to have underestimated Jiangqi. Hang Jing grinned, watching the popularity bar on the screen, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Your temporary, plastic teammate's popularity bar is 0, he's done for. So now the situation is, you're 1 against 2. Before Hang Jing could finish speaking, he turned his head to look at the door not far away, and rushed over before Shi Wei could, throwing a protective door item. This kind of small item has no other use than providing a layer of protection to one side of the door. Opening the door is simple. An A+ combatant can break it in a couple of hits. In that short time, Shi Wei couldn't possibly use her speed and stealth to get past him and enter. By the time she broke down the door, Jiangqi had already arrived. Hang Jing wasn't a player who focused on puzzle-solving game mechanics, but he had still climbed his way up from low-level newbies through dungeons one by one. Having failed to steal the monster once, he naturally wanted to make up for it here. Jiangqi was truly amazing, Hang Jing thought. She could actually solo an A-level player. No wonder Wang Yu was willing to appoint her as team leader. Looking at Hang Jing's smug smile, Shi Wei couldn't even feel regret for being a step too slow earlier. Shock had completely overwhelmed her. In such a short time. Dingwan was a defensive A-level player. Even she, in Dingwan's desperate situation, couldn't have killed him so quickly. Did Jiangqi possess some exceptionally high-level, one-hit kill item? Besides that, she couldn't think of any other possibility. Shi Wei's mind raced. Her skills were almost off cooldown. If she could just stall a little longer, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Just as she was about to make her move, the door opened from the inside. An extremely eerie aura, and the stench of blood wafted out. Seeing the figure in the elevator, Shi Wei and Hang Jing's expressions changed simultaneously. It wasn't Jiangqi, but a monster that couldn't be called human. She was carrying Dingwan's corpse like a chicken. Holy shit, holy shit. What is this? Hang Jing's wrist, which had been hanging at his side, flicked, and he grabbed his weapon. Wow, this door looks so sturdy from the outside. Jiangqi's gaze fell on Shi Wei. Hang Jing recognized the voice and tentatively spoke. Jiangqi? The corpse in her hand spoke again. Jiangqi lowered her head impatiently and said, Shut up, or I rip your head off and make a lantern. Hang Jing, I didn't say anything. I called your name, and you're going to rip my head off? I was worried about you just now. I didn't talk to you. Jiangqi glanced at him. Hang Jing looked at the corpse in her hand with a strange expression. Did the corpse talk just now? Probably not. Hang Jing now suspected that it wasn't Jiangqi who had gone mad, but him, who was hallucinating. Never in the game had he been transformed into this ghostly state and remained conscious, knowing he was a person. He had no other choice but to ask another normal person, Shi Wei, you saw it too, right? She was dragging a corpse with a strange appearance. Strange? Terrifying. Shi Wei opened her mouth, suppressing her fear. I saw it. Let's go, don't waste time, Jiangqi said to Shi Wei. Aren't you going up too? Shi Wei hesitated before stepping into the elevator. Could she not go in? Jiangqi hadn't given her a choice. Hang Jing was still standing by the door, saying, My popularity score isn't high enough. Before he could finish, he saw the popularity score from the audience fill up the bar for the 21st floor of the main quest. The entire chat was deathly silent. I said let's go, and then the popularity score appeared. Jiangqi's tone was extremely slow, her expression shifting between blankness and madness. Seeing this, Hang Jing quickly shut up and stepped into the elevator. He played games for so long, and he never ridden in such a bizarre elevator. Did Jiangqi use this transformation technique in Qingshi Town to get the first clear from Xiechao Ci? Standing by the door, Shi Wei gripped her shadow blade tightly with both hands. When Jiangqi looked over, she almost reflexively attacked. How many points did he spend to have you kill me? Jiangqi lifted Dingwan's corpse to her own height, looking at Shi Wei with him. Chapter 89. 20,000. Shi Wei pursed her lips. You can buy a truth to let me prove my words. She was here to make money, the boss was dead, and it wasn't worth risking her life for some unimportant piece of information. No, too expensive. Her sanity was pulled back to 25 points. Jiangqi, with her disfigured face, smiled at Shui. Your ability is very useful. To ensure you won't cause trouble later, I have to leave you with low health. With that, she stretched out her palm, and rust-red veins quickly occupied the elevator, attacking Shui. Attacked by the mutated power controlled by player Jiang Qi, health decreased by 40, sanity decreased by 40. With only 14 health points remaining, Shui leaned against the wall, unable to retreat any further. Are you really a player from the real world? Or a monster who escaped from some dungeon? Jiang Qi suddenly clutched her head in pain, as if desperately trying to suppress something. Seeing her like this, Hang Jing didn't dare to disturb her. After a while, she looked up at Hang Jing. 6 minutes left. I clear the obstacles within 6 minutes. After 6 minutes, if the livestream hasn't returned to normal, you better leave, the farther away the better. Jiang Qi laughed maniacally. At that time, I really will kill you all. Hang Jing nodded, okay. Even in this state, she was still trying her best to remain rational and remind him. Hang Jing kept silently chanting in his mind, quickly return to the other livestream, quickly return. He would rather fight the monsters on the next few floors himself. They arrived at the 22nd floor. The door opened to find the floor covered in flowing blood, and 2 twisted corpses piled in the corner. The boss guarding the gate, who was crawling on his stomach, simply watched them and played music with his own bones. The influence of this stuff was negligible to Jiang Qi. He treated it like white noise. Hang Jing saw Jiang Qi slowly put down the corpse in his hands, his tone unusually kind. Then you stay here. He's talking to the corpse again. Hang Jing's lips twitched. Jiang Qi was half mad, half sane. He was truly on the verge of madness. Then, he saw Jiang Qi walk forward and rip off the boss's head. Hang Jing was alright, but Shui stood there, not daring to move or use any healing potions, afraid Jiang Qi would see and knock her down again. Jiang Qi opened the door again. The popularity meter was high enough, and the boss was dead, but the elevator hadn't arrived. Could the next 10 floors be down there? Hang Jing looked at the dark space below with suspicion. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Qi holding the corpse of the 22nd floor boss, examining it closely. He forgot that Jiang Qi was in bad shape, and couldn't help him find his way. As Hang Jing was pondering this, Jiang Qi, carrying the boss's corpse, passed by him and jumped down without hesitation. Holy crap! I'm not just guessing! Hang Jing reached out, barely managing to grab a piece of clothing, only touching the boss's slippery, disgusting corpse. Fine, might as well gamble. Hang Jing took a deep breath and jumped down after her. Shui, now free, felt a wave of relief. Jiang Qi was absolutely a force of nature in her career. She was traumatized. Dangwon was dead, the 2 streamers were dead, and only 3 people remained in the dungeon. She didn't know why Jiang Qi hadn't killed her earlier. This mission was impossible to complete. She only had 2 paths before her: follow Jiang Qi and let her clear the 23rd floor boss, thus preserving her strength and giving her a chance to clear the dungeon, but also risking being killed by the out-of-control Jiang Qi. There was only one path left: stay on the 22nd floor and fight the boss again tomorrow. This would put her several floors behind Hang Jing and Jiang Qi. Unless Jiang Qi completely transformed into a monster and killed Hang Jing, it would be difficult for her to reach the 32nd floor before them. Jiang Qi also controlled the popularity points held by the audience. Either way, she was going to die. Before, she and Dangwon were blocking Jiang Qi, but now she was the one being driven to the brink. Truly, fortunes change. Shui smiled self-deprecatingly and jumped into the dark pit. 2 minutes left. Jiang Qi had already led Hang Jing through the 24th floor, which was the 9th underground floor. From the 23rd floor onwards, the elevator went downwards. The culinary expert on the 24th floor held off Jiang Qi for a full 45 seconds. On the 25th floor, the specimen expert's collection of specimens was completely smashed to pieces. Hang Jing was completely dumbfounded. He felt these monsters had picked up the wrong script, wandering into some survival game. However, it was the first time he'd been led through a boss fight, a novel experience. Since entering the game, when his level was low, the skill levels of the people he teamed up with in dungeons weren't that different. Later, he achieved some success, even mentoring newbies in his old team. This time, he hadn't even considered Jiang Qi's damage output, thinking that as long as she could stay alive, she could just provide support. Unexpectedly, he didn't even have the chance to be a support. The specimen expert had already been stuffed into formalin by Jiang Qi, becoming a real specimen. 40 seconds left. Hang Jing anxiously followed Jiang Qi towards floor 26. He couldn't finish off the puppet on floor 26 in the remaining time. His worry was Jiang Qi's condition. 30 seconds left, floor 26 arrived. Hang Jing frantically grabbed a handful of his hair. In 10 more seconds, he have to run. 25 seconds, 20 seconds. Jiang Qi suddenly turned around. The blinking eye on her neck gradually turned blue-green. Hang Jing took a step back to create distance. 15 seconds later, just as Hang Jing turned around, the rust marks and black clumps on the wall finally began to fade, revealing the white beneath. Jiang Qi did the same. Her rust-red skin gradually faded, the eye on her neck disappeared, and the cracked flesh healed. Player's corrupted creature status lifted, sanity restored to 31, corruption level reduced to 70%. Jiang Qi, along with everything around her, returned to human form. The monster corpse she had been dragging around like a pet vanished into thin air. Her health and mental strength remained unchanged. Jiang Qi stood there for a long time, calming herself before raising her hands to touch her cheeks. The touch of normal skin quickly soothed her. Upon reaching the 26th floor, there was no need to go to the cafeteria for supplies. Food was already laid out in the room. Jiang Qi sat down and ate without a word. Health points increased by 20, sanity increased by 10, pollution level decreased by 10, and mental energy was instantly restored to full. Are you alright? Hang Jing carefully examined Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi, I should be fine. That's good. Hang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. If you hadn't returned to normal, I would have gone crazy. So why were you carrying a corpse the whole way? That was a corpse, not a handbag. Or did she see a handbag when she was insane? But she even talked to the handbag. Jiang Qi propped her elbows on the dining table. They're talking. If Dangwon's corpse hadn't said I won't tell you, my condition would have been even worse when you saw me, and I might have killed Shui. Hang Jing tilted her head. What kind of bizarre illusion of maintaining sanity was this? What are you keeping Shui around for? She can still use a potion to restore her health once, plus the 26th level of healing. How did she get to the 26th level? Hang Jing asked, looking at the deluxe screen. Chapter 90. Jiang Qi looked up. Because I reached a consensus with the audience, they decided to support me. Reached a consensus, Hang Jing thought. She's an assassin specifically sent to kill you. You didn't kill her, and you even helped her climb the building? Hang Jing didn't understand. Yes, she's an assassin. Jiang Qi pondered for a moment, then continued, but I'm thinking about something. Why her? Before seeing Dangwon's abilities, I thought it was a coincidence that the person behind it was using points from A+ power level players. When I learned that Dangwon's abilities were specifically designed to target me in this instance, something was clearly wrong. After hearing Jiang Qi describe Dangwon's abilities, Hang Jing frowned. What you're saying is indeed very strange. That person not only knew you were coming to this instance and arranged an assassin, but also a player who was extremely targeted and would rather die than reveal any information. So, in my hallucination of Dangwon's corpse speaking, out of a desire to uncover the truth, I regained some rationality. Shui can't die. Jiang Qi took a sip of juice. She's very likely someone else specifically sent to deal with me. 20,000 points is enough to hire an S-class assassin, and her abilities aren't as obviously targeted as Dangwon's. In other words, the person behind this wants to see her kill me, or for me to kill her in this game. That person might have precognitive abilities, who knows, Shui, and I might have a friendly encounter someday. Hang Jing, there are only 2 live stream rooms on the top floor. Okay, let's assume you have a plan. What if Shui isn't giving up and keeps causing trouble? Are you going to transform into a monster again? Then kill her, Jiang Qi said indifferently. This girl isn't Dangwon. She's just doing a job for money. Money is important, but life is more important. She's already made her choice, but nothing is absolute. She still won't give up the mission, so kill her. Jiang Qi could spare Shui this time, primarily because she didn't want the person behind her to succeed. Another reason was that Shui was just doing a job for money. Their relationship hadn't reached the point of a life-or-death struggle, provided Shui was on her side. Otherwise, having witnessed such illogical things as monstrous forms, Jiang Qi would eliminate this potential threat out of unease. The second problem is, I can't possibly go through the monstrous form again. Not only my mind, but my body can't handle it. When using the silver key, she felt the gaze of more than one being. Even if she could remain conscious, it would be dangerous if it happened again. Jiang Qi didn't know what these gazes meant to her. But she knew that neither the divine power behind the silver key nor other hidden entities were things she could handle in her current state. Even after so long, Jiang Qi's mind was still intermittently confused, and she kept hearing recurring whispers. The silver key's presence was even stranger. She could feel it inside her body, and could teleport, but she couldn't retrieve it. She was controlling herself, not showing anything, but that didn't mean it was without effect. Jiangqi didn't know how to deal with the after effects. This instance can actively increase the corruption level and use the monster's power? Hang Jing asked again. Theoretically, yes. Aren't the monsters we encountered the streamers here? Jiangqi looked at the live stream on the screen. In this clean and tidy Star Dream live stream room 1, we share the same identity as them. So when we switch to live stream room 2, I change back. Hang Jing paused. You're ruthless. You can even exploit the mechanics of a dungeon climb to create something special. Even a normal person couldn't pull off something like that. Few have the mental fortitude for it. This should be the last supply drop. The next 2 live stream rooms won't be swapped anymore, Jiangqi stated her discovery. Upon hearing this, Hang Jing immediately chimed in, this is a scam. The brainwashing video they showed us when we arrived clearly showed floor-to-ceiling windows on the 32nd floor, but now they moved it to the ground floor. No wonder we can't see the live streams after the 26th floor. Truly a silver triangle of Infinite Games live stream rooms. No, the 32nd floor of live stream room 1 is just like in the long video. Jiangqi's eyes darkened, but players won't find live stream room 1 after the 26th floor. The upper floors overlap with the underground ones. The NPC at the start of the dungeon said that only specific streamers can use floors below the 10th floor. The seemingly clean live stream room 1 is real, but the truth might be quite the opposite. The dungeon is called Star Dream live stream room, only the second, the mysterious world, is the true Star Dream live stream room. Day 5 of the game, 2 p.m. Jiangqi's health had reached 71 points, and with the recovery from potions, her condition was barely acceptable. Ignoring the pollution level. She didn't pay much attention to the pollution level. Compared to the whispers that occasionally popped into her head, the impact within the dungeon was negligible. She could already control the audience's popularity, so she didn't care about it anymore, and the pollution level naturally wouldn't increase rapidly. The walls, amidst the crackling of electricity, lost their clean color, becoming stained with deep brownish red and black stains. It feels so good without the noise of the comments, Hang Jing sighed. Jiangqi hadn't had a chance to examine the 26th floor closely before. The dilapidation here was far more exaggerated than before, with some areas reduced to just a few steel bars, and the scenery had changed. The path she had memorized didn't match up. It could only serve as a rough reference. Room 666 wasn't worth searching for. The dolls were standing in the ruined building ahead. They wore ornate, tattered clothes made of blackened fabric, their skin marked with streaks of black, watery residue. Their eyes were fixed straight ahead, motionless, the strings binding them hidden in the darkness. Jiangqi didn't dare turn on her flashlight. They're not scary. What's scary are the invisible strings. This was the 26th floor. Even a single string could be incredibly sharp. Without a flashlight, the strings were invisible. Using a flashlight would alert the dolls. Jiangqi took a few steps back and called out, "You can't possibly get the boss on every floor." After the 22nd floor, when in a team and teammates were on the same floor, the progress for defeating the boss was shared. You know I can change the trajectory of your weapon's attack. If Shuwei used an area of effect attack, Jiangqi wouldn't be able to stop her from stealing monsters. But Shuwei excels in assassination and single-target attacks, and her range isn't far enough. Stealing monsters happens in the blink of an eye between 2 shadow blades. Jiangqi's silver key has no cooldown. Shuwei's figure appeared in the corner. So you sent me to the 26th floor just to help you guys fight monsters? Do I look like an idiot? What if I said I could help you clear the level? Jiangqi smiled gently. Shuwei scoffed. Do you think I believe you? Besides believing me, do you have a choice? Jiangqi asked softly. Your health isn't enough to fight the boss, is it? Slowly grinding it down isn't impossible, but that would mean Hang Jing, and I would have to die first before you could catch up. Chapter 91. Jiangqi's lips curved into a smile, but her eyes were cold. Once we clear the dungeon, it will close. Will you still be able to leave? Shuwei stared intently at Jiangqi, her back teeth grinding. She wanted to say, have you forgotten who took my life points? Jiangqi always made sure the other person was in a controlled situation before even attempting a friendly negotiation. Negotiation my foot. It was clearly a threat. Shuwei dared not speak out in anger. She had never been pushed to such a level since entering the game. You promise you won't use me to kill the monsters, and then kick me aside. Shuwei took out 2 wishing star-shaped mantra items, and handed one to Jiangqi. I promise, as long as you have no ulterior motives, I will definitely let you clear this dungeon as long as I don't die. After Jiangqi finished speaking, the mantra dissipated into specks of light, and entered her palm. I can abandon this assassination mission. Shui used the other mantra. This mission didn't earn any money, in fact, it cost 500 points worth of items. These items cost 300 points each, or 2 for 500 points each. Few players would buy them, because it's risky. There's too much room for maneuvering. When Shui promised to abandon the deal of killing Jiang Qi, she felt a strange sense of relief. You want me to deal damage? Is it because you can't recover from your previous state, and your damage output isn't enough? Shui said casually. Why not? I want you to clear the dungeon. Jiang Qi narrowed her eyes. The person who hired someone to kill her, knowing that Shui left the dungeon with her, must have a very interesting expression on their face. Looking into Jiang Qi's dark eyes, Shui obediently refrained from further probing. There are lines around them. They move if you touch them. Shui stopped to warn her. These lines are intertwined. Hang Jing reported upon returning from scouting. There are places where you can barely pass. Jiang Qi couldn't see clearly. Her mind alternated between confusion and clarity, sometimes dominated by confusion, sometimes by reason. She paused for a few seconds before speaking. This setup is probably a trap. Once you go in, you find there's no way to avoid it. The 26th floor boss, the doll craftsman, hadn't appeared. This place was undoubtedly a trap. There's no other way. We have to go through the trap. Should I try to cut it? Seeing Jiang Qi nod, Shui flicked forward with her right hand, throwing out a shadow blade. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out abruptly. The shadow blade curved back into Shui's hand, and a second shadow blade pierced through, severing a thin line. The doll on the far side, wearing a skirt, slowly turned to face them, but didn't leave its position to attack. The first time I used 50% of my power and failed to cut it. The second time I used 100%. Your umbrella is practically useless inside. You can only use teleportation to dodge, Shui asked Jiang Qi. How do we fight? Teleportation only works if you can see where the strings are, otherwise you just end up in the pile of doll strings and get yourself killed. Go in and push straight ahead, Jiang Qi said calmly. I use a flashlight to see if we can find the source of the strings. Hang Jing will deal with the dolls, and you cut the strings. Any problems? No problem. Shui and Hang Jing nodded in unison. To find the optimal strategy for this level, we must first go in and observe the dolls and strings attack patterns to find a breakthrough. Just as Jiang Qi had predicted, the initial passage through the sturdy strings provided enough space for a person to pass, as long as they avoided touching the strings. The further they went, the smaller the gaps between the strings became, and the places they had come from were silently blocked by the dolls. There was no way forward, and no way back. Soon, they were surrounded by the dolls. Jiang Qi observed with a flashlight. Hang Jing would intercept any dolls that approached. She focused on positioning herself so as long as she didn't get strangled by the strings, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. The problem was that fighting the boss was difficult because she couldn't see clearly. The place was unexpectedly large, filled not only with grotesque dolls, but also with many broken and cluttered pieces of furniture. The flashlight couldn't illuminate the ceiling, making it impossible to find the source controlling the dolls. The clanging of metal echoed in the air, as one string after another was severed. A doll, its hand lifted by a string, and its other hanging limply, watched them and emitted a chilling laugh. The more they fought, the less room they had to move. Not only did they fail to break through the encirclement, but they were also squeezed into a tighter circle several times. Their arrangement is wrong, Jiang Qi shouted. She had been struggling to observe them, so much so that she only realized the problem now. The dolls weren't randomly placed. Their initial positions, and their subsequent actions, were all carefully planned, working together to leave no openings and gradually trapping the player. The threads on their bodies were very sharp. A light scratch could cut off a chunk of flesh. Forcefully pushing them forward would be too exhausting. Jiang Qi raised a hand to her throbbing temples. Where should she begin? What should she do? Crack! The doll that Shui had knocked to the ground, its spine bent and seemingly about to fall, stared at her, its jaw twitching as it laughed, its mouth stretched to its limit. Hang Jing noticed Jiang Qi's strange state and asked, Are you alright? Don't ever carry a doll like a handbag at a time like this. Stay calm, stay composed. He kept telling himself. I'm fine, don't worry about me, just do your thing. Jiang Qi's eyes sharpened, and she reached out to grasp the thread. The wound on her palm, which hadn't even had time to heal, was cut open again by the thin, sharp thread, almost severing the bone in her hand. Her blood dripped down the thread, forming beads, and pure blue-white lighting spread across the crisscrossing lines, illuminating the entire space for a moment. All the dolls' hatred shifted to Jiang Qi, surging towards her in a massive wave. Carrying so many monsters at once, Hang Jing needed to use his skills. Just then, Jiang Qi's voice rang out, stopping him. There's a line connecting them. Attack them at the locations I indicate. For a clock, the one wearing the green hat. Shi Wei, who was closest, flew over with one shadow blade, leaving the other one beside Jiang Qi to block the two thin lines approaching from Jiang Qi's side. When Shi Wei reappeared from the darkness, she was already beside the doll wearing the green hat, raising her hand and slashing, cutting the other, more hidden line Jiang Qi had mentioned. 6 o'clock, Jiang Qi teleported away from the attack behind her, continuing, the one with 4 hands and 2 bodies connected. Shi Wei reached out and retrieved her second shadow blade, then rushed towards the 6 o'clock direction. She was very fast, and upon receiving Jiang Qi's instructions, she immediately completed the task efficiently with high burst damage. Hang Jing was carrying the attack of the doll army. It was already a bit difficult without using skills. As the strings of 2 key dolls were broken, he could clearly feel that the attacks of the dolls around him became slow and sluggish. Chapter 92. The last one, at 9 o'clock, the one in the Greek-style white robe. Shi Wei turned her head slightly, her eyes locking onto the target, and quickly rushed over. The dolls are indestructible. Even if you cut off their heads, the remaining bodies can still be attacked. Cutting the lines is much faster. The last doll fell to the ground, the rest scattered like discarded parts. The iron gate at the end came into view. How did you find all 3? Hang Jing asked, touching the doll in the tattered Greek-style white robe still writhing on the ground with his toe. With so many dolls, he would have to use all his skills to withstand a direct assault. Control the lightning to explore along the lines, and the feedback we receive is from them, Jiang Qi said without hesitation. The puppets here are all controlled by these 3, but they themselves are puppets. The puppeteer isn't here. Hang Jing paused, Matryoshka doll manipulation. The main quest progress on floor 26 was complete. Jiang Qi said, as she walked towards the door ahead, I have a feeling things aren't that simple. Simply cutting the lines didn't fit the dungeon's difficulty setting. Creak! The door opened, revealing a simple staircase instead of an elevator shaft. Then, the sound of bones shifting echoed behind them. It was the 3 puppets. They stood up. The puppets on floor 26. Their strings had been cut, granting them freedom and entering the second stage, with attack increased by 50% and defense by 100%. My skill is on cooldown, Shi Wei said. They still had Hang Jing's skill here, which Jiang Qi didn't want to use on floor 26. Let's stall for time. Jiang Qi ran down the stairs too fast. When the poorly constructed handrail collapsed, he luckily managed to stay upright and avoid falling. Hang Jing threw out the protective door he had retrieved last time, freeing the dolls from the 26th floor and allowing them to travel to other floors. The protective door's defenses held for only a couple of hits before crumbling. Jiang Qi turned back and threw out an entangled seaweed, instantly binding the dolls that were chasing after him, rendering them immobile. Jiang Qi had picked up this item from Dangwan. It was of high quality, and he only had one. Even the items he brought into the dungeon were stable, high control types. Jiang Qi was truly impressed by the thoroughness and power of the person behind him. Items outside the shop are usually dungeon drops, and are relatively rare in the game. You can't get items if you don't complete the story well. Even if you complete all the story parts, there's a chance they drop, even if they're not guaranteed rewards. Things that aren't yours are used without a second thought. It took them almost a minute to climb the stairs from the 26th to the 27th floor. The 27th floor was damp. The liquid on the floor was indistinguishable between water and blood, the dripping sound particularly clear in the silent space. There were many counters resembling those in a market or butcher's shop, covered with puddles of black liquid, and some fresh meat scraps soaking in rusty water. What will be on the 27th floor? Hang Jing looked around. If nothing unexpected happens, it'd be dolls again, dolls with higher stats, Jiang Qi replied. There are no elevators here anymore, not for the player's convenience, but for theirs. The 26th floor is guarded by 3 specially made dolls. The creator doll craftsman will only be on higher floors. The pollution rate will increase rapidly later. Jiang Qi is fine, but Hang Jing and Shi Wei can't withstand 70% pollution. Every wasted skill extends the completion time while waiting for skill cooldowns. Taking the monsters is the best way when damage output is insufficient. It's tiring, but it allows them to control their health. If there are still puppets later, we face a choice. Not to cut the lines and directly attack the monsters, but that would require clearing a large group of puppets, which are difficult to kill. If we continue cutting the lines, the boss puppets will enter the second phase, which is also difficult. Hang Jing is waiting for Jiang Qi's reply. When you activate your damage reduction and attack boost skills, how many second phase bosses can you withstand? Jiangqi asks. Hang Jing thought for a moment. 5 or 6 within 40 seconds is no problem. If Shuwei can take down half of them while I'm tanking, then I should be able to tank 2 more. That way, the subsequent damage output can't be lagging, otherwise I die after using all my skills, and with my health depleted, I won't be able to tank the later monsters either. Jiangqi, we still have 6 floors to climb. If we can't reach floor 32 within 2 days, you guys will have to use your sanity to fight the illusions and stay clear-headed. By then, the 3 of them won't have a combined sanity of 100. If either Hang Jing or Shuwei has a problem, everyone will be in trouble. Let's see what happens on floors 27 and 28. If we can fight them, we try to clear those 2 floors first, then wait for the status to drop. Pulling all the second phase monsters to the end isn't out of the question. The second phase monsters are roaming, you don't need to kill them to open the door, but if you don't deal with them, they definitely chase after you. Then you have to tank a bunch of second phase monsters to fight the big boss. A speedrun strategy suitable for high-powered, multi-target attacks is too risky for them. Jiangqi's survivability is only strong enough to dodge attacks. It doesn't compensate for her low defense stat, making her unable to withstand any damage. They need to play it safe and deal with the second wave of dolls first. The 27th floor is set up like a market. The dolls are far apart, some even chopping meat in the air with rusty cleavers. The rhythm of the blades tapping on the chopping board is heart-pounding. Quite lifelike, Jiangqi said, looking at the doll chopping bones. Hang Jing, where's the lifelike feeling? She calls this kind of place lifelike. They're completely lost on the 27th floor and can only use the most inefficient method to slowly find their way. Jiangqi took a step forward when even finer lines suddenly shot out. If she hadn't dodged quickly, she would have been cut into pieces. She used teleportation, but the fine line still grazed her neck. Now I know why they're standing so far apart, and their styles are so uniform. Jiangqi sighed softly. This level is a series of lines. The key is those 2 grinning dolls in the middle. But if we take 1 step forward, we trigger sharp, thin lines. With such a dense setup, Shuwei and Hang Jing couldn't get past it even with all their efforts. She, who only had teleportation and no defense, couldn't get through either. We can only clear it from the outside, circle by circle, Hang Jing said, stroking his chin. How about we use those 3 monsters from before as shields? This was Jiangqi's inspiration, to utilize everything available in the dungeon, including the power of monsters and the filth. I think it's a good idea, Jiangqi nodded. They're standing so far apart to leave enough space for wiring, so they don't accidentally hit their own people, including those 3. We can't dodge, and neither can they. Clearing in circles, how long would that take? Jiangqi's head throbbed at the thought of the time and the situation. The 2 of them quickly agreed, squatted down to the side, and waited for a while, resting and recovering their strength. Finally, they got their scapegoats. You're fast, go in and scout ahead, Jiangqi said, looking at Shuwei. Shuwei watched them silently, sitting like vendors at a market stall, perfectly blending into the surroundings. Chapter 93. She, a cold and aloof assassin, specializing in high damage output, was actually here tanking monsters and scouting for them. Shuwei took a deep breath and turned to pull the monsters. Jiangqi watched Shuwei's agile figure inside. This girl's skills are really impressive. Their team was still missing a high burst damage dealer. Am I lacking in damage too? Hang Jing turned and asked. Of course, being able to both deal damage and tank is highly sought after in all the game's teams. Jiangqi stared at Shuwei's direction. The market doll's expression changed. Countless tough, thin lines pierced through the space in the middle. Shuwei slightly turned her body, almost touching the lines as she passed through. The monsters on level 26 were riddled with holes, because of her speed. The method worked. Hang Jing got up and jumped into the battle. Jiangqi found an opportunity to teleport in. The direction of the thin lines on level 27 was not fixed, and would change depending on the player's movements. The only constant was the endless, hair-raising lines that seemed impossible to cut. As soon as Jiangqi landed, the thin threads followed her in. Even using her position to let the level 26 boss block them, she could only block one side. Moreover, the level 26 boss was incredibly sturdy. This amount of damage wouldn't be enough to defeat it, and it would turn around and attack Jiangqi again. There were still 4 teleports left. If she couldn't reach the center, all her previous efforts would be wasted. Jiangqi shook off the level 26 boss behind her, using 2 teleports to reposition herself. On the 3rd teleport, her arm grazed the thin threads, leaving a long gash. She caught the shadow blade Sherway had given her in midair, flashed into the center circle, landed, opened her umbrella, and switched it to her right shoulder to block the damage from behind. At the same time, she used Sherway's shadow blade to cut the threads off the doll. The sound of the metal threads slicing through the umbrella's surface reached her ears, as if they would pierce through the thin oil paper and slice off her head from behind in the next second. Jiang Qi's use of shadow blade was different from Sherway's. She couldn't cut the line on her own, but Sherway's skill was on cooldown. Only by getting within Shadow Blade's range could Jiang Qi sever the line at the last second. "How much health and mana do you have left?" Jiang Qi asked, panting. "Health 56, mana 280, skills and potions unused," Hang Jing replied. "Sherway, 51, 90, skill cooldown 30 minutes. Jiang Qi's were 47 and 100. They had managed to save their skills to get this far, so their condition was pretty good. "Let's go to the next floor immediately. Don't fight the 3 low-health monsters on floor 26, group them together, and finish them off," Jiang Qi decided decisively. The 3 of them went up the stairs to floor 28. The situation here was different from the previous floors. There were no prearranged puppets, only a large group of agile puppet monsters that could climb the ceiling and walls. They didn't have any thin lines on them, and they would attack players on sight. There wasn't even a door on this floor. Jiang Qi looked towards the doorway and the stairs behind it. Sherway had gotten into trouble. She was cut by invisible threads while moving. If she hadn't reacted quickly enough, she would have been cut in half. Clearly, the dolls below were more sophisticated and had higher attributes. The floors below 26 were actually a single, continuous structure. Jiang Qi switched hands and used her old method to probe the thread's path, quickly making a judgment. "This place isn't suitable for fighting monsters. Follow me to the next floor." She hadn't expected the 28th floor to be set up this way. The monsters here crawled like spiders, uncontrolled by threads, but this floor was covered in spiderweb-like threads. These threads were more intricate and concealed. If Sherway hadn't accidentally touched them, they would have been in serious trouble fighting monsters here. These spider dolls had to be destroyed, either in their home turf or on the next floor. Jiang Qi relied on her memory to navigate and evade in the darkness. Her nearly 70-centimeter long wallpaper umbrella was used to scout ahead, preventing her from being sliced in two while running. The monsters behind them swarmed forward, squeezing through the doorway, their clattering footsteps drawing ever closer. Upon reaching the 29th floor, they were surrounded by over 20 monsters. They had to kite them to keep Sherway's skills off cooldown. With so many, Hang Jing's individual damage output wasn't enough to be consistent. This was the first time the 3 of them had worked together, and Sherway was a turned assassin, so their coordination was predictably poorer. However, they managed to buy enough time through their individual movement and skillful maneuvering. Even if one of them made a mistake, the others could quickly recover. The one who made the mistake this time was Jiang Qi. In this kind of environment, her vision was blurry, her mind was frequently fogged up due to the aftereffects, and she even experienced fleeting hallucinations. It was impossible for her to be attentive to every detail. Fortunately, her teammates were quick and skilled, managing to control the situation and preventing a total wipeout. Jiang Qi used 2 different potions to restore health and mana. Her skills didn't deal much damage. Their main purpose was to pull mobs, allowing her teammates to maximize their damage output and clear the remaining monsters. All they could see were dismembered limbs, and the laughter and footsteps of the doll-like monsters filled their ears. They were left only with instinct, fighting the monsters. The last second stage doll shattered into pieces with a crash, and the 3 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Qi found a place to stand, sat down against the wall, and took out clean strips of cloth to rebandage her hands. The thin threads had cut too deeply, and she was trembling with pain when she held up the umbrella. Below level 26, health doesn't regenerate on its own. Waiting for a potion's 24-hour cooldown will cause the corruption level to drop too much. It's really tough. Hang Jing let out a long sigh of relief. That player ranked 3rd managed to last 9 days. They must have extraordinary mental fortitude. These kinds of players are ruthless. He had no confidence that he could stay here alone for another 2 days. 1 day is already a struggle. We can't wait 2 more. We have to keep fighting even with low health. Jiang Qi also had a headache, a double headache of physical and mental strain. The 3 of them waited exhausted for a day in this dark, filthy, and oppressive environment. Day 6 of the game, 8 p.m. Hang Jing and Sherway's corruption level reached 55%. The monsters on level 30 are a hybrid, enhanced version of those on levels 26 and 29, more deformed in appearance and stronger. The fighting style was the same, Their teamwork was much better than before, but the monsters were also harder to defeat, and Sherwei's defense was no longer sufficient. After clearing all the monsters on the 30th floor, Sherwei only had 21 HP left. She and Hang Jing even used a mid-level potion that restored 35 HP. Jiangqi had 52 HP after using the potion, and Hang Jing had 68 HP. Floor 32 was the top, with only 2 live streaming rooms. Floor 31 was the dungeon's biggest boss, the Figurine Master, no, the Doll Maker, and its most prized creation. As they were about to descend the 31st floor, the system's voice rang out. Congratulations, player, you have reached the final trial in the Star Dream live streaming room. Pass the 31st floor, and you will be crowned king. After the 31st floor boss is activated, each player has 1 resurrection opportunity, resurrected on the spot after 30 seconds when HP is depleted, with HP and mental energy at 50% of their current level, and corruption level increased by 10%. The resurrected state. Well, if the timing is wrong, it's the same as not resurrecting at all. The boss will just one-shot you as soon as you get up. Chapter 94. As soon as the 3 arrived on the 31st floor, the staircase behind them broke and collapsed in the darkness. A beam of light shone on a dilapidated chair, upon which sat a person dressed in an extravagant suit, white threads wrapped around their hands, and a wooden puppet standing beside them. It perfectly matched Jiangqi's imagination of the big boss. The 31st floor puppeteer, whose greatest hobby is making puppets. Before your arrival, the 31st floor hadn't had any fresh materials for a long time, and it's very excited now. A circular light, seemingly appearing out of nowhere, fell, illuminating an area filled with puppet monsters composed of many bodies combined into one. It leaped forward, and Hang Jing drew his sword to slash forward. The puppet extended its 2 foremost hands to block the blade, and several heads turned to face him. Just then, the circular light fell again, this time illuminating a different spot, where the puppet monster also came to life. Jiangqi circled around, dodging the puppets, while observing the situation. More and more lights came on, and more monsters came to life, making the boss sitting on top completely untouchable. These lights follow a pattern. After being chased around in circles for a while, Jiangqi finally figured out a strategy. Actually, there are only 5 dolls here. They use the darkness to create illusions for the players, with the lights flashing approximately every 15 seconds. Jiangqi took a step back, still using the clock to indicate direction. After figuring out the pattern, it didn't take long for them to switch from passive defense to active attack. Usually, Hang Jing and Sherwei would arrive at their positions 1 or 2 seconds before the beam of light hit. The beam would land before the doll monster even moved, and a barrage of mixed attacks would rain down on it. The mobs on floor 31 are about the same level as the previous bosses, requiring Sherwei and Hang Jing to work together to quickly defeat them. All 5 dolls fell, and except for Hang Jing, their health dropped by 50. The doll craftsman on the seat moved. Its lips curled into an extreme smile, and with a flash, it leaped to the center, its net-like thread sweeping outwards. Jiangqi and Sherwei were directly facing the skill, in a position with no way to dodge. The distorted space helped Sherwei dodge the boss's skill, but Jiangqi herself couldn't. Without hesitation, she stretched out her right hand toward Sherwei. The next moment, several hair-thin threads tightened around Jiangqi's arms, piercing through her sleeves and embedding themselves in her palms and elbows. Player attacked by the boss, doll craftsman's skill, health reduced by 15, inflicted with a control status. Jiangqi. You? Sherwei's expression was complex. She hadn't expected Jiangqi to choose to take the hit herself. Thin threads, barely the thickness of hair, burrowed deep into her flesh. Pulling them out felt like tearing out her own bones, causing Jiangqi's forehead veins to bulge with pain. She only managed to pull the thread from her right hand before her left hand was no longer under her control. Without pulling the thread, the boss could control her left hand simply by using the thin threads embedded in her joints and bones. I need you to deal damage, Jiangqi calmly said to Sherwei. This was why she chose to help Sherwei dodge the skills. She could be controlled, but Sherwei and Hang Jing couldn't. If they were controlled and attacked their own teammates, this wave would be a wipe, and they wouldn't be able to fight after respawning without any buffs. Sherwei nodded and jumped into the battle to help Hang Jing. The boss's skills also had cooldowns, but they were usually faster than the players. At this moment, the boss was charging up its next area of effect skill, covering 80% of the area. The puppets it controlled were attacking, and they were both slightly injured. They had tried to take advantage of the situation to attack the boss, but while the puppets' attacks were generally weak, they were incredibly annoying, making it impossible to free their hands. Jiangqi, controlled by the boss, picked up a thin, rusty iron rod and was about to plunge it into her carotid artery. She wasn't fully controlled, the boss couldn't force her to use her abilities, so he used this simple method to kill her. Jiangqi gripped her left hand with her right, the two hands locked in a struggle, the tip of the iron rod getting closer and closer to her skin. The boss's skill is almost ready. You two stand together, don't dodge skills, attack the puppet with all your might, it's the one in control. Even with the tip of the iron rod already touching her neck, Jiangqi's voice remained calm, though her speech was somewhat rapid. Sure Wei, prepare to kill me. Sure Wei, whose name was called, looked at Jiangqi, her pupils dilating for a moment before she replied, understood. Once caught in this thing's control skill, there was no escaping it. It was better to let go and make the most of her life, striving for the best possible outcome. An iron rod piercing the neck didn't necessarily mean immediate death, so Jiangqi needed someone quick to revive her. Sure Wei and Hang Jing, following Jiangqi's instructions, unleashed their full power, entrusting their backs to her. The boss, having completed its charge, released its skill again. Jiangqi focused her mind, releasing her grip on her uncontrollable left hand with her right. As the rusty iron rod pierced her skin, she simultaneously caused the thin wire attacks around Hang Jing and Sure Wei to miss. Jiangqi frowned, suppressing a painful cry. It wasn't just the rusty iron rod piercing her neck, but also the thin wires burrowing into her bone marrow. The pain didn't last. Sure Wei's manipulated shadow blade pierced her heart. Player Jiangqi's health points reached 0, and the 30-second resurrection countdown began. Jiangqi collapsed to the ground, darkness engulfing her, leaving only the system's countdown sound. Upon resurrection, she only had 26 health points, meaning one hit from the boss would kill her. Jiangqi had chosen a position furthest from the boss, yet still within the distorted space. Her corruption level had just reached 70%, and upon resurrection, it would be 80%, a threshold that would trigger mutation. In this state, as long as she remained conscious, even if she couldn't reach her previous level, doubling her damage output for a short time wouldn't be a problem. The only concern was whether she could withstand the aftereffects. 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. When Jiangqi resurrected, the puppet had already lost half its health bar due to the two players' full-force attacks, leaving it tattered and mangled. The other, the puppet craftsman, saw its defense and attack decrease as the puppet's health bar dropped. My contamination level is almost 70. Hang Jing shouted. His current state was clearly off. He was only holding on by sheer willpower. Its health is down to half. Try to dodge the third wave, Jiangqi said. Having learned from the previous two attacks, they dodged exceptionally quickly this time, easily slicing through the skin and pulling out any threads they couldn't avoid. They had 2 seconds to maneuver. Jiangqi glanced at her mutated arm, then blocked the puppet's mental attack on Hang Jing, smashing the puppet's head with her umbrella. Hang Jing, still not enough, too slow. We can't take down this damn puppet before the next wave of attacks. I could risk my life to reduce its health by another 10%, but during the 30 seconds of resurrection, no one can tank the damage. I do it. Even if I fight like a madman, I can at least reduce its health by 10%, Sure Wei spoke up at this moment. Are you sure that once you're resurrected, your sanity will drop to a critical point, and you won't go berserk and turn on us? Hang Jing asked, still worried. Chapter 95. He could maintain his sanity even when he was on the verge of collapse. He only trusted Jiangqi. His mental endurance wasn't as good as Jiangqi's, but it was still decent among players. Sure Wei, he couldn't trust her. I try my best to stay calm. Even if I see hallucinations, I won't attack. Jiangqi nodded to Sure Wei. Okay, go ahead. Hang Jing was more stable in absorbing damage. He had the highest defense among the three. A desperate, reckless playstyle, dying after each wave. Sure Wei's body collapsed beside the boss. They had to pull the boss away, otherwise she would die again upon resurrection. The boss had only 15% health left. Jiangqi's mutation was accelerating, but in this state, besides being unable to control her madness, her damage output wasn't increasing much. She could only manage to damage the boss. 10% remaining. After resurrecting, due to excessive pollution, her sanity decreased, and her mental state became problematic. Sure Wei gripped her weapon tightly, resisting her instincts and refraining from attacking. Unable to distinguish between illusion and reality, she risked accidentally injuring herself. Given her personality, she would never trust a stranger, but she trusted Jiangqi. Even in the illusion, where they both marched towards victory on the 32nd floor, while she became the monster's trophy, impaled by threads, suspended in midair, blood staining countless strings, flesh and bone being torn apart, every second excruciatingly painful. The illusion finally ended, and Sherwei saw Jiangqi once again, shielding her from harm with her own body. Sherwei's mind suddenly calmed, and she gripped her shadow blade again to attack. 8%, 7%, the boss has entered berserk mode. The fourth wave of skills is coming. Just a little more, attack quickly. They had no backup plan. They couldn't withstand another wave of attacks from the boss in its berserk state. If they couldn't kill the boss before then, they would lose the battle completely. The last 1%. Hang Jing's face was contorted in pain. In the final moment, everyone abandoned dodging and focused all their energy on attacking the monster. It was a fight to the death. Bang! The broken puppet's body, its arms severed, exploded instantly. They were thrown back by the shockwave, while the other, the puppet craftsman, with half its health remaining, fell to the ground. The fourth wave of attacks, with 100% coverage, was ultimately not unleashed. Jiangqi had 14 health points remaining. A few seconds later, she steadied herself and looked towards the center. The strings connecting the puppet and the puppet craftsman had all snapped. Joints from the puppet's body had fallen to the ground, their original color unrecognizable, only charred black from being struck by lightning. Actually, the puppet is the true boss and puppeteer, the other is merely a puppet with a human form controlled by it, essentially no different from the puppet monsters on the previous floors. Pushing open the door to the 32nd floor, you see that clean and tidy livestream room again. At the end of the passage are two ornate wooden doors. Opening them allows you to exit the game. You choose one, Jiangqi said to Sherwei. What about you guys? Sherwei looked at Jiangqi. Jiangqi smiled. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who sacrifices myself for others. You choose first. What's there to worry about? Sherwei said softly, walking towards the left wooden door. She stopped at the door, turned back, and said, regarding the quest I accepted this time, I think there are still some doubts. After we get out, I can wait for you at the entrance to the east street of the player market. Okay, sure. Jiangqi waved and walked through the left wooden door with Hang Jing. There were only 2 livestream rooms on the 32nd floor, but the instance had already told them that popularity determined everything in this world, and it didn't specify that a single livestream room couldn't have a tie in popularity for a clear. The audience could now play a role, but they were a bit rebellious at this point, secretly boosting Hang Jing's popularity. You seem to be failing? Want to even out your popularity, so you can all stay on the 32nd floor? Beg us. I won't give in. Hey, I'm just playing around. Is that so? Jiangqi smiled and reached out, pulling a string of faceless audience members from the darkness formed by the spatial rift. You actually believed it. You can't say girls aren't capable, don't you know? Jiangqi's eyes turned slightly cold. Would she entrust her life to these audience members, who weren't even human? Her corruption level was already 90%. Dealing with them wouldn't take longer than the time it took for her to succumb to the power of the silver key. After several screams, they yielded again, their fates gripped by the throat. No, no, no. I was wrong, I was wrong. The leader, I am Fear, admitted defeat as quickly as ever. It realized it had to get rid of this plague, or it would torment it later. Before the dungeon countdown ended, Jiangqi's popularity was equal to Hang Jing's, and the system voice sounded. Congratulations, player, you have cleared the Dungeon Star Dream Live Room. This is a space reflected by the malice of human desires. Only by defeating the monsters embodied in desires can you leave. Player's completion record has been generated, rewards are being calculated. Suddenly, the system paused, and a notification box with a red exclamation mark popped up. Because player Jiangqi engaged in undetectable dangerous behavior in this instance, the system will conduct a risk detection. What does risk detection mean? Jiangqi stared at the system interface before her, her heart pounding. She felt an invisible force watching her, sweeping over her. She had no way to escape or resist. A few seconds later, the system's electronic voice sounded again. Detection complete. Detection result, normal. The notification box disappeared, and the interface returned to the reward settlement. Clearance reward points, 1,000. Dropped items, intermediate red potion crafting material X2, hidden thread, a material for making dolls, seemingly fragile but possessing considerable attack power. Received intermediate red potion crafting material X5, from player Hang Jing. Jiangqi hadn't recovered from the detection. The silver key came from the game instance. The system couldn't possibly be unaware of it. What was being tested? Was it her, or the god associated with the silver key? Things seemed more complicated than she had anticipated. The system above the player hadn't detected anything, and the silver key's status hadn't changed after the dungeon ended. It maintained that illogical way of existing, as if inextricably bound to her. She used to find the silver key inconvenient to use and easy to lose, making her feel insecure. Now, she herself couldn't separate it, yet she felt even more uncertain. Jiangqi looked at her completion record. Star Dream Livestream. Completion time, 7 days, 0 hours, 24 minutes. A simple record, displaying no information related to risk detection. The next page was the player panel. Player, Jiangqi. HP, 100. Sanity, 100. Stamina, 80. Attack, 385. Defense, 70. Extraordinary ability, Elemental Control Lightning, Level 1, doubles damage in heavy rain. Mental Strength, 800. Overall Combat Strength, 3666, System Rating, D-Level. Occupation, Pharmacist, Beginner. Points, 4680. Chapter 96. On her way to the player market, where Shuwei had told her to wait, Jiangqi suddenly heard a whisper in her ear. It was so brief that she suspected it was a hallucination caused by being tormented by these whispers in the dungeon for too long. This was still a good thing. It would disappear in a couple of days. The real fear was that it was for another reason. The effects of contact with the silver key's power hadn't stopped with the dungeon's end, and it had truly carried her out of the dungeon. You see, in the dungeon, even if your arms and legs are broken, and your sanity drops to 1 point, as long as you have a breath left, you recover completely by leaving the dungeon. The dungeon ended, but the after effects are still there. It's no small matter. Shuwei saw Jiangqi and added her as a friend. Hang Jing was also there, saying he wanted to hear which idiot had hired Shuwei. You really gave me the materials? Jiangqi asked, temporarily setting aside her other thoughts. Aren't you a pharmacist? I have no use for them. Hang Jing shrugged, adjusting his coat hood. So what do you know? He turned to Shuwei again. Dengwan isn't the one who actually hired me. Neither of you have ever met him before. He has no reason to spend so many points to kill you. Of course, you already guessed that. Shuwei looked at Jiangqi and continued, so I think you definitely investigate Dengwan's background. He's not a player from one of the 4 major organizations. His team is just an ordinary second-rate organization. As far as I know, no one in that organization would spend so many points to kill you. To hide their identity, why would they use someone they know on the surface to hire you? Jiangqi said softly. I want to know how you're sure you can access the Xingmeng livestream. There are refresh items, didn't you know? Shuwei explained with a hint of surprise. Every time a player enters the game, they have 1 chance to refresh using an item. We're in a team, so each of us can refresh once. Dungeons like the Star Dream livestream that drop materials aren't hard to farm. Hang Jing nodded. The refresh item costs 999 points. I usually don't even look at things like that, let alone buy them. She's crazy, spending 999 to refresh? Aren't there enough dungeons to play? There's one more thing. Shuwei hesitated before speaking again. You know, players don't have to wait until the last second of the 7th day to enter. They can enter dungeons early starting from the 5th day. Back then, the time to enter the dungeon and the time to refresh the dungeon options were both decided by Dengwan. To be honest, the price he offered exceeded my ranking on the assassins list. At the time, I thought, whatever the reason, I might as well make a profit. Later, when we discussed the plan to kill you in the dungeon, after I learned about his abilities, I became even more suspicious. It's not that I lack professional ethics and bottom lines. Shuwei explained her act of revealing information. I just felt that this matter seemed to be aimed at me as well. There really is no such thing as a free lunch. Everyone else was trying to scam her, so what was the point of talking about professional ethics and keeping quiet? Is there any way to find Dengwan's real-life connections in the game? Jiangqi raised her eyes. Hang Jing, it's difficult. The First Chamber of Commerce only sells in-game information. People in Dengwan's organization whom you met in real life probably won't tell you. Jiangqi nodded. That's true. From the dungeon to the abilities, and then to Shuwei being chosen, that person prepared so thoroughly. How could they not have considered the real world? The other party clearly possessed considerable power and status, otherwise, they couldn't have been so generous, even making Dengwan willingly risk his life. In reality, even if she could find information related to Dengwan, as a poor woman, she couldn't trace the person behind it. But as long as that person made a move, she would inevitably encounter them sooner or later. What are you planning to do next? If there really is someone behind it, and they didn't achieve their goal this time, they definitely make another move, Shuwei said solemnly. How about you join the judgment of fate? With that status, they have some reservations if they send someone to attack again. Jiangqi smiled and shook her head. Do you think Dangwon will be afraid to act just because I joined one of the 4 major player organizations? Right now, the most dangerous person is actually you. What do you mean? Wei frowned. He wants one of us to die. You went into the dungeon with me, so you obviously been turned? Jiangqi said sincerely. He can't easily make a move in judgment of fate, but this guy has precognitive abilities. He knows when I enter which dungeon, so he can find an opportunity to attack you, and even use the people around you. How about you join my fixed team? That's the last thing he wants to see. He can't take us down one by one. Wei listened to her words and felt something was off, as if they had suddenly become in the same boat. I need to think about this, Wei said, then added, we can also team up for dungeons when it's appropriate. Jiangqi nodded, no problem. Are you a healer? Wei asked, opening the system interface and clicking twice in her friend's list. Jiangqi received a gift from player Wei, 1 intermediate blue potion recipe, and 5 intermediate blue materials. Consider this a thank you for helping me clear this dungeon. The recipe isn't from this dungeon, I got it last time. Wei understood that Jiangqi let her clear the dungeon alive not only because she valued her damage output, but also because she wanted her to help deal with the person behind it all. But one thing is one thing, Jiangqi had indeed helped her. I can't accept something so valuable for nothing, Jiangqi said candidly, a smile playing on her lips. Because I want to recruit you into my team. With that, she gifted Wei, who was better suited for assassinations and setting traps, a hidden thread. Wei froze. This item was far more valuable than the intermediate recipe. Recipes could only be used by alchemists. Such offensive items with sufficient destructive power wouldn't circulate widely. I gave you the formula, not to exchange it. Jiangqi said deliberately, if you really don't want it, then give it back to me? As an assassin, how could she not want it? Wei pursed her lips, no longer feigning politeness. Jiang City. Wu De had been staring at the rankings in Xingming's live stream. While watching, he received news of Dangwon's death. He hadn't even eaten. Dangwon's life or death didn't matter, but Dangwon was dead, and Jiangqi had cleared the dungeon with the assassin he hired. He felt as if death in his dream had taken another step closer. Brother Wu, should we go to Wei's side and inquire about the situation in the dungeon? His subordinate asked cautiously. Use your brain, you know it's unnecessary. They're worried they can't find us. Why would you go and inquire, are you just offering yourself up? The person who had just joined him was far inferior to Jiang Yuan, but at least he was obedient. Brother Wu, Dingwon's wife's surgery abroad has been arranged. She's a top expert in that field, Jiang Yuan said. Chapter 97. Wu De nodded. He never shortchanged people who negotiated terms with him and risked their lives for him without uttering a word. It wasn't about being particularly righteous, it was about genuinely winning people's hearts, so they would risk their lives for him. Like Dangwon. A-level players aren't short of money among ordinary people, but some things can't be accomplished with money alone. A medical team of this level couldn't be hired even with money, but without power. But for him, it was a small matter. Compared to that woman named Jiangqi, this was nothing. Wu De's head throbbed at the thought of that name. In his plan, at worst, Jiangqi would lead Han Jing, with her A+ combat power, to counterattack Wei, or both sides would suffer heavy losses, forging a deep-seated enmity that would last a lifetime. Based on the information he had gathered about Jiangqi, this woman was ruthless and a tough nut to crack. How could she let go of someone who wanted to kill her? Could she have discovered something? Wu De stood with his hands behind his back by the French windows, gazing at the falling leaves outside. He guessed that Dangwon wasn't the real employer, nor could he possibly know that the employer was him. So far, even his subordinates had no connection with Jiangqi. Those roadblocks he dealt with before, weren't they? It was just a slip-up, and the final outcome was the same. That woman Jiangqi was truly resilient. His meticulously planned and prepared two-person team had failed. And in the dream, the thing on the clock tower behind her, Wu De guessed it was some kind of extraordinary power. While not as strong as Xiechao Ci and his group, he was still in the top tier of the survival game, a cardinal of the God's Messenger organization. He couldn't be so uninformed. A while ago, Pope Evan ordered people to clear the Lost Path and several other dungeons with the highest difficulty for beginners. Not long after, Jiangqi cleared the Lost Path dungeon for the first time, so what the Pope was looking for was in Jiangqi's possession, related to the shadow on the clock tower. He had guessed she had a powerful item, but didn't know what it was. Now he understood. Wuda's lips curled into a smile. That woman's combat power was only at D rank. She was far from fully controlling that item, and the mysterious power associated with it. He was considering whether to tell the Pope. He wanted to kill Jiang Qi, and also wanted that item. If he reported the news, the item wouldn't be his. He was a figure in real life. He respected Pope Evan in the game because Evan was stronger than him, not because he was willing to be subservient. With his abilities, he was the chosen one closest to God. A light rain had just fallen outside the window, leaving puddles on the ground. A gentle breeze blew in through the sheer curtains, causing them to flutter softly. The plants on the windowsill looked spotless. Although it was an old house, Jiang Qi had spent considerable time renovating it last year. Music played from her laptop on the desk, making the house feel less cold and empty. Jiang Qi sat cross-legged on the bed, browsing forums, hoping to find some clues about how leaving the game affected players' real lives. She wasn't the only one or two people who had experienced mental health issues after returning to reality due to the game, but the symptoms described on the forums were different from hers. Insomnia after leaving the dungeon, afraid to sleep, always feeling like a ghost will come to kill me the moment I close my eyes. Have any of you experienced this? Sometimes I feel like the world is fake, and we're just a string of code in a game. If that's really the case, could the person controlling my account please spend some money to improve my stats? Please! Let me experience a good life too. You're not alone in not being able to sleep. Many new players have this problem. After leaving the dungeon, they can't eat meat, are afraid to go to the hospital, and are afraid to even touch a knife when they see people. The most severe cases even lead to suicide or murder in real life. Seeing a psychologist might help, but players can't say anything about the game, so they have to bear this pressure themselves. There's a saying, heaven will entrust great responsibilities to those who are capable. I don't think we're just data. What if we're the lucky ones in this new world? If we can't even overcome this difficulty, being eliminated is understandable. This is called PTSD, also known as post-traumatic stress disorder, a type of mental illness. Upon seeing this, Jiang Qi picked up her phone and searched for an explanation of PTSD. Having suffered a major blow, injury, and witnessed the death of a loved one, her symptoms include emotional detachment, hypervigilance, and avoidance of things that trigger traumatic memories. This time, it's probably not just simple PTSD. The whispers that appear and disappear in her mind, the fleeting blood-red, desolate scenes before her eyes. And the silver key, she feels it's inside her body, connected to her mind, and there's a carved leaf in her mind, its rust gone. But how can you be sure these aren't your own hallucinations? The sudden thought made Jiang Qi shudder. It was possible. The system had already detected it, hadn't it? If this continues, she might one day truly become a complete madwoman. The more she thought, the more chaotic her thoughts became, and everything seemed wrong. Jiang Qi took a deep breath and focused her attention back on the forum. This time, she found a post related to Xingming livestream. The poster was the former third-place finisher in the dungeon. Xingming livestream, information after level 26. Actually, there's not much to say about the earlier levels. Popularity represents wealth. The dungeon is a world distorted by desire. The higher the level, the faster the pollution increases. The difficulty increases significantly after level 26. Don't think about taking a break after each level, there are no supplies later on. Those with super strong combat power can just brute force their way through. I found a strategy for clearing each floor's boss. You think you're fighting a bunch of monsters on floor 26, but there are only 3. Someone asked, "Hey Pro, you said the pollution level would rise quickly, but you stayed down there for a long time. How did you manage to clear it?" The original poster replied, "My teammates died, I was alone, my damage output wasn't enough, I could only slowly grind. You guys don't know how difficult it was, running around the map with one monster, killing one and then repeating, plus waiting for skill and potion cooldowns, that's why it took so long to clear. If you can't guarantee your sanity will drop to a critical point, while still maintaining some clarity, you might as well just gamble." Jiang Qi was impressed by this person's description. He actually managed to clear the later floors alone, his mental endurance is strong, and his stats are high too. The top player in this dungeon was Ming Ming, the leader of the raid, and the second was his teammate. Their damage output was only slightly lower. They only took 4 days, top-tier speedrun level in the game. The latest reply in the thread is that Hang Jing is now in 3rd place. He took 7 days, and his output rate is very high. Of course, players who can both tank and deal damage are the rarest in the game. They're unmatched within their own power level, can beat even weak S-rank players, and can even go toe-to-toe with average S-rank players. Chapter 98. Hang Jing is the top A+ player, and his regular teammates are all strong crowd control types, making a 7-day clear at standard level. But the guy who cleared it solo is amazing. He actually finished the hardest part of the duo dungeon by himself. Wait, Hang Jing's teammate Wang Yu isn't in this dungeon. I just saw him refresh his ranking in another dungeon. Who's he teaming up with this time? Is he guiding a newbie? These material dungeons usually have a healer in the team to farm materials and recipes. Jiang Qi saw a text message from a package pickup point pop up on her phone, closed the system interface, threw on a coat, grabbed her keys, and went out. She hadn't been out for several days, spent 7 days in the dungeon without even seeing a window. It was time to go for a walk. The sunlight just emerging from the cloud shone on her hands, a little dazzling. It was the off-season, and there weren't many pedestrians in the nearby scenic area. Jiang Qi carried the package box into the courtyard, and suddenly, the scene before her changed. The sunlight dimmed, the damp ground revealing its decay. The roses and magnolias in the yard seemed to decay and crumble at an unbelievable speed before her eyes, and the neighbors chatting downstairs were the same, turning into monsters in a game. The sounds they uttered were incomprehensible murmurs, echoing in her mind, assaulting her nerves. Jiang Qi's eyes suddenly turned icy cold. Her fingers tightened, gripping the cardboard tightly, her reason desperately suppressing the chaos and murderous intent within her. A few seconds later, her fingers relaxed, and she strode into the apartment building. Everything around her had returned to normal. Several neighbors, who had been chatting, looked back at Jiang Qi's departing figure. "Isn't that Grandma Zhang's granddaughter?" A woman with curly hair and a dress spoke, her tone tinged with disapproval. "I haven't seen her go out for days. She's always ordering takeout. A grown woman like her doesn't cook. And there are always packages, every few days, sometimes a whole bunch at once. She really likes online shopping. She's adopted. After Grandma Jiang passed away, she moved back to this old house alone. She's been home for almost a year now. She doesn't like going out much. She's pretty, but she doesn't work and doesn't have a boyfriend." The person who was speaking shook their head. With conditions like that, she'd be harder to marry in a couple of years. Just as they were getting into it, they saw Jiang Qi running back carrying a package, and quickly fell silent. "Auntie, I haven't gone far, so I have to explain. Not going out doesn't mean I'm not working. I was resting for a while before. Now, my monthly income is equivalent to several months' worth of your son's income. Earning points by playing dungeons isn't a high-paying job." Ignoring the awkward yet suppressed displeasure on her neighbors' faces, Jiang Qi calmly said, "I do like online shopping. A lot of things for the house are bought online. What's wrong with spending my own money? And as for cooking, I cook when I want to, and I won't when I don't. As for getting married, I have no plans for that right now, so you don't need to worry about it. You should focus on your own family matters." Jiang Qi turned and left. If she hadn't heard, fine, but if she had, she couldn't pretend she hadn't. Jiang Qi closed the door, put the delivery box on the floor, and went into the bedroom. She didn't notice the short, thin figure walking past in the kitchen, or the old, yellowed walls stained with water that clashed with the overall look of the house. The room also darkened as the sky changed. The laptop screen was lit, the music stopped, and rain began to fall lightly outside the window again. Jiang Qi turned on the light, and as she closed the window, she suddenly heard light footsteps behind her and smelled the aroma of food. Her eyesight wasn't good at night, and after a while, she could recognize familiar people just by their footsteps. Jiang Qi's expression changed, and she turned to walk towards the dining table illuminated by the light. Seeing the figure beside her, her pupils constricted, and her face paled with shock. The dining table and its surrounding furnishings were exactly as she had before she renovated them, full of a sense of age. The liver-colored paint was peeling, the bowls were rough, and the edges were decorated with outdated patterns. Her grandmother was just as she had been before her death, wearing a padded top, her gray hair neatly combed, her short, thin body trembling as she placed a bowl of vegetables on the table. Her kind face hadn't changed. It wasn't the gaunt figure she had at her death, but the one that used to be full of energy, the one that would happily greet her when she came home from get-off work, saying, "Xiaoqi's back." Jiang Qi stared blankly at the figure, afraid to move, as if any movement would cause it all to vanish. Whether it was a hallucination or something else, she had seen the person she had always wanted to see again. "Xiuqi, sit down and eat." The old woman smiled kindly. Jiang Qi obediently pulled out a chair and sat in her usual spot. No one touched their chopsticks at the table. The old woman gazed at Jiang Qi, her eyes lacking light. "I'm really worried. Grandma, I'm sorry." Jiang Qi's shoulders trembled slightly. I always thought there was plenty of time, that your health was just a temporary thing, that it would be like before, that it would be fine in a few days, when the weather got better. She thought that by working hard for a few years, she could make her grandmother's life better, and have more time to spend with her. But she didn't even know that her grandmother's health was already failing, that she was just trying to stay strong enough to spend more time with her. I didn't know it was that serious. Shuchi, come with me. The old woman interrupted her, her smile suddenly turning from kind to cold. The light dimmed, and the food on the table lost its heat and aroma. The whole room grew cold, the sound of rain outside muffled by an invisible wall. Jiang Qi felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her, chilling her to the bone, extinguishing any remaining hope in her heart. Grandma would never say that. Even in her last moments, she hoped I could live a good life, worried about what I would do alone. Jiang Qi's gaze sharpened, her voice icy. Who are you? Grandma didn't reply, but instead smiled and said, since you feel so guilty, come with me. No, go yourself. Jiang Qi's emotions had calmed. She didn't want to say another word to the imposter. The old woman's face gradually blurred until she disappeared completely, and Jiang Qi opened her eyes from the table and straightened up. Was I dreaming? The melody of funeral music drifted into her ears from somewhere, and Jiang Qi immediately stood up from her chair, looking around at the home she knew so well. Old furniture, her grandmother's dusty old trunk from her youth, and white cloths and fine linen threads carelessly placed in the midst of busy work. The house was silent except for the funeral music. Until Jiang Qi saw the cardboard box on the floor, the delivery box she had brought back. Chapter 99. She never slept on the living room table. She wasn't truly awake yet. This was still a dream, a scene from her memories. Realizing this, Jiang Qi's vision went black. Opening her eyes again, she found herself lying in bed, her laptop still playing a playlist on repeat. The sky outside was dark, and the room was dark except for the faint light from the computer screen on her desk. Jiang Qi quickly sat up, pressed the switch by the bedside, slipped on her slippers, and turned on all the lights in the living room and kitchen. She returned to bed, opened the system interface, and felt a sense of reality. After returning from picking up the package, she felt sleepy and wanted to sleep for a while. In her dream, she returned to her familiar home. If it weren't for the cardboard box, she might not have woken up from the layers of dreams. Even knowing it was a dream, the sadness in her heart remained undiminished. She had been adopted by her adoptive parents. Not long after, their relationship broke down, and they divorced by mutual agreement. They had no blood relation and hadn't spent much time together. They each wanted to pursue their own futures, and didn't want to carry a burden. Sending her away was only natural. Grandma disagreed, insisting on keeping her with her and raising her herself. Grandma passed away, and her nominal adoptive mother had long since settled abroad. Jiang Qi agreed to the conditions proposed by her grandmother's son and daughter-in-law. She only had the right to reside in the old house, not ownership. Pulling herself out of her memories, Jiang Qi closed her eyes. Hallucinations, dreams, and reality intertwined, her mental state had deteriorated to this extent. When she could no longer distinguish between reality and illusion, she would be no different from someone with a mental illness. She had to find a solution, otherwise she would have no choice but to stay in the game's main city, not returning to reality, lest she do something and end up singing tears behind bars in a mental hospital. She could suppress other hallucinations, but those related to her grandmother. Jiang Qi couldn't control them, nor could she let them go. Even though it had become a fatal weakness in her mental defenses, she simply couldn't let go. Fang Yuan was depressed after leaving the dungeon. He did have the ability, but it wasn't the cool and powerful one he had imagined. It was just a support ability without any offensive capabilities. In his mind, he wanted something like Jiang Qi's, a cool, high-damage output. But he asked the garbage system if he could reset it and start over. The system said no, it wasn't about points, no amount of points could change it. Abilities were related to the player's personal talent, specific dungeons, and even their identity. Alchemists were players with strong mental power. He could try to play the game and acquire other abilities. Which man didn't want to level up and become stronger in a game world? Fang Yuan felt his future was bleak. Right now, Jiang Qi's team consisted of high-powered players like Wang Yu and Hang Jing. How could he possibly keep up with the team's progress? He had a smooth life from birth, things others chased their whole lives, he was born with. Even in the game, his stats were better than everyone else's at the start, yet he faced unprecedented setbacks and disappointments. Fang Yuan picked up his phone and sent Jiang Qi a crying panda emoji. Sister Qi, where are you? Several minutes passed. Thinking Jiang Qi hadn't returned from the player market and wouldn't see the message, he was about to open the system interface to contact her when Jiang Qi replied. Waiting in line at the hospital. Just 4 simple words. Fan Yuan quickly typed in the 9-square grid, "Are you sick? Which hospital? Is it in the neighboring city?" Jiang Qi quickly messaged, "I'm not sick, just getting a checkup at the North District Central Hospital in Linshur. Why don't you skip the line? I send you the address of a private hospital." "Never mind. Wait for me, I'm coming now. I was going to tell you I had an appointment with Wang Yu, and asked if you wanted to come." Jiang Qi, "Sure. I'd be there in a little over an hour. Come with me to another private hospital, no need to wait in line." Jiang Qi sent a no problem emoji. Looking at the bustling crowd, she kept hearing voices in her head, sometimes her own, sometimes whispers. She needed to confirm if there was something wrong with her mind. When Fan Yuan arrived, he saw Jiang Qi standing by the hospital exit and paused for 2 seconds. In his memory, Jiang Qi's style in the game was what it was. In reality, she should also be a cool and powerful figure in all black. Unexpectedly, she was wearing a dress and light makeup, glowing white in the sunlight, exuding a calm indifference, completely different from what he had imagined. "Sister Qi." Fan Yuan waved to Jiang Qi as soon as he got out of the car, completely ignoring the stares from those around them and his conspicuous bag. As soon as Jiang Qi got into the car, Fan Yuan asked, "Sister Qi, what are you checking?" "My brain, my mental state, and my heart," Jiang Qi calmly replied, leaning against the car window. "How about a full physical exam?" "That would be more reliable," Fan Yuan asked again. "No need. I just want to confirm something." "What skills did you get this time?" Fan Yuan sighed, saying dejectedly, "Full support, enhancing attack, defense, and mental strength." Jiang Qi was taken aback. "Isn't that strong? Your stats were already higher than the average beginner. With later stat increases, you could even become a combat-type support." "Yes." Fan Yuan nodded heavily. His sister Qi could play with a starting stat of 35, so he could maximize her support abilities. "I also managed the Merchant Guild well." He wouldn't hold the team back. Speaking of the Merchant Guild, Jiang Qi opened the system and found Liiji. "Did they look for my walkthrough information?" Liiji, "Yes, they did, and they also inquired about you." Jiang Qi thought for a moment. "Can you contact their core members?" "Yes, they have a base in the main city." "Do you want to go there?" "I give you the address, and then talk to them." Liiji replied quickly. "Okay, thank you." Player Market. Inside the church. Upon seeing the message, Chen Qi, fresh from the battlefield, exclaimed in surprise to those around him, "Guess what I saw?" Jiang Qi, one of the 2 chief communicators, contacted us. Chen Qi stroked his chin confidently, judging from her approach, "I know she prefers our style. The messenger of God, self-proclaimed followers and messengers of God, even using the church's internal titles, judges too many people by fate. Aside from a few selected and trained by Chuyu and Sun Yi, the rest are easily buried." When Xiechao Ci, with half-closed eyes, looking half asleep and seemingly indifferent to worldly affairs, suddenly asked. Chen Qi paused for 2 seconds. "Tomorrow." Those who had just been beaten up in the training ground crowded around, their eyes filled with curiosity and surprise. "No way. He actually asked who was coming?" This wouldn't be strange for anyone else, but for him to ask was unprecedented. Not simple. Those who had interacted with Xiechao Ci knew that he often appeared lazy and indifferent, his greatest hobby being sleeping. Chapter 100. Actually, it wasn't like that at all. His indifference lay in the fact that he seemed devoid of any humanity, like a perfectly cold, sacred marble sculpture in a church, but not like a person. It would be strange if he treated someone differently. At this moment, 3 players traveling together stopped by a stone pillar. One of them, a female player in a pleated skirt, approached, her eyes crinkling, her voice pleasant. "Hello, could we add each other as friends? We can go to the training ground together sometime. We've been looking for a skilled player to guide us." After she finished speaking, Xiechao seemed not to hear her and didn't respond. The female player's expression stiffened. "If it's inconvenient then. Are you talking to me?" Xiechao tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. The female player nodded, smiling naturally and politely, "Yes." High-level players are always a little different. As long as she could contact them, that was fine. Having a high-level player guide her in dungeons was the fastest and safest way to improve her strength. The area outside the training grounds was the easiest place to encounter high-level players, and that's where she came to stake out. "No time," asked them. Xie Chaozi bypassed the players and left directly. Qin Shi felt embarrassed by her gaze and politely apologized. We usually find it difficult to get together to come to the training grounds. The female player returned to her companions with a disappointed look, but within 2 seconds, the disappointment on her face vanished, and she said regretfully, "It didn't work out. If it didn't work this time, there would be another time." That Tang Yuanyuan managed to team up with a high-level player, and in just 2 months, her combat power rose from D level to A level, and she even brought her original team to the other team. The cheapest thing in the game is the life of a low-level player. As long as it can improve strength, any method will do. After undergoing a round of tests at the hospital, Jiang Qi found nothing wrong with her physical health. There were no foreign objects in her brain or heart. The psychiatrist believed that her recent sleep problems and unstable mental state, coupled with past events, were causing her nightmares and hallucinations. Stepping out of the consultation room, the tidy corridor felt like a giant, rotting organ, gurgling and writhing, its sticky secretions landing on her hands. Jiang Qi acted as if she hadn't seen anything, calmly sitting down on the sofa in the lounge area. She appeared perfectly normal, but only she knew the madness of the world she was enduring, suppressed entirely by reason. Upon learning that Jiang Qi was alright, Fang Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, sent the meeting place to the group chat, and went ahead with Jiang Qi. Hang Jing arrived second, and Wang Yu last. "You're really something, kid. That guy called you Little Boss Fang, right?" Hang Jing was also shocked. These 4 people really have all sorts of jobs. Wang Yu is a designer, a pure and innocent college student. Jiang Qi, it said, used to be a cemetery caretaker, now she's a lazy bum in real life, playing games for points, not caring about her life. And then, there's this little general manager Fang. "I heard you went to the hospital this morning, are you alright?" Hang Jing looked at Jiang Qi. "I'm fine, I just got a little too carried away in the game last night, I'm still having hallucinations." Jiang Qi leaned back in her chair, her face tired. She hadn't slept a wink last night. Strictly speaking, it wasn't hallucinations or auditory hallucinations. After coming into contact with the mental power associated with the silver key, that thing was genuinely affecting her. The silver key was in her mind. I used the term hallucinations and auditory hallucinations to help them understand. The effects of the game have carried over into reality? Hang Jing frowned. Yes. Jiang Qi looked at them and said seriously, "So, I need you to know that if I lose control in the dungeon, stop me if you can, and stay away if you can't. If I do something unconsciously in real life, I have to ask you to keep an eye on me." Mainly, she didn't have an emergency contact. In the worst case scenario, she needed one. There are people who commit suicide after leaving a dungeon, but for this to happen to you is absurd, Hang Jing said in surprise. Jiang Qi was someone who could still fight monsters even when her sanity dropped to the critical point. The problem isn't the dungeon, but when you became like that? That's right. I'm also looking for a solution, so I need to see Xie Chao Ci. Jiang Qi paused, he might know. She suspected that Xie Chao Ci also possessed this kind of power that could drive someone mad, and he had withstood it. At least he had reached S+ combat power, the top of the game, while controlling this power. I understand, Sister Qi. Just call me if you need anything. Fang Yuan shook his phone. While his combat strength wasn't as good as some of his teammates, he could still be of help in real life. Jiang Qi nodded. By the way, what do you plan to do about the people who sent people to kill you? Hang Jing asked. If they make another move, we run into them sooner or later. No rush. After dinner, she said goodbye to them, and went home to get a change of clothes. She then booked a week's stay at a hotel in the nearby mountains. She couldn't sleep at home. Leaving familiar places that held memories might help. She worked hard to earn points in the game. In real life, she needed to play well. This hotel had individual rooms, emphasizing tranquility and relaxation. The only downside was the price. Jiang Qi used to accompany her grandmother to a nearby temple to burn incense, and she often passed by this place. The guest rooms were built in an ancient style, with views of green mountains and bamboo groves right outside the windows. The scenery was beautiful, perfect for spending a whole day with a tablet and tea. The next day, Jiang Qi first went to the player market, bought a batch of basic materials from Liiji, keeping only 1,000 points for herself, and started grinding proficiency to slowly refine the items. Having intermediate recipes was useless if she couldn't level up. Upon arriving at the Descent Organization's base, Jiang Qi was greeted by a male and female player. The woman wore an elegant black dress with a high slit, revealing a matching undershirt underneath, and she looked her over with great interest. Hello, my name is Chen Shi, the young man greeted her. Chu Shu, The other person smiled. Both of them were top-tier players. Although Chu Shu was a support character, she had once solo killed a main attacker of the same level. Her famous saying still circulated on the forums. In this game, there are no useless skills, only players who don't know how to use them. The opponents saw her as a lone, fragile support player, and a female player, thinking she could be easily picked off. But she was Chu Shu. It would be a miracle if they could beat her. "Hello," Jiangqi said gently. "I come to bother you today because I wanted to ask if I could meet Xie Chao Ci." Hearing this, Chen Shi was stunned. "You're here to see him?" "These two are suspicious, definitely suspicious. Xie Chao Ci is at the base. He even asked Jiangqi what time she was coming yesterday. It seems like he was waiting for Jiangqi on purpose." Chu Shu gave him a look that said, "Am I right?" Then turned to Jiangqi, "Of course you can, I take you." Chapter 101. Jiangqi followed Chu Shu through the manor. The size of a base was determined by the organization's wealth. It was said that the largest base in the main city was the Judgment of Fate, where points were even used to plant roses. "This is it," Chu Shu said, pointing to a door. "We have some things to do, so we won't bother you any longer." Chu Shu added Jiangqi as a friend and quickly dragged Chen Shi away. "No, you just left them there?" The boss said he wanted to. "What do you know?" Chu Shu interrupted him, her face flushed with excitement. "Let them handle their own affairs. Give them some space to speak. Don't you have any sense? I like this girl's style. Low stats don't affect her progress at all. Impressive. When her strength was low before, she suffered much contempt and rumors because of her support role and her womanly identity. Her start wasn't great either, but her basic attributes didn't hold her back." Jiangqi stood in front of the door, stunned. She thought it wouldn't be so easy to meet her, but she was led inside directly. The base typically has a reception hall for outsiders, followed by an area for player activities, and then private spaces allocated to the main players. Ding-ling, ding-ling, Jiangqi rang the brass bell hanging on the wall. After 2 rings, the door opened from the inside. Xie Chaozi was wearing a loose shirt, his hair casually falling over his forehead, looking like he had just woken up. The medieval-style brick walls and architecture, combined with a person with exquisitely sculpted features, gave Jiangqi a feeling of having traveled through time. If a murder mystery game like this were made in real life, he could play the role of a high-ranking clergyman in a church, whose sacred and magnificent attire concealed an extreme, base, and blasphemous desire. The murder mystery game business would definitely be booming. "You just woke up? Should I wait outside?" She was asking for advice. After all, she had to be polite. "No need, come in." Xie Chaozi made way. "I was so sleepy waiting for you that I took a nap." Jiangqi, How much does this person love sleeping? Is it illegal to sleep in real life? It's even more outrageous than when she played games at night and slept in the last row of class during the day in college, still getting 60 on exams. "You knew I was coming, so you probably know why I'm here." Jiangqi's lips pursed slightly. "So you're planning to share information with me?" "Yes, Sister Jiangqi." Xie Chaozi's sudden lean made Jiangqi instinctively stiffen for a moment, but she quickly recovered. If it were before, if it were you, controlling the thing and using it simply wouldn't have come at a severe price. Xie Chaozi's dark eyes stared directly at her, his voice gentle. "But now, you open that door, come into contact with the power behind it. Your mind is inevitably affected. That thing exists within you in another form. Not using it is the same, and I think even if there were a way, you wouldn't be willing to separate it." Xie Chaozi's lips curled slightly. "I didn't expect you to dare do this, completely disregarding the consequences. If there were a better way, I wouldn't have taken such a huge risk." Jiangqi knew better than anyone where the silver key came from, and what its characteristics were. Even a single summoning incantation had exceeded the limits of what an ordinary person could endure. "What will happen to me afterwards?" Jiangqi frowned. "Continuously affected, until you go mad and die? The influence you received is an inseparable process of controlling this thing. There are only 2 outcomes. Either you persevere and continue controlling its power." Xie Chaozi paused for a moment, then continued, "or you be corrupted by it, driven mad and collapsing, ultimately possibly dying or being mutated. If I want to continue using it, I have to bear the price, right?" Jiangqi understood. "Yes, you could have explored it slowly, but you still actively came into contact with that power." A mysterious smile played on his lips. "I actually wanted to see how far you could break the seal." "And then kill me?" Jiangqi asked with a smile. He even knew that the thing was sealed. What was his background? Jiangqi began to wonder. Xie Chaozi's gaze met Jiangqi's in midair. "I will take it when you reach the second ending. but I won't try to steal it before then. Sister Jiangqi, I told you this very important information, yet you doubt me. Xie Chaozi's voice was low, his eyes fixed on her, as if demanding an explanation. No, I believe everything you say, Jiangqi said immediately. He didn't need to waste time lying to her about something like this. So how old are you? I don't know. Xie Chaozi's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. My memory has gaps. In front of the church training ground, a young man in his early 20s walked in, surrounded by admirers. He had one hand in his pocket, and two very attractive female players were beside him, their faces beaming with relaxed smiles. Brother Liu, I saw your route last time. It was absolutely amazing. Yeah. Only Brother Liu could come up with such an awesome strategy. If I went into that dungeon, with so many experts, I definitely wouldn't win. In front of Brother Liu, those people don't even deserve to be called experts. Brother Liu, whether in real life or in the game, is far superior to those short, ugly, and poor guys. Brother Liu, when will you carry me through a dungeon? The person speaking fawned. Sure, I carry you next time. Lu Tian was quite pleased with the compliments around him. Brother Liu, didn't you say you carry me? A girl with straight hair looked over with bright eyes. Don't worry, how could I forget you? You're my support. Lu Tian put his arm around the girl's shoulder. Wei stood not far away, her fingers clenched into a fist, her nails digging deep into her flesh, yet she felt no pain. Years had passed, and that face had changed considerably, but she would recognize it even if it were ashes. He tearfully confessed his wrongdoing at the police station, saying he was too scared and didn't know what to do, which led to the second run-over. A few days later, he and his mother and lawyer arrogantly approached her, radiating disdain, as if stepping on her floor was an insult to their shoes. If it weren't for the need for reconciliation, they would never have stooped to come to such a place. The lives of people like you have a price. Be content. We already given you an extra 50,000 yuan, the market price. I don't have a driver's license, but I'm not an adult either. I made a mistake, and am willing to compensate. What more do you want? Blame your parents for riding that beat-up electric scooter around the streets. Your grandmother and uncle have already signed the settlement agreement. Take the money and be sensible. Don't be so greedy, or I won't give you the extra 50,000 yuan. Wei would always remember the boy's indifferent expression towards the two lives and his dismissive tone, as if he were dealing with a beggar. Her father could have survived. The perpetrator ran over the body repeatedly, and by the time the remains were collected, they were unrecognizable. Chapter 102. There was also the cake on the ground, flattened and stained with blood, her favorite cake, which she had brought for her. This wasn't an accident, it was murder. She rushed forward like a mad woman, knife in hand, wanting the killer to pay with his life. She was too young then, and her relatives easily stopped her. Thanks to the murderer, she became an orphan, living under the roof of others until adulthood. Her guardians used the excuse that they had already spent her share of compensation money to dismiss her. Wei looked at the information she had just received on the system interface, her face extremely grim. After searching for so many years, she finally found him in the game, only because this scumbag was no nobody. He had his own organization and team, a notoriously ruthless character who acted with great fanfare. How laughable. She had poured all her efforts into improving her strength in this game, only to find that her enemy was still stronger than her in the game. At this moment, Wei felt like a ridiculous and pathetic clown. Jiangqi sold off her surplus potions in one go at her stall to a small team's vice leader. After haggling for a while, she finally earned 1,200 points. Repairing her slightly damaged oil paper umbrella cost her a full 1,000 points. Seeing Wei's message, she was still repairing the umbrella, and could only reply, "Wait there for a while." After finishing her business, Jiangqi immediately went to the player gathering place outside the church to find Wei. You ask what I do? Jiangqi looked up at the solemn church. Taking action in real life, whether successful or not, will only get me killed. Of course, I choose the game. It's such a great place. That idiot brings a team now. I don't have a chance. Fate's judgment won't attack a leader of a powerful organization without reason. Wei's reddened eyes were filled with hatred. No matter the cost, I will kill him. By the time she reaches S rank, his strength might be even higher. Lu Tian controls the resources of an entire team. I have an idea. Jiangqi sent a message to Wei through the system interface. Do you think the person who hired you will find him? Wei paused. Are you really going to get involved? This person is an S-rank main damage dealer, with very high attack power, a top player among players of the same level. Giving the person behind it a suitable opportunity is better than him secretly setting traps for me without my knowledge, isn't it? At least I know what's going on. Jiangqi smiled. When you asked me, weren't you seeking help? You're being too cautious in inquiring about this personal information. You can continue to inquire openly. Whether you get results or not doesn't matter. This was the message Jiangqi sent to Shui. Won't that person guess that we did this on purpose? Wang Yu asked worriedly. So what if I guessed? Jiangqi said dismissively. Would he give up this move? She wouldn't. Sister Qi, this might lure out Lu Tian, but he might not show up himself. Fang Yuan's implication was that he was asking why she would help Shui even against an S-rank player. Her strength is good. She is someone Fate's judgment is focusing on developing. She has value, and I already collected points. A full 10,000, Jiangqi said. Fang Yuan, The last sentence is the key point, isn't it? This time, we're going to the Paris gem mine? Hang Jing crossed his arms and looked at the page. A survival dungeon, 50 players, team registration, teams automatically disband upon entering, player spawn points are random, 200 base attribute points for completion, the top 3, tied, get an extra 400 points. With such high rewards and a new dungeon, the players going in will definitely be strong. There's a saying, take a gamble, and your motorcycle might turn into a jeep. Jiangqi, the fastest way to improve your strength is through dungeons with lots of attribute points. It's up to you whether you want to come in with me. I go with you. Fang Yuan raised his hand. Hang Jing had already indicated he wanted to get attribute points. Wang Yu said earnestly, there's something I must remind you of. That Lu Tian is arrogant, but his strength is definitely not lacking, and he's not impulsive or brainless. On the contrary, his gaming style is notoriously ruthless and without scruples. His organization is called Doomsday Calamity, and the name is related to his skill. His skill is Plague, a comprehensive attack within a certain range. The first few seconds are burst damage, then the damage gradually decreases. When the skill is unleashed at full power, it not only inflicts bleeding, but players with low defense will also be afflicted with a severe illness status even if they don't die, resulting in reduced attributes and excruciating pain. Lu Tian's teammate, Jean Keela, has the ability Poison Mist, which is corrosive and can poison any player it touches. It's said that he harbors poison within his body. If someone is accidentally poisoned by him, it will corrode their internal organs, and even players of the same level with low defense won't survive long. Jean Keela? Isn't that fertilizer? Fang Yuan asked blankly, fertilizer that's become sentient? Wang Yu opened his mouth, his expression twisting slightly. It's not fertilizer. That person's name is Jean Keela, the character with the hand radical. They also have a support character. We don't know their specific abilities, but they can definitely coordinate well. This kind of lineup is difficult to beat without a player who can purify. Except for the very top few, even an S+ player alone might not be able to win against them. Hang Jing continued, there's only one known player with purification abilities in the game, in the Divine Messenger. Due to their special abilities, even players of slightly lower levels are in their leader's core team. With Lu Tian's skills and his teammates' coordination, even top-tier players would have to suffer greatly to kill them. He has the right to be arrogant, otherwise, his flamboyant style would have been exposed long ago. After agreeing on the next dungeon, Jiangqi and the others, along with Shui, entered the system space to register and confirm. The dungeon, Paris Gem Mine, has 26 confirmed entries. Please wait patiently for the remaining players. The number of players in the dungeon is still slowly increasing. Lu Tian smirked. Even if he didn't know someone was secretly inquiring about his details, he was still going to come to this dungeon. Such high attribute point rewards are rare in a game. How could he not come? He already reserved the dungeon rewards. As for those cannon fodder, well, they're just unlucky. This game is perfect for him. He can do whatever he wants, watching people wail and beg for a quick death in front of him, taking advantage of the people he likes in front of the losers, making them sacrifice again and again for each other, listening to their hoarse cries and pleas for mercy. It's both thrilling and wonderful. Multiplayer dungeons offer him even more room to maneuver. 41 players have confirmed entry. The numbers on the interface are rapidly increasing. 50 players have confirmed entry. The dungeon is officially open. Dungeon information has been loaded. Please check it. Chapter 103. Game Instance, Paris Gem Mine. Number of players, 50. Game time, 25 days. Basic information. This is the most backward region. Since the discovery of a precious gem mine, the Paris Gem Mine was born. Countless lives have been buried in this great mine. Beautiful gems are born with blood, tears, and sin, ultimately shining brightly in the arena of fame and fortune, becoming symbols of status. And you are just an ordinary miner here. Mission: survive until the end of the game. Friendly reminder: in this game, killing any non-player ordinary miner or other NPC with a malice value below 95 will deduct 100 points. The game will start in 30 seconds. Please prepare. Countdown ended. A mixture of sweat, body odor, and the stuffy, earthy smell of the ground filled Jiang Qi's nostrils. She frowned slightly and looked around. She stood in the middle of the line, holding an old water bottle. She and the others around her were dressed in similar coarse linen clothing. The line included men and women, ranging in age from teenagers to those in their 30s and 40s. The youngest looked extremely thin, with no flesh on his arms. Ahead were 2 cubicles carved out of the mine shaft, where people were registering the miners in line. Jiang Qi didn't see any familiar players. Only NPCs with information, like the foreman, were visible in this instance. The 50 players were scattered among countless minor NPCs. The mine was astonishingly large. Looking up, she saw rudimentary fixtures and dim lighting installed between the rocks of the mountainside. The line moved slowly forward. When it was Jiang Qi's turn, the registration was simple. The person held a register, wrote a string of numbers after her name, and tossed her a metal tag with a number printed on it, without giving her a second glance. Jiang Qi gripped the chain, staring at the tag on her hand, unable to discern any difference between it and a dog tag. 250666, what are you still standing there for? A man who looked like a foreman, holding a whip and a stick at his waist, shouted at Jiang Qi, "Get over here and put on your ID tag." Jiang Qi didn't dwell on how absurd the number representing her was. Silently, she put on the tag and walked into the crowd. The miners here were managed in groups of 50, each group overseen by 2 foremen. The dozen or so people standing there were newcomers to their groups. The foreman led them to the mining and living areas, giving them a brief introduction and familiarizing them with the site. The living area was rudimentary. The bunk beds were made of iron frames, the paint completely peeled off, revealing the black iron frames. On the wooden planks were only a thin, tattered mat, and a patch of cotton peeking out from under the blankets was stained yellow and black with some unknown substance. The air was even more unpleasant upon entering, almost suffocating. Men's and women's rooms were separated, but there were no doors, only a dirty, blackened cloth with several holes separating them. Any sound could be heard by everyone. Sleep wherever there's an empty bed. If there really isn't a bed, just make do on the floor for now. There are a lot of people coming these days, the foreman said. The female miners' side had beds, but the beds and blankets were all leftovers, so you can imagine how bad they were. The male miners were pushing and shoving for a bed. The younger and weaker ones could only stand aside and obediently go to the corner to find a tattered mat to sleep on the floor. This kind of thing happened all the time. As long as it didn't interfere with mining, the foreman wouldn't care, unless a miner had a good relationship with him and received some preferential treatment. We eat in one place in Area A, only 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner. Since you haven't found any gems yet, your meal expenses will be charged to your account. If you haven't found any gems in 3 days, you only have lunch to make up for the previous shortfall before you can have 2 meals a day again. Your earnings from finding gems will be settled monthly. After deducting basic meal expenses, you can keep the surplus or send it home for a small fee. Some food, alcohol, and cigarettes will be sold inside the mine, at a slightly higher price than outside. Slightly higher price. That's the key point. The miners' eating area didn't even have tables or chairs. The only 2 tables were used to place large pots of food. The switch next to it was for drinking water. To get water in the mine, you had to take a kettle to one of the designated spots in the living area. Afterwards, they followed the foreman to the next level, their group's mining area. Several dark openings, shadowy figures moving in the dim light, knocking sounds emanating from them. The mine doesn't have strict working hours. If you can find enough valuable gems, you can rest for 2 days. I'm not that heartless, the foreman said, hands on his hips, whip in hand. But if you don't find any gems, or only low-quality fragments, excluding meal and rest time, you have to work 10 hours. Of course, if you're ambitious and willing to work longer, that's perfectly fine. After all, if you don't dig, the valuable gems might end up in someone else's hands. Jiang Qi thought to herself, this sounds like a familiar PUA tactic. The foreman led them to a more open area. Several wooden boxes were placed on a table, containing various gems. Even in the dim mine, their shimmering light was visible. These small, low-clarity gemstones are the least valuable and most common. They're only good for embellishing dresses and hats. They have no value for cutting. You get 0.2 pence per 50 grams. The foreman picked up the largest box to show them, then put it down and picked up another type of pink gemstone. This one is much rarer. You might only find one every 10 days or 2 weeks, regardless of size or clarity. If you find one, you get 4 pence. The foreman didn't show a sample of the most valuable gemstone because there weren't any available. That gem possessed an incomparably brilliant, pure light. It resembled the sea and the starry sky, beautiful and mysterious. Anyone who glanced at it would be captivated. 100 years ago, the Paris gem mine was just a rudimentary shaft. That gem was discovered there, and later, at Fennett's largest auction house, a banker purchased it for an unimaginable price and presented it to the then king, naming it the heart of the deep sea. Then came the establishment of the Paris gem mine. Generation after generation of impoverished miners came here, their wages negligible compared to the price of the gems. Don't say I didn't warn you. Never even think of smuggling gems. A few days ago, a miner in Sector C colluded with a salesman to smuggle gems out and was caught. The overseer warned them fiercely. That kind of behavior is utterly stupid. They think they can sell the gems, but they don't know that gems that don't pass through the mine are illegal, and even if someone is willing to buy them, they won't pay a price. Chapter 104. Later, that miner was beaten to death. The sales clerk had both legs broken and was thrown out, and his family was forever banned from working in the mine. You know what that means. Mining was the only source of income for ordinary locals. A family of several depended on the miner's wages for food. A relatively easy job like the sales clerk was highly sought after. The miners here all signed decades-long contracts to earn money for their families. Some were even sold into the mine, working until their hair turned gray. The lucky ones could get an easy job, and could even go outside to see the world during shift changes. The foreman pointed to a basket outside the mine shaft. From now on, take your tools from here before work, and put them back when you're done. If any are missing, the whole team will search. If they can't find them, you all have to pay extra to make up the difference, understand? Understood, the miners replied. Jiangqi looked into the basket. Simple and primitive mining tools. Hand picks. A patina blackened wooden handle, a steel head at the tip. The foreman waved his hand. All right, lunchtime is almost here. You can rest for half an hour after eating before starting work again. On the way, Jiangqi saw many miners rushing towards the lunch area. A new miner from one group, seeing her walking slowly, couldn't help but turn back to remind her, if you dawdle any longer, there won't be any food left. Jiangqi nodded, quickening her pace slightly to appear more sociable. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Tian's face was ashen, looking disdainfully at the lowly people around him. If it weren't for the points deducted for killing NPCs, he would have manually cleared them out long ago. What kind of creatures are these? They haven't eaten in ages, and they reek of disgust, like rats from a sewer. Who was he? These NPCs weren't even worthy of carrying his shoes, yet today he'd been scolded by the overseer. He hadn't known this situation before entering the dungeon. Lu Tian's disgust and rage reached their peak when he arrived at the dining area. A dark mass of miners sat on the ground, slurping down their filthy bowls that made his eyes twitch. The bread was black and hard, and the mushy side dishes looked like they'd just been scooped from a swill bucket. He stood in the queue, gritting his teeth and swearing. This dungeon shop is a total rip-off. They sell fine bread and canned food, and I wouldn't care about getting more points, but they deduct points earned in the dungeon, only calculating them at the end of the game. They say it's to ensure fairness, but most items are disabled. Exactly the same system as this lousy mine. He wasn't stupid enough to lose his chance for ranking rewards just for food. He had to eat. Even if it was disgusting, without food, his health would drop, affecting his stats. The dungeon map and rules were perfect for those sneaky, camping types. He couldn't stand out too much until he found teammates. Area B. Hang Jing bit down hard on a piece of black bread, his cheek aching. Damn it! I knew attribute points wouldn't be so easy to get. He thought to himself. This place was truly awful. The foreman for his group was a tall, strong woman. When they were looking for beds, he, not knowing who the other players were, had decided to play it safe and stood aside without arguing. The foreman immediately kicked a young man to the ground, then picked out a good bed for him, winking at him and saying she had a small private room and he could go find her when he needed to rest. Hang Jing was completely devastated. He felt like he was the worst off of all 50 players at the start. Suddenly, he spotted someone walking through the crowd. A delicate profile and a slender figure stood out. His gaze paused, but when he looked again, the person had vanished. Damn it, it looks like Xiaochaozi, Hang Jing thought to himself. This instance is truly a battle of gods. Jiangqi waited in line for ages before finally getting her food. On the table, stained with black grease, were 2 large buckets. One contained black bread, and the other a mushy mess of something that smelled strange. There wasn't much of the mushy food left. The person serving the food scraped some off the side of the bucket and shoved it into her bowl, shouting, "Hurry up, next one." Jiangqi didn't say anything and was about to leave with her bowl when the person looked up at her, their attitude completely changing, their tone softening. "Wait a minute, I'll order you some more. There's not much food left today, come earlier next time." Jiangqi nodded, "Thank you." She found a slightly more spacious corner to sit down, dipped some black bread into the mushy food, and tasted it. The taste was hard to describe. She had to overcome both psychological and physical barriers to swallow it. Jiangqi looked up at the dark mountain wall, lost in thought. The mission was to survive until the end of the game. Would the game really allow them to be gem miners for 25 days? The conditions here were so rudimentary. If a collapse or other accident occurred, hundreds of miners could be trapped deep underground. The scene would be terrifying. Everyone only has half an hour to eat. Those who arrive late will have to wait in long lines, so the time has to be taken from their break time. Jiangqi slowly ate her black bread, observing the people around her. All the miners in Area A, including the players, would come here to get food during this time. Food sold in the mine was absolute hard currency. Even miners lucky enough to find high-quality gems would only buy it 2 or 3 times a month to taste. Ordinary miners wouldn't dare spend several days' wages on such things. Suddenly, Jiangqi felt a gaze from the side. Turning her head, she saw a boy, thin as a monkey, leaning against an elderly man in his 60s with half-white hair, staring intently at the food in her bowl, swallowing hard. Jiangqi handed him the bowl. The boy's round eyes looked at her, wanting to take it but hesitant to reach out. After several seconds, he couldn't resist the temptation of the food any longer. He hesitantly reached out and grabbed the bowl, looking at her with an expression of concern that she might change her mind. "Aren't you going to eat? Here you go." Jiangqi didn't directly answer his question, meaning it wasn't that she didn't want to eat, but simply that she was giving it to him. When asking for information, you have to answer carefully. "Thank you, thank you." The old man thanked Jiangqi repeatedly, his face full of gratitude. "This child is young and works slower than others. We arrived late, so..." Miners do physically demanding work, so they get hungry easily. Whether they get enough to eat depends on luck and the mood of the person serving the food. "You're welcome," Jiangqi said, looking at the old man. "How old are you? Have you been working here a long time?" 52, the old man smiled. "I've been in the mine for over 30 years. This is my grandson. His father died in this mine, and he has younger siblings to support, so he came too. With such arduous work, it's no wonder he has so much white hair despite not being old." "Isn't there compensation for deaths in the mine due to accidents?" Jiangqi asked again. Chapter 105. The uncle seemed shocked and bewildered by her words. "The mine provides us with work opportunities. If we don't work, our families will starve. Everyone came down here voluntarily. How could there be compensation? Don't you know?" Jiangqi shook her head. "I just came to the mine. What precautions should we take when mining? The foreman didn't tell us. Life and death in the mine are entirely up to fate. It's all about luck. Being a miner and surviving to my age is already quite good." The uncle sighed. "If there's a collapse, the people inside are basically gone. A couple of days ago, a young man in our area was hit by a landslide. A falling rock smashed his head. I just hope to earn more money so my descendants can move to a better place to live. Even a small manager position in the mine would be fine. We can't keep our families stuck in this mine for generations." "Uncle, is the mine very big?" The foreman said there are several sections. Jiangqi asked again, "Was it all dug out little by little?" "Of course it's big. 700 or 800 miners, not counting the foreman and cooks." The uncle said this place was originally an underground cave, discovered during mining a long time ago, and later gradually transformed into this. "Jiangqi, have you heard of the heart of the deep sea?" The uncle thought for a moment, then realized, "You mean the gem that came out of the mine before? It was after that gem was produced that we built this big mine. I heard that gem brings bad luck. In the family that found it, 2 children fought over it. The younger brother killed the older brother, and later the younger brother was killed by someone else who took the gem. To be honest, bad luck aside, if we can find a gem like that, even if it's not huge, we can still get some money to leave the mine and live a decent life with our families." Jiangqi nodded in agreement. As the break was about to end, the uncle gave Jiangqi a few mining tips. Jiangqi listened intently, more like an NPC focused on making money from gems than a player. Not far away, two men slowly made their way down to the next mining area. Have you figured out who the players are? The man with the buzz cut whispered. Found 2 or 3, but we can't be sure about the rest. His companion looked away from Jiangqi. They were lucky to be in the same group from the start, but they hadn't found their other teammates yet. They were probably randomly assigned to another area. The map was winding and bumpy. Without a map, exploring other areas was practically impossible. There were 5 areas in total, averaging 10 players per area. Everyone only had one number, making it difficult to find each other. During the meal, only a few players, who weren't well hidden, gave themselves away. There are definitely players in Area A, who can tolerate being bossed around by NPCs, and show no obvious emotion towards this kind of food. Those who can't be identified are the ones to be careful. These are seasoned campers. Being exposed at the start due to the dungeon environment means there are only 2 types of people, impatient fools and skilled players with hidden strength. Sherway glanced at Lu Tian in the next group, gripped her pickaxe tightly, and quickly hid in the crowd when Lu Tian turned his head. She had cut off all the pink hair when she entered the dungeon. Such an obvious feature would attract attention. Lu Tian had already found a female teammate, so they were now 2 people. She couldn't let the other person find out. It was only the first day. She needed to stay calm. Sherway repeatedly reminded herself, her hands aching from the impact of the pickaxe striking the rocks. Sherway looked up and exchanged a glance with Fan Yuan, who was putting on a good act, before both of them silently looked away. If Jiangqi hadn't arranged for everyone to meet at the player market before they came in, she wouldn't have recognized him. Fan Yuan and Lu Tian were in the same group. Hurry up. Don't slack off. Some people haven't even found the lowest grade gems today. Don't you want to eat? The foreman shouted at the miners carrying out the rocks from outside. Jiangqi, pickaxe in hand, shifted to an angle where the foreman couldn't see her as much. The soil was mixed with rocks of varying sizes. She had to be extremely careful to find the small gem fragments. It was physically demanding and strained her eyes. The remaining soil still needed to be collected and transported to a designated area outside for sifting. After several hours, she had only found 2 of the worst gems, stones she dug herself, and she really didn't want to hand them in. Jiangqi decisively put the dirt-covered, broken gems into her inventory. It would be difficult to calculate the price of such small stones if she handed them in, and the reward would be reduced. It was better to keep them for herself. Dinner time was from 7:30 to 8 o'clock. After working all afternoon, everyone was starving by this time. The food was still black bread with a spoonful of porridge. The person serving the food saw Jiangqi, and their eyes lit up. They gave her an extra piece of black bread. Is this enough? Jiangqi nodded. The person opposite her smiled greasily, and just as their large, fat hand was about to touch the back of Jiangqi's hand, Jiangqi's gaze turned cold, and she suddenly looked away. Hey girl, if you're willing, I make sure you eat well from now on. It's normal for us cooks to have a few extra meals a day. The man held his spoon in midair, not putting it in her bowl. If I'm happy, I might even let you help out here. It's more comfortable than mining. I like digging for gems, Jiangqi said matter-of-factly. She genuinely liked pretty things, and if she could bring them out of the dungeon, she'd dig with great enthusiasm. The man was stunned by this, his face full of incomprehension. Had he gone mad for mining? Mining was the hardest, most tiring, lowest level job here, even worse than the guard dogs at the entrance. Jiangqi simply grabbed the spoon handle and poured the food into her own bowl, then left. Brother, this girl just arrived today. She hasn't experienced any hardship yet. She'd be thinking about you in a few days. The man behind her said obsequiously, his eyes fixed on the half-full bucket of food, wishing he could scoop it all up. The man serving the food snorted, She's ungrateful. I wait until she can't take it anymore. I wonder how many people will want to work in the support staff then. After dinner, these miners, who hadn't found anything, had to continue working. The shop did have a gem detector, usable 3 times for 900 points, but who would buy it unless absolutely necessary? Using the shop meant deducting points earned in the current game, which would lower their ranking. Jiangqi continued swinging his pickaxe, treating it as a form of physical exercise. After several hours that night, he barely managed to dig up a few broken gems, one of which was red. Although small, it was of good quality, crystal clear and without impurities. Jiangqi handed it in. The foreman examined it under the light, barely acceptable. 250666, not bad luck, finding a gem of this quality on the first day, just a bit small. The foreman put the gem in a box and recorded it in a notebook. After a day of hard labor, Jiangqi put his pickaxe in the basket, preparing to return to the living quarters to rest. The people queuing behind her to hand in their gems looked at her and whispered to their companions, "No wonder she's so amazing, she really is incredible." Chapter 106. I noted down where she dug just now. We reserve that spot tomorrow. If Jiangqi had overheard their conversation, she would have honestly told them that she usually only had a bit of luck at the beginning. Jiangqi returned to the dormitory and saw several newcomers standing timidly at the door, watching the veteran miners inside. Her blanket was gone, leaving only a tattered mat. "From now on, you take turns cleaning the chamber pots, understand?" The woman who spoke had her right ankle crossed over her left leg, sitting on the best lower bunk. Her followers stared at them with warning expressions. Jiangqi walked to her bunk, tossed her water bottle onto it, and ignored them. That's how people are. They form groups no matter where they are. Giving newcomers a hard time isn't unusual. She had observed these people during the day. They were mining gems cooperatively, sharing the rewards. Their efficiency was faster than individual efforts, and when it came to competition, no one could beat them. "New guy, don't you know the rules?" The short-haired woman walked up to Jiangqi and snapped at her. There were 30 or 40 people in the dormitory, and now the others were all peeking out to see what was going on. Jiangqi smiled. "We're all miners. What right do you have to make the rules? It seems quite common to bully those weaker than oneself and find a sense of accomplishment in those of even lower status, instead of fighting back. You ask what right we have. A newbie like you're pretty arrogant." The woman sneered and swung her fist at Jiangqi's stomach. Having spent so long at the bottom of the mine, she had some skills. She knew how to hit someone hard enough that no one would care unless someone died. Thinking this, her wrist was suddenly grabbed by Jiangqi halfway through her journey. An electric current shot through her nerves, causing her to scream in pain. Jiangqi released her grip expressionlessly, and she quickly took a few steps back, her forehead already covered in sweat. She looked at Jiangqi with some apprehension. The other bullied newcomers also looked at Jiangqi expectantly, waiting for her to stand up for them. They dared not offend the old miner, fearing that if they stood up for themselves, they would be tripped up. They could only hope that someone else would do it for them. "Where's my blanket?" Jiangqi simply glanced at everyone in the room. After waiting half a minute without anyone speaking, she walked to the bed of the person who had attacked her, picked up the blanket, and tossed it onto her own bed. "Since you like my blanket so much, then change it." Jiangqi's lips curled slightly, her voice cold and deep. "I'm here to make money. If you don't bother me, I won't bother you for no reason. This blanket is mine now. If anyone touches my things again, I won't be polite." She spoke casually, but her eyes were icy cold. Seeing that Jiangqi was not to be trifled with, the old miner stopped bothering her, simply watching coldly as she climbed onto the bed and then sought revenge on the remaining newcomers. When Jiangqi climbed up, she noticed the hesitant looks in the eyes of the men standing there. But she had no interest in this kind of situation, no benefit, being used as a pawn, helping them only to be sold out. If they dared to resist even a little, instead of expecting her to fight, and if they could avoid offending anyone and avoid being exploited, she would consider helping. Jiangqi wouldn't be a scapegoat. To conserve energy, only one light was kept on outside during sleeping hours. From Jiangqi's position, she could see the dim light shining through the tattered curtain and the rat swaggering by. The accommodations here are extremely poor. The underground ventilation is bad to begin with, creating a stuffy atmosphere mixed with the stench of sweat and feet. Even the bed smells. Just as Jiangqi lay down, she felt tiny insects biting her ankles. This dungeon is truly awful. A 300-point cleaning spray could repel these flying insects, but she resisted buying it. At least in the minigame Gold Miner, you get money to buy items while catching diamonds. In this endless game, being a gem miner means you can't buy anything. The soundproofing in the dorms is terrible. The snoring from both the male and female dorms is deafening, like a symphony shaking the bed frames. And there are people talking across from her. Those women in the next group have really nice figures. Just look at their butts, they slept with the foreman. Being the foreman is so much better, high pay, you can sleep with whichever one you want. Those newbies aren't good. The whitest one is pretty, but too skinny, no fun. Jaw from the kitchen has his eye on her. I bet she'd be taken in a few days. Their language became increasingly vulgar, eventually accompanied by lewd laughter and panting. Jiangqi, who had barely managed to fall asleep due to the harsh environment after a long day, opened her eyes. She estimated the distance, teleported over, unleashed a lightning bolt, and then teleported back. The whole process took only a few seconds. When the players next door heard the noise, they only saw a flash of lightning in the darkness, not the person at all. The game only said not to kill NPCs, not that you can't attack them. If Jiangqi controlled her skills well, she wouldn't kill the NPCs, but she could make them smoke and roll their eyes, plus give them an afro. Hearing the screams of those struck by lightning and the commotion that woke up the miners, Jiangqi closed her eyes and went to sleep peacefully. The miners at the very bottom of the mine are all sorts of people. This kind of place is inherently chaotic. Illness and injury are something you have to bear on your own. Survival is difficult enough, and not everyone can be the kind old man willing to teach her mining techniques. This is when the mine is operating normally. If chaos breaks out, anything could happen with so many people. Sector C. Tang Yuan lay on her bed, covering her nose with her clothes. Thinking about how the next day wasn't even here yet, she felt a sense of despair. Living in this slum was like living in an eternity. If it weren't for the attribute points and Lu Tian, she wouldn't have come to this instance. She couldn't stand it for even a second. Those people were disgusting, their snoring was disgusting, and those bedbug-like eyes were filled with ill intent. Didn't they even consider whether these lowly NPCs in the game deserved it? Luckily, Lu Tian was in the same sector as her. They already had a plan. NPCs are all poor bastards. They can't steal anything from them, and they can't kill them. They might as well find players, and force them to buy food and clean water for them from the shop. This way, they could get the loot without falling behind in the final rankings due to spending in-game points. Players were their resources. Players who had never experienced such harsh conditions would find it difficult to survive in this instance. Fong, who had grown up in a pampered environment, only dared to relax after a day of this, lying in bed where no one could see him. He knew he was weak, so he had to play it safe and develop stealthily, not revealing even the slightest weakness. Fortunately, he had camped in forests and crossed deserts with some classmates abroad before, giving him some resistance to harsh environments. If Lu Tian recognized him as a player, he might kill him. Lu Tian looked like he was at his breaking point, needing to kill to vent his frustration. Chapter 107. Lu Tian's main team members, including those using fertilizer and other similar products, weren't in this area. Lu Tian searched all day, but couldn't find them. Under the watchful eye of the NPC overseer, no one went anywhere else. Lu Tian was scolded by the overseer and vented his anger in the mine, digging a long, laborious stretch. Fong Yuan was a little worried about Jiang Qi. Even men could be targeted in this kind of place. She was a girl. He was afraid that if she made a move, she would expose her player identity, and there might be assassins arranged by someone behind the scenes. Fong Yuan had observed that they couldn't move around freely most of the time, only having relatively free time during lunch and dinner breaks. Even exploring their own area in that time would take several days, let alone searching for people in other areas. This behavior was practically self-destruction. Finding valuable gems would allow for more rest time, but that was difficult and entirely dependent on luck. It was best to just dream about it. Relying on luck would require being an incredibly lucky person who could find gems even while tripping and falling. If he could become a junior manager, with more authority, he'd not only have time to find teammates, but also provide comprehensive support once they were found. That's right, that's what he'd do. He's just a low-level, ambitious miner focused solely on promotion. No one can stop him. Forget about Lu Tian. The more attention he gets, the more likely he is to be discovered. The second day of the game. When the bell rang, everyone except the night shift miners had to get up, get ready, and get to work quickly, or they get a beating. Jiangqi looked at the exposed section of her ankle, and the red bumps on her arm, resisting the urge to scratch, and quickly got out of bed. The two next door were practically crippled by lightning, lying in bed unable to get up. The foreman wasn't going to let them off the hook just because they were injured. He beat them several times with a stick, their cries of pain audible from afar. If you can't work, work. If you can't, get out. The mine doesn't tolerate idlers. Our group hasn't been getting any good loot lately, and you two are deliberately trying to bring bad luck this early in the morning? I'm already up, and you're still lying there? Brother, we can work, we can work. Can we just rest for half a day? The speaker still had lightning wounds on his body. Fine, I'd be clear from the start, only half a day. Jiangqi randomly chose a mine shaft to enter. She had thought it through. Resources in the mine were limited. To ensure she could survive until the end of the game after an accident, she first needed to find a way to collect the necessary food and water. Stockpiling food and water in this kind of map was extremely difficult. Water needed a container, and she only had one water bottle, the capacity of which would only last a few days at most. The food she ate was dry, hard black bread. She'd be lucky to last 2 days. The only containers she could think of were food buckets. There were definitely more than 1 or 2 in the kitchen. There was also black bread. There were no baking facilities in the mine, so a batch was brought in every 2 or 3 days. The last place she could get food was the small shop selling items in the mine, very close to the exit. The exit was guarded 24 hours a day. If the shop were easy to steal, it would have been robbed 800 times a day. The fact that no one was stealing it only meant that this was a difficult situation. Even if she teleported in, she would still be seen. However, the good thing was that she didn't have a chance to go in, and neither did the other players. It wouldn't be too late to use it as a supply point if something happened. The kitchen and warehouse were guarded, but with black bread being delivered in batches, it was difficult to strictly control the quantity, and the mine wouldn't waste manpower and daily points on such items. The manpower cost far exceeded the cost of a few loaves of black bread. As long as she could find an opportunity to sneak in, stealing a few loaves of black bread wouldn't be a problem. What others needed a key for was easy for Jiangqi. The kitchen couldn't solve the water bucket problem, so she had to resort to drastic measures. Even a chamber pot was still a bucket. Disgusting, but it could be a lifesaver in a critical moment. She still hoped the kitchen had some usable pots and pans. Jiangqi bought a portable storage unit in the shop for 100 points. This item didn't deduct dungeon points, it used her existing points. She couldn't put the water container in her inventory. Damn it, we've been digging for ages and haven't found anything. The 2 players ahead of her turned to Jiangqi, who hadn't found anything either. They had argued with the NPCs for a spot here, only to be exhausted and find nothing. 666? Not at all. At this moment, Jiangqi, miner number 250666, was still sifting through the soil for broken gemstones, having been warned by the foreman for her momentary lapse in concentration. In her eyes, the soil transformed into rotting flesh and blood, with shimmering gemstones lying quietly within, refracting beautiful light. Jiangqi lowered her head and continued her work. I'm telling you, if you keep going like this and don't dig out any gemstones, none of us in the group will eat. Let's see if you still slack off after 2 meals, the foreman said, kicking another miner he disliked. Finally, lunchtime arrived, and everyone in the long line waited for food like zombies. To make it easier to talk, the 2 players had planned to go later, but the NPCs in the mine were still digging and wouldn't leave. They had no choice but to go outside and find another place. Those 2 NPCs who got struck by lightning last night, have you got any leads on who did it? The crew cut man asked, watching the figures rushing to eat ahead. The NPCs were talking about a faulty light, and the players knew exactly what that meant. I didn't see it. They acted very quickly. By the time I saw the lightning, everyone was gone. It's possible the guys from the men's dormitory were the ones who did it. Those 2 are bullies who prey on the weak. They beat up a miner not long ago, but the lightning path didn't seem right, his companion recalled. We had been watching the girls' dormitory before. There were new people sleeping closest to the door, but we didn't hear anyone approaching. If they can strike so accurately from that distance, they're likely an A+ or S-rank expert. The crew cut man nodded. Until we don't know who it is, we should be careful and try not to provoke them. Our goal is to at least maintain a decent ranking. If we can't, we play it safe and preserve our strength. Getting the completion reward points wouldn't be a loss. The person serving food today noticed that Jiangqi was given the smallest portion. Seeing that she didn't know how to show weakness and remained indifferent, the man sneered. When one of the miners he knew approached, he said menacingly, "She likes to act high and mighty. Find a chance to teach her a lesson, and then bring her here." This. The man holding the bowl hesitated, neither agreeing nor refusing. "Don't worry, you get your share." The man gave each of the 3 men 3 loaves of black bread, along with generous portions of side dishes. The others watched, angry but dared not speak out. There will be more good things after it's done. Hearing this, the 3 men smiled and assured him they would do their job well. Jiangqi observed the kitchen staff, 1 in charge, the one serving the food, 2 helpers, and 1 cleaner. Chapter 108. The foreman must be staying outside the warehouse tonight. His malice level is already at 90, and still rising. Jiangqi slowly ate his black bread with some murky water, his eyes icy cold. Lunch and dinner breaks are short. The kitchen is crowded with miners queuing for food. It's difficult to get a bite. 2 supervisors work in shifts per group. Nighttime mining is when the supervisors are least vigilant. They usually change shifts around 11 p.m. Sometimes the two supervisors even discuss combining their nighttime supervision. Around 10:30 p.m., a final inspection is conducted in the living area. Miners can't stay there. After the inspection, the iron gates at the entrance to the living area and the exit from the mining area are lowered. This is the time Jiangqi found out from the old man yesterday. The mine seems strictly managed, but such a large place with so many mine shafts of varying sizes can't be managed by manpower alone. Finding loopholes is easy. The difficulty lies in navigating the complex and cramped underground environment without a map. Even the foreman might not have been to other areas. A day passed quickly. Jiangqi only managed to dig up a few small, decent-looking stones that weren't really gems. She couldn't find any, absolutely nothing. The system interface showed 10:50 p.m. Shift change was approaching. 11:30 p.m. The sound of pickaxes being vigorously swung still echoed in the mine. Jiangqi glanced outside. Those who were supposed to go home to sleep before 11 p.m. had already gone, and the rest were all going to work through the night. Seeing that it was almost time, Jiangqi left the mine, put down her pickaxe, and headed towards the dormitory. Reaching the fork in the road, she glanced around to make sure no one was there, then stepped into the darkness where no light reached, and used teleportation in blind spots to escape the mining area. Even if someone followed her unnoticed, 2 consecutive maximum distance teleports combined with environmental cover would make it impossible for them to find her again. She appeared to be working normally all day, queuing for meals, but in reality, she was scouting locations and calculating distances and routes whenever she had the chance. Jiangqi didn't take the usual route. She climbed and teleported up a makeshift wooden scaffold, a shorter and easier path for her. The living area was unusually quiet and empty, with lighting only at considerable intervals. While the difference between day and night in the mine wasn't significant, being alone in this environment created a sense of oppression. And then the whispered murmurs in her ears began again. Only a dilapidated, dim wall-mounted light illuminated the kitchen. Teleportation was incredibly useful. Jiangqi didn't need a key to enter. Even flashlights were banned in the instance, so she used the flickering lightning in her palm for illumination. A pile of black bread lay on the dirty ground, and the water tap was stained with grime. Jiangqi counted out 20 loaves of black bread, then found a dusty basin and put it in the warehouse. Getting water here would be discovered, but as long as there was a container, water wouldn't be a problem. After doing this, Jiangqi took out a stone she had specially selected in the mine and slowly walked towards the outer room. A man, reeking of alcohol and yawning, got out of bed to take care of his business. He looked up and saw Jiangqi smiling. He shuddered in fright, thinking he had encountered a ghost in the middle of the night. Before he could even scream, a stone hit him, making his head ring. "You?" Before the man could finish speaking, he felt a strong electric current pierce through his head and heart. He collapsed to the ground, convulsing, the excruciating pain rendering him speechless. Before he stopped breathing, he heard a nonchalant voice say, "Thank you for your malice, which allowed me to kill you directly." Not displaying the red malice value, trying to kill him indirectly, would also require considering the potential point deduction. Jiangqi looked at the corpse on the ground, a cold glint in her eyes. She had almost succumbed to the urge to use a slower, more brutal method. In the end, reason prevailed over the madness within her. Before returning, Jiangqi surveyed the areas she couldn't reach during the day, memorizing the general terrain. Day 3 of the game. Around 10 a.m. News of the kitchen manager's death and the estimated disappearance of over 100 loaves of black bread reached the mining area. All the miners, along with the kitchen staff, were gathered in the open area where they usually ate. The head of Area A was alarmed and personally organized a search of the mine's quarters. Black bread was just cheap animal feed for the mine. The large-scale operation wasn't due to the bread itself, but rather the nature of the incident. Someone actually dared to kill the kitchen manager and steal food. This was blatant provocation. Jiangqi stood calmly in the crowd, her gaze seemingly casually sweeping over the kitchen staff. The amount of food she took would remain completely undetected. The stones were to conceal the cause of the NPC's death, making it appear as if he had fallen and hit his head. This place didn't even have a proper doctor. The conditions were too primitive for an autopsy. After over 100 loaves of black bread were taken, the cover-up was useless. Everyone would connect the two events. Who did it? Stockpiling supplies, while simultaneously diverting everyone's attention to her, allowing herself to remain perfectly hidden. To be able to take so much food at once, and still hoard water, even the game's small storage and inventory weren't enough. Did the other person have spatial abilities or some kind of item? Jiangqi wasn't sure if the other person was hiding in the shadows, and saw her move. When she left, She deliberately avoided light, teleporting where she couldn't. Even if they saw someone kill the foreman, it was unlikely the other person would recognize her among the 100+ miners. This person wasn't a miner, but an ordinary worker in the living quarters. The few people in the kitchen were the most likely candidates. Everywhere in Area A where things could be hidden was searched, but nothing was found. The Area A manager, standing on the shelf, was furious, declaring that everyone would only have one meal today, without any side dishes. He would offer a generous reward to anyone who reported the murder of the kitchen foreman or the theft of food. Fu Xiao stood at the front, looking at the corpse on the ground with lingering fear. Where no one could see, a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Compared to other players' minor status, her start in this game was quite good. She had some connections, which allowed her to get a job as a helper in the kitchen of Mine Area A. The work in the kitchen was relatively easy. It was dirty, and there wasn't much to clean, just going through the motions. She could use this time to look for clues in the living area, and she also had the advantage of having extra food and water, more than half a day's worth. Once she had stockpiled this much food, the remaining players in Area A would have a harder time getting to her. The NPCs would definitely strictly control the amount of food. She didn't see the person who killed the NPC, the other party was too cautious, the amount of food they took was unknown, and they even staged the scene. If she hadn't taken so much food at once, leaving only some bread gnawed by rats at the bottom, and hadn't casually tampered with the scene the other party had staged, this incident wouldn't have happened. Chapter 109. By looking at which miner the foreman had targeted, they could narrow down the search. The players hiding in Area A weren't stupid, they would focus their attention on the player who killed the NPC and hoarded a large amount of supplies, and wouldn't notice her. As for all the miners missing a meal, what did that have to do with her? She was just an NPC. Fu Xiao curled her lips. Today, not only did people die in Area A, but 2 also died in Area C, both miners. They had no obvious external injuries, but large patches of pus-filled rashes on their exposed skin, and their chests were covered in dark blood. Their expression suggested they had suffered immense pain. They appeared to have died from some kind of disease. The foreman, holding a handkerchief to his mouth and nose, hurriedly ordered his men to take their bodies out and cremate them. Looking at the surrounding crowd, Lu Tian raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping back and forth among the people, searching for his next target. The greatest value of those who were easily fooled was providing him with supplies. He and Tang Yuanyuan had just eaten their loot in the deserted mine. This was finally a normal life, no longer having to eat black bread like everyone else. His next step was to deliberately reveal his identity and lure all the players in this area out. Jiangqi saw that the system page showed only 47 players remaining, which didn't surprise her. Area A was relatively peaceful, but players from other areas had already made their move. Because of the actions of the player hiding in the kitchen, she was now being watched. Throughout the day, Jiangqi pretended not to know anything, simply following the crowd to avoid being alone and giving those restless players a chance to try. Over 100 people in Area A had gone hungry all day, only getting a single loaf of black bread for dinner. A wealthy miner pulled out a piece of dried catfish he bought, drawing envious glances from those around him. Who did this? Don't let me find out. So many of us are starving. I just don't understand. Why steal so much black bread? 100 or so wouldn't kill him. He probably just rot his guts. Did someone have a grudge against Brother Jia and take the black bread to cover their tracks? I think so. Could it be? The young miner finished speaking and glanced meaningfully at Jiangqi. They had just agreed to help Brother Jia teach this woman a lesson, and the next day Brother Jia was dead. To run out of the mining area at night, kill Brother Jia, steal over 100 pieces of black bread, and hide them. It's not that easy. How could one person do that? Someone nearby said. Could there be accomplices or lovers from other areas? That much black bread could fill a whole barrel. There's no way it could be hidden. We haven't found it in the entire A area. It's probably already been transported to other areas. You make a good point. I think accomplices are possible, but why would people from other areas go to all this trouble to steal black bread? That's too strange. A player mixed in with the miners chimed in. Accomplices, that's possible. These past 2 days, they've been scouting the area, looking for opportunities to get supplies, but someone just came along and caused this mess, making their resource gathering more difficult. This guy's playing really sneaky. If all else fails, they just steal the supplies hoarded by other players. Day 4 of the game. Hang Jing frowned impatiently as he looked at the nearby mine. Ever since offending the overseer, the hardest work had fallen on his shoulders. The suspected player had just been gloating. These past few days, he'd been observing the movements of those around him. He hadn't seen Xiaozi much, especially at night. The man was never around. He couldn't be caught even if he wanted to. He rarely showed up during the day either. He was either mining day and night or searching for a path. He didn't know how the others were doing. He was fed up with this area. There were always strange noises at night, and they made no attempt to hide them. There was even a pervert in the dormitory who was watching him. He caught him and beat him up. Ever since, he avoided him. Area A. Jiangqi had managed to collect all the water, but still hadn't found any valuable gems. While resting outside the mine with the others, he suddenly felt the ground shake, and several small stones and sand fell from above. Not far away, a player sitting nearby abruptly stood up. What just happened? What could happen? It's normal. These small stones aren't stable. Another miner rolled his eyes at him. Jiangqi looked up. Was this round of the game really collapsing? The entire mine was underground. It was a miracle they managed to dig such a large area with such rudimentary support. The game doesn't allow players to hoard supplies and hide for 25 days, nor does it allow everyone to die instantly in accidents. Even in the worst-case scenario, there's always a way out. Besides collapses, other things will happen. Deep in the narrow mine at night, 3 miners, seeing no one around, one whispered, "If Xiao's death really is related to that woman, then if we mess with her, wouldn't that be? Besides, Xiao's dead, no one's going to give us anything." "What do you mean no benefits?" "Xiao's dead, we do it ourselves." The speaker revealed a set of blackened teeth. "We find an opportunity. As long as she doesn't see our faces, she won't be able to find us. Her accomplices aren't here." "Did you hear anything?" The man with the pickaxe asked nervously. "It seems to be coming from here." He pointed to a spot that was nothing but dirt and rocks. "You must be mistaken. We haven't even dug this side yet. What sound could there be?" The black-toothed man replied. "No, I think I really heard it," the man with the pickaxe said hastily. "I can't describe the sound, but there it was. Yesterday, when I dug this side, it felt like the space was a bit bigger. Some rocks fell down from above and weren't cleared away. Is that strange? We've been working for so long, and you're making such a fuss." As his companion turned to walk outside, the small-eyed man suspiciously reached out and touched the rock wall beside him. Thump, thump, a faint, chilling sound, coming from somewhere, passing through the layers of rock. The small-eyed man's expression froze. He grabbed his pickaxe and ran frantically outside. "Wait for me." He caught up with his companion in a few strides, but the darkness seeping from the cracks behind him grew increasingly intense. The screams from the depths of the mine didn't carry far. The next morning, the 5th day of the game, 3 ordinary NPC miners had gone missing. Those who knew them said they were last seen in the mine the previous night. The 3 missing men went to the other side of the fork in the road, saying they were going to work a little longer and would return later. No one paid attention to whether they came back while everyone was sleeping. Everyone was exhausted. Who had time to care about whether others were sleeping? The next morning, they were nowhere to be seen. The foreman assumed they were hiding somewhere slacking off and sent several miners out to search, but they couldn't find them. "If I find them, they'd be in big trouble." The foreman cursed angrily. Jiangqi had already received several suspicious glances. Chapter 110. Miners have little personal space, and astute players couldn't have missed that the 3 men had their eyes on Jiangqi. They were waiting to see what the 3 men would do, to see if Jiangqi had any accomplices, or if she was the player who killed the kitchen NPC. Before they could act, the 3 NPCs were gone. If it wasn't her doing, this was incredibly strange. Whoever dared to mess with her died. What was her background? 2 players from the same group, being close by, received the news quickly. "Damn, Lao Zhang, was it her or a coincidence?" The crewcut man said. "Worth losing 300 points to kill 3 NPCs? If it really was her, she must be out of her mind." Old John dusted off his hands. "Couldn't she have used those 300 points to buy some items and food?" "You mean it wasn't her?" The crewcut man pondered. "Do you think it's possible she's just a smokescreen, and someone else is hoarding food and killing people?" The way she was so happy to find the gem, practically wanting to keep it for herself, didn't seem like a player faking it. Hard to say. In previous instances like this, where identities are hidden, some actors are so good that you can't tell they're players until they make a move. Old Zhang continued. In Area A, it was all NPCs dying, but in other areas, players are starting to die. Today, another one is gone, leaving 46. Who knows who did it? Aren't they worried about being exposed? They watched the number change from 47 to 46. At the same time, Xiaozi glanced down at the player corpses on the ground, then walked indifferently out of the deep mine. The news spread from the mining area to the living area on the next level. Fu Xiao watched the miners eating on the ground outside, slowly munching on the food prepared in the kitchen, food several times better than what they ate outside. She sensed something was wrong. What benefit could the other party gain from doing this? Just to vent their anger? Were they afraid others wouldn't target her? The 3 people were only missing. They hadn't been found yet, nor had their bodies. Fu Xiao didn't think it was the player who killed the kitchen manager. Yesterday, other players must have been watching her because of the kitchen manager's death. She couldn't have made someone disappear silently under the noses of more than one player. So it wasn't her, it was the game. Being a kitchen helper was comfortable, but it wasn't convenient for her to go into the mine where the accident happened. She would have to disguise herself and find an opportunity to sneak in. Meanwhile, Jiangqi arrived at the fork in the road the miner, who last saw the 3 people had mentioned. The side they went to was digging very deep. She had been intentionally avoiding mining for gems in such places these past few days, especially when she was alone. The further you go in, the narrower it gets, like a cave leading to another world, seemingly endless. The rocks and soil on both sides and the ceiling, almost touching your head, seem to be squeezing inwards. Even with lighting, the dimness is unsettling, giving you the feeling of being buried inside, unable to breathe. It's a claustrophobic nightmare. Those 3 people disappeared here last night. Before she arrived, the players who volunteered to search for them had already been here, and they didn't seem to have found anything. Jiangqi looked at the scattered rubble at the end of the mine. Aside from the extremely oppressive environment, she had no other problems. She had reached the end, there wasn't even a crack, let alone a passage to other places. No one was seen alive, no body found, not even a trace of blood at the scene. Fearing something might have happened, Jiangqi didn't linger. After looking around, she retreated while pondering. There were only the 3 of them here at the time. What had transported them to another place? A door with spatial properties could do that, similar to how she dragged spectators out of a dungeon in the previous one. But she didn't sense any unusual space here. Teleporting inward would bury her alive. The ability to freely create spatial portals to move living people. Jiangqi couldn't imagine anything possessing such power. This wasn't just a matter of ability, it was a mastery of spatial rules. It must be something that could travel underground and alter the structure of the mine. What appeared to be a dead end with no gaps or passages now might have existed when the incident occurred. The moment she stepped out, she felt a sense of relief wash over her, the oppressive feeling vanishing. Standing at the fork in the road, Jiangqi looked inside. The visually dark and deep cave seemed incredibly crowded. However, after she left, a faint, painful sound faintly echoed from the depths of the silent, deserted cave. Sector C. Fang Yuan changed into clean clothes and walked from his private room to the mining area. Look at this matter. Some of the previous wages haven't been settled. Lately, production has been low. You know, whether we produce or not depends on luck. It's not that we're not doing our jobs, the former foreman said with a smile. I understand. I ask about it for you after the accounts are sorted out. Fang Yuan looked at the people working. Shui Wei walked past with a blank expression. This is actually possible. He's turned survival into a promotion. In a few days, he'd probably be managing the entire mining area. Previously, she was worried that Fang Yuan would be discovered by Lu Tian, but then Fang Yuan became the mine's manager. He collected clean water and food, and secretly reduced her workload through the overseer. While others were still struggling to mine and find food, Fang Yuan not only gained freedom of movement, but also considerable authority. No matter how fierce or domineering Lu Tian was, he had to swallow his anger in the mine, while Fang Yuan became the object of the overseer's flattery. Jiangqi's teammates were truly all talented. He could organize the accounts for Area C in just 2 days, and establish a new, systematic account management system. The impoverished and backward Paris gem mine desperately needed this kind of professional talent. This number 469732, not good enough. Only produced this much in 2 days. Has he been working too little? Fang Yuan said, while reviewing the overseer's accounts. But recently, nothing good has actually come out. Lu Tian's expression cracked for a moment. He wondered if this person was a player. He had a smug look on his face, and dared to pick a fight with him. To rise to this level in just a few days is hard not to associate with players, yet his behavior is that of a hard-working, lazy player, completely unlike a typical player. It's not that Lu Tian didn't want to use the same methods to climb the ranks, it's that he couldn't. Although he boasted a degree from a prestigious overseas university, he had paid his way in. For those years, he spent his time traveling with friends, paying for all his assignments and papers. Fong Yuan could spot the problems with the accounts at a glance. He couldn't find them even after a whole day of searching. Day 6 of the game. The 3 missing miners in Area A were still missing. The mine wouldn't waste resources searching for 3 ordinary miners. To this day, it wasn't just one area where miners had gone missing. Someone had also gone missing in Area E, where Wang Yu was located. The mine didn't take it seriously, assuming the miners had hidden themselves to avoid work and had accidentally fallen into a pit and died. Chapter 111. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon. Far more miners died each year from illness, accidents, and other causes than these few. As long as no valuable gems were lost, the mine rarely bothered with just a few miners. Jiang Qi went to the spot where the miners had disappeared again. Someone had come into mine yesterday without any problems, and she didn't notice anything different on her second visit. It was still stuffy and cramped inside, with loose rocks and rubble carelessly discarded on the ground. Just as Jiang Qi turned around, she suddenly heard a very faint sound behind her. She whirled around, but saw nothing. The sound seemed like a person. But the place was so small, surrounded by rocks and dirt, there was nowhere for someone to hide. The air was silent for a few seconds. Jiang Qi picked up her pickaxe and dug behind her for a while, but it was still rocks. She pressed her ear to the hole again, but this time, there was no sound. Jiang Qi picked up the red gem she had dug out and turned to leave. She couldn't tell if what she just experienced was a hallucination. The intermittent murmurs and visions made things even more difficult. Nothing happened that day, and soon it was dinner time. The kitchen was packed, a cacophony of voices and chatter. Skinny miners sat on the floor, shakily feeding themselves. A few miners, who had just struck gold, picked up cheap liquor and cigarettes, eating dried fish they bought, their expressions filled with anticipation for their next trip to the mines to find high-quality gems. Suddenly, Jiang Qi felt the ground tremble again. No, not just the ground, but also the ground above her head. She jumped to her feet, looking around. Hundreds of miners were there, still eating and talking, no one noticing the tremor. The clamor had transformed into a chaotic buzzing in her ears. Was it just a hallucination? Jiang Qi's gaze fell on the uncle, who was looking up, then hurriedly leaving with his grandson. It wasn't a hallucination. Something bad was about to happen. Jiang Qi immediately grabbed her bowl and hurried towards the least crowded area, the easiest place to escape. Amidst the bustling crowd, several other figures were also moving in different directions. Their faces showed no abnormality, but they all quickened their pace in unison. Fine dust falling from the stone wall several meters above landed on the heads and in the bowls of the miners eating. They were talking, and none of them noticed the light, insignificant dust. Until a loud boom resounded, and the ground beneath their feet, along with the entire cave, shook. This time the commotion was so great that the noisy environment fell silent for a moment as everyone asked questions. What happened? What happened? Was there a tremor just now? What happened? Boom! Another sound, like a thunderclap, exploded. Everyone looked around, searching for the source of the sound. Experienced miners' faces paled, and they rushed outside. Panic began to creep into the crowd. In an instant, a crack the width of a hand appeared in the stone wall, which was unlit by the light. The crack continued to extend outwards, its edges sharp, and stones of varying sizes rained down. Ah! The mine is collapsing. Run! Terrified screams erupted from the miners. Everyone scrambled to escape, crowding together until they were stuck, unable to move. Everything was in chaos. A man whose legs were pinned under the rubble screamed in agony, reaching out to a miner he recognized, pleading, "Don't go. Help me. Help me. I don't want to die. My family is waiting for me." The miner glanced at him, his face showing hesitation and reluctance. Finally, he apologized, turned, and ran. Such a large rock was impossible for 1 or 2 people to move. If they didn't run, they would die. Old scaffolding, erected countless years ago, crumbled and collapsed amidst the chaos of the crowd. Jiang Qi saw people behind her run, suddenly struck on the head by rocks and falling. Some were crushed by boulders, only a hand roughened by years of mining remaining visible. Others were splattered with blood and screamed in despair. One light source after another fell and went out. Everyone was running towards the exit. Those who fell in the shoving hadn't even gotten up before being hit by falling rocks or trampled by those behind them. Desperate cries and agonizing screams echoed in the dark, crowded cave. Jiang Qi was one of the first to retreat towards the edge of the crowd. She ran fast, dodging left and right, but was still hit twice by rolling boulders. Glancing into the chaotic crowd, Jiang Qi didn't run away. Instead, she rushed into a small shop selling things, grabbing whatever was available, and stuffing it into the small storeroom. Everyone was rushing to escape, and no one noticed her. Boom! The tremors hadn't stopped when even larger boulders fell. No, not just boulders, but the entire mountainside collapsed. The light at the exit was gradually increasing. It seemed like just a little more effort, and they could get out. In an instant, the mountainside collapsed, and with a deafening roar, darkness enveloped them. The exit was gone, and the people closest to it were gone too. They didn't even have time to scream before they were swallowed up by the heavy boulders and the deafening roar. If Jiangqi hadn't left the shabby shop beforehand and taken advantage of the chaos to move to a relatively safe corner, to use her umbrella to shield herself from the stones, her bones would be shattered. The fear brought by the darkness gripped everyone. Jiangqi crouched in a recess in the stone wall, afraid to make a move. There were too many people, all on the verge of collapse and losing their minds. Being accidentally injured, or losing points by acting in self-defense, and then being targeted by other players, neither was the outcome she wanted. What's going on? I need to get out. Help, help! Who's stepping on me? Get out of the way! Someone help me, my leg hurts so much. What do we do? What should we do? I told you not to move. Do you want to die already? In the pitch-black darkness, piercing cries, pleas for help, and curses mingled together. Even though she couldn't see anything, she could sense how chaotic the scene was just by the sounds. Her voice was hoarse from shouting for everyone to stay still, but no one paid any attention. If even one person loses their composure and runs around recklessly in the darkness, the others will panic due to the chain reaction. Everyone is afraid of being crushed if they move too slowly. The commotion just now meant another collapse could happen at any moment. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the terrifying darkness, giving the terrified crowd a glimmer of hope. Jiangqi folded her umbrella and, taking advantage of the light, assessed her surroundings. Just as she had expected, the ground was littered with fallen rocks and injured people. Everyone was crammed together, unable to move or get out. This exit is blocked. Everyone tried to find a way to other areas. The man holding the old miner's lamp shouted. The light from his lamp only illuminated those around him, and only those nearby would listen to him in such chaos. Chapter 112. Those further away only saw the light. Terrified and unable to think clearly, they rushed towards it the moment they saw it. Chaos ensued. Jiangqi glanced at a narrow gap in the wall, barely wide enough for a small person to squeeze through, and slowly moved away from it. She hadn't gone far when she saw someone snatch a miner's lamp and expertly disappear into the darkness. Which by **** took the light source. At least light it up. Damn it, who is it? Turn on the light. What are we going to do without the light? We're really going to die here. I don't want to die. The loss of light plunged the already uneasy crowd back into their previous fear. Loud curses and cries were their only form of resistance. The narrow space was now a complete mess. Jiangqi briefly considered the direction the player, who stole the light source, had run. He dared not turn on the light here, so she could only slowly feel her way out from the edge. She probably wouldn't run into him. She had no intention of stealing or robbing, for a simple reason. She truly couldn't see anything, and she couldn't use her abilities for illumination here either. Thinking of having to walk blindly through the cave filled with collapsed rocks to escape the crowd, Jiangqi sighed softly. One careless step could result in a minor injury, or even death. This instance wasn't just about collapses. There was also something in the mine that caused the miners to disappear. The inability to see, and the unknown were enough to instill immense pressure and fear. Just then, the cave trembled again, and more shattered rocks fell. The intensity had lessened, but the already tense crowd could no longer withstand any further noise. Just then, amidst the screams, Jiangqi suddenly heard another sound. Ah! What was that? Who? Who was that just now? Ah! The last cry was cut short, drowned out by the other screams. Jiangqi knew what was happening. That thing had come. It was truly unexpected. It appeared the moment she thought of it. She had inquired with the old miners over the past 2 days. Decades ago, a severe collapse had occurred at the mine, killing many people. Miners' lives were cheap, and no one cared. As for the disappearance, he didn't know much. It seemed like a normal accident, but the two events combined clearly indicated some connection. Jiangqi, holding an umbrella, groped her way forward on the rocks, making progress extremely difficult and slow. She finally managed to escape the crowd. Several hours had passed. She couldn't continue in the dark. Such a large-scale collapse would alter the terrain within the cave. Continuing down this path would easily lead to a mysterious death. Jiangqi raised her right hand, illuminating a small area ahead with the blue-white light of lightning. What she saw was horrifying. Bright red blood mixed with white brain matter, and a face mangled beyond recognition, its eyeballs bulging. Beyond the devastation, although about 70 to 80% destroyed, the outline of the living quarters was still discernible. When the accident occurred, almost all the miners were gathered here, and now, the scene was exceptionally horrific. The mine was managed in several separate areas, but they were interconnected. Staying in Area A wasn't Jiangqi's goal. She needed to explore the other areas. Jiangqi found the original path, but it was severely collapsed above, and the entrance was blocked. Clearing it by hand would be too late. She'd have to find a new route. The blocked path was only the one known to all players. Since the game had several zones to disperse players, there must be another passage here. She needed to find a place to rest. She used up too much energy. It was 2 a.m. on the 7th day of the game. Jiangqi slowly stood up, leaning on a rock. Alone in this place, she needed to recover some strength before moving on. Before her light could even illuminate the way, a portable light source appeared ahead, along with the kitchen helper holding it, the one who had taken the 100+ loaves of black bread. And behind her were 2 temporary teammates she joined along the way. What a coincidence, running into you here, Fu Xiao greeted with a forced smile. Jiangqi wasn't surprised by her appearance at all. Not at all, the original passage was over there. They had both searched for it, but couldn't find it. I think you're a smart person too, Fu Xiao said with a smirk. A person without light is no different from a blind person. It's hard to find your way alone, and if you can't find teammates, you can't just stay awake all the way. I'm the one who judges fate. We find our way together. You just need to spend some points to buy me some food, and you get a completion reward after the game ends. This was a way of getting her to voluntarily give up her ranking and become a lackey. Jiangqi chuckled. You're quite the actress. Hiding in the kitchen for days is quite a feat, and you already have over 100 loaves of black bread. You still need food? Didn't you take that from killing the NPC? Fu Xiao looked at Jiangqi matter-of-factly. Jiangqi didn't respond. That ring on your hand is a spatial item, isn't it? So you're rejecting my proposal? Fu Xiao's eyes turned cold. I do know someone who judges fate, Jiangqi said slowly. But why do you think I follow your arrangements? It's nothing, Fu Xiao said unperturbed. If we can't reach an agreement, I just have to take it. This person is a lightning-type player. If they can't take her light source, they definitely destroy it with a skill. As long as they figure out the attack range, they can finish the job quickly. That's Fu Xiao's plan. A huge boulder fell from the sky, crashing down on Jiangqi. A boulder of that size would smash her brains out. Jiangqi merely watched Fu Xiao make her move, a slight smile playing on her lips, seemingly unconcerned. Seeing her expression, Fu Xiao sensed something was wrong. She tried to do something, but it was too late. The moment the boulder hit the ground with a loud thud, a bolt of lightning appeared from the darkness, striking the light source with incredible speed. With a crackling sound, the light source emitted black smoke and went out. Jiangqi's movements were incredibly fast, less than a second in total. The combination of skill and teleportation was completed almost instantly. At the same time, Fu Xiao's people were also moving, but their actions were cut short halfway through. Now no one could see them. You think I can't do anything about this? Fu Xiao laughed. I have someone here who can use mental energy to sense temperature. Similar to the eyes of some animals? Jiangqi's voice remained calm. Then why don't you check the supplies in your spatial item? After a brief silence, Fu Xiao's expression changed drastically, and she demanded sharply, Where are my things? Didn't you just say I took them? Then they're mine. Jiangqi said softly. The spatial storage of your item seems to have collapsed. The items should be scattered here. Jiangqi's target this time was Lu Tian. She didn't want to waste her energy on anyone else. This player using the Fate Judgment skill was likely powerful. Killing her would require considerable effort and maneuvering. Chapter 113. Well done, you actually managed to steal all my supplies. Fu Xiao exuded murderous intent, her teeth practically grinding to powder. All that food and water she stockpiled was gone. Find out where she is, report her location. 2 o'clock. A male voice echoed from the darkness. Before Jiangqi moved, she unleashed a bolt of lightning, causing the male player who had spoken to dodge frantically. 10 o'clock, how come she's so fast, almost out of my detection range? Are you stupid? Her main ability is clearly related to space. Chase after her, don't let her get away. Fu Xiao controlled the sharp rocks according to the instructions, either missing or being blocked by something. Bang! The rocks crashed heavily against the mountainside, shattering into pieces that scattered in all directions. Where is she? Fu Zhao's voice plummeted to freezing. Sister Fu, she's gone. The male player who reported the location spoke in a voice that grew softer and softer. Fu Zhao's chest heaved violently. Her heavy breathing betrayed her fury. She hadn't encountered her own group. These people who had followed her halfway were utterly uncooperative, and she couldn't even hold onto a single one. Jiangqi explored through the rubble by the faint light. She decided to check the mining area. Perhaps she could find a headlamp there. Using her ability continuously wasn't a long-term solution. She hadn't stockpiled them before because her status as a miner made her too closely monitored, and portable headlamp were limited and difficult to obtain from the foreman. Her plan was to wait until the mine became chaotic before going to collect them. The original path to the mining area was also blocked by collapsed rocks, but a narrow gap had appeared beside it, through which air could be blown, indicating it wasn't a dead end. Jiangqi first used a lightning bolt to scout the way. After confirming it was passable, she put away her umbrella and cast a pharmacist's blessing on herself before bending over and crawling deeper. The path was extremely narrow. Even sitting up while bending over was difficult. Jiangqi had no idea where it would lead. The original paths were blocked, but the passage created by the collapse due to the tremors was, according to the game's mechanics, a passable route, and there were more than just one or two such places. Her choice seemed hasty, but she was actually following the game's design. What she would encounter was unknown. Jiangqi stopped to rest for a while, checked the time, and continued crawling. She had been crawling in the crevice for over an hour. Her hands and legs were scratched by rubble, and not only had she not crawled out, the crevice was becoming increasingly constricted. At first, it could accommodate about 1.5 people, but now she was struggling even alone. Even more difficult was the environment. No one knew when or where a collapse would occur. Rocks hung overhead, ready to fall at any moment. She had no idea when she could get out, nor how far she was behind. All around was darkness. The lighting in her palm seemed to be swallowed up as it shot out, like a little girl in a cold street desperately seeking hope in the light of a match. The people here desperately needed light, even just a little. This map is truly awful. Trapped here, how could anyone not go mad? Jiangqi clutched her throbbing head, a frantic whisper seemingly in her ear, yet also deep within a narrow cave, beckoning her forward. Sanity decreased by 10. Her sanity had actually dropped. Something really did pass by just now. Jiangqi held her breath, focusing intently. The pain subsided, the whispers had ceased for a while, and there was no movement ahead. She used her ability to scout the path again, finding nothing unusual within her field of vision. Going back was impossible. If that thing wanted to grab her, it would be much faster than she could crawl through the narrow crevice. Jiangqi decided to continue forward, crawling a distance in the darkness. The space grew increasingly narrow, and her movements became more and more difficult. It wasn't just the front that was cramped, she was also stuck backward. Her assumption was wrong. Was she going to be trapped in the crevice and wait to die? Stay calm, especially in situations like this. The unevenly sized rocks on either side couldn't be moved. Moving them could disrupt the existing stability, causing a collapse, burying her deep underground in a hidden cave where no one would know. Jiangqi took a deep breath, enduring the excruciating pain of her skin being scraped and torn by the loose rocks, forcing her way through. The cramped space, so confined that she couldn't even prop herself up with her hands or slightly lift her upper body, made her feel suffocated, as if she couldn't breathe. Jiangqi opened her mouth, breathing heavily to alleviate the suffocating feeling. She had no choice but to keep moving forward. Jiangqi's clothes were already torn in several places. The wounds were superficial, not reaching the bones, but the repeated friction against the gravel made her feel as if her skin was being rubbed away, her flesh exposed to the air, being slowly crushed and scraped away by the stones. Imagining this made the pain even worse. Suddenly, Jiangqi touched something hard, made of iron. A light shone from her palm, and she saw it was a miner's lamp. From a crack in the gravel, she could vaguely see a piece of white human bone. Had someone died here and been buried under the rubble? Jiangqi's wrists were slender, and her soft hand bones allowed her to reach into the narrow crevice and touch the switch on her headlamp. It was broken, it wouldn't light up. Jiangqi hadn't held out much hope, so she wasn't particularly disappointed. The headlamp was broken, it wasn't worth the risk of digging it out. Jiangqi peered into the crevice at the skeleton. It was wedged in, with no extra space. A person couldn't have gotten into a place like this on their own. The skeleton must have been crushed by the rubble after death, or something must have brought it here. Jiangqi put down her headlamp and crawled forward, thinking, if something had brought it here, what was its purpose? Was it intentional or unintentional? After passing the narrowest section, it got slightly better, but not by much. While eating and catching her breath, Jiangqi checked her supplies. Before the shop collapsed, she had gathered a few smelly dried fish, some biscuits, 2 cans of cheap liquor, and a piece of dark, smoky jerky. Combined with the black bread and water she had collected earlier, this would be enough to survive for about 10 days. Jiangqi remained in a very uncomfortable position, continuing to crawl forward as her strength returned, hoping her teammates would find their way and reunite ahead. Meanwhile, in the other area, in Zone E, Wang Yu looked at the narrow gaps around him, barely allowing air to pass through, and sighed weakly, leaning on his pickaxe. When it happened, he only had time to grab a pickaxe before being trapped in this space by the collapsing rubble. The NPCs who frantically tried to escape were crushed to death as soon as they got out. His ability was petrification, and now, unfortunately, he was trapped by the rubble. There was only one way for him to get out: dig. He had to pray he wasn't too unlucky, or he would be buried again by a secondary collapse before he could dig out. Chapter 114. Jean Kila was in Zone D. He knew about this because his job was to repair mine facilities and mounting frames. He had been to Zone D once. That place was incredibly exciting and chaotic. There were 2 messengers of the gods, 3 judges of fate, and 1 descendant. Jean Kila was alone there, forced to hide, while other players hadn't yet shown themselves. Wang Yu was eager to dig out, hoping to find teammates before Jean Kila and Lu Tian reunited. In their team, only Hang Jing could withstand Lu Tian, the others were likely doomed. Lu Tian and Jean Kila, with their combined plague and poison gas skills, were practically unstoppable. Anyone who touched them died. He controlled the situation before they acted, while the others went in for a burst of damage and retreated, gaining an advantage. Meanwhile, Zone A. While searching for other exits, the surviving miners suddenly spotted a loaf of black bread lying among the rubble. Excitedly, they shouted, "I found food! Come quick! I have some too! Me too!" Not only black bread, but also a pot of potatoes. Strange, shouldn't this food be buried underground with the kitchen? How did it end up here? Who cares? Isn't it good to have food? Maybe someone rescued it from the kitchen and couldn't take it with them when they escaped. With food, they could then look for their old water source. If they were lucky enough to find water, they could survive for a long time. The miners, who had been living in fear and despair, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. This food, left there by who knows who, was a blessing in disguise. If there truly is a god, it must be the god who bestowed upon them food and hope. Meanwhile, on the other side, Fu Xiao sat in the cave, her face ashen. Her stockpiled food and water were gone. She had only recovered less than half. The thought of it made her furious. The other party had actually managed to destroy her spatial artifact, and even discern that the ring was an artifact. This artifact was of high quality. Someone with such abilities couldn't possibly be undocumented in the judgment of fate. Day 8 of the game time, 002. Jiangqi had been in a crevice deep underground, where the sun never shone, for almost a day. She passed a fork in the road, or rather, another narrow crevice. This was an option without any hints. Jiangqi relied on her instincts and struggled forward. Dragging her weary body, she advanced a while longer. Judging by the distance, Jiangqi felt she was most likely no longer in Zone A. Suddenly, Jiangqi saw a faint light, reflecting the flickering shadows of the rubble. She emerged, unsure which zone she was in. Jiangqi quickened her pace, reaching an exit spacious enough to sit up. Instead of immediately exiting, she first observed the situation outside. It was a severely collapsed space, piled high with rubble, its original shape unrecognizable. Many people sat among the miners' lamps, all surviving miners. They were arguing over food and water. They had searched the rubble all day and found little food. The water source was long gone. Even after painstakingly clearing it, only a single drop would drip from the rocks, far from enough to sustain so many people. If it weren't for me, would you have even noticed the water dripping from here? Give me the food first. What's wrong with that? Why should we give it to you? This is something we painstakingly found. Just one loaf of bread, and you want half? What about the rest of us? Keep searching. If we can't find the exit, we have to dig our way out. Do the injured still have the strength? If no one contributes, we all die here. Who knows if anyone's hoarding food? The crowd chattered amongst themselves, while the injured leaned against larger rocks, their lips chapped, their expressions listless. Here, they were clearly the least influential, the first to be abandoned. All they could do was pray that the mine would dig them out soon. The mine didn't care about their lives, but they cared about the gems in the mine. As the situation escalated, A man stood up and smashed a rock into the ground, knocking the loudest foreman to the ground. Then, to everyone's shock, he continued to smash the foreman again and again, blood and white brain matter splattering on his body and face, until the man on the ground stopped moving. Only then did the man pick up the blood-stained rock and look at the crowd. Want food? There's plenty under the rubble, as long as it's not rotten. From now on, everyone, if you want to survive, behave yourselves. Having witnessed the man crush them to death, those who had been bossing them around just 2 days ago, along with several strong miners, all sided with the man. The rest of the miners didn't dare utter a word. In this desperate place, without restraint, the ugliness in people's hearts will gradually amplify. In a few days, the hierarchy among these people will become increasingly clear. The useless and weak will be killed. Once the instinct for survival kicks in, people are capable of anything. I have a feeling someone's watching us from the shadows. A plain-looking man in the crowd suddenly spoke, glancing in Jiang Qi's direction. Jiang Qi was hiding in a blind spot. She couldn't even see her own hands, but the person outside could sense her gaze. It was a player. Where's anyone? Another person shone a headlamp around the area. Nobody's here. There are 2 narrow gaps over there, big enough for a person to crawl through. Could they lead to other places? The man said, standing up. Hearing this, Jiang Qi immediately turned around and crawled backward. When she reached the fork in the path, she entered the narrower gap she hadn't originally intended to take. The player hidden among the NPCs hadn't explicitly said there was someone there, and Jiang Qi wouldn't wait for someone else to arrive before hastily leaving. His apparent suspicion and uncertainty might just be a lie. Reaching a point where only one person could barely pass, he could only follow alone. In such a place, the more people you bring in, the more likely something bad will happen. Moreover, even this narrow gap at the fork in the road was cramped for her. Anyone larger would be in serious trouble trying to get in. The man led the NPC to explore the 2 gaps. The first one ended after about 10 meters, and the second was too narrow, especially after walking a while. The cold wind and darkness inside made it increasingly uncomfortable. Wait, does this place lead to other areas? Is it a passage for people? It's so small. Let's get out of here. If it collapses, we'd be crushed to death. I go out first. The second to last person refused to go any further. The man could only curse inwardly, cowards. That was fine. He could find a way out alone, instead of letting these NPCs get in his way. Having more people in this kind of place was pointless. There's an ironclad rule in survival games. Never follow NPCs who don't provide any information. You're bound to get into trouble. Chapter 115. After crawling out of the crevice, Jiang Qi discovered she was in a partially collapsed mine shaft. Although she could stand up, she couldn't find a way out of this wretched place. Looking through the gaps in the piled-up rubble, she could see a small space nearby. And beneath her feet, on the rubble, lay a pickaxe. Great, this mind-blind box meant she had to dig her way out on her own. Jiang Qi, somewhat speechless, took out a hammer she bought before. This demolition expert, combined with the pickaxe, would definitely be faster at breaking down a wall of rubble. Luckily, it was a hammer she bought before and hadn't been disabled. The dungeon shop only had a few items available, essentially a dungeon-exclusive shop. The space was too small to use the hammer directly. She needed to loosen the rubble with the pickaxe first. The clanging and banging echoed in the confined space. Seeing that it was enough, Jiang Qi positioned herself where the damage would be minimal and swung the hammer down. Boom! The rubble collapsed, and Jiang Qi, clutching her head, ran back to the crevice. She waited a while, and only emerged after confirming the space remained stable. The space behind the rubble was slightly larger, with fewer signs of collapse, making it much better than other areas. Jiang Qi finally found an important item. An old miner's lamp. Lost here many years ago, estimated to provide illumination for 12 hours. It looked like junk. The metal mesh shade around the lamp was rusted. It was good that it could still provide light for 12 hours. These old-fashioned handheld miner's lamps used an open flame. Half a box of matches lay nearby. After adjusting it, the dim, dappled light cast onto the stone wall, reflecting Jiang Qi's shadow. Jiang Qi positioned the lamp between 2 boulders, then moved the boulders to simply block the gap she had come from. Someone might follow her, and in this confined space, her teleportation advantage for survival wouldn't be effective, so some concealment was necessary. Of course, Jiang Qi wouldn't completely block her escape route. The gap was small and cramped, making it difficult to clear the boulders. She could clear them much faster from this side. Ahead lay a cave she hadn't been to before, with no signs of artificial excavation. The cracks in the ceiling walls were unclear whether they were formed by previous tremors or an earlier collapse. There was a mine shaft and a pickaxe here, not just game to find resources, but also information. People from a mine had been here before. If not to mine gems, why come to this crevice's heart? Could it be that a larger collapse had completely altered this place, causing it to be forgotten by the mine? Jiangqi quickly dismissed this idea. The terrain had changed, and the original space would have been buried for a long time before it looked so natural. This space was buried deep underground, much longer than the last time the miners entered. Jiangqi discovered a second skeleton, strangely, also squeezed into a crevice in the rubble. If this person was alive, being pressed so tightly into the crevice, their final moments must have been spent in utter despair. The mere thought of that kind of despair was enough to terrify anyone. Jiangqi had been in this space for a long time, utterly exhausted. She sat in a corner, wolfed down a little food, and then slept for a while. The system interface showed the time as 3 a.m. on the 9th day of the game. Jiangqi. Jiang-Qi. Who? Jiangqi was startled awake by the faint calling. It seemed someone had been calling her. But as soon as she opened her eyes and picked up her umbrella, the voice disappeared. She wasn't sure if she was dreaming. Then, the voice appeared again. Jiangqi. Over here. It was a voice coming from the rocks behind her, and it sounded somewhat familiar. Jiangqi picked up her headlamp and peered into the crevice. And I was right there in her eye, and she almost instinctively swung her pickaxe at it. The next second, Jiangqi realized it was Hang Jing. What are you doing here? I was wondering the same thing, Hang Jing said weakly. Don't move these rocks, they might collapse. Okay, Jiangqi replied, putting down her lamp and searching for a place to get Hang Jing out. Are you alright? No, just superficial wounds, Hang Jing said. I was trying to find a way out, but the path kept narrowing, and something was crawling over my head. I pinned it down with my short sword to see what it was. Then, there was a strange sound, and the rocks above collapsed. If I hadn't ducked between two large rocks in time, I don't know what shape I would have met you in. Then I dug with my short sword for a whole day, but I couldn't get out. I only heard the sound of falling rocks nearby. How did you see me? Jiangqi was still wary. I needed to observe what this place was like, so I wouldn't dig myself into a pit after all that time. My headlamp only has a little light left. Hang Jing moved his wrist with difficulty, the old iron headlamp clanging against the rocks. I'm going to dig you out from here, Jiangqi said, pointing his pickaxe at the rubble. If something feels wrong, activate your skill. With someone inside, he couldn't use a hammer anymore. Jiangqi slowly pried the rubble out, causing a few loose stones to fall. Hang Jing immediately covered his head. Jiangqi stopped digging a gap large enough for him to squeeze through. The stable position created by the rubble wedging Hang Jing's head was precarious. Any further movement would likely be fatal. Damn! That thing is right behind me. I heard it. Hang Jing, whose shoulder had just been touched, paled. It's coming this way. He couldn't move rashly. Any movement would cause more rubble to fall, leaving him no way to defend himself against what was behind him. Jiangqi frowned slightly, inserting his umbrella into a nearby crevice. I hold it for you. Activate your skill, rush out, quick. Getting hit by rocks a couple of times was better than being grabbed by something unknown. Hang Jing didn't hesitate. The thing was very close. He could hear a rustling sound like insects crawling. Gravel mixed with dust fell. As Hang Jing pulled away, a dark figure darted past his headlamp, knocking it over. The light dimmed slightly, but thankfully the headlamp didn't go out. Jiangqi, weapon in hand, cautiously surveyed the area. The thing was gone. Something's not right. The shadow I saw earlier. That thing wasn't small. How could it move so nimbly in the cave? Jiangqi pondered. Unless it can change its appearance. Hang Jing shook his head. The thing that crawled over my head wasn't as big as you say. I stabbed it, and the sensation it sent back was strange. Jiangqi, could it be that what was above your head was just a part of it, and its purpose wasn't to kill you, but to trap you in the crevice? Hang Jing hissed. It's not impossible. What about the supplies? Chapter 116. It's still unclear. The game information said that beautiful gems are born from blood, tears, and sin. This thing might be related to gems. Jiangqi picked up the mine. This place isn't safe to stay in. Let's leave first. Hang Jing nodded. Fang Yuan and Shui are in Area B, and Lu Tian is also in Area B. I was going to find them, but halfway there the path collapsed and blocked the way. I wandered around aimlessly, and don't know which area I'm in. By the way, Xie Chaozi is in Area B. I didn't keep an eye on him. Jiangqi smiled silently. It's normal that we can't keep an eye on him. Have you seen Fang Yuan and the others? Hang Jing. I saw Fang Yuan once, on the morning of the 6th day of the game. That guy is a real talent. He became a manager in 5 days. He gave me the miner's lamp, and he even stuffed dozens of black bread rolls and 2 potato pies into my hand. He said he tried to get a map, and then before we even met again, something happened at the mine. Jiangqi was silent for a moment. Lu Tian will most likely use force to threaten other players to distinguish between NPCs and players for him. If the two of them ran into Lu Tian at this moment, they would be in danger. In the gap behind, Zuofu, his face flushed, squeezed through with all his might. The player hiding in the gap had disappeared somewhere. What a jerk. He can even walk through a place like this. I'm impressed. Sector C. Lu Tian stood with one foot on the pile of rubble, looking at the survivors with an arrogant smile on his face. While it's not said you can't kill NPCs, it doesn't say you can't let NPCs kill each other. Some players will inevitably find a way to hide. Area C was the earliest developed area of the mine, located in the center. When it collapsed, the mining area was in relatively good condition. Several mine tunnels were gone, a few cracks appeared in the stone walls, and some rubble fell down, but everything else was intact. His plan was simple: keep an eye on any potentially connected caves, and kill the rest one by one, eliminating his competitors, except for those players he needed to spare out. The players below were fighting over a piece of dusty black bread, but Lu Tian watched with glee. He enjoyed the feeling of controlling others' lives. Sooner or later, he would reach the top and trample Xie Chaozi, Chu Yu, and the other top damage dealers in the game underfoot. Lu Tian never felt his abilities were inferior to theirs. Surpassing them was only a matter of time. Xiao Yu, tell them to push harder. No blood has been drawn yet. Such good fodder, it's a waste not to use it for skill practice. Okay. The young man called Xiao Yu's face showed eagerness. 2 male players were humbly pledging their loyalty to Lu Tian. Thank you, brother, for helping us clear the level. Don't worry, we never dare to contradict you. These 2 were players Lu Tian had unwittingly exposed. To survive, they had no choice but to obey him and accept the plague he had planted in their bodies. As soon as Lu Tian gave the order, they were doomed. You 2 bring the guy checking the accounts over here. See if he's a player, okay? Lu Tian laughed. The 2 didn't dare speak, waiting for Lu Tian's instructions. Crippled his legs. Okay. The 2 nodded repeatedly. If they didn't do it, they would be the ones crippled. Fang Yuan's mind was racing. The spot he hid in during the collapse, unfortunately, happened to be right next to Lu Tian. Because the collapse in Area C wasn't severe, the scene wasn't chaotic enough. He couldn't escape in the chaos. He could only slip away when he could hide. Having obtained the identity of a junior manager at the mine would be advantageous for gathering clues and supplies, but it would also make him a target. Even if he was extremely cautious, Lu Tian, unaware of his player identity, wouldn't let him go. The map was in his mind. The original was destroyed. He could only hope that Lu Tian wanted the map, but even if he survived, Lu Tian wouldn't let him live a good life. This was the best outcome he could think of. Fang Yuan's palms were sweaty. What are you doing? We're all trapped here. We should support each other and wait for an exit to be dug out. What exactly do you mean? Pretending so well. Were you an actor before? Lu Tian looked down at Fang Yuan, kicking him to the ground. Trying to act tough, huh? Don't you know who I, Lu Tian, am? Dislocate his kneecaps. Lu Tian looked at the 2 players. Fang Yuan shook his head at Shui, who was about to attack from the shadows. I memorized the map of the entire mine's construction. If you cripple me, you have to use a frame to drag me around later. Are you really going to do this? Fang Yuan's neck was red, veins throbbing. Those about to attack stopped upon hearing this, and Lu Tian's expression changed. Not bad, you even have an insurance policy, Lu Tian said coldly. He really wanted to kill this guy, but this person was quite clever. It wouldn't be bad to have someone like him working for him. What's your combat strength? Lu Tian's killing intent remained undiminished. 3,000, Fang Yuan answered truthfully, even showing it to them. Lu Tian and his men were stunned upon hearing this number. Tang Yuan immediately laughed. How confident could someone with such low combat strength dare to enter this dungeon to seek death? Even with a guide, this kind of randomly scattered dungeon is risky. Bad luck means instant death upon landing. You got guts? Lu Tian nodded. Then, you better be a living map, and I might spare your life. Temporarily spared. If this person weren't so patient, and possessed such exceptional skill and courage, he might have actually given him a chance to work for him. Unfortunately, He absolutely couldn't tolerate any of his subordinates having anything that made him weary. He also absolutely wouldn't allow his subordinates to ever surpass him. But you have to be like them, having the seeds of plague sown by me. A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Tian's eyes, and then hand over the supplies. He'd kill him after using him. Before making his move, Lu Tian asked again, "Where are your teammates? Are they in this area?" "I don't know where they are," Fan Yuan replied. Perhaps because of his previous sincerity, or perhaps because this answer wasn't important to Lu Tian didn't continue questioning Fan Yuan about his teammates. At this moment, Jiang Qi and Hang Jing were in the gap not far away. Going straight and won't work. There, Jiang Qi pointed to the survivor huddled in the corner, looking dazed. "I can teleport there. They won't notice one more person, and then we can interrupt Lu Tian's skill. You just need to hold him off for a bit. I'm a melee fighter. I can block, but I can't dodge his area of effect skills," Hang Jing frowned. Interrupting his skill from that distance is also a stretch. It wasn't that he didn't want to save her, but the cost of doing so was too high. Now wasn't the time to fight Lu Tian head-on. How would Jiang Qi retreat after interrupting the skill? Lu Tian could easily cripple her with a single hit. Chapter 117. Jiang Qi looked at the situation outside. The distance is enough. Okay. Hang Jing made a decisive decision, then I follow your arrangements. Just as Jiang Qi and Hang Jing were about to make their move, a shadow blade emerged from the shadows, stabbing towards Lu Tian's palm. Lu Tian sneered and dodged to the side. Hidden for so long, finally decided to come out? Shadow blade, sure way is it? Lu Tian gave a look, and Yu Dafei immediately understood, taking out a dagger and pressing it against Fan Yuan's neck, drawing a bloody gash. Since you're in cahoots, then you're one of Jiang Qi's men. You, a weakling with only 3,000 combat power, dared to come in. Lu Tian looked at Fan Yuan and laughed. In that case, I really can't kill you right now. I'm quite curious to see what this player, rumored to have gotten 2 first clears, is really capable of. But I can make you wish you were dead. Lu Tian looked triumphantly at Wei, who appeared in the darkness. TSK, I love seeing you all so useless and incompetent. Wei clenched her hands tightly, her eyes reddening with surging anger. She knew Lu Tian was provoking her to walk into a trap. If you come over, you only get yourself killed, Fan Yuan said with difficulty. The chill and sting on his neck made him realize how close death was. He was afraid, his heart pounded wildly with tension, and maintaining composure had taken all his strength. If I don't go, how can I explain this to Jiang Qi? Wei said in a low voice. She won't condone this foolish act of throwing your life away. Fan Yuan exhaled. If you don't behave, I cripple your vocal cords, Lu Tian warned with a cold laugh. Hang Jing looked at Jiang Qi, who had already blended in. They didn't know Wei was also there. The plan would probably have to be moved up. Lu Tian reached out his hand to Fan Yuan. As Wei gripped her shadow blade and charged forward, an open oil paper umbrella suddenly appeared in the air, slashing towards Lu Tian's hand. Lu Tian had only prepared to deal with Wei, not expecting the umbrella to appear out of nowhere and interrupt his skill. He instinctively withdrew his hand and took a step back to defend. Meanwhile, Fan Yuan's expression was incredibly excited, his lips trembling slightly. Before they could react, the rapidly turning oil paper umbrella flew towards Yu Dafei, who was wielding a knife. Yu Dafei hadn't received the order to kill Fan Yuan and dared not attack, forced back by the umbrella's deflection. The oil paper umbrella vanished into thin air, reappearing on Jiang Qi's shoulder. In the days before entering the game, she had been exploring more uses of the Silver Key's power. Spatial combination attacks were one such achievement. Hang Jing, taking advantage of the opportunity when Jiang Qi intervened to save someone, also flew up and blocked Lu Tian. Fan Yuan, now free from control, immediately activated his skill, providing a group buff to his teammates. Attack, defense, and mental strength each increased by 5% for half an hour. His skill, if used against an individual, could boost his power by 10%, but in this situation, it was more suitable for a group. Did you even ask my permission before trying to harm my people? Jiang Qi stood a short distance away, holding an umbrella and smiling at Lu Tian. Even though her coarse gray linen clothes were covered in dust and torn in several places, making her look disheveled, her aura was in no way inferior to that of Lu Tian, a high-level player. What an unexpected bonus. I didn't expect you all to come, Lu Tian looked at Jiang Qi with a half-smile. Your combat power is less than B-level, yet you were able to interrupt my skill. You do have some strength. He said this, but his expression showed little respect. In Lu Tian's eyes, no matter how skilled someone was, If their combat power was insufficient, they weren't worthy of his attention as an S-level player. As Fan Yuan ran backward, Yu Dafeng and 2 other players caught up. Shi Wei also changed direction, setting up hidden threads. Yu Dafeng rushed forward, but was immediately grabbed by the hand. Blood instantly soaked the threads. Had the other 2 not relieved the pressure, allowing him to use his skills, and causing Shi Wei a moment of disorientation, his artery would have been severed. Tang Yuanyuan glanced at the umbrella in Jiang Qi's hand and chose this player, whose combat power was below B level, as her opponent. She was A level. Jiang Qi's output couldn't even break her defense. She could easily overpower him. He was a good choice for practice. Jiang Qi stood still, simply raising her hand. Immediately, lightning surged forward. At this distance, and with such low damage, it was useless. The smile on Tang Yuanyuan's face vanished in a flash, only to reappear instantly in front of her, illuminated by the lightning. Ah! She screamed, blue-white lightning crackling and swirling around her. When the lightning disappeared from her body, Tang Yuanyuan was already in a rather disheveled state. Her stats were high. Jiang Qi couldn't kill her in one hit, but she could inflict pain. Tang Yuanyuan looked at Jiang Qi, who had taken a step forward, both angry and anxious. You're just a low-power player, don't push your luck. She had chosen a practice target, and Jiang Qi had actually beaten her. How could she swallow this insult? Jiang Qi glanced at Fan Yuan, who was facing a stronger player, and chuckled, only daring to choose low-power players for practice. No wonder your combat reaction is so poor. As she spoke, Jiang Qi again used the oil paper umbrella in conjunction with the Silver Key's ability to create an opportunity for Han Jing to retreat. Tang Yuanyuan's face was ashen, glaring angrily at Jiang Qi, but she couldn't find a word to retaliate. Losing a head-on fight to a low-power player was a very embarrassing thing. Previously, Lu Tian would always help her beat the opponent so badly they couldn't fight back, and then she would kill them. You started it, and then called for help when you couldn't win. What kind of skill is that? Last time, that person was suppressed and became furious, yelling at her, but he couldn't do anything about it. She smiled at the player who couldn't even last 5 seconds against Lu Tian, speaking so rudely. Having someone help you is a skill. You can't be happy about it. It's your own fault for being unable to beat them. Thinking of this, Tang Yuanyuan called out to Lu Tian aggrievedly, Brother Lu. Lu Tian, whose output had been repeatedly affected by Jiang Qi, was already fed up, and a violent emotion and murderous intent surged on his face. Han Jing retreated under Jiang Qi's cover, and Shi Wei held her own against 2 opponents, even managing to help Fan Yuan. Neither side fought with their bare hands in the previous exchange, because Yu Dafeng and Tang Yuanyuan were at a disadvantage from the start. Strictly speaking, Jiang Qi's side had a slight advantage. This was enough to dampen Lu Tian's arrogance and his pride. Lu Tian didn't intend to continue this skirmish, he was going to go all out. Tang Yuanyuan sneered at Jiang Qi. Dare to hit her? They'd be dead soon enough. No matter how long they could hold out, their mental energy and skills would eventually run out. The slight advantage they had painstakingly gained could be easily pushed back by her and Lu Tian's side. Going all out? Did 4 people, ranging from a maximum of A+ to a minimum of less than B rank, really think they could take on 5 of them? Chapter 118. The 2 weakest among them are both B-level combatants, not to mention her and Yu Dafeng, both A-level, and Lu Tian, an S-level. What can Jiang Qi use to fight them? Tang Yuanyuan was filled with anticipation. After crippling them, she could continue to use the half-dead Jiang Qi for practice, just like with those people before. So what if their movement and combat skills were better than hers? In the end, they would still die at her hands. And that wallpaper umbrella? It looks pretty impressive. She'd taken a liking to it. How dare they mock her? Tang Yuanyuan took a deep breath. She would trample Jiang Qi underfoot, and then take that umbrella. Jiang Qi, however, remained calm, a slight smile playing on her lips, as she looked up slightly. How long do you plan to watch? You've been watching for nothing. Are you going to give me points? Hearing her calm tone, everyone present was stunned. Who was she talking to? Were there other players here? Are you all right? Tang Yuanyuan sneered. So you start playing tricks when you can't win? Heh. Just as Tang Yuanyuan finished speaking, and Lu Tian gestured for his men to bring out the headlamps, a figure leaped down from the edge of a gap above. There was no obvious effort in landing, yet he landed precisely in front of Jiang Qi. Before the others could react, Lu Tian recognized him. His face showed confusion, shock, and deep apprehension. How did you find out, Sister Jiang Qi? Xie Chaozi smiled. Jiang Qi's expression remained unchanged. Probably a feeling. How many points do you want? Xie Chaozi pursed his lips. Jiangqi, I just said it casually, and you're actually planning to give it to me. Yes. Xie Chaozi nodded. Jiangqi turned her head, a slight smile playing on her lips. If I hadn't noticed, were you planning to just watch us finish fighting? I care about your life. As for the others, I don't care. Xie Chaozi said indifferently, his words carrying the most sincere meaning. Given his appearance and such a serious attitude, anyone who heard him say that would feel uneasy. But Jiangqi knew that when he said I care about your life, it was just the literal meaning, not what others might think. Shi Wei, who had just been fighting and preparing to fight Lu Tian to the death, quietly asked Han Jing and the others, "Who's this?" Xie Chaozi, Fang Yuan answered in a low voice. Holy crap? Shi Wei's mouth dropped open. Everyone watching the arena heard it too. It was even more shocking than someone suddenly jumping out. Tang Yuanyuan's face was particularly grim. Not only because of the attitude of this top-tier player towards Jiangqi, but also because Jiangqi had always known there was a powerful figure here willing to help her, yet she hadn't used that power. Just like Jiangqi was using them as practice, what's the difference between her and others? They're both fighting, while ensuring their own safety. This is my grudge with them. You're not going to interfere, are you? Lu Tian asked tentatively. He knew that the descendants didn't care about organizational face. He had previously considered bringing people into the descendants, and even offered financial support from the real world, in exchange for the second-in-command position, but Meng Ming's side hadn't agreed. From then on, his goal was to surpass the descendants. Xie Chaozi didn't answer Lu Tian's question, but only gazed at Jiangqi. If you need it, I can help them, but I think you don't need me to handle it. Jiangqi smiled silently. She didn't look for a chance to retreat, certainly not to fight Lu Tian, before the game was even halfway through. What good would winning do? What she needed were attribute points. She could kill Lu Tian later, but she absolutely couldn't let him affect her team's progress. Improving overall strength was her primary goal this time. This was the point Tang Yuanyuan misunderstood. Jiangqi's backup plan wasn't Xie Chaozi. He wanted to see if the silver key could break the seal. What if he suddenly changed his mind? Xie Chaozi's thinking couldn't be understood with ordinary logic. Why would Jiangqi use something uncontrollable as a backup plan? She didn't know Xie Chaozi was there from the beginning. She only sensed it halfway through the rescue, probably because of the silver key. Wait, I don't quite understand. What does this mean? Do they know each other? Shi Wei carefully observed the area. I also want to know what happened. Are they still fighting? Can they use their skills? Han Jing asked. What's the point of fighting? Lu Tian thought. With Jin Qi gone, how could he possibly fight Xie Chaozi? Tang Yuanyuan was just a support, and Yu Dafei's skills only worked against those with lower mental strength. There were only 3 of them, and the other 2 were practically useless, only at B+ level. Unless he could find an opportunity to capture Jiangqi, he couldn't win. Although Jiangqi's combat strength was low, her survivability was strong. She stayed far away from him the whole time, only using ranged attacks, and she could even calculate her movements. The chance of catching her before reinforcements arrived was less than 30%. Their overall strength had already been surpassed. They wouldn't gain any advantage in a fight. Lu Tian wanted to kill these people, but he wasn't stupid. At that moment, a clear sound suddenly swept across his head, as if something had passed behind the stone slab above him. Han Jing suddenly remembered that he and Jiangqi had also heard the same noise from inside the crevice. Jiangqi had even carefully discerned the direction the noise was coming from. Lu Tian also realized what was about to happen. Zone C, which had been relatively well preserved during the first collapse, was about to collapse again. First, fine sand and gravel fell, then the cracks overhead widened, and a boulder weighing at least several hundred kilograms fell down. Quick, get into the crevice! Han Jing shouted to Fang Yuan and Shi Wei. Jiangqi glanced at Xie Chaozi, who was following the source of the tremors, then turned and entered the crevice. An NPC outside was pleading for help. Save me! Take me with you! Get out of my way! Lu Tian kicked away the person blocking their path. Jiangqi and the others couldn't turn back. This collapse was far more terrifying than the one a few days ago. It felt as if the entire underground cavern was about to crack open. The collapse seemed to follow them. Wherever they ran, the mountain walls cracked. Gravel kept falling. The space in the crevice was narrow. Some paths were just wide enough for one person to pass at a time, and after running around so haphazardly, they had long since lost sight of Lu Tian and the others. Oh no! This cave is going to collapse. Fang Yuan looked up at the exaggeratedly cracked stone wall. We can go in there. Han Jing, with better eyesight, spotted a narrow passage about 20 meters ahead. Boom! Rocks rained down, burying the path they had come from. The first wave of the collapsed game had at least left them some of the original mines, places where they could obtain resources, but who knew what would happen after this wave? Hurry up! Hang Jing urged Fan Yuan, who was walking at the front. The crevice above them was widening, as if something was about to emerge. Jiang Qi. Wei had just begun to speak when Jiang Qi shoved her into the passage. You go in first, that thing looks like it's coming for me. As soon as Jiang Qi finished speaking, Wei's eyes widened suddenly, staring at the falling boulders behind her. Chapter 119. There were also wriggling, slimy chunks of flesh, nothing in particular. Wei felt a sudden, sharp pain in every nerve in her head. Jiang Qi. The three shouts were drowned out by the deafening crash of falling rocks. The narrow passage was completely blocked by a massive boulder. They couldn't even turn around, let alone push it open. They dared not move. Jiang Qi hadn't come in. If she were hiding in a crevice between the rocks, any movement would kill her. What do we do? Fan Yuan's voice trembled. Sister Qi didn't come in. A tense silence filled the passage for over 10 seconds before Hang Jing spoke. The roads behind are blocked. Retreating is impossible. We need to move forward and find another exit. Many parts of this map are connected. Maybe we encounter Jiang Qi ahead. Her umbrella has excellent defensive capabilities. Since she let you in first, it means she had already found a way, at least to save our lives. Hang Jing was right. This was their only option. They needed to get out to find their teammates. How could they find them when they were trapped here? What did you see outside just now? Hang Jing asked Wei. I don't know what it was. If I had to describe it, it was wriggling chunks of flesh. I only saw it for less than a second, maybe half a second at most, and my sanity dropped by 10 points. It seems to be some kind of creature living in underground mines. Hang Jing still felt something was wrong. The thing Wei described wasn't the same as what he had encountered before. What he encountered only yielded a few pieces of rubble, while this thing caused such a large-scale collapse. Did Jiang Qi already guess this? Jiang Qi coughed twice, covering her mouth, her whole body numb and aching. Just now, she had only seen a huge, fleshy lump with eyes, seemingly more than two. She instantly crawled into a corner, a seemingly impassable crevice, only to be trapped by a gap formed by a solid stone wall, and the rubble behind her. It couldn't be worse. Even moving an arm was incredibly difficult for Jiang Qi. The thing was there a moment ago, but now she didn't know where it was. She was affected by an even more severe hallucination. Beneath incredibly dazzling, vibrant nebulae and galaxies, countless tentacles and worm-like creatures crawled in slime, filling the entire space, threatening to devour her. At that moment, Jiang Qi couldn't think calmly at all. After the excruciating pain in her head and the uncontrollable madness subsided, Jiang Qi analyzed her situation. She had to admit, she felt a sense of despair, like waiting to die. This place was all stone, teleportation wouldn't work. Her head was pressed against the crevice in the rock wall, and it felt as if the slightest movement would cause the continuous rock to grow downwards and crush her. Moreover, she had a premonition that if she used the power of the silver key, and that thing hadn't gone far, it would definitely find her. This thing was beyond human comprehension. It must be related to some mysterious power, perhaps a familiar or a mutated creature influenced by it. Jiang Qi repeatedly inhaled and exhaled to regulate her breathing. The cave she had just entered had completely collapsed. She couldn't dig back in. She could only squeeze forward little by little from the crevice. Otherwise, she would be stuck here, unable to even move her hand, utterly powerless, and any random object could easily kill her. The feeling was awful. She could feel the air flowing through the crevice, yet the pressure on her lungs grew increasingly unbearable. Jiang Qi would rather lose an arm than be stuck here. Ah! The pain from the pressure on her shoulder bones made her eyes redden, and she couldn't help but let out a soft cry. The pain felt like skin and muscle being scraped away, the bloody bones slowly rubbing against the relatively smooth rock face, inching forward. Jiang Qi could only see the headlamp she had placed across the crevice. She couldn't see her shoulder, and perhaps it really was that bad, she didn't know. When you can't see, your mind tends to fill in the blanks, and the imagined scenarios were enough to terrify you. Jiang Qi twisted forward with all her might, searching for any way to get through. Sweating profusely, panting heavily, she was still stuck in the middle, completely useless. If there were only piles of rocks ahead, Jiang Qi could try to dig them away, but this was a single, massive mountain pressing down on the ground. She began to hope that someone she knew would suddenly appear and help her. This thought marked the beginning of her mental breakdown. In a place like this, it's easy to have a mental breakdown. She also had a hallucination buff. The greater her emotional fluctuations, the worse the situation became. Jiangqi took a deep breath and rested for a while in her immobile position. She had been stuck here for quite a while. The miner's lamp outside the crevice was gradually dimming. When it went completely out, that would be true despair. Jiangqi checked the time. Day 10 of the game time. 22:36, 40 surviving players. A system notification popped up. Please note that the system will be updated on the 11th day of the game. Surviving player numbers and points deducted from the dungeon will be updated. She hadn't used the headlamp continuously, and calculating, she didn't have much time left. If she couldn't get through, it meant she wasn't ruthless enough with herself. Jiangqi slowly relaxed her body, adjusting to the position where she had felt herself slipping. This area was narrower than a normal person's shoulder or arm, but the human body is flexible. The veins in Jiangqi's temples throbbed. The double image of the firelight in her vision became increasingly blurry, and suddenly, her vision went dark. In the silent space, she could hear her own struggling breaths and the pounding of her heart. Everything was so despairing and oppressive. Jiangqi quickly calmed down. She closed her eyes in the darkness, her face grim, and continued to move forward. Every inch of progress was accompanied by excruciating pain throughout her body. Finally, the most difficult section squeezed through. Jiangqi instantly collapsed to the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Her arms and back were numb with pain, but thankfully, her bones weren't broken. It just hurt when she exerted force. Jiangqi slowly crawled out, reaching for the headlamp as she remembered it, but couldn't find it. She struck a match and lit it, but even in the brief light, she couldn't see her headlamp. How could this be? Even if it wasn't working, there would still be a lamp here, and she remembered the area where the lamp was kept was quite cramped, yet this place was unexpectedly spacious. Well, not truly spacious, but relatively. There are only two possibilities for the absence of the lamp. One, something took it when it went out, and even the extinguishing of the lamp was its doing. Two, she was affected, and the place she crawled out of wasn't the space where the lamp was originally. The second possibility can be further divided into two variations. The space where Kate here can change. The second, and most serious, possibility is that she hadn't escaped the influence and hallucinations from beginning to end. She could no longer distinguish reality from illusion. Chapter 120. Or perhaps, both. If her perception was flawed, what could she trust? She couldn't even trust herself. Here, there was nothing but stone, no reference point for her to think. Jiangqi quickly sorted out the problem she faced. On the bright side, she at least realized that her perception might be affected, rather than continuing blindly. Jiangqi struck another match and saw a wall of rubble at the far end of the space, faintly emitting flickering light. Not the light of lamplight or fire, but reflected fluorescence. As she picked up the pickaxe to dig, Jiangqi hesitated again. She didn't know if what she saw was real or fake. Without a headlamp, this place might be a hoax. Before her was a wall of rubble, and something inside. This was her perception. In reality, she might be digging a wall of rubble that would bury her, or something else that could harm her. Even the light from the match might not be real. Realizing the problem, yet unable to discern it, she wasn't in a hurry, but her mind wouldn't let her calm down. On one side was reason, on the other, chaotic madness. These two forces clashed and tugged at each other from the moment she entered the crevice. She faced not only a desperate situation, but also herself. Jiangqi sat down against the wall, ate half of the smoked meat jerky, and then tried a sip of cheap liquor. The spicy taste spread in her mouth and slid down her throat. The unpalatable flavor took her a long time to process. No matter how strong-willed or mentally resilient a person is, as long as they are human, they cannot endure for long in this confined, lightless depths underground. It's just a matter of time. It would be a miracle if she didn't go crazy in 10 days. Jiangqi walked back to the crevice she had come from. The crevice was still there. She had spent over 3 hours climbing over there. Was she going to have to go back? She didn't know what the other side looked like now. What if she went back and found she still couldn't get out and couldn't find the marker for the miner's lamp? She didn't want to turn back. Damn it! Where does this place lead? Hang Jing forced a stiff smile at the cold, hard stone wall. Incredible, absolutely incredible. They turned sideways and followed the crevice in the stone wall. They had been walking for over 10 hours without seeing an exit. The flashlight shone forward, but the light was swallowed by the darkness, unable to reach the bottom. This place was so narrow that it was only wide enough to stand. There was no way to sit down and rest. At most, they could lean against the stone wall, lift their feet onto the opposite side, and change their posture to rest suspended in midair. According to the original map, even if this crevice appeared due to a collapse, there shouldn't be such a long straight passage here, Fan Yuan said, turning his head. You mean, although we're walking in a straight line, it might not be a straight line? Shi Wei said seriously. If that's the case, will we still be able to meet Jiangqi? If this passage was created by something, then it will be fine, Fan Yuan said confidently. Hang Jing, the most important problem now is how we get out. We can't stay in this narrow space forever. Fan Yuan sighed. I've been thinking about that too. If it's a dungeon setup, there must be a solution, but we can't find it. Don't talk yet, Shi Wei whispered. There's a rustling sound behind us, and more than one, coming this way. Holy crap! I have one too, Fan Yuan said, raising his headlamp. Several creatures suddenly appeared on the dark stone wall, standing upright with tentacles, long, thin legs, and bodies that looked like smooth, soft, boneless chunks of flesh. Their eyes were haphazardly attached to their bodies, and they were slightly smaller than humans. What the hell is that? Fan Yuan watched them charge at him, picked up his pickaxe, and tried to smash them down, but missed. These creatures were incredibly agile. He was instead grabbed, losing 10 health points and 10 sanity points. The only information about this thing is Children of the Cave, and getting hit by it will reduce your sanity. Fan Yuan shouted. Hang Jing cursed under his breath. I'm trying to find a way to switch places with you, Shi Wei. Before he could finish, Shi Wei interrupted. Give me vision. This place was impossible to maneuver in. Shi Wei could at least stall for time by remotely controlling her shadow blade. To switch places, Hang Jing had to step on the stone wall and step over Fan Yuan's head. If they couldn't switch places before the monsters on Shi Wei's side arrived, the three of them would be in big trouble. Hang Jing used all 4 limbs, utilizing the narrow space to secure himself as he climbed. Shi Wei's shadow blade pierced through the monster's body, but instead of blood, thick mucus flowed out. Hang Jing and Fan Yuan switched positions, and the creature behind them caught up. Hurry up! Hang Jing led the way, followed by Shi Wei. These things were much faster than them in the cave. Hang Jing fought his way forward. Even cut in half, the creature could still move. The head atop the chunk of flesh was clearly humanoid. Fan Yuan, Fan Yuan. Jiangqi's voice came from behind, but it was this so-called cave child who had arrived. Damn it, this thing can talk. Fan Yuan cursed. Of course. Its head looks like a human's, Hang Jing replied. If we can't get out of here soon, we're really doomed. Fan Yuan, my skill is off cooldown. The area ahead has widened. While Hang Jing and his 2 companions were fighting monsters in the narrow crevice. Meanwhile, Wang Yu had been digging for stones for days, without encountering a single player. His biggest finds were a few corpses on the ground and a multicolored gem. While others played the game, was he a real gem miner? His pickaxe had broken, and he still hadn't dug anything out. He was going crazy, even feeling that something unseen was deliberately trapping him here to achieve some unspeakable secret. It was the 12th day of the game. Jiangqi watched the time jump. During this time, she had tried various methods and reviewed the game several times, but she couldn't find any clues to get her out. Not to mention clues, she hadn't even found evidence to support her assumptions about the current situation. She wouldn't easily use the last 2 matches. The only source of light, whether real or fake, might come in handy later. She couldn't stay in this dark, enclosed space any longer. Jiangqi touched the rubble wall, and the shimmering objects inside reminded her of some kind of gemstone. She decided to dig it open first. The match only lasted a few seconds. Her mental energy had almost recovered, so she decided to use her own light. Jiangqi pulled out her pickaxe. Her arms and hands were truly aching. Every movement felt like a tug at her muscles, making even exertion difficult. However, her previous diligent mining practice proved useful. Jiangqi started digging from the very edge. The pain was unbearable, and she dug intermittently, finally creating a passable opening. This wall wasn't as difficult to dig as she had imagined, and nothing unexpected happened. It was extremely dark inside, and the rubble was filled with shimmering gemstones, some of which glowed. Jiangqi probed further in, and just as she was about to touch the glowing gemstone, a cool hand grasped hers.